In the summer of 1991, young Lewis received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. From that moment, the students at Hogwarts were destined to encounter their lifelong nightmare. Chapter 1. The Acceptance Letter. Gazing out the window as Silver Tabby Cat, Lewis found himself lost in thought. If all went according to plan, he was on the verge of transitioning into high school after traversing 11 seasons of spring and autumn in England. As a time traveler, it was only natural for him to be a bit smarter than others, and skipping a grade seemed quite reasonable. After all, in his previous life, he had achieved remarkable success in the college entrance examination, securing a place at a prestigious university. In this life, he had also excelled academically, becoming a well-known figure in the school. At just 11 years old, he had completed middle school and had become a source of dread among his peers. Every teacher contrasted him with less accomplished students, and the phrase they heard most often was, "You can't even compare to half of Mr. Mountbatten." Indeed, his surname was Mountbatten, the winner of the previous essay competition, with his entry titled "My Grandfather the Marshal." Old London was steeped in tradition, and Lewis was firmly rooted in its heritage. His mother was of Chinese descent, and, as the saying goes, a son takes after his mother. Thus, his appearance leaned more towards the East. Coupled with the family's genetic predisposition for beauty, Lewis possessed an allure that could rival even the most handsome celebrities. Bearing such overwhelming charm at a tender age was truly exhausting, but on this particularly sultry day, feeling a bit irritable, he rested his chin on his hand while staring blankly at the tabby cat outside. Scattered across his desk were several letters adorned with little hearts, undoubtedly written by his female classmates. Suddenly, he heard the fluttering of wings and turned to see an owl swooping in through the open window. His home, a castle of sorts, often played host to its fair share of wildlife, much like the little squirrel from 2 days prior or the seagull that had stolen his fries just the night before. He couldn't fathom how a seagull had ended up in the countryside. The little squirrel that had intruded upon their home was released, but the seagull that had dared to pilfer from the young lord was not so fortunate. It had spent a night in captivity before being freed, only to seize the opportunity to snatch his fish and chips once more. Speaking of which, one must mention that British cuisine, despite its reputation for certain infamous dishes, isn't entirely unpalatable. At least dinner is bearable. Whether it be the chickpeas and tomato sauce prepared by their French chef or the ubiquitous fish and chips, they were quite satisfactory. The notion that the British lack culinary skills likely stems from the fact that their cuisine rarely graces the culinary stage, often overshadowed by less appetizing fare. So, one might wonder why he had employed a French chef. The owl landed on Lewis's desk, gazing into his eyes, creating a rather amusing standoff. "Little fellow, are you lost?" Lewis reached out to gently lift the owl's chin, but he soon realized the owl was too plump for such a gesture. Instead, he settled for a gentle poke on its beak as a sign of friendliness. Not that the owl was overly rotund, rather. Its feathers were so thick that it appeared quite hefty. The owl tilted its head, seemingly perplexed by Lewis's words. Realizing the owl's confusion, Lewis switched to Chinese. "Little one, what brings you here?" The owl continued to stare at him, its head cocked in confusion. Your job." Lewis switched languages again, his accent reminiscent of a World War II brigade commander. This time, the owl seemed to comprehend, or perhaps it did not. It gave a soft peck at Lewis's finger in irritation before taking flight, leaving behind a letter. It dawned on Lewis that this owl was a messenger, and delivering messages surely warranted some form of gratitude, didn't it? This young lord certainly played the fool adeptly. Owls were convenient messengers, requiring no postage. Lewis idly considered this as he opened the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, Knight of Merlin, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. Dear Mr. Mountbatten, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required supplies and equipment. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Lewis was taken aback. Subway, elderly mobile phone. Whose prank is this? He carelessly tossed the letter aside. Then it struck him. In 1991, J.K. Rowling had yet to pen the Harry Potter series. What kind of magic exists in this world? Just then, a familiar sound echoed in his mind, reminiscent of the notification sound he had heard while achieving accomplishments in World of Warcraft. A notification window appeared before him. Enrollment Invitation 10. Received the enrollment invitation from Hogwarts. Lewis was momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. The perks of being a time traveler had arrived. He called out inwardly, "System." In response to his thoughts, a virtual screen emerged, displaying the word Supreme Scholar System in Chinese. The screen presented several options: attributes, inventory, skills, achievements. That he opened the attribute section, and, as expected, it detailed his magical talents. Lewis Mountbatten, level 1 wizard. Mana, 35 that all talents range from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 10. Spellcasting. 10 your spellcasting talent is exceptionally outstanding. Potion making. 9 your potion making talent is commendable. Regular practice is advised. Transfiguration. 2 your transfiguration skills might elicit sighs from Professor McGonagall. Dark arts. 18 you are a born dark lord. Any advanced dark magic can be mastered with just a glance. It is recommended that you be directly admitted to Newmont Guard and periodically rotated to Azkaban, where 10 Dementors will attend to you. Flying. 1 your flying talent is so poor that even trolls would shake their heads. The solitary point is merely due to the minimum threshold. Defensive magic against the dark arts. 10, as the saying goes, from darkness comes light. Under the guidance of your unique dark magic talent, your defensive skills have reached their pinnacle. Herbology. 3 being able to distinguish between celery and cilantro is already a significant improvement. Physical fitness. 10 who says that physical magic isn't magic. Swordsmanship. 10 thanks to an excellent early education, you excel in swordsmanship. And as for the notion that swordplay isn't magic, just look at Gandalf in the distance. Divination. 1 you are heavily influenced by the cultural notion of children should not speak of strange powers and have no interest in foresight. Available talent points. 0. Respack opportunities remaining. 0.8 this moment. He yearned for an opportunity to redistribute his points, shifting the useless talents into spellcasting and transfiguration. Heavens above, he truly had no interest in dark magic whatsoever. He slowly closed the attribute section and opened the inventory. Sure enough, there lay an item labeled Beginner's Gift Pack, quietly resting in the first slot. Would you like to open it? Lewis selected yes. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill book, Water Making Spell. Congratulations, you have acquired the culinary recipe, Crispy Spider Legs. Congratulations, you have obtained the Rune of Ral. Water Creation. Conjures a magical spring water, which restores 100 points of mana upon consumption within 20 seconds. Recipe. Crispy Spider Legs. Consuming this will enhance mana recovery speed for a duration of 1 hour. Rune of Ral. A mysterious rune that, when embedded in an item, bestows special effects. After examining the contents of his inventory, Lewis felt a surge of joy. As the saying goes, a pillow appears when one is sleepy. A diligent and industrious youth. The most crucial aspect for him thus far was undoubtedly the water creation spell. With the water creation spell, he would no longer need to worry about sustaining his magical practice. Chapter 2. Choosing a wand is like pursuing a young lady. You are quite impressive, Lewis remarked, playfully grasping the left front paw of the cat in a handshake gesture. You're the real big shot here. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the feline's face bore a pattern reminiscent of spectacles. This struck him as familiar, yet he could not immediately place why. He instinctively cradled the cat's head, feeling it lacked the desired roundness, and continued to gently knead it. The tabby cat was utterly astonished, her pupils dilating to their fullest, her mouth slightly agape, embodying a state of bewilderment. She could hardly fathom that this young gentleman before her would dare to fondle a cat of uncertain origins. As he continued, an audible sound emerged, and an achievement frame materialized before him. Perfectly good kitty. Illustrious date. Achievement description. Interacting with Professor McGonagall in feline form. Achievement reward. Transfiguration talent level 1. Lewis was taken aback. How could a simple act of petting a cat lead him to encounter a professor? He would swear upon the light that he had no intention of manhandling Professor McGonagall. It was merely his profound affection for cats that had led to this moment. Seizing the opportunity, while Lewis was momentarily dazed, Professor McGonagall regained her composure, executing a graceful leap away from his grasp. Before his astonished eyes, she stood upright, swiftly transforming into an elderly lady with a cat-like visage. Professor McGonagall, devoid of a hat, had her sleek black hair meticulously arranged at the back of her head. She wore a pair of antiquated rectangular spectacles, and her gaze conveyed a hint of sternness befitting her role as headmistress. Good sir, Lewis. I find myself at a loss for words, he stammered. I can understand your astonishment, Mr. Mountbatten. Professor McGonagall adjusted her appearance, pursing her thin lips as she continued. I hope you will not hold it against me for intruding upon your abode. I am the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and the professor of Transfiguration, Minerva McGonagall. That is quite all right. Lewis extended a small hand. I am Lewis Mountbatten. It is an honor to meet you, Professor McGonagall. Who would dare to quarrel with a perfectly chiseled young lad? A gentleman of noble lineage and striking appearance. Professor McGonagall found herself unable to conceive any reason to dislike him. Compared to that insufferable little Draco Malfoy, he was a paragon of virtue, and she had no objection to engaging in pleasant conversation with the lad. I presume you have received our correspondence. Professor McGonagall referred to the letter that had just arrived. Mr. Mountbatten, you are a born wizard, did you know? I only just discovered that. Lewis replied politely, offering a chair to Professor McGonagall. "Thank you," she said as she seated herself. Continuing, "Hogwarts sends faculty members to certain Muggle families to assist them in procuring the necessary supplies for schooling in Diagon Alley." She paused before elaborating. "Given your unique circumstances, I have been assigned to introduce you to the magical world." "Professor, what is a Muggle?" Lewis inquired with wide-eyed innocence, his performance rivaling that of an Oscar-winning actor. "Poor child," Professor McGonagall said compassionately, gently stroking Lewis's head as she explained. "Muggles are what we call ordinary people who cannot perform magic." "Then, Professor, could you tell me stories of the magical world?" "I'm afraid that may not be possible." "Dear child," Professor McGonagall gently stroked her head, and one could not deny that the soft texture of her hair was rather delightful. "Time was of the essence. Should you agree to enter Hogwarts, I must take you to Diagon Alley for some shopping." "I do not object, Professor." A smile graced Lewis's face. "If we are to depart shortly, may I first request the butler to prepare the carriage?" "No need for that, my dear child. Please extend your hand." Lewis complied, and after a brief whirlwind, found himself in a noisy and disheveled pub. Surprisingly, the anticipated nausea from the apparition did not manifest. Lewis began to wonder if the book had misreported such sensations, while Professor McGonagall's praises echoed in his ears. "Quite remarkable, Mr. Mountbatten. Generally, young wizards of your age find apparition rather disconcerting." "Thank you, Professor." Lewis elegantly raised his head and nodded at Professor McGonagall. She thought to herself how charming this child was, irresistibly reaching out to smooth Lewis's soft hair once more. After greeting the pub owner, Professor McGonagall led Lewis to a wall. She produced her wand and, as if pointing to a chalkboard, indicated a rubbish bin, saying, "Mr. Mountbatten, remember this bin. Count 3 bricks above it, then horizontally count 2, like this." She gestured and gently tapped 3 times on the brick where her wand lingered. A light tap thrice will invoke a transformation. As her words resonated, the bricks began to tremble and recede, forming a small opening that widened until a bright passageway appeared before them. Sunlight streamed through the newly opened path, illuminating the once dim pub. "How splendid!" Lewis exclaimed with genuine admiration. Diagon Alley was a cacophony of sights, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace from his past life. The pathways were narrow, flanked by various stalls manned by wizards. Some wizards ambled about, stopping to browse and inquire, and Lewis felt a surge of excitement. Moonlight grass. Fresh moonlight grass. Top quality, 3 galleons per stalk. Phoenix tears. Premium Phoenix tears. Abundant in magical essence. The quintessential choice for high-level potions. On sale for 68 galleons. Lapis lazuli. Cat's eye stones. Magical elixirs. All to enhance your magical prowess. Everything was available. Come take a look. Lewis's primary objective was to exchange some galleons. However, it was rather awkward. In his haste, he had forgotten to bring any money, possessing only a checkbook tucked in his pocket. Lewis turned to Professor McGonagall and said dryly, "Professor, it seems we were rather rushed when we left, and I only have this checkbook with me." "Oh, that is quite all right. Gringotts offers a wide array of services, and Muggle checks can indeed be exchanged for galleons." As Professor McGonagall spoke, she took his hand and led him toward Gringotts. By Lewis's estimation, Gringotts was the most pristine establishment in this quaint alley. Upon passing through the bronze door, his gaze instinctively fell upon the small, long-limbed goblins. He had never encountered such intelligent beings, at least not in person. "These are fairies, staff members of Gringotts," Professor McGonagall whispered to Lewis. The gatekeeper fairy bowed to the 2 of them, subsequently revealing a second grand door, distinct from the first, as it was silver and adorned with intricate engravings. Lewis, disinterested in the details, simply followed Professor McGonagall inside. 2 fairies, presumably the managers of the hall, bowed and guided them into a grand marble chamber. The fairies engaged in various tasks, measuring gemstones, handling gold, escorting individuals, and managing paperwork. Professor McGonagall located an unoccupied window and inquired, "Good day, we wish to deposit some items into Albus Dumbledore's vault. Do you possess his key, madam?" "Indeed, I have brought it," Professor McGonagall replied, producing a bronze key from her belongings and handing over a package wrapped in black cloth to the fairy. After a brief inspection, the fairy nodded and said, "No problem, just leave it to us." "Sir, may I inquire about the exchange rate between pounds and galleons?" Lewis asked the fairy. 15, but each student from the Muggle world is limited to 1,000 per year, dear sir. Do you accept checks?" "Certainly." Lewis swiftly retrieved his checkbook, wrote a check for 1,000 pounds, tore it out, and playfully remarked, "I would like to exchange for 200 galleons. Once the exchange was complete, the first order of business was to procure a wand. As the saying goes, a wand is a wizard's second life, and thus it must be the first purchase. Mustn't it? Professor McGonagall, well-versed in the path to Diagon Alley, expertly led Lewis through the bustling streets until they arrived at a wand shop that bore the marks of time. Within the window, a solitary wand rested upon a faded purple cushion. The gold sign above the door had begun to peel, inscribed with Ollivander, St. 382 BC, exquisite wands crafted. The interior of the shop was modest. Apart from a long bench, it contained nothing else, with thousands of slender boxes housing wands stacked nearly to the ceiling. As Lewis finally stepped inside, he caught sight of Mr. Ollivander dozing at the counter. Good day, good day. Lewis greeted politely. Mr. Ollivander lifted his head from his arm, the red marks on his face evident. He shook his head to rouse himself, struggling to focus his eyes until he finally recognized his visitors. Professor McGonagall? Greeting. You must be here to assist the Muggle newcomer in selecting a wand? Indeed. Professor McGonagall said, patting Lewis' pleasantly round head, motioning him to step forward. May I know your name, child? Mr. Ollivander continued. I apologize, but wizards purchasing wands here must be registered with the Ministry of Magic. My name is Lewis Mountbatten, sir. Lewis introduced himself courteously. Mr. Mountbatten, Mr. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with nostalgia. Might I inquire if David Mountbatten is your? Oh yes. Ollivander chuckled softly. You resemble your mother quite a bit. Easter names can be quite tongue-twisting. I prefer to call her Emma. I recall her as a very kind Eastern Chi master. My apologies, as one ages, one tends to reminisce about the past. Observing the somewhat dejected Lewis, Ollivander inquired, Mr. Mountbatten, may I ask which arm you predominantly use? The left, sir, Lewis replied, lifting his arm in preparation for measurement. Ollivander produced a measuring tape and tossed it into the air, where it gracefully descended before Lewis. Commencing to take measurements, from his arm to forearm, from height to head circumference, leaving one to wonder if this establishment sold wands or apparel. Please be patient, Mr. Mountbatten. The wands I offer are all unique, thus the process may be somewhat elaborate. Noticing Lewis's confusion, Ollivander explained carefully. Only with precise physical data can we select the wand most suited for you. You may approach now. As Lewis grasped the wand, its tip erupted with a brilliant radiance, and the entire wand quivered with vigor. Strangely, Lewis felt a sense of delight emanating from the wand. Following instinct, he infused the wand with a hint of magic. To his astonishment, the moment he did so, a hemisphere of golden energy swiftly expanded, sweeping across the entire shop. Boxes containing wands burst open, and wands jostled to gather around Lewis, each one seemingly eager for him to try them. Is this what you meant by complex? Lewis asked, peering through the gaps between the wands at the bewildered and astonished Ollivander. It appears they all quite favor me. Chapter 3. Everyone loves Lewis. Ollivander stood agape, as though petrified, fixated on the wands before him. By Merlin's beard, I dare swear there has never been such an exaggerated young wizard in the family lore. Meanwhile, Lewis achieved a notable milestone. Everyone loves Lewis, Season 1, illustrious feat. Achievement description, gained a recognition of all wands in Ollivander's shop. Achievement reward, Eye of Recognition. Not a problem, Lewis remarked, using his newly acquired Eye of Recognition to examine the beach wand in his hand. Wand white. Single hand damage, 11. Durability, 50-50. Wizards only. Ridiculous, amusing. I shall peruse other options. Lewis placed the beach wand back on the counter, and instantly, the once vibrant and radiant wand wilted, resembling a forsaken maiden. Its demeanor decidedly glum. Oh, a holly wand, 11 inches with a phoenix feather. Ollivander promptly introduced the wand Lewis had picked up. This wand has a twin, belonging to the boy who bears the scar from a great peril. It appeared to be Harry Potter's wand, Lewis mused, though he had no intention of claiming it. He was merely curious about its attributes. Phoenix Holly Wand, blue. Single hand damage, 11. Durability, 50-50, restricted to wizards. 10 for casting speed, faster cast rating. 3 for Expelliarmus, disarming your weapon. 2 dark lines crossed over Lewis's mind. Indeed, it enhanced the disarming of weapons, which explained how Potter was able to send Snape flying in his 3rd year. Moreover, it provided a bonus of 3. After much deliberation, he finally selected the wand that suited him best. Made of birch, 11 inches long, with a core of unicorn tail hair, boasting a casting speed of 30. After paying 11 galleons and bidding farewell to the melancholic Mr. Ollivander, Lewis continued his shopping expedition. During this journey, a small incident occurred. Lewis spotted a tiny tiger. His eyes filled with affection, yet under Professor McGonagall's stern gaze, he reluctantly chose a pure white owl instead. You shall be named Amaryllis, little one, he declared, bestowing upon the creature the name of a dream dragon from his beloved Azeroth, where owls were companions of dreams. A month passed swiftly, and Lewis was not idle. With the illicit but remarkably powerful water manipulation spell, his proficiency in various foundational spells surged remarkably. Curiously, the proficiency of the shielding charm only increased upon successfully defending against an attack after reaching the second level. Yet this did not deter Lewis. He invested in a table tennis practice machine to hone his shielding charm skills. Initially, he practiced with ping-pong balls, gradually transitioning to wooden and lead balls once he reached the third level. However, upon reaching the fifth level, his proficiency stagnated completely. It appeared that only successful defensive spells could enhance his skill level. The system delineated the levels of magic as follows. Level 1 is entry level. Level 2 denotes a skilled caster. Level 3 can significantly reduce casting time. Level 4 greatly enhances spell potency. Level 5 allows for silent casting, and from level 6 onward, one can cast spells without a wand. After reaching level 6, further progression to level 10 would enable him to cast spells merely through intent, akin to Queenie from Fantastic Beasts, effortlessly employing legitimacy. As for swordsmanship, he had engaged a sword instructor from Germany. Over the past month, his swordsmanship flourished remarkably. With the guidance of a teacher, his proficiency in basic sword techniques skyrocketed, allowing him to sidestep many pitfalls. Although he had yet to engage in actual combat, his synchronization of lumos and swordplay became increasingly adept. Perhaps due to his inherent talent, his lumos was naturally several times brighter than others. One night, during practice, a rooster outside mistakenly crowed, believing dawn had arrived. The achievement reward for reaching level 5 granted Lewis a crystal sword, adorned with 4 peculiar holes, rumored to possess the ability to break spells and fortified with magic, rendering it indestructible. King's Cross Station. Due to the exceptional bond shared over the past couple of months with his sister Diana, who is currently visiting Africa, Lewis was escorted to school by the butler of the Mountbatten family, a longtime servant of his mother's EU. How delighted the young lady would have been to witness her young master embark on this new academic journey. As the butler watched his young charge collide with Platform 9, his eyes glistened with emotion. Lewis's grandfather, meanwhile, was enjoying a vacation in Morocco, utterly absorbed in leisure. With an abundance of luggage in tow, Lewis dragged along his beloved owl, who delighted in burrowing into his satchel as he sought a compartment devoid of cues. Emery, the owl, gleefully sprawled in his seat, flailing his paws joyfully. After Lewis treated him to the butler's specially prepared beef jerky, he settled down, engrossed in his reading. He knew that thorough preparation for potions class was essential. The memory of Snape's sharp tongue lingered in his mind, and Lewis was determined to avoid the venomous barbs that might come his way due to inadequate study. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" A timid voice broke through his concentration. Turning to the source, Lewis beheld a plump little boy whose gaze flitted nervously away from his own, exuding an aura of insecurity. The boy seemed unaware of Emery's presence, merely noticing the satchel's incessant wriggling. "Hello, I am Lewis Mountbatten," he introduced himself, extending a hand. The boy hesitated momentarily, but then reciprocated the gesture, stammering, "Hi, I am Neville Longbottom." With a gentle smile, Lewis patted his shoulder. "The weather outside appears quite pleasant." "Igriagis," Neville replied, his nervousness abating slightly. Although his new classmate bore an air of aloofness, he seemed quite amiable. "Are you a senior?" Neville inquired, eager to continue the conversation. But his words were abruptly interrupted as the compartment door swung open unexpectedly. "Sorry, I did not realize someone was inside." My apologies," a bespectacled boy entered, looking somewhat flustered. "It's quite all right," Lewis assured him with a nod. As the bespectacled boy spoke, a pristine white owl in the cage he carried hopped excitedly, eager to stretch its wings. "There's ample space in the compartment for 6, Lewis stated truthfully, noting the spaciousness that exceeded even the soft sleeper compartments he had previously occupied. Thank you. The boy beamed, dragging a hefty suitcase as he stepped inside. Straining under the weight, he struggled to lift it over the threshold. Observing his difficulty, Lewis approached to assist, hoisting the suitcase into a corner. Neville, not one to remain idle, helped the boy place the owl's cage on the table. "Thank you. You've been a tremendous help," the boy gasped, extending his hand. "I'm Harry Potter, a first-year student this year." "Ah, now it makes sense why you look so familiar. You are the chosen one," Lewis mused, marveling at the serendipitous encounter of the two boys foretold in prophecy. Just then a faint voice emerged from behind. May I sit here? The other compartments are all full." The owner of the voice, with red hair and a sprinkle of freckles, could only be Ron Weasley. After introducing himself, Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. "Ah, you are Harry Potter, the one who defeated the Dark Lord. May I see it?" Ron blurted out, his words easily misunderstood. What? Harry was momentarily baffled. Ron, seated comfortably, gestured to his forehead with his hands. You know, the scar they talk about. Harry, not feeling particularly self-conscious, brushed his hair aside to reveal the lightning-shaped scar. Incredible, Ron exclaimed, inadvertently slipping into his dialect. Lewis, losing interest in his book, stuffed his hands into his bag, fondling the plump body of Emmeline, and watched the exchange between the two with keen interest. It must be said that the arrival of Ron and Harry enlivened the compartment significantly. As they chatted, the sound of a trolley echoed, and the voice of the snack vendor wafted in from outside. Would you like to buy something, children? No, thank you. I brought my own, Ron replied, somewhat embarrassed as he pulled out a sandwich. Observing his new friend's discomfort, Harry reached into his pocket and produced several golden galleons. We'll take all of it. Wow. This time not only Ron, but even Neville joined in the expressions of admiration. Rich kid, let us be friends. After emptying the snacks onto the seats, the vendor departed to replenish her stock at the front of the train. The three boys exchanged glances, and Harry was the first to speak. Why don't we share? I can't possibly eat all of this alone. Thank you, but Ron grimaced at his squished sandwich. Mum always said wasting food is wrong. I have to eat it all. How about this? You cut the sandwich into 4 pieces, and we each help you finish one, Lewis suggested at just the right moment. Ron felt utterly embarrassed. Under the pressure, the sandwich crafted by his mother looked rather unappealing, making him self-conscious. Don't be shy, Lewis winked at Ron, drawing out a knife to slice the sandwich into 4 portions, swiftly devouring his share. One could not deny Mrs. Weasley's culinary skills. Even the simple sandwich was quite delicious, far better than what Diana could make. I must say, your mother's cooking is exceptional, Lewis remarked, his expression genuine. After swallowing his bite, he raised an eyebrow and smiled at Ron. Compared to what my sister makes, it's on another level. I must have her seek guidance from your mother. Really? Ron's eyes sparkled. Children always took compliments to heart. Of course, I really enjoy it, Lewis replied, patting Ron's knee as they sat next to each other. I can vouch for it being far tastier than what Aunt Petunia makes, Harry added. Just as good as what my grandmother makes, Neville chimed in with praise. Thank you. Ron beamed, rummaging through his bag for a packet of snacks. Would you like to try these? Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? He then noticed Neville's forlorn expression and inquired with concern. Neville, what is wrong? Oh, speaking of my grandmother, I seem to have forgotten something, Neville replied, a frown creasing his face. No worries. Let us eat while we ponder. Perhaps inspiration will strike. Ron opened the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and distributed one to each person, proclaiming that they came in a myriad of flavors, including chocolate and mint. Chapter 4. Without knowledge of etiquette, one cannot stand. There were also flavors such as spinach, liver, and tripe, and George claimed he once encountered a flavor reminiscent of boogers. Ron enthusiastically elaborated on this, saying, next time you see him, do ask how he knows the taste of boogers. Lewis perceptively caught the cleverness in this. Potter discreetly tucked the jelly beans into the crevice of the sofa. He certainly did not wish to encounter the booger-flavored bean. That would be dreadful indeed. Lewis, you are quite astute. Why didn't I think of that? Ron popped the bean into his mouth, sniffed, and chuckled. This one is chocolate-flavored. I am fortunate. Is that so? Lewis chewed thoughtfully on his jelly bean and replied with a grin. Well, mine is black pepper-flavored. Meanwhile, our savior had already picked up a chocolate frog. Mine tastes like a toad, Neville grimaced. Laughter erupted among the group, and Ron resumed the conversation. Hogwarts has 4 houses, and our Weasley family has always been in Gryffindor. George, Fred, and I believe the sorting is akin to wizard dueling, determined by one's performance in such contests. At this point, Ron's expression turned grave. Goodness. If I were not sorted into Gryffindor, my mother would have my head. Me too, Neville chimed in. If I were placed in Slytherin, my grandmother would not spare me. Suddenly, Ron, with a look of realization, asked, Wait, Neville, how do you know what toad tastes like? He spoke as he continued to gnaw on a chewy, orange-yellow candy. I once licked my pet Trevor. He's a toad my grandmother bought for me. Neville's revelation commanded the respect of everyone in the compartment. Oh no, Trevor. My Trevor is missing. Neville abruptly stood, panic evident on his face. Calm down, Neville. Ron reassured him. Think carefully about where you last saw Trevor. I don't know. My memory isn't very good. Neville's face contorted in dismay. How about this? I will accompany Neville to search. You two stay here to watch over things. Lewis rose and patted Neville on the back. Come on, Neville, let us go take a look. We shall join you. Ron and Harry declared, clearly eager to help. No, someone must stay behind. Only Neville knows Trevor, so having more people wouldn't be beneficial. You two can keep each other company in the compartment. Morales? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both directing their attention to the still wriggling bag. No problem, Lewis. We'll take good care of it. All right then, let's be off. Lewis patted Neville, signaling him to follow. It seemed the compartments were arranged by house. Apart from the first years, nearly every student had their own compartment. After fruitlessly searching through the compartments of Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw, Lewis and Neville arrived at the Slytherin carriage. "What is the matter?" Lewis inquired, a hint of concern lacing his voice. "Prejudice is a mountain in the hearts of men, Neville," he comforted, gently patting his arm before knocking on the door of the first compartment. Inside was only one student, a senior engrossed in a book. She sat sideways to the door, her face obscured, revealing only her resplendent golden hair. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad?" "It's a classmate's pet," Lewis asked politely. "I'm afraid not," came the senior's cool, somewhat haughty voice, yet it was as clear as a mountain brook. "My apologies for the disturbance," Lewis replied, closing the door, only to be met with raucous laughter emanating from the next compartment. Approaching, he found Neville awkwardly suspended at the door, a senior with prominent tusks mocking him alongside his peers, pointing at Neville, who was magically levitated. "What is happening, Neville?" Lewis's expression darkened. "They're mocking me and calling me names," Neville stammered, tears welling in his large eyes and spilling onto the floor. Lewis offered him a comforting pat, while his other hand instinctively reached into his pocket, the tusked senior continuing to cackle. "Hey, Snivellus Longbottom, you're as useless as your foolish parents. Ha ha ha." The senior even mimicked Neville's parents, inciting another wave of raucous laughter. "Excuse me, may I ask if any of you have seen Longbottom's toad?" Lewis inquired with a smile, maintaining his politeness. "Any information would be greatly appreciated. Who let the country bumpkin meddle in our affairs? You two truly belong together." Just like the foolishness of the Longbottoms, the tusked senior sneered venomously. In an unexpected surge of courage, Neville managed to break free from the magical hold. Falling to the ground with a thud, he scrambled to his feet and shouted defiantly at the group, "I won't allow you to insult Lewis." Marcus Flint. "All right, Neville. Don't stoop to their level," Lewis urged, gesturing for Neville to leave the compartment with him. Suddenly, Lewis halted, gently pushing Neville out of the compartment, whispering, "My grandfather once told me. Manners." He then locked the compartment door, adding, "Mocketh, Mun, you think you can stand against us?" Marcus and his group laughed heartily, struggling for breath. He nudged the burly boy beside him. "Freeze, teach him a lesson. You all can come at me. I'm in a hurry," Lewis replied, his tone ever so refined. "You're asking for trouble, kid." Freeze lunged menacingly, only to be met with a sharp incantation, "Stupefy." Freeze collapsed to the ground with a thud. Marcus and his companions stared in astonishment at Lewis, utterly bewildered by how a first-year student could have succumbed to a stunning spell, only to notice that he was toying with an intricately designed crystal sword. Not to mention the pronounced bump on Freeze's forehead. "Shall we continue with the lesson, or shall we remain here, idly wasting each other's time?" Chapter 5. Disembark. "You are courting death," Flint bellowed, baring his large teeth as he charged forward, his authoritative shout once again interrupting Lewis's thoughts. "Langlock." Before Lewis could even evade, he saw the ethereal blue blade magnifying before him, followed by a sharp pain in his mouth, causing him to be flung backwards. The remaining three exchanged glances before charging at Lewis, but he raised his wand, unleashing a blinding burst of light. The sudden radiance enveloped them in panic, each covering their eyes and screaming as Lewis methodically transformed them into grotesque caricatures. I'm sorry," Marcus repeatedly apologized, genuinely frightened by this seemingly elegant yet terrifying upperclassman. Understood," Marcus mechanically echoed, contemplating how he would embellish this incident to Headmaster Snape upon returning to school, hoping fervently that this little demon would be expelled. Lewis bestowed upon him a meaningful smile before turning to exit the compartment. There, he spotted Neville, clutching a rat, waiting for him at the door. "Oh, quick work. Found a rat, have you?" Lewis inquired with a smile. Yes, a senior in the compartment helped me," Neville replied, somewhat awkwardly. Lewis patted Neville on the back and asked, "Did you thank her?" "Yes, I did," Neville responded. Lewis nodded, glancing back at the compartment. He had assumed the senior would be aloof and unapproachable, yet it appeared there was warmth beneath her cool demeanor. What intriguing contrast! "What is this?" Lewis asked, noticing the floor strewn with candy. "Don't even mention it," Ron sighed, lifting a rat by its tail from the ground, lamenting, "Oh, Scabbers, poor Malfoy is so cruel. How could he treat an old rat like this?" Lewis felt a twinge of nausea at Ron's expression, knowing well the true identity of Scabbers. He suddenly found himself eager to witness Ron's reaction upon discovering that the rat was, in fact, a balding and greasy middle-aged man. "Did you get into a fight?" Lewis inquired with concern, crouching down alongside Neville to help Ron and Harry tidy up the chaotic floor. "Scabbers got into a scuffle. I did not, Ron explained, gently stroking Scabbers' fur as he recounted the events to his friends. As in the original tale, Goyle had attempted to snatch their chocolate frogs, only to be met with a fierce bite from Scabbers. Ron animatedly recounted the trio's embarrassment, filling the carriage with a buoyant atmosphere. Speaking of which, Lewis had indeed been in a scuffle earlier. Remembering the incident in the Slytherin compartment, Neville chuckled as he told Ron, "Did you know Lewis just took on the Slytherin upperclassmen all by himself, fighting off 5 of them? Well done." Ron exclaimed with indignation. "There are no good people in Slytherin. I truly wish we could be sorted into the same house. I hope the teachers would heed our desires and send us all to Gryffindor." His eager gaze was fixed upon Harry and Lewis, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "I would quite like to join Gryffindor as well," Lewis replied with an elegant smile, while Harry nodded in agreement, grinning foolishly. Suddenly, the door to their compartment swung open, and the bushy-haired young witch peeked in. Lewis recognized her as Emma. No, it was Hermione Granger. "You'd better put on your robes. I've already asked the driver, and we will soon arrive at Hogwarts," she admonished, her tone reminiscent of a meddlesome prefect from their childhood. "All right, just hurry outside. We need a change." "Do you want to watch us?" Ron replied with irritation, clearly exasperated by the self-important little witch. Hermione rolled her eyes dismissively and retorted, "I'm not interested in you at all." She pointed at his nose, adding, "You know, you have something dirty on your nose." Seizing the opportunity as she exited, Ron rolled his eyes at her retreating figure, muttering to himself, who in their right mind would like her? Lewis, overhearing his self-talk, couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking, "Oh, young man, there will come a day when you find her appealing." After the group donned their robes, the train came to a halt. An announcement echoed through the compartment, informing them that their luggage would remain on the train and be delivered to their respective dormitories after the sorting ceremony. They followed the throng of students out of the carriage, a gust of cold wind sending shivers through them. First years, over here," a booming voice called out. Lewis immediately sensed Harry's excitement beside him and whispered to the others, unable to contain the joy in his voice, "It's Hagrid, my friend Hagrid." Then he shouted, "I'm here. Hagrid, I see you." Hagrid's bearded face radiated with a joyful smile. "Come on, follow me, and watch your step." To be honest, the path Hagrid led them on was damp, dark, slippery, and exceedingly rugged. Ron slipped after taking just a few steps, bumping into Harry and causing him to stumble as well. "Oh, sorry, Harry." "Damn, it's too dark," Ron grumbled quietly. Lewis produced his wand from his pocket and softly uttered, "Lumos." A brilliant light illuminated the path beneath them, dispelling the darkness. The first years buzzed with excitement, which eventually settled into silence. "Cool," Ron remarked, genuinely impressed. Chapter 6, Fail and Retry. The 5th level Lumos charm did not necessitate an incantation, but Lewis preferred to maintain a low profile, so he spoke the words nonetheless. Even so, it still made him stand out somewhat. During their time on the boat, due to the crowding, Neville nearly fell overboard. Fortunately, Ron's quick reflexes prevented a potential disaster. What surprised Lewis was that at the entrance of Hogwarts Castle, not only Professor McGonagall awaited them, but also a greasy-haired, hook-nosed middle-aged man. It was Snape. "Mr. Lewis Mountbatten, please follow me," came the oily voice of Snape, interrupting Lewis's thoughts. It dawned on Lewis that Professor Snape had been waiting for him. He obediently stepped forward, followed by the concerned gazes of Harry, Ron, and Neville, as he trailed behind Snape into the castle. After a right turn upon entering, Snape led Lewis to the broom cupboard adjacent to the Great Hall. "Let's discuss this matter. Our esteemed new student assaulted a classmate on the train, resulting in 3 broken arms," Snape remarked with a sinister smile. "Having attended a Muggle school, you must be aware of the consequences of such actions. I believe our illustrious Mr. Lewis will provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Won't you?" He placed emphasis on the word illustrious. "Of course, Professor," Lewis replied politely, bowing slightly as he slowly retrieved a recording device. He was not unprepared. He had come equipped. As Lewis pressed the play button under Snape's puzzled gaze, the sound of Marcus hurling insults at Neville reached their ears. Lewis noticed a slight twitch on Snape's face. Until the recording concluded, Snape's expression remained inscrutable, akin to a poker face devoid of emotion. Snape slowly turned his gaze towards Lewis, revealing a look of confusion. It seemed that the professor had never been called a snot-nosed brat, nor had he endured humiliation in such a manner. Lewis could assure that it was entirely unintentional. It was merely a turn of phrase. He vowed he meant no offense. Enough. Snape's mood shifted dramatically, while the lights behind him suddenly extinguished. His voice emerged from the depths of his throat, resonating with authority. "Enough. Proceed to the sorting ceremony. Remember, your behavior on the train will result in a deduction of 20 points from your house." Lewis innocently inquired. "But Professor, if I were sorted into your house?" "Such a reckless oaf, as you would only be placed in Gryffindor," Snape replied with unwavering certainty. By the time Lewis entered the Great Hall, the sorting ceremony was just commencing. After the tattered hat concluded its whimsical song, Professor McGonagall grasped its pointed tip and began reading the list. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. The cheerful voice rang out as Lewis looked up to see a small witch with golden pigtails joyfully making her way to the Hufflepuff table, where the friendly and warm-hearted upperclassmen greeted her with enthusiastic applause. Lewis even noticed a plump ghost waving happily at her. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Tally Boot, Ravenclaw. The sorting continued, organized alphabetically by surname, and it wasn't long before it was his turn. Draco Malfoy. Lewis glanced up to see a conceited boy with pale blonde hair sitting at the table, the hat barely brushing his head before he was sharply sorted into Slytherin. Unbeknownst to everyone, Malfoy let out a quiet sigh of relief. Lewis Mountbatten. Professor McGonagall called out his name. Lewis passed through the side door of the auditorium, his cherubic face sparking hushed whispers among his classmates. Every movement he made exuded an effortless elegance, as if it were ingrained in his very being, a refinement cultivated through 11 arduous years of noble upbringing. Professor McGonagall, having seen him settle into his seat, placed the sorting hat upon his head. The aura of elegance was undeniable. The hat's voice resonated in Lewis's ears. He maintained a composed demeanor, yet the next utterance nearly shattered his poise. It appears that the ideals you have encountered do not align with this institution. Perhaps Numengard would be more suited to you?" At the staff table, Headmaster Dumbledore gradually straightened his posture, his gaze fixed intently upon Lewis, as if striving to peer into the depths of his soul. Lewis felt a flurry of punctuation marks racing through his mind. Was Hogwarts truly contemplating the establishment of Sixth House, in addition to the infamous Azkaban? Surely this was madness. The inmates of Azkaban were merely the deranged or the criminally insane. What manner of individuals resided in Numengard? Those who failed to gain admission to the prestigious art schools of the wizarding world, while others lamented their inability to secure a place in the art academy. He was destined for a grander conflict should he fail to attain the position of Minister of Magic. Surely, the Nuremberg trials would classify him as a Class A offender. Even with his back turned to the staff table, Lewis could sense that Dumbledore had undoubtedly set his sights upon him. "I can perceive your ambition. It is etched into your very bones. Do not deny it, child. Perhaps even you remain unaware. The hat's remarks were merely a jest directed at you. Gryffindor? You possess unparalleled courage, born of noble lineage, yet, believe me, even Godric himself would not embody such valor." Lewis thought to himself, "I can tolerate your half-hearted words, as long as I am sorted into Gryffindor." Then, the hat ceased its whispers and proclaimed with great fervor, "Gryffindor." Lewis was elated, as if his dreams had been realized. But how could that wretched old hat grant his wish? With a sudden twist, it caught him off guard. Slytherin. The abruptness of this declaration nearly caused Lewis to lose his balance. As Professor McGonagall lifted the hat, he murmured to it, "I shall remember this favor, hat." Sparse applause erupted from the Slytherin table. Lewis was neither a pureblood nor even a half-blood wizard, and it was indeed peculiar that he garnered any welcome from the Serpents. On the staff side, Severus Snape appeared as if petrified upon hearing the sorting result. Taking a moment to regain his composure, his expression reminiscent of one who had just swallowed a fly, reluctantly offering a couple of half-hearted claps. "Unsorted," Ron and Harry whispered to one another, lamenting Lewis's failure to be placed in Gryffindor. Lewis walked determinedly toward the Slytherin table, eyes straight ahead, and as he glanced around, he caught sight of the golden-haired upper-classwoman from the train. He boldly seated himself beside her, enveloped in a refreshing, alluring fragrance that lingered in the air. The students of Slytherin leaned back slightly, regarding Lewis's actions with a newfound respect. Lewis, however, felt no remorse for his behavior. He simply greeted the upperclassmen with a casual hello and calmly turned back to observe the sorting ceremony. He was well aware that he had attracted the attention of old Dumbledore, not to mention Snape. His certainty was reinforced by the chilling sensation that lingered until Professor McGonagall called Harry's name. Yet he thought little of it. With his unassuming nature, humble origins, and a lifestyle akin to that of a languid fish, he considered himself rather inconspicuous. Now, let the feast commence. With a flourish of his hands, an abundance of sumptuous food appeared before each classmate. When Lewis turned around, the upperclassman beside him had already set aside her book, delicately savoring the meal before her. After a day of jostling in the carriage, he felt a pang of hunger. He had only nibbled on half a sandwich from Ron and snagged a chocolate frog from Harry, leaving his stomach decidedly empty. The inertia of his 11 years in British nobility was undeniably formidable. shaped by the stern discipline of his grandfather, old Louis Mountbatten, the relentless tutelage from his aunt and godmother's court educators, and the exemplary conduct of his sister, Diana. Even in his current state of hunger, he instinctively adhered to the rigid etiquette, dining at a leisurely pace. Chapter 7. Assessing the situation once all the students had satisfied their appetites. The food upon the table was quietly removed and replaced with pre-prepared desserts. Unlike the cheerful banter among the other three houses, the atmosphere in Slytherin was decidedly peculiar, with only hushed whispers exchanged among small groups. Louis and the upperclassmen next to him were even more curious. They did not exchange so much as a glance. He found a certain pleasure in the sensation of being consciously overlooked. He was fully aware that this rare treatment was due to the influence of the upperclassmen beside him. To avoid any obligations of camaraderie, Louis resolved to emulate Su Shu, remaining silent while following the upperclassmen and quietly reaping the rewards. As the desserts vanished from the table, Headmaster Dumbledore rose once more, and the hall fell into a hush. Now that everyone has feasted, I wish to impart a few words. As we embark on this new term, I must draw your attention to several important matters. First-year students, please take heed. The woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students, and some of our older students should be reminded of this as well. With a piercing gaze, Dumbledore glanced momentarily at the Weasley brothers. Additionally, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Any students aspiring to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform you all that those who wish to avoid unexpected accidents and untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Only a handful of individuals emitted faint chuckles, yet the majority regarded Professor Dumbledore with solemn expressions. Louis was acutely aware of the secrets concealed on the fourth floor. Now, before we retire for the night, let us join together in singing the Hogwarts anthem, Dumbledore proclaimed with a resonant voice. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long, golden ribbon spiraled through the air above the Grand Hall, inscribing the lyrics of the school song in elegant script. Choose your preferred melody, and prepare to sing. The bespectacled Marcus Flint, with his swollen eyelids, stood up. Louis recognized him as a student from the impromptu class earlier that afternoon. First years, follow me, he instructed. Louis rose and trailed at the end of the line of first years, oblivious to the fact that this individual was the head boy of Slytherin. As they walked, the portraits lining the walls captivated Louis's attention. He had only seen such sights in films before, and now they vividly materialized before him, evoking a sense of exhilaration. Soon, they arrived at the stone wall designated for Slytherin. Marcus turned and said, "Remember the password I tell the wall. The Slytherin password changes monthly, and a notice will be posted on the common room bulletin board before the change." With that, he faced the stone wall and declared, "Honor." The wall responded by revealing a stone door. Upon entering, Louis was greeted by a cool, aquatic hue that felt somewhat disconcerting. Unlike the Gryffindor common room depicted in films, Slytherin's lounge was adorned with shimmering green waters, occasionally disturbed by a passing fish whose tail tapped against the window, adding an eerie ambience to the dimly lit chamber. The Slytherin quarters were surprisingly spacious, with multiple lounges where typically 2 students shared room, avoiding the cramped conditions often found in Gryffindor where 5 would crowd into one space. To his astonishment, Louis was assigned a room with Draco Malfoy. He frowned. In his previous life, whether through film or literature, he had never particularly favored this individual. Malfoy was the epitome of a mischievous rogue, yet the casting was impeccably done. Any minuscule virtue he possessed was merely a reflection of the fat tiger principle. One could see Ron's minor faults magnified endlessly, while Draco's fleeting kindness was exaggerated beyond measure. However, he felt no intense dislike, for Malfoy had not yet caused him any trouble. When Marcus called out Louis's name, a flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes. He could not comprehend why Professor Snape, who normally favored him, had inexplicably assigned him the task of cleaning the potion class refuse for an entire semester. Though he believed he could not best Louis, he still relished in creating minor inconveniences for him, as evidenced by the assignment of Louis and Draco together. How could one possibly excel in magic amidst such company? Nevertheless, the Slytherin dormitory was rather agreeable, perhaps owing to the annual patronage of pure-blood families. The spacious beds offered Louis a modicum of satisfaction. It is merely the absence of Sister Diana's embrace during slumber that creates a sense of incompleteness. The mere thought of Diana evokes a pang of nostalgia within Louis. Her rounded figure and the maturity she exuded are inconsequential in comparison to the fact that he is but 11 years old. Even though Diana is now divorced, He can only harbor the ambitious dreams akin to those of a young colt. The house elves have meticulously arranged his luggage, and Lewis retrieves a variety of books from his trunk, categorizing them neatly on the small bookshelf atop the table. Greetings, I am Draco Malfoy. Hailing from the illustrious pure-blood Malfoy family of the 28, he states with a hint of arrogance, interrupting Lewis's deliberation on where to place the tome titled The State and Society. I am Lewis Mountbatten, Duke of Cambridge. He introduces himself with a casual tone, as if referring to an unrelated individual, as the favored protege of a long-lived lady whose name cannot be spoken. Lewis was bestowed with the title of Duke of Cambridge during the celebratory dinner on the day he received his acceptance in a Hogwarts school of witchcraft and wizardry. My apologies, dear Mediterranean nephew. Lewis silently mourns in his heart. Draco leans back slightly, the haughtiness on his face diminishing. Despite his unwavering belief in the supremacy of pure-blood lineage, he is acutely aware of the significance of a Muggle Duke status. More importantly, he has heard of Lewis's remarkable feat of single-handedly taking on 5 adversaries on the train. Even in his pride, he understands that the individual before him is not to be trifled with. After all, Slytherins are known for their adaptability. He ponders for a moment before inquiring, "So, Mr. Mountbatten, do you come from a pure-blood family?" Although Draco's words are laced with civility, the underlying implication is clear. He is unfamiliar with any pure-blood family bearing the surname Mountbatten. With a chuckle, Lewis replies, "My grandfather was originally German. Upon arriving in England, he adopted a new surname. Your father should be aware that my uncle and aunt possess a modicum of influence in Britain. However, I only know that both of my parents were wizards, yet they have since passed away. A quintessential narrative of a time-traveling protagonist paying homage to his parents. My apologies." Draco's demeanor softens, and he extends his right hand. "I believe we can become friends, Mr. Mountbatten. After all, you are not a Muggle." Lewis shakes Draco's hand and winks. "I suspect my days in Slytherin will be quite exhilarating. Just imagine, how could the noble Slytherin allow a mudblood to bring shame upon the entire house?" Draco, being a youth, cannot help but smile at the thought of the future. Moreover, lineage does not define everything. "May I call you Draco?" Lewis inquires, and upon receiving a nod from Draco, he proceeds to place the books into the political category, whispering, "In comparison to the honor bestowed upon me by my family, I wish to bring glory to my family through my own accomplishments." Draco nods in agreement. Although he is merely a first-year student, his potential is vast, which is precisely why Lewis intends to mentor him closely. Perhaps this boy could serve as an entry point into the esteemed pure-blood families of the 28. "Very well. You may take a rest, Draco. I have some matters to attend to," Lewis said as he patted Draco's shoulder after tidying up the table. "What will you be doing?" "A night stroll," Lewis replied, extracting the tome titled Elementary Curse Instruction with a light chuckle as he turned to depart. He never shied away from admitting his ambitions. In his previous life at school, he had always been the class leader, and even within the realm of games, he aspired to be the president. Even the slightest possibility of escape from the shackles of authority was worth pursuing. Arriving at Slytherin proved to be fortuitous in the friendly and warm environment of Gryffindor. He felt too modest to contend for positions such as head boy or prefect. However, Slytherin was different. By weaving a few clever traps for those pure-blood elitists, he could easily lead them astray. Yet, the primary concern at present was to swiftly enhance his own abilities to avoid the embarrassment of being outmatched and outclassed. It was rather awkward that he wandered for over an hour before finally reaching the 8th floor. Being directionally challenged was truly a burden. He mused as he stood before the tapestry, depicting the giant beating the foolish Barnabas. As he approached the door, the iron gate creaked open quietly. Lewis stepped through the entrance and was immediately greeted by a sense of clarity. In his mind, he silently summoned the interface to check his progress. Lewis Mountbatten. Level 15 Wizard. Mana 275, 275. Spells acquired. Water Creation, Level 6. Lumos, Level 5. Armor Charm, Level 5. Wizard's Hand, Level 5. Tongue-Tying Curse, Level 3. Strength Release, Level 3. Reverse Banishment, Level 3. Levitation Charm, Level 2. Alohomora, Level 2. Repairing Charm, Level 2. Spell Stopping Charm, Level 1. Water Creation, current Level 6, 6. 510, 000. Mana required, 1. Casting time, 15 seconds. Skill description, creates a pouch of magical glacial water. Magical glacial water, restores 5,000 mana points within 20 seconds upon consumption. After contemplating for a while, Lewis concluded that he ought to learn some offensive spells. Exiting the interface, he gazed into the room. 6 magical dummies stood silently, their shadows elongated by the moonlight. In a corner he had not noticed, a strand of golden hair swiftly retreated behind a pillar. Lewis remained oblivious to any irregularities as he opened the spell book, preparing to commence his studies of new incantations. Contrary to his expectations, each spell required a specific set of gestures. For instance, the stunning spell involved drawing a 75-degree angle from top to bottom, while the disarming charm necessitated a 90-degree angle drawn from left to right and downward. The challenges for beginners lay not only in the accurate pronunciation, but also in the necessity to adhere strictly to the gestures, which explained why the levitation charm could confound so many novice wizards. It was not merely the difficulty of pronunciation. The trajectory of casting was also quite challenging to master. Regrettably, even with the system at his disposal, there was no miraculous scene of learning spells merely by glancing at them. Lewis grasped his wand, and, theoretically, the simplest incantation should be the Crucio Curse, which involves a diagonal stroke towards a 9 o'clock position. However, it was rather unconventional for a first-year student to practice such an unforgivable curse, especially since he was no born Dark Lord, and the depths of dark magic were beyond his comprehension. The tip of his wand emitted a soft pop, leaving Lewis in an awkward predicament. He glanced around, relieved that no one had witnessed this embarrassing scene. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to silence any witnesses. After a few attempts, the wand continued to behave as if it were malfunctioning, merely producing a series of light pops without casting any spell. Yet, he refused to be disheartened. He set down the wand and picked up a book, where he discovered a line of small text. Many beginners encounter no issues with wand movements, but they often struggle with the incantations. The incantation Expelliarmus is phonetically pronounced as X, and one must remember to voice the unvoiced consonant PSB after the sound. Lewis found himself momentarily speechless, contemplating the absurdity of being targeted by a mockingbird while he practiced his spells. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, relieved that he spoke with the Oxford accent of old London, lest he struggle to master his magic under the influence of the London cabbie's slurred speech. Expelliarmus. A slender beam of red light burst forth from the tip of his wand, striking the wand from the dummy's grasp and sending it clattering to the ground. Congratulations. You have successfully learned the disarming spell, Expelliarmus. Note: releasing Expelliarmus on training dummies grants 5 proficiency points each time. Successfully casting it in real combat can yield greater proficiency based on one skill level. Expelliarmus. Current level 1, 51,000. Mana cost, 2. Casting range, 30 yards. Casting time, 12 seconds. Skill description: forcefully disarm the target of their weapon. After exhausting his mana while practicing the disarming charm, Lewis conjured a bag of magical glacier water and took a sip. He then stood up again, ready to practice the disarming charm against the dummy. Thus, he fell into a cycle of depleting his mana and replenishing it with water as the sky gradually brightened. A night of training proved fruitful, as his proficiency with the disarming charm rose to level 2, 11502000. With a contented sigh, Lewis quietly exited the room of requirement. Just as he stepped outside, a graceful figure emerged from behind a nearby pillar. Had Lewis seen her, he would have been astonished to recognize her as the senior who had sat beside him during the welcoming feast at Hogwarts. He pondered whether he should cultivate a friendship with the Weasley twins, as the Marauders map was likely in their possession, and he could always acquire it at a high price. Having slept less than 2 hours with his head on the pillow, he felt invigorated and glanced at the still sleeping Malfoy. After a moment's consideration, he decided to rouse him. "Draco, wake up. At your age, how can you still be asleep?" His intention was not to invite him to breakfast, but rather to ensure he wouldn't get lost. The reason for the loosely arranged class schedule, Lewis speculated, could be to prevent students from being tardy due to getting lost. The lengthy lunch break and the early dismissal in the afternoon provided ample time to acclimate to their surroundings or explore the castle. Not to mention the taxing days of the 6th year, which stretched from 6 in the morning to 11 at night. Lewis, having arrived much earlier, found the Hogwarts of 7 o'clock still shrouded in sleepiness, with Draco clearly still in the throes of slumber. After being firmly rebuffed by the drowsy Draco, Lewis, feeling somewhat deflated, completed a simple morning routine and set off alone towards the dining hall. Having searched the hall for the senior he was looking for without success, Lewis had just settled into his seat when Ron and Harry approached him in tandem. "Hi, Lewis," Ron greeted first. "I thought you might indulge in a lie-in." "The early bird catches the worm," Lewis replied with a gentle smile as he pinned down his desired breakfast on the card provided by the house elf. He lightly tapped the table, and before his fingers left the surface, the card vanished in an instant. Moments later, the dishes he had requested appeared before him. As he picked up his knife and fork and speared a small sausage, he noticed Ron's troubled expression. With a soft chuckle, Lewis inquired, "Ron, You seem preoccupied. After a moment's hesitation, Ron finally asked, yesterday, during the sorting, why did you end up in Slytherin? We had agreed on Gryffindor on the train. You know, Slytherin is I'm not implying that you would be. No, I trust you 1T become a dark wizard, but Harry interjected, let me take over. We spoke late into the night, and Seamus suggested it might be due to your own choice. However, Ron, and I doubt his words, so we wanted to ask you directly. Chapter 9. Is Transfiguration idealistic or materialistic? As for that, Lewis set his utensils down, his expression turning serious. You witnessed it yourselves. The hat intended to place me in Gryffindor, but it seems I seriously offended it, hence its jest at my expense. What did you do to it? Harry asked, intrigued, as he wrote down his breakfast choices with keen interest. The sorting hat should be quite accommodating. I always told it not to place me in Slytherin, and it obliged by placing me in Gryffindor. It used to think Slytherin was a fine fit for me. Lewis mused to himself that Harry was not merely suited for Slytherin. With the fragment of Voldemort within him, he could easily have ended up in Azkaban. Harry's desires being fulfilled was one aspect, but perhaps Dumbledore had also opened a door for him. After all, while Gryffindors were somewhat braver and more reckless, they were certainly preferable to the scoundrels of Slytherin. There was a notion from Lewis's previous life that he found quite plausible. Dumbledore had intentionally or unintentionally guided Harry towards the Weasley family, hoping their warmth would steer him away from straying down a dark path. To be honest, he rather liked the Weasley family. I said he was dirty. Lewis lied nonchalantly as he speared the sausage he had just set down. I think so too. Ron, with a playful sway of his crimson head, chuckled in agreement. After a brief moment of mirth, he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, Slytherin is notorious for harboring dark wizards. I'm not implying anything about you, Lewis. I merely fear you might be bullied or led astray by them. Lewis thought to himself, you have a point. With my exceptional talent for dark magic at 18, it would indeed be a tragedy not to embrace it. A wise philosopher once stated that prejudice is a greater distance from truth than ignorance. Lewis took a sip of coffee, the rich bitterness invigorating his senses. There are good people in Slytherin too. Like myself, he asserted. Just then, he noticed a blonde upperclassman passing by, who settled beside him. And this upperclassman is also a good person, he added. The upperclassman cast a cold glance over several first years, an icy aura emanating from her that sent a shiver through the group. Ron quickly diverted the conversation. Ah, who was it that you quoted earlier? Was it the Prime Minister of Muggles? You're not far off, Lewis replied, winking at Ron, but it's not from the British one. Inwardly, Lewis silently expressed his gratitude to his two companions. Without their words, he might have been the one threatened with transformation into a pocket watch. On the podium of the Transfiguration classroom, a silver tabby cat sat regally, resembling a tiger poised for action. With half an hour remaining before the morning class, the room was still largely empty. The tabby cat observed two young lions from its own house and a small Slytherin serpent walking together, its pupils narrowing at the sight. Lewis recognized it as Professor McGonagall. After all, he had encountered her just last month at home. He glanced around before taking a seat in the Slytherin section. Before long, Malfoy entered the classroom, flanked by his two lackeys. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lewis, he chose to sit beside him. Once all the students had gathered, Professor McGonagall arrived fashionably late. She cast a dispassionate glance at Lewis before standing at the podium to deliver a stern warning to the newcomers. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous of the subjects you will study at Hogwarts. Should anyone misbehave in my class, I shall ask them to leave, never to return. I have warned you. Lewis felt she ought to add a phrase akin to do not say, I did not forewarn you. Indeed, Professor McGonagall was known for her unyielding demeanor, and her admonition sent a tremor through the young wizards. Subsequently, with a flick of her wand, the podium transformed into a grunting pig, amusingly rooting around the floor. Cool, Ron exclaimed with genuine admiration. This is merely a minor application of transfiguration, she explained. Before you learn to transform objects into living beings, there remains a long journey ahead. Professor, Ron raised his hand. Do you have a question, Mr. Weasley? Professor McGonagall acknowledged his eagerness. I wish to know if the pig that the podium transformed into is edible. The moment Ron finished speaking, the classroom erupted into laughter. And amidst the chuckles, his cheeks flushed a deep crimson, matching his hair. Malfoy beamed with delight, sharing laughter with Crabbe and Goyle, jesting that perhaps the Weasley family could not afford pork, hence the question. Silence fell. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, tapping the blackboard with her wand like a conductor's baton. She surveyed the students with utmost seriousness and declared, any object transformed by the transfiguration charm is inedible, and the wizard's transfiguration of objects is subject to temporal limitations. Once the charm affixed to the object expires, it reverts to its original form. With a flick of her wrist, she transmuted a piece of chalk into a slug. Under the watchful eyes of her pupils, she flung the slug onto the blackboard. When the life force of a transformed creature ceases, the charm automatically dissipates. Furthermore, wizards cannot conjure food from thin air. Even food derived from transfiguration remains inedible. She cast a sweeping glance over the audience and continued, "I know what you were pondering. The food that appeared on the plates during yesterday's first-year feast was not conjured out of nothing by Professor Dumbledore, but rather prepared by Hogwarts house elves and transported to your plates through enchantments." Following this was a lengthy and tedious exposition on the fundamentals of transfiguration. Lewis diligently took notes, realizing that the core principle of transfiguration emphasizes subjective consciousness. It is not to suggest that the transfiguration charm is idealistic. Rather, idealism posits that consciousness precedes material existence, while transfiguration asserts that material existence precedes consciousness. Consciousness cannot spontaneously create matter, yet it can exert influence upon it. This notion certainly resonates with a materialistic perspective. Chapter 10. The Twins. Once the theoretical framework was established, it was time for practical application. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, distributing a matchstick to each young wizard. She raised her wand, transforming a bird on the table into a splendid crystal goblet. Much like her predecessor, Professor McGonagall walked among the students as they practiced transfiguration. Inspecting their progress, Lewis felt a tremor within, but having witnessed many grand spectacles in his life, he composed himself. Nodding slightly, he turned his attention to the matchstick, concentrating intently on constructing a model of an embroidery needle in his mind. Then, aiming at the matchstick, he pronounced clearly, "Vera Verdo." As Lewis spoke the incantation, the matchstick gradually changed color, as if melting, transforming into a puddle of half-liquid before swiftly reshaping into a silver embroidery needle. Mountbatten performed exceptionally, successfully transfiguring his matchstick into a needle on his very first attempt, earning Slytherin 10 points. Professor McGonagall's gaze softened, and, for the first time, a smile graced her lips. Cheers erupted from the Slytherin table, with Malfoy's voice ringing the loudest. Silence. Professor McGonagall's demeanor instantly hardened, and under her formidable presence, the classroom fell silent once more. Lewis was perplexed. Despite possessing only a talent score of 3 in Transfiguration, why was he grasping the subject so rapidly? Congratulations! You have mastered the spell, the Transfiguration charm. Due to your talent for Transfiguration, each successful use of the Transfiguration spell yields only 1 point of proficiency. While the maximum proficiency required increases tenfold, the required magical power is doubled, and the casting time is also doubled, with the highest skill level capped at 5. Current level of Transfiguration spell, 1, 11,000. Required mana, 4. Casting range, 30 yards. Casting time, 30 seconds. Skill description, transforms the target into any form. After reviewing the introduction to the Transfiguration spell, Lewis could not help but silently scoff, realizing that this was the only talent waiting here at a mere level of 3. It seems that learning spells is the simplest part. The challenge lies in the advancement of the incantations. To maintain a low profile, Lewis carried a thermos with him, as conjuring drinking water out of thin air was rather astonishing. Thus, this made him appear more inconspicuous, sipping on the refreshing, magical glacial water. He utilized the remaining time to practice the Transfiguration spell, prompting Professor McGonagall to nod in approval, although she harbored concerns about whether the boy might be overexerting his magical energy. Yet, observing Lewis's radiant face, she found herself uncertain. Could it be that this boy is an anomaly? At that moment, Professor McGonagall had long forgotten the prior misgivings she held against Lewis, now filled with affection for this talented and diligent student. After teaching at Hogwarts for so many years, this was only the second time she had encountered such a hard-working prodigy. Shortly thereafter, her gaze shifted to her own students from the house, who were lost in contemplation, and a pang of bitterness welled up within her. Yes, she recalled, the Sorting Hat had originally intended to place Mr. Mountbatten in Gryffindor. Indeed, Mr. Mountbatten was meant to be the pride of Gryffindor. Curse that hat. Lost in these thoughts, she soon found that class was over. Aside from Lewis, only Hermione had managed to transform a matchstick into a pointed shape. Had it not been for Lewis, Professor McGonagall might have felt a sense of satisfaction, but now, her heart felt heavy. During lunch, Harry and Ron once again gravitated towards him. "You were so cool in class today," Ron exclaimed excitedly, and Harry quickly chimed in, "Yeah, you must have some tricks up your sleeve. Could you teach us?" "Of course," Lewis replied, not minding sharing his insights with his dear friends. Coincidentally, he had matters he wished to ask Harry and Ron for assistance with. Just as he was about to speak, a teasing voice interrupted, "Oh, Isn't this our little brother? A head with fiery red hair popped up beside Ron. I heard a remarkable individual emerged in Transfiguration class today. Another red head emerged from Harry's side, and the two heads exchanged glances as Ron's companion remarked, a genius from Slytherin, the savior of Gryffindor. The head next to Harry chuckled with delight. Who would have thought he'd befriend our foolish brother? The two heads turned their attention to Ron, playfully teasing. They say fools have good fortune. Is that the case? George. Fred. Ron's face flushed with embarrassment as his brother's jest in front of his friends left him quite mortified. Your brothers are just having a laugh, dear boy. The Gemini twins chuckled mischievously at Ron, then turned to Lewis with the one on the left saying, Greetings. I am George. This is Fred on the right. Lewis noticed a fleeting glimmer of jest in their eyes, realizing that the prankster twins were at it again. He responded with a smile to the one on the left, Hello, Fred, and then to the one on the right, Hello, George. Huh. Even the genius has fallen for our trick. Fred exclaimed with a grin. You are quite astute, Mr. Genius. But we merely lured you in. We did not deceive you. Indeed, we did not lie. Upon finishing his statement, George exchanged a knowing glance with Fred, and they clapped their hands together in the air, exclaiming yay. Lewis stood astonished. The Weasley twins truly deserved their reputation as masters of mischief, executing their pranks with finesse. He had thought himself on the third floor, only to discover the twins had been waiting for him on the fourth. Such a layered ruse left even the most cunning feeling inadequate. Since you are dear friends of little Ron, you're also friends of the elder brothers, the twins remarked playfully. In the presence of the great Weasley twins, this castle holds no secrets, especially you, Mr. Mountbatten. You have truly surprised us. Just call me Lewis, he said, subtly seeking to forge a closer bond. Chapter 11. Shall we dress Harry in women's attire? I must say, you have truly astonished us, Fred remarked, his face adorned with an exaggerated expression. On your very first day as a freshman, sneaking out at night? You clearly disregard the school rules. How did you know I was out at night? Lewis shot a sidelong glance at the twins. Why, we witnessed it with our own eyes, George replied. We saw you traverse nearly the entire castle. Thankfully, you heeded the headmaster's advice and did not venture to the fourth floor. Why did you circle the third floor 11 times? Was there something of interest there? Lewis's face flushed. He had indeed gotten lost. The staircases of Hogwarts, reminiscent of a film, were ever shifting, making it all too easy to stray onto the wrong path. As the twins had noted, he had indeed wandered the third floor 11 times. Well, if you prefer not to divulge, we shan't press you, Fred said, patting Harry on the shoulder with a smile. We're off to grab a bite. Should you three require anything, do not hesitate to seek us out. Ultimately, Lewis refrained from mentioning the Marauder's map. Perhaps it was best to wait until they were better acquainted. Once the twins had departed, Harry, who had been holding back his curiosity, could no longer contain himself and eagerly asked, So, Lewis, share your secrets with us. I can teach you, but you must accompany me in practicing spells, Lewis proposed, contemplating the idea of reaping some benefits. The skill introduction suggested that practical experience could expedite skill proficiency, and he resolved to start with these two companions. Absolutely, the two eagerly promised. In truth, it is quite straightforward. Lewis raised a chickpea from the plate with his right hand, presenting it before the two. Take Transfiguration, for instance. You must concentrate intensely in your mind, envisioning, for example, transforming it into a white cube. You must first construct the image of the cube in your mind with precision. And in that moment of clarity, Vera Verdo, as Lewis waved his wand with his left hand, the chickpea transformed into a small, square white cube. See, it's as simple as that. Regardless of the spell you wish to cast, what matters most is your belief in your own magic. Observing the thoughtful expressions of the two, Lewis continued, consider this. If you yourself doubt the success of the magic, how could you possibly cast the spell successfully? I'll give another try, Ron said, pondering as he retrieved the old wand inherited from Charlie. Closing his eyes for a moment, he pointed at the fork before him and intoned the spell, Vera Verdo. Miraculously, the fork transformed into a half-knife. Yes, the four prongs of the fork remained intact, yet the rest resembled the adjacent knife. This was indeed a significant improvement. Not that Ron lacked talent, but rather because the wand he wielded was not attuned to him. As Ollivander had said, while wizards select their wands, the wands also choose their wizards. Ron and Charlie were of entirely different natures, making a perfect match between them highly unlikely. Achieving half success was already commendable for Ron, whose potential was constrained by his impoverished circumstances. Lewis pondered when he might provide Ron with a new outfit, of course with a perfect justification, as Ron was a fiercely proud individual. And Lewis did not wish to hurt his self-esteem. Wow, Harry exclaimed, astonished by the fork knife before him. I never expected my friend to succeed so quickly. Unfortunately, Ron, your wand isn't adequate. Otherwise, you would have succeeded completely, Harry added. Ron, feeling somewhat disheartened, lowered his head, but Lewis's words reignited his determination. Just think, if you can perform the spell perfectly with this mismatched wand, what wonders will occur when you acquire one that is perfectly suited to you? You're right, Lewis, Ron said, clenching his fists and smiling. With your guidance in learning these spells, I will surely succeed. Ultimately, your own effort is what matters most, Lewis said as he restored the chickpea and consumed it. However, I cannot impart these little tricks to you without a fair exchange. You must practice the spells with me regularly. Absolutely, the two affirmed in unison. Lewis wore a mysterious smile. Were Diana present, she would undoubtedly discern his intentions. Alas, poor Harry and Ron remained oblivious, interpreting his demeanor merely as joy. Noticing Harry's indifferent expression, Lewis began to manipulate his vulnerabilities. What if he were to challenge you in class, openly deducting points from Gryffindor? Just imagine how your fellow Gryffindors would perceive you. With a sense of celebrity pressure, Harry appeared noticeably unsettled. He could dismiss Snape as petty grievances, but could not ignore the opinions of his classmates. He asked softly, a hint of trepidation in his voice, "Ah, what should I do then?" "Master the potions class," Lewis replied with unwavering certainty. Merciful heavens! Lewis merely wished to witness the expression on Professor Snape's face when rendered speechless. Yet, perhaps it would be amusing to have Harry attend class in disguise. That could indeed be a splendid idea, but how could he persuade him to agree? A ruthless thought began to take shape in Lewis's mind. Why not conspire with the prankster twins to ensnare Harry? Surely his fellow brothers would not hold it against him. Perhaps this was a mark of talent. Lewis thought little of it. Perhaps the upperclassmen were merely convening idly as he strolled leisurely toward the dormitory. "Look, is that the new mudblood? How rude." A senior's voice pierced the air like a screeching owl. "Flint, you truly bring shame to Slytherin, being bested by such a person." Marcus, with his large incisors and quivering chin, nodded humbly, eager to appease the intimidating senior. Chapter 12. The Duel. Lewis slipped his hand into his pocket, gripping his wand, maintaining an air of indifference as he continued forward. "Hey, stop. I'm talking to you, Mudblood," the senior called out to Lewis. "Are you addressing me?" Lewis gracefully turned, deftly casting an identifying spell. Level 20 Wizard. Skills: Charms 6, Potions 8, Transfiguration 6, Dark Arts 10, Defense against the Dark Arts 7, Flying 8. Herbology 4. Besides you, who else in Slytherin is a Mudblood? The senior's tone dripped with contempt, his expression one of exaggerated disdain, reminiscent of the thuggish classmate from a past life, feigning ferocity yet failing miserably. "I am not a physician. If you are experiencing constipation, do seek out Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing, my dear senior." Lewis bowed slightly, a tall smile gracing his face. "Enough, you filthy, despicable worm." The senior, clearly understanding that this Mudblood Jr. was mocking him, bellowed in rage, "I will twist your arm and stuff it in your mouth. You will regret ever being born." "To be honest, my dear senior, your grasp of common sense is rather lacking," Lewis replied leisurely. "Firstly, a person's mouth cannot accommodate an arm. Secondly, might it not be a shared disgrace for us all to be in the same house as someone like you? I know you are agitated, but please do not rush. This is merely a hypothesis of mine, not necessarily accurate. You, a Mudblood, dare to look down upon me?" The senior's face flushed red, resembling an enraged bull. No, I do not look down upon you," Lewis replied with a gentle smile, surveying the surroundings. "What I meant to say is, I look down upon all of you." Upon hearing this, the senior's entourage changed expression, ready to charge forward. A first-year Mudblood dares to be so arrogant. The senior restrained his companions, drawing his wand from within his robes. "Draw your wand. I, Samuel Lestrange of the 7th year, challenge you to a duel." "You are, indeed, aware that you are 7th year." Lewis chuckled lightly as he drew forth his wand. "Behold, is this what they call pureblood supremacy? As your dear junior, it is my duty to remind you that it is rather disgraceful for a 7th year to challenge a 1st year to a duel, regardless of the outcome. Enough of the trivialities. Let's commence." Saddam Samir stood ready for battle, confidence swelling within him. After all, this duel was a contest between 7th and 1st years, and the advantage lay with him. You truly ought to study etiquette. One must bow before engaging in a duel. Even I, a mere 1st year, am aware of this," Lewis said with a gentle smile, his demeanor as warm as a spring breeze. "You, a Mudblood, are hardly worthy of my bow." Before Samir could finish his retort, an overwhelming force pressed against his back, compelling him to bend at the waist. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not rise. And when he finally managed to lift his gaze, he was met with Lewis's profound, abyss-like eyes. Very well, a single bow will suffice. Lewis released his magical grip, and Samir felt a sudden lightness, finally regaining his composure. Yet, blinded by rage, he scarcely considered Lewis's spell. His mind was consumed with thoughts of dealing with this younger student. Expelliarmus! Samir shouted, but before he could comprehend the situation, his wand slipped from his grasp, twirling through the air until it landed in Lewis's hand. You have lost, senior. Lewis wore an elegant smile, inclining his head slightly in gratitude. Thank you for allowing me to strike first. You truly exemplify a model Slytherin student. Samir, already inflamed with anger, could no longer contain himself. With eyes ablaze, he charged at Lewis, resembling a furious bull. Levi Corpus. In an instant as he charged, Samir found himself suspended upside down, while Lewis graciously allowed him to rotate slowly like a duck roasting in an oven. Even while inverted, Samir continued to protest with a stream of profanities, cursing Lewis's entire family and attempting to summon his companions to attack Lewis. Finally, someone in the crowd could no longer restrain themselves and unleashed a barrage of curses at Lewis. You have gained 1 point in the shield charm proficiency. You have gained 1 point in the shield charm proficiency. Lewis discreetly curled his lip. Were the Slytherin seniors only capable of such feeble attempts? It seemed no different from a game of ping-pong. The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs as they beheld Lewis, as if gazing upon a curiosity. Draco, amidst the throng, wore an expression of pride, introducing his 2 lackeys, Crab and Goyle, with a sense of honor. Did you see that? This is my good friend, the shield charm. Even many adult wizards and some Aurors struggle to cast successfully, yet my good friend has accomplished it, and without uttering a word. Langlock. In the midst of the collective confusion, Lewis directed this spell towards Samir's posterior. Relatio. This incantation was directed at Samir's abdomen. Oh, my apologies, Lewis said innocently. Perhaps the spell deemed your mouth too filthy and mistook that area for it. Truly, my dear senior, I am merely a first-year student. He wore an expression of discomfort. I cannot perform counterspells. You. Samir grimaced, clearly in distress. He shot an angry glance at Lewis, shaking his head at his companions as he turned to leave. With a flick of his wand, Lewis suspended Samir upside down once more, sealing his mouth as well. You see, you're quite anxious, Lewis remarked, observing the muffled sounds emanating from Samir. He gently warned, this is but a minor admonition, my esteemed senior. Should you continue to be so obstinate, it will not be so trivial. He waved his wand, lowering Samir, and inquired, do you still dare to call me a mudblood? Senior? You are an exceptional wizard, Mr. Mountbatten, Samir replied, enduring the discomfort in his abdomen while forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Even among muggles, distinguished wizards can emerge. I apologize for my narrow-mindedness. Such is the nature of a Slytherin wizard, adept at recognizing the tides of circumstance. The notion of blood purity holds little weight. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they would readily acknowledge a half-blood like Voldemort as their master without hesitation. Lewis chuckled inwardly, maintaining a composed demeanor as he patted Samir on the shoulder. Narrow-mindedness and ignorance are not your faults. My father attended Durmstrang. Upon hearing this, not only the onlookers but also Samir and his followers felt the disdain and alienation in their gazes toward Lewis dissipate. Chapter 13. Consuming sweets aids in the secretion of dopamine. Ah, why did you not mention this sooner? Samir's demeanor shifted instantly. I knew that hat would not err. A wizard of your caliber must surely be pureblood. Realizing Lewis's bemused expression, Samir's heart sank, and he hastily amended his words. If it were you, even coming from a muggle background, you would undoubtedly be exceptional. Enough, stop licking your wounds. Lewis smiled gently. Within 3 days, you shall write a 500-word reflection. You and your entourage, to be submitted alongside Marcus. Do you understand? Yes, of course, Samir responded repeatedly, but after a moment's thought, he gathered his courage to ask, Mr. Mountbatten, what is a reflection? I have no obligation to enlighten you. Merely understand that if I am dissatisfied, some matters may not conclude favorably. Lewis tapped his wand against Samir's shoulder, leaving him with a troubled expression as he turned to depart. Samir remained frozen for a moment, jolted back to reality by the intense pain in his abdomen, and hurriedly summoned his companions to rush toward the infirmary. Neither he nor his followers harbored any thoughts of resistance against Lewis. Just as it was said in the crowd that many adult wizards struggled to cast the shield charm, it was equally surreal that a first-year student could execute it silently, akin to a child just entering primary school effortlessly solving advanced calculus problems. Imagine facing a peer capable of solving second-grade math problems. one might feel a competitive spirit to strive for excellence. However, in the presence of a prodigious anomaly, venerating them as a deity seems the most fitting response. Such is the reality. Moreover, Lewis hails from a pure-blood family, with parents who graduated from Durmstrang. The Slytherin Serpents are well aware that pure-blood families harbor secrets, and Durmstrang has long been shrouded in a dubious reputation. No one wishes to invite the unknown curses that might roam freely upon them. Why, one might wonder, did he not initially declare his pure-blood status? Surely, as a duke and a figure of formidable prowess, admitting defeat would be too humiliating. Besides, even if he were to proclaim it, skepticism might linger. Presently, his martial prowess eclipses that of the top student in the academy, leading his peers to think he possesses no need to deceive them. After a winding journey of over an hour, Lewis finally ascended to the 8th floor, only to be confronted by an unexpected figure. "Ah, Professor Dumbledore, good evening," he greeted, feeling somewhat guilty for his nocturnal escapades. "Youth is a delightful thing," Dumbledore replied, mischievously winking at him. "When I was your age, I too enjoyed wandering the halls at night." Lewis hesitated, remarking, "You certainly do not appear to be my age now." Dumbledore paused, producing a wriggling mass of cockroaches from his pocket, waving it before Lewis. "Care to try? This is the Duke of Honey's new creation. While it may resemble cockroaches, I assure you, it is quite delectable and sweet." With that, he plucked a cockroach leg and popped it into his mouth, prompting Lewis to momentarily reconsider the moniker of Old Bee, pondering that Old White-Footed Spider might be more fitting. "That symptom of yours may very well indicate diabetes," Lewis asserted with conviction. "You should immediately cease consuming sweets and seek a thorough medical examination." Dumbledore nearly choked on the candy at this remark. "Thank you for your concern. Lewis, may I call you that?" "Of course, Professor. I prefer it when others address me as Professor Dumbledore." From seemingly nowhere, Dumbledore produced a paper bag brimming with candies. "I have perused the works of Muggles. Science suggests that consuming sweets aids in the secretion of dopamine, which enhances happiness. Is it not a tad unorthodox for a wizard to delve into scientific studies, dear headmaster?" After a minor disagreement with his peers, one's spirits might naturally dampen. "Here, if you do not mind the sentiments of an old man," he said, thrusting the bag of sweets into Lewis's arms, raising his hand with a playful smile. "Good night." Lewis shook his head, perplexed by Dumbledore's true intentions. He chose not to ponder it further and strode directly through the door of the room of requirement. After all, this school held no secrets for Dumbledore, and Lewis had no intention of avoiding him. Standing at the threshold, he reached into the paper bag, retrieving a piece of candy. In the moonlight, he discerned the label reading sherbet lemon. It was indeed a lemon sherbet. In a previous life, many translations erroneously rendered it as iced lemon juice, which is indeed the password for the Hogwarts headmaster's office. However, it should actually be lemon snowball. In various languages, such as the Portuguese and Danish versions, it has been translated as lemon juice, which cannot solely be attributed to a translation error on Sirius's part. When someone accompanies you through difficulties, the challenges seem less daunting. Of course, this is not an attempt to absolve anyone. Rather, it might be more accurate to say it is an attempt to mitigate blame. He unwrapped the candy coating and tossed the sweet into his mouth, where the lemon flavor spread throughout his palate. It possessed a hint of tartness, accompanied by a more pronounced sweetness, a sensation that Lewis thoroughly enjoyed. He was even pleasantly surprised to discover that it was a chewy candy with a sour-sweet filling that crackled in his mouth as it melted, creating a delightful sensation reminiscent of Pop Rocks, though not as intense. In short, the taste was exquisite. Constantly drinking water had become rather bland. Regardless of what Headmaster Dumbledore intended, he had indeed provided significant assistance, as Lewis had not contemplated pairing anything with his water for the entire month. After practicing for a while, he found the exercise rather tedious. Unlike the ironclad charm, once the disarming charm reached level 3, proficiency could no longer be gained from training dummies. Truly, the upperclassmen of Slytherin were rather inept. Lewis toyed with his wand, murmuring to himself, "Harry and the others are simply not skilled enough. Finding someone to practice spells with is proving difficult." Just as he was feeling somewhat disheartened, a sharp voice rang out nearby, "Expelliarmus." Instinctively, Lewis cast an ironclad charm towards the source of the voice. "You have gained 50 points in ironclad charm proficiency." Startled, Lewis turned to look in the direction of the voice, and when he finally discerned the identity of its owner, he was taken aback. Chapter 14. The Fawn and the Viper. It was, astonishingly, a senior from the train. It must be said that this was the first time Lewis had seen the senior's face, and her stunning beauty genuinely left him in awe. Lewis, being observant, noted the distinct beauty mark on her charming visage. Yet, this flaw did not detract from her allure. as she was the most beautiful woman he had encountered in 2 lifetimes. However, her demeanor was somewhat aloof. He was momentarily transfixed, not out of infatuation, but rather due to his surprise at the identity of the voice's owner. "Senior? What are you doing here?" A red spell was her response. He understood that the incantation she had just uttered seemed merely a reminder for him. With no time to ponder further, he cast the ironclad charm once more to deflect her spell, earning another 50 points in proficiency. Logically, dodging that spell would have been the simplest option, but Lewis, in pursuit of proficiency with the ironclad charm, felt compelled to take a risk. Consequently, he found himself in a fierce battle. The senior before him unleashed spells as if they were limitless, casting not only red but also purple, white, and black spells, with an increasing frequency. Lewis was determined. In pursuit of that modest proficiency with the ironclad charm, he was left scrambling, and ultimately, in a moment of carelessness, he suddenly felt lightheaded, his entire being inverted as he was flipped upside down. "Do you Slytherins have a tradition of hanging people, you scoundrel?" In Lewis's perspective, the senior, inverted, was slowly approaching. Clearly, evading the spell would have been the wisest choice. Yet, he opted for the most foolish method. The senior's eyes brimmed with pity, as if she were gazing upon a dim-witted giant. "Look at you now, resembling a fawn ensnared in a trap." Lewis thought to himself, how harshly she speaks. Is her tongue truly so venomous? "Lost your words, have you? Did I strike a nerve?" The senior tilted her head, her light green eyes sparkling with an inexplicable glimmer. "Could it be that you are a reverse animagus, transformed into a fawn?" At this moment, Lewis witnessed her exaggeratedly cover her mouth with her delicate, lace-gloved hand, her starry eyes wide with feigned disbelief. What a beautiful girl, yet why such a sharp tongue? Lewis found himself perplexed. "Liber corpus," with a flourish of her wand. The spell was infused with genuine delight. Lewis fell to the ground with a thud. "Senior, how did you end up here?" "The room of requirement has always been my practice space." "Rather, why have you been shadowing me?" "In the common room, at meals, even at night. Does the fawn possess such keen senses that it could locate the room of requirement?" A glint of danger flickered in the senior's eyes. "But what is a moose?" Lewis resolved to feign ignorance of her teasing. "Deer? What?" Lewis initially thought she was calling him deer, but quickly realized she was referring to the other term for fawn. He decided to play the fool. "Deer." The senior narrowed her slanted eyes, her tone turning noticeably frosty. "What? Deer? Deer." This time, she enunciated the word through gritted teeth. "What? What?" Lewis maintained an expression of innocent bewilderment. "Do you have some kind of issue?" The senior seemed to be losing her composure. "Shouldn't I be the one asking that, my dear senior?" Lewis emphasized dear. "It seems we barely know each other, yet you call me dear. By the way, the spelling of dear is D-E-R. In response, a dark purple curse, clearly a particularly malevolent spell, shot forth. Now the senior was genuinely angry. Lewis summoned every ounce of his resolve. This time, he would evade rather than confront. Ultimately, after 5 arduous minutes, his magical energy depleted, he found himself once again suspended from the ceiling by the senior's spell. "Are you truly foolish, or merely pretending to be so?" The senior's voice was icy. "Or perhaps, do you wish to experience the taste of mucus?" "Your name?" she queried succinctly. "Louis Mountbatten," he replied honestly. "And you, senior?" "Catherine Worrell," she declared with a tone of haughty pride. "Remember my name, Fawn. You may call me Miss Worrell." "Very well, Miss Wally. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Even while suspended upside down, Lewis managed to extend his hand and deftly cast an identifying charm. To the left of Catherine Wally's name was an emblem of a golden dragon. Level: Wizard. Mana? Talents: Charms 10, Potions 10, Transfiguration 10, Dark Arts 10, Defense against Dark Arts 18, Flying 1, Herbology 4. Acquired Spells: Armor Protection, Level 8, Disarm, Level 8, Hanging Bell, Level 5. A row of enigmatic question marks followed. No wonder that successfully blocking a disarm spell could enhance proficiency by 50 points. At the bottom was a line of fine print. Opponent's level too high to fully assess. After a moment's hesitation, Catherine grasped Lewis's hand. "Could you kindly set me down?" He suppressed his discomfort and stood up, brushing the dust from his clothes, conjuring a pouch of water to take a sip. "I am not a tamer from the circus." "Young dear." Catherine's tone was decidedly frosty. "Perhaps you could inquire with the professor of magical creatures." "My apologies. I momentarily forgot that you are merely a first-year student and do not yet partake in that course." Her delicate face expressed a semblance of regret. Yet her green eyes sparkled with mischief, as though she were teasing an innocent fawn. Lewis felt somewhat disarmed. He had never encountered such a delightfully wicked woman in 2 lifetimes. He endured, thinking that for such high proficiency, he would tolerate her peculiar humor. How could a young deer like me possibly contend with a senior as venomous as you? Lewis feigned shyness, saying, "It is no disgrace to be bested by you." After all, even Eve could not withstand the armor protection. After her attempt at the hanging bell spell failed, Catherine did not make any further moves, her slight irritation gradually subsiding. She inquired leisurely, "Are you attempting to provoke me to practice spells with you? Your strategy is rather astute." Lewis, unfazed by her insight, nodded affirmatively, declaring, "You are truly clever, senior." Catherine reached out, grasping Lewis's collar, pulling him close. Her light green eyes were as still as a deep pool, unwavering as they bore into his. At the tender age of 11, Lewis stood just over 1.5 meters tall, while the senior towered over him by a full head. He could only gaze up at her from below. After a moment, as she seemed poised to speak, he interjected, "I wonder if anyone has mentioned that your eyes resemble the green of a pickled toad." Chapter 15, Animal Companions. Catherine realized she had gravely misjudged the situation. Having assumed that her tongue, honed by years of her mother-esque influence, was unmatched, she now found herself bested by the wit of this younger student, whose sharp tongue rivaled her own. The diligent and talented junior, who had initially inspired a flicker of admiration, now appeared somewhat more appealing. Perhaps it was a twisted sense of camaraderie among those who wielded sharp tongues, a magnetic pull between kindred spirits? Certainly, the so-called fondness merely reflects a mentor's inclination towards their junior, devoid of any romantic entanglements. Lewis, oblivious to the inner musings of a senior, could only wish that his prowess in Dota would transcend mere gameplay. After all, who among the players isn't a seasoned strategist? At this moment, he was painfully aware of his own inadequacies. The senior's voice, devoid of any discernible emotion, resonated with a calmness as she stated, "Only when you can cast any spell without a wand will you be worthy of being my target." Lewis longed to articulate a rebuttal, yet found himself utterly speechless, ultimately conceding with a solemn, "It's a deal. Remember, without a wand. When you come to the summoning house each day, might you invite me along?" Lewis's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his demeanor. The senior raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "Oh, it's nothing really, just a simple wish to walk together. If you don't provide a reason, I shall not consent to this arrangement." Lewis, summoning his resolve, finally confessed his greatest vulnerability. "I'm directionally challenged." Thus, the revelation of a lost little deer ignited a spark of mischief in the senior's eyes. Nodding, she replied, "Very well, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" "I haven't decided yet. I'll inform you when I do." Catherine lamented, "Ultimately, my trust was misplaced. I regarded you as a junior, yet you seem to view me merely as a map." Before retiring for the night, Lewis glanced at his skill panel, astonished to find the proficiency of the Iron Shield spell had soared to 5,850 out of 10,000. This revelation further solidified his intent to benefit from the senior's expertise. The following morning, they convened punctually at the Hogwarts Great Hall. Before him, Ron was vigorously wielding chicken legs as if in a frenzied battle, while Neville matched his fervor, devouring his meal as though he had starved the night prior. As he indulged in a croissant, a familiar voice pierced through the air. "Let me see who this is. Oh, it's the directionally challenged little deer." The senior's voice was melodious, yet her words struck with an acerbic edge, epitomizing the essence of contradiction. "Are you dining with your animal companions? Allow me to observe. The Weasley family's red-haired squirrel, the Potter family's four-eyed frog, and the Longbottom's sniveling piglet. It seems this is a gathering among your little creatures." Ron had long heard tales of the infamous Miss Weasley from his older brothers, and he dared not retort. The same applied to Longbottom, while Harry, had he the capability, would be dealt with Dudley long ago. Seated across from Lewis, Draco wore a smug grin reminiscent of a blooming lotus, reveling in the misfortune of others with a relentless chuckle. Just then, Catherine's next remark shattered his composure. "Oh, I almost forgot this delightful surprise. Behold, the Malfoy family's foolish ferret." Draco, a tempest of embarrassment, urgency, and fury, glared at Ron with an intensity that could devour him whole. Yet, out of fear of Catherine, he stifled his emotions, appearing rather pitiable. Was the venomous senior finally poised to unleash her wrath upon us, the little creatures? Louise feigned a shiver, leaning against Harry, who genuinely felt a twinge of fear and instinctively embraced him tightly. Catherine let out a disdainful huff, taking a seat beside Louise but leaving a vacant space between them. The companions regarded Louise with a mixture of reverence and embarrassment, urging him to eat as they reminded one another of the need to practice spells. However, Louise quickly relinquished this notion, realizing that his friends were rather inept. Even Draco struggled to cast any coherent spells, eager to glean some advantage from his little companions. He began to patiently instruct them in the art of spellcasting. They struggled with basic spells like Alohomora and the levitation charm, revealing to Luis that they were not cut out for such endeavors. He promptly altered his teaching approach. As anticipated, they thrived on mischief, effortlessly grasping mischief spells like Giddy Up, Fire-making, and the Tarantaligra. It is often said that interest is the best teacher. For young wizards of this age, compelling them to learn serious spells often meets with resistance. Yet, when it comes to spells that can cause a bit of trouble, their enthusiasm surpasses all. Particularly Harry, who is already casting mischievous glances at Draco, ready to unleash his newfound skills at Luis's command. Luis could not resist using his eye of identification on his three companions. Harry Potter, with a silver dragon emblem beside his name. Level 1 Wizard. Talents: Spellcasting, 7. Potions, 10. Transfiguration, 7. Dark Arts, 10. Defense against the Dark Arts, 10. Flying, 15. Herbology, 5. Divination, 6. Ronald Weasley. Level 1 Wizard. Talents: Spellcasting, 8. Potions, 7. Transfiguration, 6. Dark Arts, 9. Defense against the Dark Arts, 9. Flying, 7. Herbology, 3. Divination, 3. Draco Malfoy. Level 1 Wizard. Talents: Spellcasting, 7. Potions, 7. Transfiguration, 7. Dark Arts, 10. Defense against the Dark Arts, 7. Flying, 8. Herbology, 6. Divination, 7. No wonder Luis mused. These three possessed an undeniable flair for the dark arts. In truth, Ron exhibited considerable talent across the board. Yet it was apparent that his appetite took precedence over his magical studies. After morning of practice, the trio contributed 100 points of proficiency towards Luis's ironclad charm. To Luis's astonishment, by the end of their session, each of their mischievous spells had reached level 3. His mind boggled at how they had achieved such progress. Chapter 16. The Gryffindor Joke. Given Luis's inability to distinguish between celery and cilantro in herbology, he did not earn any points in class. Conversely, the ever-knowledgeable Miss Hermione tirelessly accumulated points for Gryffindor, inciting Draco's envy as he continuously grimaced. The distinction between cilantro and celery is merely a jest. The true challenge of herbalism lies not in identification, but in the cultivation of these herbs. An exceptional incantation. 5 points to Slytherin. The diminutive Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, bouncing with exuberance as he gestured animatedly. The history of magic class, however, was exceedingly dull, thanks to Professor Bin's monotonous lecturing style, which rendered the entire class drowsy, reminiscent of a certain elderly mathematics teacher from Lewis' previous life. His desk mate had once exaggeratedly remarked that the moment the teacher bent down to retrieve a piece of chalk, half the class would succumb to slumber. Lewis, however, did not merely doze off in history of magic. He audaciously fell into a deep sleep. After all, he regarded the subject as light reading, akin to how he would place several history books beside the toilet in his former life. Rather than endure Professor Bin's droning, he opted to seize the opportunity to nap in such a conducive environment. "Professor Binns, are you?" It was hardly surprising, for even the ever-diligent Miss Granger was struggling to keep her eyes open. At the end of the class, Lewis was informed that Professor Snape awaited him in his office. "Oh, look who has arrived. Is that not the esteemed figure of Slytherin?" Upon entering Snape's office, the professor did not even glance up, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "I am no esteemed figure, Professor Snape," Lewis replied, maintaining a demeanor that was neither subservient nor confrontational. "You are quite humble, Mr. Mountbatten," Snape replied, his expression inscrutable. "Humility is one of my few virtues, Professor. You possess a keen eye. Madame Pomfrey informed me that the door of Mr. Lestrange, the head of Slytherin, had been unlawfully secured. I trust, Mr. Mountbatten, that you can provide me with a reasonable explanation." Snape's voice always lingered, much like the greasy strands of his hair. "Professor, you know me well," Lewis replied innocently. "How could someone as honest as I ever instigate trouble?" "Indeed, Professor, I am quite honest," Lewis answered with an innocent expression. "I must say, you have redefined the term honesty," Snape remarked, his countenance revealing a hint of complexity. "Thank you for the compliment, Professor," Lewis expressed, a look of bashfulness crossing his face, his gaze inadvertently drawn to a glass jar on the shelf containing 2 large eyeballs, making his arm hair stand on end. Snape cleared his throat, his expression unchanging. "It appears you do not comprehend the distinction between flattery and sarcasm." He paused before continuing. "I hope you will take today's conversation to heart, Mr. Mountbatten. I am not only your potions professor, but also the head of Slytherin." The next words remained unspoken. He trusted that someone as astute as Lewis would grasp the implication. "Thank you for your support, Professor." Lewis sincerely expressed his gratitude, fully understanding Snape's intentions. He knew that the light-hearted jest from the previous day could be smoothed over with the victim's family. But if he overstepped, Snape would not be able to shield him. "I thought you might deduct points from me," he quipped lightly to lighten the atmosphere. Snape curled the corner of his mouth. "Do you think I am Professor McGonagall?" Upon hearing McGonagall's name, Lewis recalled a certain joke from his previous life and chuckled. "Professor, I heard a little joke from a Gryffindor student." Snape's eyes glinted with curiosity. Professor McGonagall was exceedingly displeased with the nocturnal escapades of the Weasley twins. She admonished Percy Weasley, "I shall deduct points from Gryffindor." His keen ears distinctly caught the sound of Snape's exasperated sigh. "A rather humorous jest. You may leave now," he remarked. Snape's expression seemed somewhat off. His cheeks appeared slightly flushed, yet the dimness of his office rendered it difficult for Lewis to discern. He nodded politely and bid farewell to Snape. Just as he closed the door, a thunderous cough erupted from within, followed by a resounding thud as Snape slammed his hand on the table. "Should you be tardy again? You may find your own way," came the icy voice of the senior student. "My apologies, Waller. Professor Snape just summoned me to his office," Lewis explained candidly, unwilling to lose the invaluable map of living knowledge he had acquired. In the room of requirement, the two separated to practice, leaving Lewis wondering what the senior was clandestinely rehearsing in her private chamber. Through the unreliable crack of the door, a fleeting glimmer of eerie green light escaped. Surely, she wasn't practicing the killing curse, was she? Never mind. The senior was not to be trifled with, and Lewis resolved to disregard the matter, turning instead to his spellbook, selecting the spells Thunderclap and Fiery Blaze. As these two skills appeared on the skill tree, a notification chimed within the system. New quest discovered. Night exploration of the Forbidden Forest. Will you accept? Quest objective. Unknown. Recommended level. 10. Quest rewards. Rune id. Rune tier. Choose one. Refusal was out of the question. Without a moment's hesitation, Lewis accepted, though he was unaware of the specific utility of the runes. It did not deter him from gathering items that could serve as rewards for system quests, certainly not mundane items. Gazing at the door from which the eerie green light continually emanated, Lewis hesitated, contemplating whether to invite the senior to join him. What if he found her practicing the killing curse, and she, in a fit of rage, decided to silence him? Chapter 17. Nocturnal Excursions. As a self-proclaimed underachiever, Lewis felt a modicum of confidence. He harbored no doubt about his ability to complete the task independently. In the world of the great Detective D'Erengia, he would surely earn the title of a skilled spirit. He was equally certain that Professor Snape would undoubtedly be bestowed the title of a shadow spirit. Lost in thought, he unconsciously knocked on Catherine's door. A flicker of eerie green flame shot through the crack, nearly singeing his hair. The door swung open, revealing the senior's fair skin illuminated by the moonlight, appearing exceptionally pale. Her cold gaze traversed Lewis's form, and after a moment's pause, she spoke icily. "You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation." As she spoke, a flicker of eerie green flame ignited above her index finger. Miss Louise, standing tall, gracefully leaned forward and smiled. "I beg your pardon for my audacity in inviting you for a stroll on this tranquil midnight." Catherine let out a disdainful huff, preparing to close the door, but Louise quickly halted her motion, donning a sincere smile. "Senior, would you take me to explore the Forbidden Forest?" "The Forbidden Forest is not a place for you, young fawn," Catherine coldly rejected. "I believe you understand that such perilous locales are not suitable for creatures of your kind." Louise remained silent, producing a pouch of magical glacier water and offering it to her. "Give it a try. In exchange, I can provide you with this enchanted water." Catherine glanced at the vintage leather pouch, uncapped it, and took a sip. After a moment, she slowly remarked, "Very well, you have successfully persuaded me." She squinted, savoring the rapid replenishment of her magic, feeling quite pleased. It seemed that Catherine's nocturnal escapades were on par with the Weasley twins. She led Louise with skillful precision, deftly avoiding the patrolling Filch and his Mrs. Norris, and swiftly locating a secret passage, exiting Hogwarts Castle with poise and grace. "Do you have any more birch sap?" Catherine licked her lips, still craving more. "Beer sap." Louise was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom what her senior referred to. What other magical liquid could a young fawn possibly find aside from birch sap? At a loss for words, Louise produced another pouch of water and handed it to her. "If you desire more, just let me know." Now, it was Catherine's turn to be speechless. She narrowed her eyes, initially believing that taking the young fawn to the Forbidden Forest would only yield a single pouch of water as compensation, but it appeared she had misjudged the situation. This time, she began to truly regard Louise. However, Catherine had no interest in uncovering the sources of Louise's provisions. Everyone has their own secrets. She was reluctant to lose this intriguing young fawn, who perhaps could now also be dubbed the water dispenser. My demands are quite substantial, the senior decided to test Louise. Completely oblivious to the double entendre in her words that sparked imagination. Fear not, I shall fulfill your every need, Louise replied, equally unaware of the implications of his statement, which provided some reassurance to Catherine. Most places transformed drastically at midnight, presenting a stark contrast to their daytime appearances, and the Forbidden Forest, with its foreboding name, exuded an added aura of dread. Under the cloak of night, the woods took on an almost ghostly quality. Louise stood hesitantly at the forest's edge, his steps faltering. Are you frightened? Came Catherine's timely voice. It is somewhat daunting, but still bearable. As a man, how could Louise possibly show fear? This was no longer about completing a task. It was a matter of masculine pride. Besides, he considered himself a seasoned proletarian warrior. How could he fear phantoms? Walking along the path within the forest, the atmosphere was eerily unsettling. It was unclear what enchantments had been cast upon the Forbidden Forest, as a strange white mist eerily permeated the woods. The nights in Scotland during September still carry a chill, and even with the school uniform robe wrapped around him, Lewis feels the biting cold. He instinctively tightens the robe, attempting to ward off the cold. A sudden wolf howl pierces the air, and he feels a sharp pain in his arm. Turning to look, he discovers it is his senior, Catherine, gripping his arm tightly, causing discomfort and wrinkling the robe's fabric. What is wrong? Lewis inquires, concern evident in his gaze as he studies Catherine's pale visage. Nothing, she replies with her usual haughty tone. Yet Lewis keenly notes her uncharacteristic lack of biting sarcasm. You're afraid, Senior Worrell. Shut up. A faint blush creeps onto Catherine's lovely face as her grip on Lewis tightens, causing him considerable pain. At that moment, the System S alert chimes, and a glowing panel descends, revealing that the mission has shifted to locating an evil cave at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. What is this? Lewis follows Catherine's pointed finger and spots a cave, resembling a burrow, nestled among the nearby bushes. It appears to be a cave. Should I venture inside? You can wait for me outside. He notices the mission prompt suggesting the need to eliminate the dark creatures dwelling within the cave, and driven by a spirit of adventure. He contemplates entering. The recommended level remains at 10, indicating that he should not encounter insurmountable challenges. Catherine regards him with a puzzled expression, questioning, What do you intend to do in the cave? I have always harbored a passion for exploration and treasure hunting. Lewis fabricates his response with ease, his heart steady. My intuition, honed over the years, tells me there must be some treasure within that cave. He cannot be blamed for deceiving Catherine. After all, would he admit to having a task to clear the cave? Surely, she would think him mad. Sometimes, reality surpasses fiction in its absurdity. You truly are a naive little deer, unafraid of the tiger. You have no idea what lurks within the Forbidden Forest. There is a hint of mockery in Catherine's tone. With your bold yet foolish nature, you would be better suited to Gryffindor. I cannot fathom why you were sorted into Slytherin. Truth be told, I had hoped to join Gryffindor as well. Lewis shrugs. But the hat deemed me fit for Slytherin. I am aware of what resides in the Forbidden Forest. The Weasley twins have mentioned encountering enormous spiders, and ghosts. As if on cue, a sudden gust of wind sweeps through, carrying a sound that is eerily reminiscent of weeping. Never mind, to spare your little animal companions any distress, let us venture in together. Catherine's tone is resolute, yet her grip on Lewis's arm tightens further. Chapter 18. The Cave in the Forbidden Forest. Truly, you need not accompany me on this perilous adventure, Lewis protests, genuinely wishing to shield Catherine from any potential danger. After all, should they encounter something formidable, it would be far from amusing. Perhaps it was due to the eerie wind outside, which could not be heard once they entered the cave, that the senior's tone gradually regained its characteristic sharpness. Please do not indulge in self-importance. I merely wish to avoid witnessing the red-haired squirrel and the four-eyed frog mourning over your lifeless body. Oh, and that weasel as well. When Draco was mentioned, a fleeting expression of disdain crossed the senior's face, which Lewis perceptibly noted. It seemed that the senior harbored no fondness for Draco. Holding his wand, which flickered with luminescence, Lewis inquired as he moved forward. The cave was unexpectedly spacious. After only a few steps, he felt a sense of vastness. Unlike the cramped entrance, the ceiling of the cavern was not much lower than that of the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Lewis realized his wand's glow could not fully illuminate the ceiling above. I detest self-righteous individuals, and it just so happens that the Malfoy family embodies this trait. After a brief pause, Catherine turned to Lewis. I know what you're thinking. How can someone self-righteous despise those who share the same quality? I have never thought that, Senior, Lewis replied earnestly, halting his steps to regard Catherine's face. I always believed your strength matched your temperament. So why have you stopped? Catherine asked. Without uttering a word, Lewis merely pointed above. Catherine glanced up to see a large and grotesque spider crawling on the ceiling, its multitude of compound eyes fixed intently on them, its formidable pincers opening and closing with an insatiable hunger. Confringo, Lewis exclaimed, casting the newly learned spell. You have gained 100 points in exploding charm proficiency. Your exploding charm level has increased by 1. The fiery spell glimmered with a crimson hue, blasting apart the wall before the spider. The creature screeched, and before it could react, another explosion sent it teetering precariously. Sometimes I think I'm rather good at this. Look, the spider is about to fall, Lewis said with a hint of excitement. You do realize we are directly beneath it, do you not? Catherine replied nonchalantly, conjuring a wave of emerald flames that reduced the spider to mere ash. You are truly wasteful. The eight-eyed giant spider is a treasure trove. Lewis lamented. But this is not an eight-eyed giant spider. It is a giant widow spider, Catherine retorted, her tone dripping with disdain. If your eyesight were sufficient, you would notice the large red spots on its back. Oh, he recalled now. It was the type of giant spider Ron faced when confronted with a boggart. Widow spider silk is valuable, but this one has already lost its web-weaving ability, Catherine remarked with a hint of regret. How do you know that? Lewis asked, genuinely curious. Knowledge is vast. The great reservoir once proclaimed, learn, for the pursuit of knowledge is endless. It is profound. Otherwise, we would be greeted by sticky cobwebs. Foolish little dear, Catherine quipped. Lewis had grown accustomed to Catherine's scornful gaze. The cave is home to a variety of magical creatures, not far behind a spider. A nest of Cornish pixies resides within a nearby passage, and the two even encounter a pair of grindylows. One cannot help but wonder why these aquatic little fishmen inhabit a terrestrial cave. After dispatching the grindylows, Lewis continues forward, meticulously surveying the surrounding terrain, curious about the nature of the dark creature. Rakanishu, a faint voice emanates from the depths of the cave. Lewis halts, whispering, "Did you hear that? Quietus. Disillusionment." "Perhaps there is indeed a sound," Catherine replied uncertainly, gesturing ahead. "It seems to be coming from further on. Let's investigate." With the enchantment of silence cloaking their movements, they proceed with utmost caution. After traversing several paces, a distinct, eerie cry echoes from around the corner, accompanied by a flickering light spilling through the gap. Upon closer inspection, they behold a vibrant orange campfire, over which a large cauldron simmers, likely containing some concoction. Surrounding the fire are a group of red-skinned little imps. These diminutive creatures sport short horns atop their heads, wielding chipped iron blades in one hand and shields in the other, as they engage in a bizarre dance. Chanting nonsensical verses. "What a potent scent of sulfur," Catherine murmured, wrinkling her brow. Lewis, struck by a sudden sense of familiarity, experienced a moment of clarity. Isn't that the infamous Shalebearer from the Rod Camp? What brings it here? This creature is a monster from the game Diablo 2, and due to the prevalence of the traditional Chinese version among players, many mistakenly referred to it as a Shun Shun demon instead of Shalebearer, as both terms are represented by the same character in traditional script. Indeed, considering that even the water-summoning spell from World of Warcraft has found its way into this realm, one cannot be too surprised by the peculiarities of this world. It is the Shalebearer, a minor demon hailing from the underworld, Lewis quietly informed Catherine. It is a rather timid demon. Upon slaying one, the remaining Shalebearers will flee in terror. Demons can be timid? Catherine asked, astonished, as this notion was entirely new to her. The common perception of demons has always been one of cunning, cruelty, and malice, hardly a conception that includes timidity. Indeed, I once encountered records of such demons in my family's archives, Lewis asserted, bolstering his credibility. Do you see that demon holding a bone totem? It is the sorcerer leading these Shalebearers. It possesses the ability to resurrect them, unless you can crush the corpse of the slain Shalebearer or ensure its complete obliteration. I know what you are thinking, Lewis interjected, restraining Catherine's eagerness. If the records are accurate, Shalebearers are immune to all fire damage. Chapter 19. Leaves. Do you think I am limited to flames alone? Catherine cast a sidelong glance at Lewis. Have you ever seen a family's flames burning green? Lewis posed the most poignant question. Catherine paused, lifting her delicate chin and haughtily huffing. You handle the abyssal sorcerer. These 5 abyssal beasts are mine. While distributing the foes, Lewis reminded Catherine, be cautious. The sorcerer's fireballs arrive swiftly. Indeed, Catherine nodded, and the two proceeded forward. Lewis retrieved a glimmering crystal sword from his storage space, skillfully twirling it, and in Catherine's astonished gaze, he wielded a staff in his left hand and a sword in his right, exuding an air of a dual-skilled warrior. His spell struck the nearest abyssal beast, sending its sword and shield soaring into the air. The creature, bewildered, stared at its empty hands and scratched its head, questioning. Rakanishu? Its final perspective was of a bright white swirl in the air, and even as it closed its eyes, it could not comprehend why it witnessed its own form erupting like a fountain. Upon witnessing their companion's swift demise, the remaining abyssal beasts scattered like birds. Heedless of the sorcerer's frantic calls. Enraged, the sorcerer brandished a totem, and a scorching orange fireball hurtled toward Lewis. Armor protection. You have gained 5 points in iron armor proficiency. How disappointing, thought Lewis. He had expected at least 100 points. Subsequently, the abyssal sorcerer was obliterated by Catherine's spell. The completion notification chimed as the last abyssal beast fell. Lewis contemplated and selected the largest tier rune. Tier rune, when embedded in an item, it can yield unexpected effects. Unlocks new options in the wish room, the Otherworld. Otherworld. After clearing the target map, the reward target map can be solidified in the Otherworld, allowing for infinite challenges. In the Otherworld, one will not truly die or incur any real damage. Adventures within the Otherworld may yield unforeseen rewards. Currently unlocked. Forbidden Forest Cave, Level 1. Lewis immediately thought of Harry, Ron, and Draco. The recently cleared Forbidden Forest Cave seemed perfectly suited for young wizards to embark on adventures. What are you dawdling for? Catherine's voice snapped Lewis from his reverie. What about the treasure? Her slender, phoenix-like eyes narrowed dangerously. Oh, Lewis stammered, glancing around until he spotted a chest-like object. He pointed, exclaiming, "Isn't that it? Let us open it." Catherine shot him a disapproving look and stepped forward, wand poised, ready to act. Lewis quickly interjected, "Wait." Amid Catherine's puzzled expression, Lewis struck the treasure chest with his crystal sword. "All clear now. You may proceed." Catherine wore an expression of disbelief, as if questioning Lewis's sanity. Yet, Lewis was not without reason. The presence of both the Mountain of the Hollow and the Dark Elements posed a potential threat. What if a treasure guardian from the realm of Dark Souls emerged, offering them an awkward embrace? The torment he endured at the hands of Xiao Gao was a suffering that few could comprehend. Nevertheless, the spoils of their endeavor were commendable: 20 gold galleons, a sizable diamond, a Tau rune, and a 2-socket wand imbued with a 30 increase in casting speed. The senior, uninterested in the wand and rune, opted solely for the diamond, which appeared to weigh nearly 20 carats, leaving the remainder to Lewis. As Lewis held the wand, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He first embedded the newly acquired tier rune into the wand, followed by the Rao rune from his starter pack. As the Rao rune was inserted, the wand seemed to undergo an accelerated transformation, sprouting tender green shoots that swiftly burgeoned into a vibrant green leaf. The wand now bore the name Leaf. Its attributes were remarkable. Durability 50-50, 30 casting speed, 3 fire skills, 3 fireball spells, 3 lightning explosions, 3 warm spells, and a mana restoration of 1 with each kill. It also granted 33 cold resistance and an additional 20 defense against iron armor spells. The wand had 2 sockets. Lewis gazed at the wand, a look of relief washing over him. Indeed, it was the rune word Leaf. The achievement notification chimed simultaneously. Clear the Forbidden Forest Cave, normal difficulty, and a recognition that one knows that runes are a language, a glorious feat. Successfully creating a rune word granted him 2 mysterious pet eggs. What is this? Catherine inquired, intrigued by the wand's transformation. The inspiration for the rune came from family records. Lewis replied, "Would you like to give it a try?" He was accustomed to delegating uncertainties to his family, knowing that few would question it deeply. "What if your grandfather asks?" "That's simple enough. Just pass it to Dumbledore," Lewis jested. Catherine accepted the wand from Lewis, and as soon as she grasped it, a warm current flowed from the wand through her arm, dispelling the chill of the night. "How marvelous," she remarked, raising an eyebrow. "It seems it also accelerates my mana recovery speed, albeit not as swiftly as your birch sap." Indeed, Lewis chuckled, explaining this wand significantly enhances fire spells, offering additional boosts to both fireball and lightning explosion. It also provides an extra 20 strength for your iron armor spell. A flicker of disbelief crossed Catherine's eyes as she questioned, "Impossible. How could a wand possess such abilities? Why not give it a try?" Lewis shrugged. Catherine waved the wand, unleashing a spectral green fire dragon. Stop. You must halt." Lewis quickly interjected as the fire dragon turned to gaze in their direction, the scorching heat causing him to tremble with apprehension. Catherine flicked her wand, and the fire dragon dissipated into nothingness. Noticing her lingering desire for more, Lewis quickly seized her wrist and exclaimed, "If you dare unleash a thunderous explosion in this cave, I shall perish alongside you." Chapter 20. Come to my office this weekend. What a foolish dear. The senior's gaze was filled with pity. Do you think my intellect matches yours? I'm still young and have no desire to experience the sensation of being buried alive. With that, she reluctantly returned the wand to Lewis. A splendid wand. My dear Fawn, she unexpectedly praised. Her usual sharp tongue softened. You should keep it. It seems you require it more than I do. Lewis pushed the wand back towards her. The system rated the wand's value at a 20-point enhancement, and since he held little interest in fire spells, he intended to do her a favor. Establishing a good rapport would allow for more audacious requests later. Perhaps something mischievous? The senior stared at him, momentarily bewildered, still somewhat incredulous as she asked, Are you suggesting you're giving this to me? Is your mind in disarray, Mountbatten? You may not grasp the worth of this wand. Even the fawn ceased its call. Rest assured, no one understands its value better than I, Lewis replied, extending his hands in a classic gesture. I may trouble you for night excursions in the future. Consider this a form of compensation. He spoke with a light-hearted tone. Catherine regarded him intently for a moment before softly saying, Thank you. I must admit, I am rather unaccustomed to your lack of sharpness. I prefer your usual, acerbic and proud demeanor. Do restore that. The cold tip of the wand pressed against his chin. Tonight we feast on venison. A dangerous glimmer flickered in the senior's eyes. Lewis wisely sealed his lips. According to the instructions, hatching would not occur for another 2 days. Good things come to those who wait. He thought contentedly as he drifted into slumber. In a damp room, the musty scent enveloped the students, marking their first impression of the dark arts defense class. Heavy curtains completely blocked out the midday sun, and the bizarre assortment of potted plants contributed to an atmosphere of eerie peculiarity, leading the young wizards to believe they had traversed into another realm. When Professor Quirrell, clad in a large turban, entered, the ambience grew even more dismal. The inescapable, pungent odor of garlic made the students roll their eyes in exasperation. Professor Quirrell appeared harmless, exuding a naive charm and a hint of shyness. Visibly nervous even when addressing the much younger wizards, he stammered greetings while adjusting his turban. Draco, seated beside Lewis, quietly muttered, They actually appointed someone like him to teach defense against the dark arts? If my father knew, he would undoubtedly push for his dismissal from the board. Indeed, Lewis nodded in agreement, sharing his discontent with the professor. Yet his reasons diverged entirely from Draco's. If Professor Quirrell were merely inept, that would be tolerable. They could always resort to self-study. After an awkward self-introduction, Professor Quirrell stammered, Students, who among you knows what the dark arts defense is? The classroom fell into a profound silence, save for Hermione, who eagerly raised her hand. Lewis was not particularly fond of drawing attention to himself, especially in front of Professor Quirrell, fearing the potential scrutiny of Voldemort, the magic employed to protect oneself from the malevolence of dark magic. Alongside certain offensive spells designed for counter curses, is collectively known as dark arts defense. Who can tell us what spells are included in dark arts defense? The shield charm, Professor, Draco declared with a sense of pride, casting a glance at Lewis. A pang of anxiety shot through Lewis. He wished Draco would remain silent. Anger welled within him, and he hesitated between silencing Draco or letting it go. Yet, Draco was quicker, exclaiming, My roommate Lewis can cast the silent shield charm. His expression clearly conveyed that Lewis was a gifted wizard. Lewis felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Murphy's Law was indeed in effect. Oh, Draco, you truly are a dear friend. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Lewis maintained a facade of politeness, silently vowing to make Draco pay dearly when he ventured into the forbidden forest. Oh, Professor Quirrell's interest was piqued. Lewis, it seems you possess extraordinary talent. Would you demonstrate for us? With a resigned sigh, Lewis realized he could not escape this predicament, so he decided to seize the opportunity to impress Professor Quirrell. Please cast the disarming charm on me, Professor. Very well, Quirrell replied, brandishing his wand. Prepare yourself. I shall begin now. Bring it on. Lewis readied himself for battle. Expelliarmus. A vivid scarlet light shot forth from Quirrell's wand, and Lewis, refusing to be complacent, raised his hand, conjuring a blue shield to deflect the disarming spell. You have gained 1,000 points in shield charm proficiency. Lewis slowly gaped in astonishment. After 11 years of refraining from swearing, he found himself exclaiming a silent expletive in his mind. This was undoubtedly Voldemort's temporary manifestation. Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, cast a knowing glance at Lewis. Quite impressive, he remarked, no longer stammering and smiling at Lewis. Please visit my office this Sunday evening. Mr. Mountbatten, I wish to mentor you in dark arts defense. The class erupted in a flurry of excitement, with Hermione gazing at Lewis with envy, longing to take his place and seek private tutelage from Quirrell. If she knew the true source of the guidance and spells, Her enthusiasm might wane significantly. Is it possible for me not to attend, Professor? Lewis asked, his voice dry. For someone with your potential, as a professor of dark arts defense, not to dedicate himself to your instruction would be a travesty against your gifts, Mr. Mountbatten, Quirrell insisted with unwavering resolve. Chapter 21. An extremely detrimental influence. Lewis ambled into the cafeteria in a daze, completely oblivious to the remaining content of the defense against the dark arts class, his mind wandering far from the present moment. As he sat at the table, half-heartedly poking at a leaf of vegetable, his thoughts drifted to the small feast planned for Sunday evening. Hey, Lewis, brother, wake up, came the concerned voices of Harry and Ron from beside him. Oh, Lewis finally registered that it was mealtime. What on earth is wrong with you? You've been like this ever since you left class, Harry inquired with genuine concern. It's just Professor Quirrell's after-class tutoring. I really don't want to attend, Lewis lamented, a sense of lost ambition evident in his tone. Just think how cool it would be to have extra lessons from the professor of defense against the dark arts. Ron chimed in, his face lighting up with excitement. After all, Professor Quirrell is a man who has fought against vampires. Surely his skills are remarkable. You should be thrilled. Lewis shot Ron a sarcastic glance. See Tacuusis, Philosophus Mansises, he retorted. Ron exchanged puzzled glances between Harry and Lewis. What are you saying? At that moment, a charming voice interrupted. If you kept your mouth shut, you might appear more intelligent. It was Hermione Granger. It's you, Ron replied, visibly annoyed. Honestly, why are you so rude? That's a translation of a phrase from Mr. Mountbatten. Hermione rolled her eyes. He was speaking in Latin, an ancient language. Remarkable, Ron exclaimed, reverting to his usual phrase. Lewis, you actually understand an ancient language? Harry stifled a laugh nearby. What is so funny? Ron asked, perplexed. Nothing, Harry managed, holding back laughter as he reflected on the contrasting way Ron treated Hermione and Lewis, chuckling softly to himself. It's just a language, isn't it? Don't you understand it too, Miss Granger? Lewis smiled and nodded at Hermione. Good afternoon, Miss Granger. Good day, Your Highness, Hermione responded, her composure faltering, revealing a hint of nervousness. Coming from a muggle middle-class background, she was well aware of Lewis's status. I hope you want to hold my forwardness against me. Not at all, Lewis replied gently, smiling. Just call me Lewis. We are all classmates here at Hogwarts. He extended his hand, and Hermione shook it, their hands parting swiftly. I hope we can become friends, you clever Gryffindor girl. Lewis, Hermione replied, still a bit flustered. It's an honor to be your friend. What can she possibly do? Ron scoffed, holding 2 drumsticks, his face contorted in disdain. Hermione rolled her eyes, ignoring him. Oh, has your little animal circle gained a new member? A senior's voice chimed from behind Lewis. A beaver? Quite fitting for your little animal circle's image. The senior still wore her ever-present white lace gloves. I'm not a beaver. Hermione exploded, rising from her seat in indignation. That's absolutely ridiculous. Ron quickly tugged at her sleeve, whispering earnestly, Are you out of your mind? That's the most formidable senior in all of Hogwarts. Just let her call you a beaver. It won't cost you anything. And I must add, if you keep this up, you might actually end up losing something. Despite the banter, when push came to shove, Ron was genuinely protective of Hermione. Oh, our little beaver seems to be upset, Catherine remarked, a glint of coldness flashing in her emerald eyes. I'm not a little beaver, Hermione retorted furiously, biting her lip so hard that it turned pale, tears shimmering in her eyes, on the verge of spilling over. Lewis set down his knife and fork, solemnly advising, Enough. Catherine, follow me. I need to speak with you. Oh, is our dear fawn reluctant to part with his beaver maiden? Catherine continued her taunts, though she followed Lewis out of the great hall. Bully. She is truly a bully, Hermione sobbed, her tears swirling in her eyes as she lamented to Ron and Harry. Levi Corpus. Protego. Catherine's curse was effortlessly countered by Lewis, who was well prepared, and his indifferent gaze swept over her, revealing his displeasure. That's enough, Waller. Lewis frowned at the senior before him, astounded that Catherine would dare to cast dark spells on a fellow student in the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall approached in a storm of fury, her stern gaze fixed intently on Catherine, her lips moving as she finally chastised. Your actions are exceedingly detrimental. Miss Waller, due to your behavior, Slytherin shall lose 50 points. The Slytherins erupted in a buzz, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. Hermione collapsed on her chair, utterly terrified, hands covering her face as she wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks like an unrelenting torrent. Ron gently patted her shoulder, offering quiet comfort. A cold smirk crossed Catherine's lips as she turned to the other side of the aisle, her presence silencing the whispering snakes in her vicinity. Lewis sat beside Hermione, pondering how to console her, ultimately managing to say, I'm sorry, Hermione. It's all right. This has nothing to do with you, Lewis, Hermione sniffled, returning the favor of comfort. You are also a victim. You needn't be so hard on yourself. It takes courage to stand up against my friend's terrible nature. Something many upperclassmen lack the guts to do. The straightforward Lewis attempted to reassure her, but in reality, she has a cold exterior yet a warm heart. At this, Lewis chuckled at his own words, realizing how absurd that sounded. Even if she does have a warm heart, it doesn't justify her behavior towards others. He winked. Why not practice some spells with us? Perhaps one day, you could take matters into your own hands. Just imagine using Levi Corpus to hang that wicked woman upside down. In the 22nd chapter, Hermione's face lit up with a dreamy expression of hope before she quickly came back to her senses. Do not be so dismissive, Lewis. You truly hold me in high regard, Hermione said, struggling to envision a day when she could defeat the Dark Lord. Beside her, Harry and Ron nodded emphatically. Every mortal has their moment of triumph, Lewis remarked, blinking playfully. Perhaps one day, you shall indeed overcome her. Encouraged by his words, Hermione quickly regained her spirit. After lunch, she forewent her usual nap and eagerly enlisted Lewis and the others to practice spells together. Hermione Granger, with a golden dragon emblem to her left. Talent, Charms 10, Potions 10, Transfiguration 10, Dark Arts 10, Defense against the Dark Arts 10, Flying 1, Herbology 10, Divination 2. Truly a prodigy, Lewis marveled at Hermione's profile. Though she lacked Harry's extraordinary talents, she was undeniably a gem among many. While Harry, Ron, and Malfoy practiced dark curses, Lewis found his defensive skills barely at level 1. Yet, after only a brief practice, Hermione's proficiency surged from 1 to 5, a remarkable achievement. Before returning, Lewis made a special trip to the Hogwarts kitchen. After politely inquiring if they could assist him in delivering tea to the 8th floor, several jubilant house elves eagerly volunteered for the task. Not wishing to refuse their kindness, Lewis assigned them various duties, such as brewing tea and preparing scones and cookies. After gracefully thanking them, he departed the kitchen, leaving the house elves buzzing with excitement. Master Lewis is truly remarkable, remarked a house elf named Aslo, wiping away tears as he watched Lewis's retreating figure. He actually thanked us. The other elves nodded in agreement, and at Aslo's command, they set to work with renewed vigor. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Lewis found his senior waiting for him. However, her expression was frosty, and she seemed disinclined to speak. Upon his entrance, she rose and strode toward the exit. Lewis quickly followed. What brings you here? Seeking reprimand instead of your gentle and kind Miss Beaver? She asked coldly in the room of requirement. The sarcasm in her tone suggested a certain literary lineage reminiscent of Lin Dayu. Why would you think I would seek out Hermione? Lewis raised an eyebrow. Who doesn't adore a gentle girl, especially one with a fluffy head like a beaver? Catherine's tone remained as sharp as ever. For instance, me, Lewis replied, settling into a chair and finding a comfortable position. He lightly tapped the table, and in an instant, the house elves filled it with an array of red tea and treats. After quietly expressing his gratitude to the elves, he looked up and asked, I wonder, what does my senior enjoy drinking? Is red tea sufficient? Catherine pondered for a moment before elegantly seating herself opposite him at the tea table. Such was the advantage of the room of requirement. Anything desired could be summoned, provided it existed in this world. In truth, I do not favor gentle girls. Lewis delicately sipped his red tea, articulating the life philosophy imparted to him by his esteemed mentor. Gentle girls extend their kindness to all, yet I mistakenly perceive it as exclusive to myself, leading to a state of unwarranted pride and eventual discord. This, he concluded, elucidates my aversion to gentle girls. Catherine, however, curled her lip, clearly unimpressed by such reasoning. Yet, the hand that had clutched her skirt loosened, inadvertently revealing her inner turmoil. The school regulations strictly prohibit casting malevolent spells upon classmates, particularly within the grand auditorium. To attempt to suspend Miss Granger using the Levi Corpus charm in front of so many faculty members is, without a doubt, an act I must thwart. In a moral vacuum, Lewis continued his explanation with unwavering composure. Naturally, I wouldn't claim that she is my friend, and I implore you to refrain from such nonsense. Personally, I would not object to your actions, provided the teachers remain oblivious, as such behavior could incur penalties against our house. I am aware, senior, that you are indifferent to the opinions of your peers, yet at this juncture, Lewis gazed earnestly into Catherine's eyes. You are my dearest friend at Hogwarts, and I wish for the professors to harbor no bias against you. A proud senior like you is nothing if not a stubborn mule, easily swayed by a gentle coaxing. The impenetrable ice in her eyes began to show signs of thawing. She sipped her tea, using the rising steam as a veil to conceal her slightly flushed cheeks. Friends? How sentimental. Lewis exhaled in relief, sensing that this matter had been resolved. To be fair, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh, though the palm as flesh is decidedly more substantial. After all, Lewis still intended to benefit from the senioress' knowledge, and he had no desire to provoke her ire, lest he lose both the advantage and his invaluable guide. Lost in thought, Catherine stepped out of the small room, handing him an old notebook. Lewis frowned, pondering who might be so juvenile. Oh, he recalled, this was the very notebook that Harry had stumbled upon in the sixth book, belonging to the Half-Blood Prince. No cause for concern there. I too stumbled upon it by chance, and I am well acquainted with its contents. Now, it belongs to you, she declared with a light and cheerful tone. Thank you, Lewis replied sincerely, grateful for the assistance. He flipped open the notebook, eager to locate the spell he sought, and after a lengthy search, he finally found it. It must be said, the youthful Severus Snape was quite the melodramatic character. On the page of the spell lay a small note, inscribed with the words, "A merciless, cold, and unparalleled curse, particularly suited for use against Potter's insufferable visage." Clearly, he had not forgotten to take a jab at James. Lewis held no interest in the dynamics of their school days or in debating who had bullied whom. For J.K. Rowling had long since established the narrative. In the eyes of that cohort, Rowling was merely an author, unqualified to speak on the intricacies of Harry Potter. Engaging in disputes online is tantamount to conceding defeat. He discarded the note, drew his wand, and aimed it at the training dummy, uttering the incantation, Sectum Sempra. Without dazzling special effects or impressive shadows, the mannequin was instantaneously shattered into fragments. Congratulations, you have acquired the spell, Shadowless Blade. Due to your innate talent in dark magic, the spell has been elevated to level 8. Shadowless Blade. Current level 8, 050000. Required mana, 6. Casting distance, 60 yards. Casting time, 2 seconds. Spell description. A blade of condensed magical energy that cleaves the target, inflicting irreversible damage, except to the caster. Achievement unlocked, Transcendence, 30. Practice one spell to level 5 or higher, achieved. Practice one spell to level 6 or higher, achieved. Practice one spell to level 7 or higher, achieved. Practice one spell to level 8 or higher, achieved. Achievement reward, Binding Spell, level 1. Binding Spell, current level 1, 51,000. Required mana, 200. Casting distance, 1 yard. Casting time, 10 seconds. Spell description, permanently weakens the target's skill level, reducing 1 skill level for every 2 seconds of casting time. Can only be dispelled by the caster, and may only be used on severely weakened targets. Lewis was momentarily at a loss, pondering the utility of such a seemingly trivial skill. Chapter 23, Dumbledore's Commission. Yet, to suddenly possess an 8-level Shadowless Blade was unforeseen for Lewis. He was aware of his formidable talent in dark magic, but the extent of his prowess was astonishingly beyond his expectations, leading him to entertain a rather ruthless thought. Should he consider learning an unforgivable curse? This notion was swiftly dismissed. As the two practitioners exited the door of the all-answering room, they found Dumbledore standing at the entrance, sleeves drawn, seemingly awaiting their arrival. "Professor," they both greeted in unison. "Youth is indeed a blessing," Dumbledore mused, "though it seems rather premature for someone your age to engage in matters of romance." Catherine's face flushed crimson, her gaze shifting elsewhere. Lewis, however, remained unaffected and directly inquired, "Professor, why are you still awake at this hour? If not roused by discomfort, then surely by a pressing matter." Dumbledore hesitated, then coughed lightly before responding, "It is rare to encounter diligent young individuals like you two. If only all students were as dedicated." Observing his demeanor, Lewis surmised, "You must not have sought us merely for a philosophical reflection. There is undoubtedly a matter at hand." Dumbledore reached into Lewis's pocket and retrieved a lemon drop, leisurely unwrapping it before placing it in his mouth. As he savored the sweet aroma of lemon, his eyes squinted in delight, and after a moment's contemplation, he began, "There is a matter for which I require your assistance. As your rather unqualified headmaster is in need of a solution." Lewis inquired, "What seems to be the issue?" Dumbledore continued, "I have long wished for the students to engage passionately in their studies, yet the results have been rather lackluster. Thus, I seek your insight. Having experienced education in the Muggle world." Dumbledore blinked, acknowledging the importance of balancing study with leisure. Yet it seemed that our classmates had become excessively relaxed. "You should have mentioned it earlier. I was under the impression that something significant was amiss," he remarked. Lewis chuckled, "I have plenty of methods at my disposal. Having been diligent in my past life, I have evidently become a skilled physician through sheer perseverance. Then it is settled, Dumbledore replied, a playful smile gracing his features. I hope you do not come to regret this, Lewis said, his tone slightly ominous. Dumbledore pondered briefly, but was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. It appears Mr. Filch is on his way. I suspect you two may find yourselves in a bit of trouble. Good night. With that, Dumbledore unceremoniously made his exit. Lewis patted the still flushed shoulder of his senior, cautioning, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Filch is coming. Lewis resolved to give the ungrateful old Dumbledore a good scare. Harry, ever obedient, had heeded Lewis's advice, diligently preparing for his potions class the previous night. During breakfast, Lewis discreetly checked on Harry's progress, which yielded commendable results. Draco, for reasons unknown, wore a contorted expression, clearly at odds with someone. Once mealtime concluded, it was time for potions, a full hour of instruction. The class sat in the dimly lit classroom for some time before Snape arrived fashionably late. He strode in with an air of authority, his black cloak billowing behind him like a dark bat. As he surveyed the classroom from the podium, he picked up the attendance roster and began calling names. Upon reaching Harry, he paused and, in a slow, deliberate tone, remarked, yes, Harry Potter, our newly renowned figure. Harry met Snape's gaze with quiet composure. Recalling Lewis's admonition that Professor Snape despised distractions, it was imperative to focus intently on him. Harry observed that Snape's eyes were as dark as his hair, cold and void of warmth. This course does not require you to mindlessly wave your wands. You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. Snape's voice was low, almost nasal, and deliberately slow. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the beauty of a simmering cauldron exuding fragrant vapors. You will not grasp the wondrous magic flowing through human veins, which can stir the heart and cloud the mind. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. At this point, his tone shifted sharply, but there is one stipulation. You must not be the kind of fools I frequently encounter. After delivering this classic opening address, an expectant silence enveloped the classroom. Lewis glanced to his left at Harry, who was also surreptitiously observing him, and discreetly offered him an encouraging look. Potter, Snape suddenly called out, causing Harry to jump in fright. What would be the result of adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? A powerful sleeping potion, Professor. It is a dose of the elixir of life, Harry responded, his voice steady. What a splendid pair of eyes, yet they are marred by a visage. Harry failed to perceive Snape's fleeting expression, fixated instead upon his dark, profound gaze. So, Potter, if I were to request that you procure a piece of bezoar, where would you seek it? Internally grateful to Lewis, he contemplated treating his good friend to a couple of chocolate frogs. Well, Potter. Elucidate the distinctions between aconite and wolfsbane. Snape raised an eyebrow. No one could glean any information from his impassive countenance. Aconite and wolfsbane are the same plant, collectively known as monkshood, Professor. Harry's confidence surged. These queries had been posed to him by Lewis earlier that day, and a relaxed, self-assured smile graced his face, his emerald eyes twinkling as they met Snape's. Snape was momentarily taken aback, reminded of a similar pair of eyes, belonging to someone who had exuded the same ease and confidence during potions class, always smiling gently at him. It was a reminiscence of his lost youth. It seems that fame occasionally has its justifications. Snape managed a grim smile, 5 points to Gryffindor. At this, the Gryffindor lions erupted in joyous celebration, and Harry's smile towards Snape grew sincere. Conversely, the Slytherins were incredulous. Draco even whispered to Lewis, questioning whether today's Professor Snape was an imposter. Silence. Snape's expression remained unchanged. Disruption of class order incurs a deduction of 5 points for Gryffindor. It appeared that was not the case. Draco's brow arched again, delighting in Gryffindor's misfortune. After all, the rivalry between the House of Serpents and the House of Lions was innate, with Lewis being an anomaly among anomalies. After questioning Potter, Snape explained the process of brewing a Scabbers potion twice, then divided the class into pairs for hands-on experimentation. Unfortunately for Harry, his group was alongside Neville and Seamus, the latter two being quite the unpredictable duo, one capable of spilling cauldrons, while the other was a veritable explosion artist. However, Harry remained blissfully unaware, laughing without a care. Even if he were cognizant, his kind nature would prevent him from disparaging either of them. Lewis found himself paired with Crabbe, observing his clumsiness, which hardly suggested he could brew potions effectively. Therefore, Lewis opted to assign him some menial tasks, such as grinding the powdered venom. Snape, gliding around the room in his long robes, spewed venomous remarks. Yet, armed with the Half-Blood Prince's notes, Lewis had nothing to fear, effortlessly concocting a perfect batch of Scabbers potion. Observing the azure liquid in Lewis's cauldron, Snape nodded in satisfaction. An excellent potion, 5 points to Slytherin. Barely had the words left his lips when they were interrupted by Harry's thunderous shout. Neville, no, do not add the porcupine quills. The entire classroom turned to Harry, who swiftly seized the quills from Neville's hands, his expression one of relief. Neville, you must remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the quills, otherwise the potion will corrode the cauldron. The process of creating scabies ointment had been thoroughly reviewed by Lewis earlier this morning during breakfast. Potter was indeed correct. Severus Snape's ominous voice echoed behind Neville. Mr. Longbottom, it seems you ought to fill that brain of yours, which rivals that of a troll, with at least a modicum of knowledge. As for you, Miss Evans, he continued, directing his gaze toward Harry, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his eyes. The timely reminder to a fellow student has potentially spared him a trip to the hospital wing, which earns Gryffindor 3 points. Before marrying James, Harry's mother bore the surname Evans. Chapter 24. Your flower has died. It must be noted that Snape's attitude toward Harry in the original text stemmed not solely from his appearance, but also from the fact that, in Snape's eyes, the boy had inherited none of Lily's talent for potion making. Instead, he had inherited his late father's aptitude for flying, which understandably irked Snape. Of course, this was not Harry's fault. After all, Snape had chosen to present himself as a villain, leaving Harry with no affection for him, and consequently affecting his performance in potions class. What business does a grown man have being so petulant? In truth, Harry possessed commendable talent in potion making. He merely lacked the guidance necessary to flourish. After class, Lewis chose to linger. He was not particularly keen on conversing with Snape. One sharp-tongued upperclassman was already quite enough for him. However, at the behest of Headmaster Dumbledore, he steeled himself to face the challenge. What brings our esteemed Mr. Mountbatten to seek out his busy professor? Snape inquired with a drawn-out tone, laced with sarcasm. Professor, this is not the appropriate place for discussion. May we converse in your office? Lewis shrugged lightly. Snape scrutinized him for a moment before slowly responding. Follow me. Snape's office was as foreboding as ever. Lewis endeavored to avert his gaze from the specimens and bizarre innards of creatures. As he glanced around, he noticed a wilted lily resting on Snape's desk. Speak your mind. Mr. Mountbatten, what brings you to me? Professor, as your student and a member of Slytherin, I feel it necessary to offer a suggestion regarding the future of our house. Lewis bowed politely. What did you possibly suggest? Snape began, only to pause as he recalled Lewis's political lineage. Even someone as oblivious to Muggle affairs as Snape recognized the notorious Mountbatten proposal from Lewis's grandfather. Perhaps he was indeed a gem in disguise? Considering this, Snape shifted his tone. Well then, do share. If it is reasonable, I shall consider it. Professor, you at times exhibit excessive protection over our fellow Slytherins. Some students even struggle to understand your nurturing approach toward the seedlings, as you must be aware. Snape snorted dismissively, his expression clearly conveying, I, Severus Snape, have no need to explain my actions to anyone. You see, Lewis extracted a notebook from his possession, inscribed with his plans. As your most cherished and admiring student, I've taken the liberty to devise a few strategies regarding the House Cup. He continued, his voice steady. My suggestion is to commence with potion lessons, implementing monthly assessments and midterm examinations, adopting a percentage scoring system. Upon the release of the results, you might consider sending the scores to the students' guardians. Lewis spoke swiftly yet articulately. Consequently, if students with lower grades face deductions, it would appear more justified, would it not? Even their parents would have no grounds for complaint. And should your compassionate nature prevent you from penalizing those struggling students, then surely awarding extra points to the high achievers would be reasonable. Lewis glanced at Snape and continued, you could average the scores for each house across the academic year, granting bonuses to the house with the highest average and imposing penalties on the one with the lowest. The plan is commendable. Yet Snape's penetrating gaze shifted to Lewis's face. What if Slytherin does not secure the top position? I find it hard to fathom a Slytherin failing in potions. Lewis shrugged. I suspect they might not hold your esteemed authority in high regard. Your notion is commendable, Mr. Mountbatten, Snape remarked with a slight curl of his lip. But not everyone possesses an affinity for potion making. As the headmaster, your authority is boundless. Lewis confidently reassured Snape. Perhaps we could implement a policy within the house, designating the hours from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. as study time for Slytherins. Should you find the time, you could oversee it personally. If not, you might select a distinguished academic representative from each grade to supervise their peers. What do you think? I have no time to oversee you little goblins, Mr. Mountbatten. Snape's tone was laced with habitual sarcasm. If time eludes you, I could take charge of the arrangements, Lewis offered with enthusiasm. Then, what is your objective in this endeavor? Mr. Lewis? Snape's tone and gaze were scrutinizing. Born of adversity, perishing in comfort. This is an ancient saying from my mother's homeland. Lewis smiled, loyally withholding information about Professor Dumbledore. The magical realm is not a bastion of peace. Countless dark wizards, notably the Dark Lord, remain at large. Dedicating more effort in school may very well reduce the bloodshed when confronted by dark wizards in the future. I would not wish to receive news one day of my dear friends, such as Ron, Draco, or Harry, falling to the hands of dark wizards. Lewis shrugged. Imagine Mr. Potter's striking green eyes, what they might witness in their final moments. Enough, Snape interrupted Lewis. I comprehend your good intentions. You may leave now. Very well, Professor. Lewis nodded, unable to resist glancing at the wilted lily on the table, and kindly remarked, Professor, your lily seems to have withered. The moment he uttered those words, he regretted it. With a flick of Snape's wand, the door swung open with a resounding crash. Get out, Snape said, his expression icy and each word articulated with chilling precision. Lewis hastily fled the office, suddenly reminded of a notorious, irreverent joke from his past life. Why did Severus Snape not apply for the position of herbology professor? The answer, because his lily had perished. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Lewis encountered Marcus Flint and Samuel Lestrange, who were engaged in idle chatter. Upon noticing his entrance, they promptly rose and reverently presented him with a stack of papers. What is this? Lewis seemed to have forgotten the task he had assigned them. He accepted the papers, reclining casually on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. These are our reflections and critiques on the class, Your Highness, they replied, their expressions a blend of eagerness and humility. Lewis recalled the assignment and perused the papers briefly. Although they contained a fair amount of redundant phrasing, the sincerity was evident. Particularly, Marcus's reflection was eloquent, especially the line, in a world devoid of suns, Your Highness, you alone illuminate my heart, which was truly moving. A realization struck him. What a mockery it was, as he himself was the Kaka they spoke of. With an impassive demeanor, he stated, amidst the anxious yet hopeful gazes of the two, in a few days, Professor Snape will introduce several policies within the Academy. You two should prepare a list of students from each year who can assume supervisory responsibilities to assist in the execution of these policies. Chapter 25, The So-Called Genius. Understood, Your Highness, they responded without hesitation. Lewis lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa, draft a list, and submit it to me by tonight at the latest. Yes. He had some accounts to settle from yesterday. What's wrong, Lewis? Draco asked, a hint of apprehension lacing his voice as Lewis's smile seemed oddly sinister. Yesterday's significant event. Lewis mimicked Snape's slow, deliberate tone. To his amusement, Draco's expression instantly soured. Huh? Draco gasped in shock. You were quite lively in defense against the dark arts yesterday, Lewis remarked, chuckling as he withdrew his wand, gazing at Draco through a teasing lens. Let me think, would you prefer the Toothsome Club, Flames of Fury, or the Howling Horror? If possible, Draco stammered, struggling to swallow, I would prefer none of those. Then you must provide me with a reasonable justification, Lewis said, leisurely toying with his wand as he faced Draco. Draco gulped nervously, resembling a frightened mouse, and implored, I will do anything you ask. Just please do not cast a curse on me. I beg you. Draco was utterly cowed. Anything at all? Lewis raised an eyebrow. Anything, Draco declared, a look of resigned valor on his face. And me? Draco was taken aback, then elated. Ah, I was wondering what it could be. It turns out to be this matter. Rest assured, Lewis, it appears quite manageable, but do not mess it up. Lewis rose and patted his shoulder. Do not let me down. Let us go for a meal. All right, Draco replied with delight. Today, Lewis maintained his usual self-discipline. He rapped on the dining plate, and the house elves promptly presented the specially prepared nutritious meal, a privilege reserved for Master Mountbatten, as a Slough had explained to Professor McGonagall with great conviction. In the dining hall today, Harry and Ron were absent. It was unclear where the two were off gallivanting, perhaps celebrating their points gained in potions class. Lewis only noticed Hermione, her hair in a frizzy mess, delicately nibbling on toasted bread, resembling a little beaver. It must be said that while Catherine's words could be sharp, her descriptions were undeniably piercing in their accuracy. Good afternoon, Lewis. Miss Beaver approached, carrying her tray and sitting beside him. A flicker of distaste crossed Draco's face. Yet he dared not express it, for she was a friend of Lewis's. He could harbor his dislike for Hermione, but had to show respect for Lewis. Good afternoon, Hermione. Lewis greeted warmly, folding his napkin diagonally and placing it on his lap. After gracefully arranging his appearance, He noticed Hermione's face contorted in a mixture of emotions, and couldn't he help but smile and ask, "What troubles you?" "Oh, I apologize," Hermione replied, her cheeks flushed, her hands fidgeting. "I was just contemplating how to inquire about something." To ease her tension, Lewis offered a gentle smile. "Is there anything I can assist you with, my lady? I merely wish to understand how you have honed your magical skills to such a high level." Hermione's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. In truth, Lewis's talents were not bestowed by any system but were innate to him. Hermione was momentarily stunned, shaking her head. The so-called prodigies are often merely 1% talent, yet they overlook the 99% of effort behind that genius. After a brief pause to swallow his food, Lewis continued, "Sometimes talent is not paramount. If you aspire to be a wizard, even if you're the most clumsy or foolish of wizards, that is sufficient. Many possess talent yet lack effort, while some, though not particularly gifted, work diligently. In ancient Eastern wisdom, there is a saying, 'The slow bird flies first.' You see only my spell-casting proficiency, but not the sweat I've shed in mastering it. Effort will never betray you. Though it may not guarantee the achievement of your goals, at the very least, the fact that you have strived will leave you without regret." Lewis's words of wisdom flowed effortlessly. He truly believed this, both in his past life and this one. "I understand." Hermione's eyes ignited with determination as she clenched her fists resolutely. "Thank you, Lewis. I now know what I must do." She then left the dining hall with enthusiasm. "I do not comprehend, Lewis." After Hermione departed, Draco could no longer contain himself. "Lewis, why do you engage in so much conversation with that Muggleborn?" He blurted out, his disdain evident. "What do you believe a pure-blood family like yours ought to represent?" Lewis responded, "Naturally, it should embody nobility and innate aristocracy." Draco opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss against Lewis's words. "Draco, you must grasp a fundamental truth," Lewis said, setting down his napkin with patience. "In terms of character, we are all equal. Do not hastily counter. Even among pure-blood families, not all are elegant. Take your Aunt Bellatrix, for instance. Do you genuinely believe she is a normal person?" In Chapter 26, The French Gazette, Lewis continued, "Indeed, the measure of a person's worth lies in their character, not their lineage." He sat upright, speaking softly to Draco. "Thus, I assert that all individuals are equal in character. Among wizards of pure blood, there exist both the malevolent and the virtuous. The same holds true for those of Muggle descent. Yet, we must also acknowledge that status will never be equal among individuals. This perspective is merely that of an ordinary person. The most fundamental view." Lewis paused before continuing. "What I intend to impart to you is a viewpoint that aligns with your identity and status." "Goodness, I wonder what your father teaches you." "My father is quite strict. He speaks only of pure blood honor and has never shared such insights with me," Draco replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. "As a member of a pure blood family, if you pride yourself on your nobility, your actions must not be reckless." Lewis smiled. "We must look beyond appearances to perceive the essence of things. What do you believe is most important for the Malfoy family? Is it glory?" Draco asked uncertainly. "No, it is profit," Lewis explained patiently. "To put it more plainly, the sweets your mother sends you are merely profits derived from the various channels of the Malfoy family. When we assess individuals or objects, we should not allow fleeting likes or dislikes to dictate our attitudes towards them. Consider this. If Miss Granger could bring your family an annual income of 1,000 galleons, how would you regard her? And if Miss Granger could bring in 10,000 galleons each year, she would be my good friend. Then what if she could generate 100,000 galleons for your family? What if it were 1,000,000 galleons?" Without a moment's hesitation, Draco replied, "The clever and charming Miss Granger would forever be a distinguished guest of the Malfoy family." "Who would have thought you possessed a touch of the French Gazette in your blood?" Lewis remarked. "Therein lies the folly, sacrificing a golden goose for the sake of trivial bloodline perspectives. Imagine how your family, known for its long-standing rivalry, would perceive you if they learned of this. Who are our friends, and who are our foes? This is the question that warrants our thoughtful consideration. Each individual possesses their own intrinsic value, Draco." In the end, Lewis profoundly challenged Draco's worldview with a singular statement. "If your Aunt Bella can become my devoted accomplice, I would exhaust all my connections to transform her into a naive and benevolent witch. For individuals like us, the simplistic dichotomy of good and evil holds no significance. What we require is the value they can create for us. This should serve as the criterion by which you assess whether someone is worthy of your acquaintance. Ponder this. Draco, if you continue to harbor such pride and arrogance, I may need to reevaluate your worthiness as my friend." Yet, this was not his primary concern. In the Slytherin common room after dinner, the latest Slytherin policies were posted. Snape's efficiency was commendable, particularly regarding the House Cup, to which he evidently paid great attention. Meanwhile, Samir and Marcus promptly presented Lewis with a list of selected leaders for each academic year. Let us call them class monitors. Lewis perused the list of nominees from the 7 years and finalized their new titles. Noticing Samir hesitating to speak, Lewis frowned and urged, "Speak your mind." Samir nodded, somewhat faltering, and said the third-year student, Catherine Waller, I understand your implication, Lewis interjected, nodding. She is not your concern. Indeed, Samir continued, and then there S. Patrick from the 6th year. He is rather challenging to deal with. How did you become the head, then? Lewis found himself momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, Samir added, his personality is rather arrogant, and his prowess rivals that of Miss Waller. In short, he is quite a difficult character. Yes, Your Highness. However, the condition is that it is Lewis who must approach him. Anyone else would likely face severe repercussions. As the house bully, he enjoys a degree of freedom, aiming merely to set an example among his peers. He sat beside Catherine, and as he read while inhaling the fragrant aroma of her perfume, reminiscent of orchids and musk, it truly evoked a sense of scholarly companionship. However, the sudden ruckus at the entrance of the academy disrupted his previously pleasant reading experience. Frowning, he glanced outside to see a crowd gathered, and Catherine, disturbed from her studies, shared his displeasure. They exchanged glances and rose to investigate. It was Patrick Blake along with his friend, Caesar. The upperclasswoman's finely arched brows furrowed slightly, indicating her disdain for him. Do you know him? Lewis inquired with interest. To some extent, Catherine replied, her tone laced with strong aversion. He is insufferably arrogant, and I dislike him. However, his abilities are formidable. Oh, how does he compare to you? Chapter 27, Tian Wenjing, what is your name? It seems this fellow is quite formidable. Lewis chuckled, remarking, this must be the last thorn hidden within Slytherin. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Catherine grasped his arm, urging him to avoid confrontation, reminding him that he was no match for the individual in question. Am I to simply stand by while this troublemaker stirs discord and disrupts the plans of the headmaster and the dean? Lewis retorted, raising an eyebrow. Catherine opened her mouth to respond, but Lewis patted her shoulder, signaling her to observe the situation before reacting. Outside the academy, the corridor was flanked by 2 rows of individuals, their expressions grim as they murmured amongst themselves regarding the new regulations imposed by Slytherin. Patrick, Caesar, we hail from pure-blood families. Let's not disgrace ourselves. A seemingly 7th-year upperclassman incited. Yes, keep your spirits up, echoed a female senior beside him. Rallying support for the duo, Patrick nodded, exuding audacity as he dramatically shook his black robe and strode towards the Slytherin common room with an air of indifference. Let us see how they handle this. The upperclassmen discussed amongst themselves, craning their necks to catch a glimpse into the common room. Patrick approached the study area designated for 6th years, directing his gaze towards a slender young man. Lewis recognized him as Caius Brown, the 6th-year prefect jointly appointed by Samir and Marcus. Caius, you bastard! Patrick erupted, unleashing a quintessential British curse. What right do you have to wield authority here? Being a half-blood who is stripped of your position? The shock was evident on Caesar's face as he turned to his friend in disbelief. Aren't you also of mixed blood? Have you forgotten after being adopted into the Black family? Huh, aren't you supposed to enforce some ridiculous regulations? Come on, I'm right here. If you dare, enforce them. Patrick boasted, embodying a complete rebel, reminiscent of the delinquents from Lewis's past school life, an upgraded version of a rogue. There are rules within the academy. This new regulation was not established by me, but was just drafted today by Professor Snape, Caius explained in a calm and measured tone. Don't you dare use Professor Snape to intimidate me, Patrick sneered. I refuse to attend this ridiculous study session. What can you possibly do about it? With your pathetic spells? His arrogance was palpable, and he had the talent to back it up, as Lewis's discerning eye confirmed. Patrick Black, Dragon Emblem. Level? Wizard. Proficiencies, Charms 10. Potions 7. Transfiguration 8. Dark Arts 10. Defense against the Dark Arts 9. Flying 8. Herbology 4. Divination 9. Spells acquired. Shield Charm, Level 8. Disarm, Level 6. I'm fed up with you, Professor S. Lapdogs. Patrick scoffed, drawing his wand. Reducto. The spell unleashed a devastating force. Caius gasped in shock, entirely unprepared for Patrick's audacity to strike within the common room. He hastily evaded the curse, drawing his wand and summoning every ounce of concentration to confront Patrick's onslaught. The destruction of his desk bore testament to the formidable power of the spell. Patrick unleashed his magic with brazen abandon, driving Caius into a frantic retreat, the shattered remnants of furniture injuring several younger wizards in the process. It was evident he was deliberately avoiding targeting Caius. Enough. Caius finally stood his ground. If you have the courage, direct your attacks at me. Harming younger students is hardly a display of prowess. Oh, Patrick, with malicious intent, miscast another spell, sending a second-year student flying. The unfortunate soul collapsing unconscious before he could even utter a cry. Another curse shot toward a classmate beside Lewis, and in the midst of their terror, Lewis elegantly brandished his wand. Protego. Ah, look at that. Still someone attempting to shield themselves? Patrick's laughter was grating. Shielding charm? From a mere first year? It seems Slytherin has indeed produced another talent this year. Lewis. Draco whispered urgently, wanting to caution Lewis against provoking trouble. For the madness of the Blacks had evidently been inherited from Aunt Bella. Lewis, with an elegant chuckle, replied, "Should you cease your antics now, I shall consider this matter forgotten. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" Patrick's anger turned to amusement as he scrutinized Lewis, attempting to see through him, only to catch sight of Catherine. No wonder, it appears he has latched onto the young Miss Wraith. Patrick's gaze shamelessly roamed over Catherine. I recall when I attended Durmstrang, the Wraith girl was merely a little sprout. It seems she has finally blossomed. Lewis raised his hand to silence Catherine, narrowing his eyes as he spoke slowly and deliberately. I feel it necessary to inform you that should you fail to apologize to Catherine, our encounter will become quite unpleasant. Oh dear. Patrick glanced back at the smirking Caesar and then returned his gaze to Lewis, as though confronting a brazen tiger. So, what unpleasantness do you envision between us? I strongly advise you to keep your distance from me, lest your legs find themselves broken too often for Madame Pomfrey to manage. Lewis pointed a finger at Patrick, his eyes glinting with danger. Hey, little brat, it's quite the novelty to be threatened for the first time. Patrick scoffed. Draw your wand. A scream pierced the air, shocking everyone present. No one witnessed the exact events, save for Catherine, who understood precisely what spell Lewis had just cast. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lewis's hand pointing at Patrick. She could scarcely fathom that the half-blood prince's notes, which she had entrusted to him just the night prior, had enabled Lewis to not only master the silent spell, but also to wield it without uttering a word or brandishing a wand. For the first time in 15 years, she began to doubt her own talents. Patrick's tendons in his hands and feet were instantly severed, causing him to lose his footing and collapse helplessly to the ground. Crimson blood gushing forth. He was oblivious to the excruciating pain radiating from his extremities, only able to cry out in terror. Damn it, you wretched creature. What have you done to me? Chapter 28. Tom and Jerry. As a nobleman of British descent, Lewis possessed a flexible moral compass, given the overwhelming strength of his adversary. A surprise attack was indeed the most prudent course of action. Lewis cast a spell to incapacitate Caesar and approached Patrick, regarding him with a sympathetic expression. Draco, he called. Ah, Draco replied, brushing off the dust from his attire. I noticed a table leg over there. Yes, that one. Please fetch it for me, Lewis said in a gentle tone. Draco glanced around and soon found the table leg. He picked it up and hurried over to Lewis, who accepted it and patted his shoulder. Take your time. No need to rush. Just step aside for a moment. Okay, Draco responded, somewhat dazed. Lewis weighed the table leg in his hands, his demeanor softened, and he gazed at the fallen Patrick with elegance. It seems the time has come to fulfill our agreement. W, what are you going to do? Patrick asked in terror. If you don't come any closer. Lewis smiled warmly as he swung the table leg down forcefully upon Patrick's left calf. The resounding crack echoing through the air as Patrick let out a horrific scream. The onlooking Slytherin students shuddered in unison. How could anyone so amiable in appearance be so ruthless in action? I will kill you. I will kill you. Patrick shrieked in desperation. Lewis maintained his gentle smile, continuing his assault by striking his thigh with the same vigor. By the time he shattered Patrick's right thigh, the once arrogant Patrick was reduced to a state of delirium, the combination of blood loss and agony rendering him incoherent, merely pleading for Lewis to spare him. Lewis's work was commendable, despite the brutality of his actions. Not a single drop of blood had splattered onto himself. He surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction, nodding approvingly, and casually cast a silencing spell. Placing his foot upon Patrick's right arm, he maintained his stance until the binding spell he had secretly cast was complete, before finally releasing Patrick's right arm. At this moment, Patrick lacked even the strength to wail, likely due to Lewis's silencing spell. Lewis, pleased, withdrew his wand and used a counterspell to restore Patrick's tendons. I hope you remember my words today and steer clear of me in the future, Lewis said, his gaze deep and penetrating. Now, then, Kalis? He looked toward Kalis. Kalis involuntarily shivered, his heart racing as he stepped forward, nervously inquiring, "Your Highness? Why are you trembling?" "I'm not a villain," he reassured. "Take Patrick to the infirmary. The poor soul has suffered greatly tonight." Lewis spoke, a look of compassion gracing his face. Caius shivered again, hastily beckoning someone to carry Patrick and Caesar away. Marcus quickly called upon several students from different grades to begin repairing the furniture. He felt a wave of relief that he had not completely offended Lewis. It seemed that losing merely 2 teeth was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Well, one could consider it a form of cosmetic enhancement, Marcus mused, his hands moving with increasing speed. Sometimes, adopting a more carefree attitude alleviated one's troubles. It appeared that the study session could not proceed today. Lewis, cradling a large and a small pet egg, intended to head to the wishful thinking room to hatch them. Along the way, Senior Catherine remained silent, walking ahead lost in her thoughts. It was only upon entering the wishful thinking room that she quietly inquired, "Have you studied the Shadowless spell before?" The notes mentioned it was created by the Half-Blood Prince. Lewis shrugged. "Perhaps it's a matter of talent. I feel a connection to this spell." Catherine paused for a moment, hesitantly suggesting, "Could this Half-Blood Prince be your father?" "My father is a true prince, not a half-blood," Lewis retorted, scoffing. How could that greasy-haired old bat Snape possibly be his father? Although their hair was both black, he was hardly greasy. That's puzzling. Catherine finally accepted the reality. "Another possibility is that you are a prodigy with extraordinary dark magic talent." "You are quite perceptive," Lewis thought, "but I am not extraordinary. That distinction belongs to my uncle, the man who brought baldness to the royal family." "Let us not digress, Catherine." His gaze sharpened. "I recall someone mentioning that once I master wandless magic, they would practice spells with me? Rest assured, I will not go back on my word." Catherine nodded. "If you wish, we can start right now." "No ruse." To Catherine's astonishment, he produced the 2 pet eggs. Was it merely an illusion, or did Lewis hear a familiar background music? "Huh, you heard it too?" Lewis initially thought it was just his imagination. "Yes," the senior nodded in affirmation. "As the saying goes, life is filled with 3 great illusions: winning in team battles, being liked by her, and being able to turn the tables." After pondering for a moment, Lewis finally discerned the tune. It was the theme song from Tom and Jerry. At the instant he recognized it, both pet eggs cracked open simultaneously, revealing 2 remarkably familiar creatures. Were those not Tom and Jerry? The reason he recognized them immediately was due to their likeness to the animated characters. Tom was the most classic and visually appealing version, sporting a blue-gray coat with a slightly lighter belly for white paws and a tuft of white fur at the tip of his tail. Jerry, too, had a brown body and a light brown belly. The 2 stood upright, their 4 eyes fixed intently on Lewis. Though it appeared somewhat eerie, it was still somewhat acceptable. It remains uncertain whether MGM will demand royalties from him, as the matter of bullying has captivated not only the likes of Diamond, but others as well. However, given Dai Ying's notorious inconsistency in human behavior, it is likely he will seek financial recompense from MGM. Firstly, there is Tom, extending his right appendage, which one might question whether to label as a paw or a hand, adorned with a quintessentially human smile upon his feline visage. Lewis grasps Tom's right hand, the tactile sensation quite agreeable, and, with a gentle shake, the classic handshake sound effect resonates. Jerry, in turn, ascends the smooth fur of Tom, and, in a surprisingly anthropomorphic manner, extends his own right hand to shake with Lewis. Lewis, perplexed, cannot fathom the source of the musical accompaniment surrounding them. In this curious scenario, the music seems utterly fitting for the duo. Perhaps it serves as a compensation for their inability to verbalize. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window, though in this case, it appears he has indeed opened a window. "Were they?" Catherine inquired, her voice tinged with surprise, as it was her inaugural encounter with Tom and Jerry, primarily due to her family's lack of a television. "They are 2 wondrous creatures," Lewis declared truthfully, for indeed, they were remarkable in the extreme. One need only observe how they effortlessly transform into a pancake and a slice of cheese, retaining their vitality. The protagonists of a comedic animated series are truly invincible. While Lewis conversed with Catherine, Jerry, unnoticed by the 2, stealthily retrieved a firecracker from behind and stashed it within Tom's embrace. Oblivious to the unfolding mischief, Tom remained transfixed on his new master. Jerry, incensed by Tom's lack of awareness, kicked him squarely in the rear. "Ouch!" Tom yelped, soaring into the air, his fur standing on end, his eyes bulging in an exaggerated manner. He turned to glare at Jerry, ready to unleash his ire when Jerry pointed towards Tom's chest, accompanied by a whimsical sound effect of tinkling fingers. Tom followed Jerry's gesture and, upon seeing the firecracker nestled in his embrace, was so startled that he leapt into the air, his fur electrified, eyes wide in disbelief. "Throw it away," Lewis urged, prompting Tom to respond just as the fuse burned down to its end. With a resounding crack, the firecracker split in two, revealing a smaller, burning firecracker within. To the astonishment of Lewis and Catherine, akin to a Russian nesting doll, the firecracker continued to unravel, each layer revealing a diminutive explosion until, at last, a firecracker smaller than a fingernail emerged. Tom, picking up the tiny firecracker, pointed at it with the other paw, sharing a classic expression of nonchalance with Lewis before he comically placed it upon his nose. In a swift motion, Lewis encircled Catherine's waist and retreated, his wand poised forward as he cast Protego. As the words fell, a resounding explosion echoed, and as the smoke dispersed, Tom's dark feline visage was revealed. The shockwave from the blast nearly sent Lewis tumbling, leaving one to wonder how Tom managed to endure such a violent upheaval. Perhaps this is the strength inherent to protagonists in animated tales. Jerry soared into view. Attempting to flee, Jerry was ensnared by an invisible force drawn into Lewis's grasp. Circumstances were decidedly against him. Jerry regarded Lewis, flashing a dazzling grin. "You too." Lewis found himself at a loss for words. A jest here and there was harmless, but their destructiveness was unwarranted. The school could hardly withstand their antics. "Do you understand?" Lewis looked at them both with utmost seriousness. Tom's dark countenance had returned to normal. He wished to provoke Jerry, yet feared Lewis's ire, so he merely nodded. Jerry, too, nodded vigorously, accompanied by a comical sound effect. "Just stick with me," Lewis said, patting Tom on the head and affectionately ruffling Jerry's forehead with his thumb. "From now on, we are family." The two lively creatures nodded rapidly, particularly Tom, whose greatest fear was being cast out by his master and becoming a stray. Now that Lewis had taken him in, he could hardly contain his joy. As for Jerry, he was indifferent. His eagerness stemmed mainly from finding Lewis agreeable, and partly from Tom's presence. He recognized that continually teasing Tom was inappropriate, yet he could not resist the urge. Having acknowledged their newfound family ties, Jerry felt comfortable enough to tug at Lewis's sleeve, gesturing with his finger towards his wide-open mouth, licking his lips and patting his belly, his expression brimming with anticipation. He was hungry. Lewis patted Jerry's head and inquired of Catherine. "Catherine, shall we scavenge for some food in the kitchen?" Catherine nodded eagerly. She adored the adorable Jerry, though he seemed quite fearful of her and would not allow her touch him. "Why is he so afraid of me?" the senior asked, perplexed. "Eat me? How would that work? Where'd you eat?" Observing the senior's subtle gestures, Lewis suddenly realized that he must marry her. No inappropriate thoughts, he firmly rejected. This time, their journey was unimpeded by Dumbledore or the patrolling Filch. The cat and mouse made their way to Hogwarts kitchen without hindrance, primarily because it was still before curfew. Generally, few young wizards ventured into the kitchen for a late-night snack. Even the Weasley twins, notorious for their mischief, had just slipped out, clutching a paper bag, upon seeing Lewis. They exchanged greetings, but fled upon spotting Catherine. Their infamous reputation was well-deserved. The twins would never forget the hour they spent hanging upside down, courtesy of the eldest daughter of the Weasley family. The pain was indeed excruciating. Upon seeing Lewis, the house elves erupted in joy, particularly Aslo, who wiped away tears with fervor. Lewis was bewildered by the house elves' overwhelming affection. He felt somewhat overwhelmed by their adoration. If merely performing acts of kindness could elicit such profound fondness from the house elves, it seemed entirely improbable. He himself did not believe it. However, Lewis did not delve too deeply into matters. Some things simply do not require meticulous examination. After all, one might inadvertently uncover something unexpected. As anticipated, Tom and Jerry indeed proved to be adept with their utensils. Tom ordered a variety of meats, while Jerry showed a distinct preference for cheese, particularly the kind adorned with holes, which house elves swiftly presented. The cat and mouse devoured their meals with such speed that the house elves struggled to keep pace. Curiously, when the cheese first arrived, Jerry, in his eagerness, swallowed a piece too hastily, transforming his entire body into a triangular shape, identical to the cheese itself. If one were to speak of the unscientific, it would be Tom and Jerry who truly defied logic. Any notion of magic or transformation pales in comparison. Chapter 30. The Scholar's Waste. The indulgence of dining at night felt almost sinful. Watching the two lively creatures feast with abandon brought a smile to Lewis's face, prompting him to indulge in a couple of oranges himself. He also glanced at their status panels. Tom, level 1 cat. Combat ability, looked. Skill tree, locked. Jerry, level 1 mouse. Combat ability, looked. Skill tree, locked. Lewis could not help but exclaim in surprise. System, do you even partake of fried dough cakes? What on earth does combat abilities locked mean? One cannot remain perpetually tense. Relaxation is necessary from time to time. Perhaps influenced by the exuberance of the two, Lewis suddenly realized he had, moments ago, wrapped his arm around the delicate waist of the scholar. Thankfully, she seemed to have forgotten the incident, and Lewis exhaled in relief that she bore no anger. Catherine, of course, had not forgotten. She sat there, her mind elsewhere, distractedly observing Jerry devour his meal. Her thoughts already in a whirl. Lewis assumed the flush on her cheeks was merely due to the warmth and did not pay it much heed. Particularly concerning was Draco, who had scarcely seen Lewis during the first half of the week. The dormitory was spacious enough. Lewis had constructed a small nest for Tom and fashioned a bed for Jerry from an empty sardine can that he had procured from the house elves. Just as he intended to lie down for a brief rest, he turned his head to find Draco appearing hesitant, as if on the verge of speaking. "What is the matter, Draco?" Draco bit his lip, steeling himself, and picked up a letter from the nearby desk, handing it to Lewis. "Lewis, this is a letter from my father." Lewis acknowledged with a quiet accepting the letter and tearing it open. Contrary to his expectations of a lofty tone, it bore a humble demeanor. The essence of the letter expressed gratitude from both Draco's mother and father for Lewis's care and education of Draco, lamenting their own lack of oversight. At the letter's conclusion, there was an invitation to visit Malfoy Manor when convenient. "It seems your parents do not disapprove of our friendship," Lewis remarked, carefully placing the letter in a small safe within his drawer, which he had designated for such correspondence. Regrettably, his satellite phone was inoperable at Hogwarts, as it was said that no Muggle electronic devices were permitted within the school. Alas, it was a case of misplaced trust. Draco nodded and said, "This morning, I conveyed our conversation to my father, and he believes I should learn more from you." Lewis chuckled softly. "Your father's intentions are indeed commendable. But remember, Draco, there is no need to emulate me. You should strive to be your authentic self." With that, Lewis patted Draco's shoulder and earnestly added, "In Slytherin House, you are the individual I hold in the highest regard. You must know that I have always believed you have the potential to become an exceptional person." Upon hearing these words, Draco felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Throughout his life, apart from his mother, no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner, not even his father. Ultimately, all his feelings coalesced into a heavy, affirmative "Well then, it's best to get some rest. It is getting late. Good night." Saturdays at Hogwarts were relaxed and enjoyable. After their meal, students in the Great Hall engaged in lively conversations or playful activities in small groups. Harry and Ron were seated in a corner, engrossed in a game of wizard chess. Tom, being rather slothful, could not be roused no matter how loudly he was called in the morning. Lewis, left with no choice, sent Draco to fetch some milk to wake him. As for the online enthusiast who insisted that cats should never drink milk, Lewis could only chuckle. In his previous life, the 4 tabby cats he had raised had no issues with milk. While it is true that some cats are lactose intolerant, not all share this condition. Interestingly, some humans also suffer from lactose intolerance, yet one seldom sees children being admonished against drinking milk in public for fear of dire consequences. It is merely an outlet for excessive compassion expressed online. Digressing, Lewis, with Jerry perched on his shoulder, approached Harry and settled beside him, watching their game with keen interest. The wizard's chess he witnessed was far more lively than what he had seen in films during his previous life, though it remained devoid of the special effects. Lewis mused about the prospect of transferring those card games from his past into this reality, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for Hearthstone. However, given the current state of computer technology, he doubted whether such games could even run a simple game of Happy Landlords. "Good morning, Lewis," Ron said, lifting his head briefly before returning to the world of wizard's chess. "Morning, Lewis," Harry greeted, his gaze falling upon Jerry on Lewis's shoulder. "Hey, why does it look so familiar?" he inquired, pointing at Jerry. "Oh, this is Jerry. Jerry, say hello to Harry." Upon hearing his name, Jerry politely bowed from his perch on Lewis's shoulder. "Oh, I remember now." Hermione's voice chimed in at just the right moment. "It's Jerry, the one from the cartoon." As a Muggle, Hermione could hardly be unaware of this beloved cartoon character. She had adored the show since childhood and had even persuaded her father to purchase tapes so she could watch them repeatedly. "It is he, not it," Lewis corrected gently. "Our Jerry is a gentleman." "Oh, my apologies." The little girl with a fluffy hairstyle, shaking her hair, sat beside Lewis and smiled with an ant-like warmth. "He's truly adorable." ISNT, Lewis offered Jerry a piece of cheese, watching as Jerry transformed once again into a triangular shape, chuckling and nodding in amusement. Yet, how could characters from animated shows materialize in reality? Hermione furrowed her brow, voicing the pivotal question. I don't quite understand. Oh dear. The little girl's perception seemed to be on the verge of collapse. If even magic could intrude upon one's life, what else could possibly be deemed impossible? With a snap of his fingers, Lewis sent the cheese flying from Jerry's mouth, tracing an elegant parabolic arc before landing with a soft thud upon Hermione's head. Chapter 31. Chameleon. Indeed, Hermione still found it difficult to accept this notion. She was feeling a bit emo. Well, I don't know how to express it, but it just feels so out of place. Sometimes, the absence of thought brings a peculiar sort of happiness. Lewis raised an eyebrow and jotted down the dishes he wished to savor on a card. Meanwhile, Harry had completely lost interest in the chess game. After quickly losing to Ron, he began to gaze at Jerry, peppering him with questions. It was during countless trying days that only the sight of his cousin Dudley watching Tom and Jerry on a videotape through a crack in the door provided him with a modicum of solace. Jerry, too, did not shy away from this inherently kind savior. After all, he belonged to that bold and carefree socialite archetype. Social anxiety? Non-existent. Only the blonde, wicked woman could evoke a hint of danger in him. I must say, you are quite unlike my pet Scabbers, Ron remarked, munching on an apple as he scrutinized Jerry. Goodness, though he may differ from typical mice, he still instantly reminds me of one. With that, he pulled Scabbers from his pocket. Scabbers, go meet a new friend. I should warn you, Jerry shares a temperament akin to that of your two brothers, Lewis observed as he watched Jerry produce a skateboard from seemingly nowhere, swiftly placing Scabbers inside and sliding him from one end of the table to the other. Had it not been for Percy's quick reflexes, Scabbers would certainly have exhibited some acrobatics. He truly is as mischievous as George and Fred, Ron mused, taking the mouse from Percy and gazing at it with sympathy. Oh, my poor Scabbers, he is so old. He shouldn't be treated this way. How old is he? Lewis feigned curiosity. 11 years, Ron replied, still wrapped in his concern. Lewis understood completely. 11 years of companionship meant Scabbers was akin to family, even if he had once belonged to Percy. One could only wonder how Ron would react if he discovered this mouse was a metaphor for a lewd, portly man. Would he feel nauseated? 11 years? Hermione interjected. Can a mouse really live that long? I've heard that cats can live for that duration. I don't know, perhaps he is just exceptionally long-lived, Ron sighed. Meanwhile, Jerry sat nearby, slapping his thigh in carefree laughter, accompanied by the classic sounds of a violin. The crowd no longer pondered the reasons behind Banban's remarkable resilience. One by one, their gazes shifted towards Jerry, curious as to how a mere mouse could emit the sound of a violin. He promptly tucked Jerry into his pocket and approached, inquiring, "Professor, do you seek my assistance? It is Professor Dumbledore who wishes to see you. He awaits in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor." Professor McGonagall's expression was grave. "The password is Lemon Snowball. Remember it well." "What? I'm unfamiliar with the way." Lewis replied innocently. "Very well, follow me." Inside the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was engaged in conversation with a portrait draped in a large turban. "I fail to understand, Dumbledore, why you extend such leniency towards him. It is utterly outrageous that a student would brazenly break another's legs. He ought to be dealt with immediately." The portrait exclaimed in a tone rife with indignation. Dumbledore, with a slow and measured response, remarked, "Patience, Phineas. He is a Slytherin, and, well, a pure-blood wizard. He should be regarded as a subject of special concern, for heaven's sake." Phineas Black's tone took a dramatic turn. If he were not driven to desperation, how could he ever lay hands upon a fellow student? It must be so, Dumbledore, a Slytherin prodigy. Phineas's demeanor was one of self-satisfaction, tinged with a sense of pride. "The injured student belongs to your family. The Blacks," Dumbledore kindly reminded him. Sirius is in Azkaban, and Regulus is dead. How could there be any descendants of the Black family left? Phineas replied with a hint of disdain. "You refer to Patrick, do you not? He is merely an adopted mudblood, scrounging from the Black family, is he?" His expression was one of utter contempt. As they conversed, the office door swung open, and Professor McGonagall entered with Lewis. "Ah, look who has arrived. It is our Slytherin genius," Phineas exclaimed with genuine delight. "How elegant! Truly remarkable! Our Slytherin genius." Professor McGonagall's lips twitched, struggling to suppress her urge to reprimand him as she exited the headmaster's office. "Enough, Phineas!" Another portrait spoke up, depicting a kind-eyed lady. "To think that a first-year student could be so ruthless. Not only do you fail to condemn him, but you also praise him? Rest assured, Delilah." Phineas replied nonchalantly. "It is not every day that a Slytherin produces a genius. We mustn't frighten our young student." "You." Delilah was evidently incensed, rendered speechless by Phineas's retort. In life, she had been an exceptionally skilled healer, embodying the essence of compassion. She could not bear to see others suffer. "Enough, Delilah and Phineas. Let there be no more quarrel, Dumbledore interjected, turning his attention to Lewis. Would you care for some lemon juice? Certainly, Headmaster. I happen to have a rather salty breakfast this morning, Lewis replied cooperatively. Low sugar, please. One ought to limit sugar intake in the morning. Too much could turn one into a water, gun-wielding little rascal. Indulging in sweetness is indeed a delightful affair. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore conjured a glass of chilled lemon juice before them. He gestured invitingly. Please sit down, Lewis. Could you share with me why you chose to treat Mr. Black in such a manner? He does not bear the surname Black. That wretched, filthy half-blood utterly tarnishes the noble spirit of the Black family. Phineas exclaimed vehemently. He was subsequently bound to a chair by Principal Delilah in collusion with several others, his mouth gagged securely as he futilely struggled, presenting quite the amusing spectacle. Chapter 32. I am quite ashamed to have contributed such a minuscule effort. Oh, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Non-committal. Have you devised a solution so soon? It seems he harbors little concern for the fate of Patrick Black. In truth, Dumbledore was well aware of Patrick's misdeeds at school. Otherwise, he would not have sent him to Durmstrang as an exchange student. Had it not been for Phineas's sake, he would have expelled him long ago. Perhaps a more malevolent force would rectify him, which might be for the best. Nevertheless, he was also quite concerned about Lewis's psychological state. If he were to become the next Tom, that would be dire indeed. You're not mistaken. Dumbledore nodded and inquired further. How did you manage this? Thus, considering the existing circumstances, I resolved to leverage Professor Snape's position as the potions instructor to implement a policy within the school, conducting monthly assessments, midterm examinations, and final evaluations, with scores contributing to both individual and house points. Consequently, Slytherin, being ahead, would surely excel in the first monthly test. The heads of other houses, unwilling to relinquish the House Cup, would inevitably follow suit, ensuring Slytherin could not pull too far ahead. In this manner, our plan would achieve preliminary success. Lewis concluded with a hint of embarrassment. I am truly ashamed to have contributed such a minuscule effort. Dumbledore gazed at Lewis, suddenly realizing a terrifying truth. It is well known that the most adept in politics are the Parisians from the distant East and the British. Sooner or later, he would have the opportunity to develop his skills. Dumbledore felt it necessary to engage him in a serious discussion. Have you heard of Voldemort? Dumbledore's tone seemed to inquire casually. How could one not know, Professor? Lewis regarded Dumbledore with a gaze reminiscent of one witnessing the onset of dementia. Professor, you truly ought to consume less sugar. Your thoughts are beginning to dull. Oh, is that so? Dumbledore suddenly recalled. How could any wizard be unaware of Voldemort? Even without reading, one should have heard classmates speak of him. Lewis smacked his lips, expressing mild disdain. Voldemort's magical prowess is undoubtedly commendable. But do you not find his taste rather base, Professor? I sense he harbors some grave affliction. No normal person behaves in such a manner. Unbeknownst to Lewis, Jerry stealthily emerged from his jacket pocket, sliding down his robe like a slide and peering inquisitively at the Sorting Hat. Professor, if you're concerned about me becoming like him, I can somewhat understand your worries. After all, I was rather harsh with Senior Blake yesterday. However, Lewis put down his lemonade and earnestly responded, Professor, you are entirely overthinking this. I have my beloved grandfather, uncles, aunts, and so many good friends. My family is not lacking in wealth. Don't you think I would be rather foolish to engage in such radical antics? You are indeed correct. Dumbledore chuckled, his braided white beard quivering with mirth. Don't say I didn't warn you. Your little mouse is making its way towards the Sorting Hat. Indeed, why should he be anxious? The Sorting Hat was not his. Gryffindor, the drowsy old hat exclaimed, startling Jerry, who tumbled to the ground, accompanied by the crisp sound of cymbals, resulting in Jerry becoming a mere mouse pancake. Lewis approached and lifted Jerry by his tail, giving him a gentle shake to restore him. Dumbledore observed Jerry with great interest and inquired, This must be the mouse from that animated series. If I recall correctly, his name should be Jerry? Yes, Professor, Lewis replied, patting Jerry's head, signaling him to stay put as a sudden mischievous thought crossed his mind. Since they both bore the name Tom, should he not let Jerry have some fun with Professor Chilo? After all, he was due to visit Professor Chilo's office tomorrow. It would certainly be amusing to give him a surprise, wouldn't it? What a remarkable little mouse, Dumbledore mused, shaking his beard. I never expected the Sorting Hat to place him in Gryffindor. In my opinion, he should belong to another house. Which one? Both Lewis and Jerry looked at Dumbledore with curiosity. Azkaban. Upon saying this, Dumbledore chuckled. Of course, if mischief alone could send someone to Azkaban, I imagine the Weasley twins would have been there for 2 years by now. At this point, a hint of nostalgia crossed Dumbledore's expression. Ah, Twitty. I used to encounter those two in the evenings, but for some unknown reason, one day, I simply stopped seeing them. His tone was laced with regret. So, you just happened to run into me and the senior? Lewis thought to himself, maintaining a smile on his face. In his past life, he had read Fanfiction claiming that Headmaster Dumbledore enjoyed using legilimency on students, which seemed a bit far-fetched. A centenarian wizard, known as the White Lord, who has held high office for so long, would surely notice the intentions written across the faces of teenagers. If he were truly so shameless, would Voldemort still exist? Not to mention others. Even his grandfather, old Lewis, could easily perceive what he was thinking despite possessing the wisdom of 2 lifetimes. In the elder's words, "I've consumed more salt than you have eaten rice. How could I not know what is in your heart?" He cast a glance toward the portrait, where Phineas was still bound to his chair, flailing his legs in a rather undignified manner. Chapter 33. Do you even deserve to be called the Dark Lord? While the other 3 houses rejoiced and celebrated the weekend, only Slytherin was filled with lamentation. This was not for any particular reason. Snape had even insisted that study hours from 3 to 4 in the afternoon and 7 to 9 in the evening remain unchanged. Lewis clicked his tongue, pondering whether this was truly unbearable. In those bygone days, I diligently devoted my weekends to intensive study. The weekends were relatively leisurely, with Catherine by my side. The hours were far from dull. Whenever I encountered uncertainties in potion-making, I could engage in discussions with her. Tom and Jerry, being considerate, refrained from being a nuisance and upsetting Catherine. The cat and mouse would often indulge in a game of wizard's chess, teasing Ron's pet, Rat, whenever he was unobservant, knowing that if they bullied Scabbers too much, Ron would surely become irate. I often found myself pondering why Scabbers appeared so perpetually fatigued and listless. Each time Draco attempted to approach, he was deterred by the perilous glare of the older student. Poor Draco seemed on the verge of suffering lasting repercussions. Alas, such joyous moments are fleeting. On Sunday evening, Lewis, with Jerry tucked nervously in his pocket, made his way towards Professor Quirrell's office, his heart racing with trepidation. At the entrance, he fortuitously encountered Patrick, who had just exited the professor's office. Patrick, upon seeing Lewis, involuntarily paled. "Oh, isn't that Senior Black?" Lewis remarked disdainfully. "It's been a few days. Why do you look so disheveled? This is Professor Quirrell's office. You mustn't act recklessly." Patrick stammered, as if he had contracted a stutter from the professor himself. Could it be that this stutter was as contagious as a royal flounder? "I believe I've cautioned you before, dear senior," Lewis said, drawing his wand with a gentle tone. "I hope you won't chance upon me while walking, or else Madame Pomfrey may need to assist you with your legs. Considering we are alone here, perhaps I can offer you a choice. Will you come willingly? Or shall I take action?" He added with a friendly warning. "If I must intervene, my approach may not be as amicable." Patrick gritted his teeth and brandished his wand. Expelliarmus. He attempted a surprise attack. However, weakened by the binding curse, he was no match for Lewis. Lewis deftly deflected the spell, following it up with a devastating blow that struck Patrick's knee. Patrick let out a pained cry, attracting the attention of several onlookers. Noticing a fellow Slytherin among them, Lewis waved him over. "You there? Yes, you Slytherin senior. Please escort this unfortunate Senior Black to the hospital wing. He has been rather careless. He managed to injure himself, just walking." The senior had no choice but to comply, summoning a friend to help carry Patrick away, their legs moving swiftly as if propelled by the wind. With a wistful sigh, Lewis rapped on Professor Quirrell's office door. "Come in." The professor's voice beckoned upon hearing the knock. Lewis entered the office, which, as he had envisioned, was shrouded in an eerie darkness. The greenish walls were adorned with 2 enormous lizards, leading one to believe that the subject taught here was dark magic. It baffled Lewis why Professor Quirrell, a Ravenclaw, had such an affinity for the color green. Perhaps his romantic endeavors had gone awry, or perhaps it was merely a reflection of Voldemort's preferences. As he stepped into the office, he was immediately enveloped by a chilling presence, akin to an unseen, frigid hand clutching his heart, rendering him breathless. "I must concede, Mr. Mountbatten, you are indeed remarkable." Professor Quirrell stammered. "I have heard about the affair concerning Black. It is truly astonishing that he, hailing from a pure-blood lineage, has descended to such a state." "Isn't he a half-blood?" Lewis inquired, perplexed. "Oh, right, I misspoke," Professor Quirrell replied with a slight smile. "I always presumed the Black family to be staunch supporters of pure-blood supremacy, yet I never imagined they would adopt a half-blood into their fold." He no longer stuttered. "In this regard, pure-blood families often possess a flexible moral compass." Lewis chuckled. Quirrell laughed, genuinely amused. "You are quite right, Mr. Mountbatten. Pure-blood families indeed exhibit such tendencies." Lewis found it peculiar that the Professor Quirrell before him, or rather Voldemort, seemed to feign ignorance of Patrick. "Professor, are you well acquainted with Patrick? I noticed he just exited your office." Lewis ventured to probe Quirrell's reaction. "Ah, one could hardly say we are familiar." Professor Quirrell paused momentarily, an unnatural flicker crossing his face. "Black merely sought my counsel regarding matters pertaining to vampires." "You're quite mad. Why do you stutter again?" Lewis feigned realization. "I was wondering why he would come to you, Professor. Surely, you didn't summon me merely to critique pureblood families?" At this juncture, he seized the opportunity to utilize his eye of recognition on Quirrell's voluminous turban. Tom Riddle, Golden Dragon Emblem. Level? Wizard. Talents. Charms 13. Potions 8. Transfiguration 11. Dark Arts 15. Defense against the Dark Arts 11. Flying 10. Herbology 3. Acquired spells. Avada Kedavra, level 10. Cruciatus Curse, level 10. Soul Separation, level 10. Disarm, level 9. Indeed, he is an extraordinary talent, Lewis mused as he observed Quirrell's proficiency in dark arts. An odd thought flitted through his mind. With such aptitude in dark arts, do you truly dare to claim the title of Dark Lord before me? Voldemort remains unaware. Otherwise, he would surely bellow, "Is it I, Voldemort, who cannot wield a blade? Or have you become too arrogant?" Moreover, this time, the eye of recognition provided an explanatory note. A talent level of 10 signifies the upper limit for an ordinary individual. One cannot surpass this threshold in a particular skill, destined to achieve no extraordinary feats in that realm. Hermione, don't cue. Indeed, Professor Quirrell, or Voldemort, was oblivious to Lewis's internal musings. "I must say, Mr. Mountbatten, at your age, most young wizards struggle to cast even basic spells, let alone advanced incantations such as silent protective charms. What surprises me is that despite possessing such talent and power, you diligently practice your spells daily, which has truly earned my respect. Throughout history and across the world, those who have achieved greatness are not solely distinguished by extraordinary talent, but invariably possess an indomitable will. This has been my guiding principle." Lewis's motivational words flow as effortlessly as drinking water. In Chapter 34, Professor Lockhart, the esteemed Voldemort, gazes at Lewis with an increasingly profound appreciation. "I must remind you, this world is anything but stable." Voldemort's eyes flicker. "The art of defense against the dark arts cannot address every circumstance. As your instructor in this discipline, it is essential for me to convey that when confronting certain dark wizards, the most effective approach is to employ some unconventional spells." Lewis is deeply skeptical, suspecting that the Dark Lord before him has a past that includes nefarious deeds akin to child abduction, resembling a dubious uncle luring young ones with the promise of goldfish. "I do not comprehend, Professor," Lewis states, looking at Voldemort with confusion. "Take werewolves, for instance. They possess a natural resistance to magic that surpasses that of ordinary beings. Voldemort's gaze is as innocent as that of Ding Jun. Typically, a regular wizard finds it exceedingly difficult to inflict effective harm upon them with mere stunning spells or disarming charms. Are you suggesting you intend to teach me some extracurricular magic?" Lewis inquires, his tone laden with implication. "I understand the doubts that dwell within you. To alleviate these unnecessary uncertainties, I believe it is vital for you to engage in practical experience," Voldemort replies, his tone remarkably empathetic, likely to placate Lewis. "How shall I practice?" Lewis asks, intrigued. "Fortuitously, I have captured a werewolf. You may attempt to engage it in combat," Voldemort announces, waving his wand to reveal a sinister cabinet, which opens to unveil a slumbering werewolf. Professor, I'm merely a first-year student," Lewis protests, feigning terror as he gazes at the creature. "What if it harms me?" "Rest assured, Mr. Mountbatten," Voldemort assures him with an air of calm. "With me by your side, this werewolf poses no threat to you." Voldemort splashes the werewolf with a stream of clear water, rousing it from its stupor. The creature shakes its head, evidently bewildered by the present circumstances. "Nicholas Adelaide," Voldemort reflects, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his features. "Once a Death Eater, captured and imprisoned in Azkaban after my downfall. He escaped recently, and I inadvertently apprehended him in the Forbidden Forest. Goodness, are you setting a trap for your own?" Lewis muses, contemplating the implications. He is curious about Voldemort's emotions when he considers his past failures. Imagine a 1-year-old attempting to cast the Avada Kedavra curse only to be thwarted. It is truly beyond description. "I shall remain vigilant for your safety. You need only to attack this werewolf," Voldemort asserts with conviction. "You must comprehend through battle that relying solely on disarming and stunning spells is insufficient. I believe this werewolf will demonstrate the necessity of mastering new incantations." Voldemort's voice is persuasive. Then, Professor, Lewis inquires with innocent eyes fixed on Voldemort, if by chance I were to inadvertently slay your werewolf. You would not hold it against me, would you? Voldemort gazed at Lewis with the wide-eyed wonder of a newborn calf, bursting into a raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, Mountbatten, I never imagined you possessed such a sense of humor. However, I do not believe that a little wizard like you could independently vanquish a werewolf. I acknowledge your brilliance. Yet some feats cannot be achieved solely through the imagination of genius. Pray tell, what will you do if you succeed? If you manage to slay this werewolf? I shall henceforth call you Rocky, Voldemort declared with unwavering confidence. Professor Quirrell interjected. With a swift motion, Lewis conjured a slender crystal sword that materialized in his hand. Much to Voldemort's astonishment, Lumos Maxima, the blinding radiance erupted like a flashbang, dazzling the werewolf's eyes. It had barely time to emit a howl before Lewis swiftly severed its head with a single stroke. Voldemort's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the scene before him, his mouth agape like a toad. Professor Rocky, it appears that this werewolf is not a problem beyond my capabilities as a mere little wizard. Observe how Lewis's crystal sword remains untouched by a single drop of blood. It seems that physical magic is rather effective. Having spent ample time with Catherine, he had developed a penchant for peculiarities. Professor, are you all right? Lewis waved his hand before Voldemort's astonished gaze. What do you think of this delightful surprise I have presented you? Voldemort retorted. How am I supposed to perceive this? Translate this for me. What in the world do you mean by surprise? What exactly do you imply? Very well, Professor. I shall take my leave now. Good night, Lewis said sweetly, waving goodbye as he restrained the restless Jerry in his pocket, making a swift exit from the dark arts defense classroom. Once Lewis departed, the sinister Professor Quirrell finally regained his composure. He glanced around furtively, his demeanor tinged with apprehension as he inquired, Master? Fool, you nearly ruined my plans. A shrill voice echoed in Quirrell's mind. Why did you allow that imbecile Black to come at this time? Damn it, lower the hood, I need some air. He commanded. Professor Quirrell complied, removing the hood, revealing an oddly shaped face with a nose lurking at the back of his head. The peculiarity of this visage was likely due to the owner's current displeasure. It seems Mr. Mountbatten has begun to harbor doubts regarding your relationship with Patrick. Professor Quirrell hesitantly remarked. Fool, you are now the professor of dark arts defense. Why would a mere student suspect you without reason? Voldemort's patience frayed. When pondering matters, use your brain first. Forget it, find a time to lift Black's soul-binding curse, and then dispose of him. The longer he remains, the more suspicious that old Coot Dumbledore will become. Yes, Master, Professor Quirrell humbly acquiesced. Voldemort's face, affixed to the back of Quirrell's head, twisted in frustration, ultimately exhaling a long sigh. I am weary, let all be destroyed. Thus, Voldemort's cunning plans for domination faltered, suffering losses against both the werewolf and his own forces. Chapter 35. If you can't win, shake things up. The 7th grade is quite busy, hence I did not take them out for leisure activities. Moreover, they have already formed their characters, rendering any attempt at altering their mindset unnecessary. Upon the announcement, the entire school, with the exception of Slytherin House, was in uproar. They had not anticipated that Severus Snape, their professor and headmaster, would deceive and manipulate these young wizards. Is this acceptable? It is not, and the young wizards earnestly wished to counsel Professor Snape to reflect upon his actions, yet no one dared to voice their dissent. Paralyzed by the fear of Snape's venomous words, even Professor McGonagall, typically quite supportive, remained silent except for a few murmurs of discontent from Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff. Unintentionally overhearing Lewis and Catherine discussing Slytherin's self-study plan in the corridor, Professor McGonagall feigned interest in her surroundings while attentively listening. That very evening, she robustly implemented a plan identical to Slytherin's within Gryffindor. Ron was profoundly troubled, having voiced his frustrations alongside Harry regarding Lewis, yearning for the instigator to face the consequences of his actions. Lewis, suppressing the urge to reprimand them, repeatedly chanted in his mind, I shall guide you in battle. With Catherine's assistance, Lewis made remarkable strides in his magical abilities, with most spells surpassing level 5, particularly excelling in armor protection, which had reached level 8. However, he still could not triumph over Catherine unless he were to risk everything. Yet, considering her kindness towards him, such drastic measures seemed unwarranted. Their bond continued to strengthen. To avoid exposing his lack of flying skills, he chose to skip flying lessons. Consequently, he was caught red-handed by Professor Dumbledore, who humorously offered him several cockroaches. After a cordial exchange, Dumbledore ultimately acquiesced to Lewis's request to abstain from flying lessons, as he was known for his amiable disposition. Sitting in the headmaster's office, he pondered the ease with which Hogwarts had acquired funds for its dining expenses over the years. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell appeared to be intentionally grooming him, imparting various dark spells, including the soul-sucking curse just yesterday in a mysterious manner. He understood the adage that there is no free lunch. It seemed Voldemort was slowly luring him into the abyss of moral decay. Strangely, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Voldemort, for many spells, particularly the soul-sucking curse, were otherwise elusive, especially since it is classified among the 3 unforgivable curses alongside the Cruciatus and killing curses. So, is this your rationale for reporting Professor Quirrell? Dumbledore inquired with a shrug. Lewis, with an air of righteous indignation, nodded firmly. Yes, Professor, he is teaching students the unforgivable curses. Such behavior is utterly. Dumbledore said nothing, simply observing Lewis's fervent expression with an air of calm. I shall quietly watch your performance, never intruding upon your moment of grandeur. It is indeed a deranged spectacle. Noticing the expectant gaze Lewis cast upon him, Dumbledore succinctly remarked, as befits a headmaster, yes, it is deranged. Lewis wholeheartedly agreed with the principal's assertion. I've always felt that Professor Quirrell harbors ill intentions towards me, as if he is deliberately attempting to lead me astray. Such grave accusations, Lewis. Dumbledore straightened up, pouring Lewis a glass of unsweetened lemonade. It perplexes me that you, at such a tender age, have already forsaken joy. Oh, I simply cannot fathom a life devoid of sweetness. Thus, others privately dubbed you Old Bee. Lewis rolled his eyes in mockery. What an endearing moniker, is it not? Dumbledore chuckled mischievously, retrieving a glass of lemonade for himself. Given your aversion to sugar, I have appropriated the portion meant for you. Alas, it is far too sweet. His white beard quivered as he rummaged through a drawer, producing a heap of cockroaches, from which he plucked one and popped it into his mouth. At times, I perceive you more as a white-kneed spider. Lewis stifled a grimace. In regions of lower latitude, there exists a spider of considerable size, quite timid in nature. Yet it delights in consuming cockroaches. Momentarily at a loss for words in English, he resorted to the Latin nomenclature of a white-kneed spider. However, the moniker Old White-Kneed Spider seemed rather convoluted. Dumbledore showed no discontent regarding the nickname bestowed by a student. Rather, he engaged in a lively discussion. Now, Professor, let's not digress. You must acknowledge the suspicious nature of Professor Quirrell, correct? Lewis endeavored to steer Dumbledore back on course. Dumbledore, non-committal, continued to munch on the pile of cockroaches. Lewis retrieved a card from his pocket, mindful of the potential repercussions, especially with so many portraits in the principal's office. He inscribed, "Are you not wary of allowing Voldemort to enter Hogwarts? Do you not fear he may act out of desperation?" Dumbledore took the card, glanced at its contents, and suddenly raised his gaze, 2 bright sparks flickering behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, as if seeking to pierce through Lewis's soul. Soon, he reverted to a benevolent and whimsical expression. I must concede, your instincts are remarkably keen. When did you discern this? During the sorting ceremony, Professor Lewis fibbed, though he had known for many years. Yet, this did not deter him from continuing his ruse with a steady facade. Harry mentioned that his scar ached whenever he gazed at Professor Snape. But how could Snape's tumultuous past with his family possibly intertwine with Voldemort? As he spoke, he produced Jerry, who had been struggling in his pocket, and placed him upon the table. A rather astute deduction, Lewis. Dumbledore offered a cockroach candy to Jerry. Jerry, with an air of disdain, sniffed it and detected a hint of sweetness. He cautiously regarded the elderly gentleman before him, finding no malice in his demeanor. Thus, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the still wriggling cockroach in one gulp, chewing a few times before swallowing it down. Contemplating Voldemort's matter, Dumbledore sighed. Very well. Now you are one of us, and there is little need for concealment. My intention was to allow Harry to gain experience, hoping he would grow through this ordeal. Chapter 36. The Designated Mr. Lou. My days are numbered, and I require a successor. However, your arrival makes me feel that nurturing you might be more appropriate. Dumbledore remarked, mischievously winking. I am not particularly keen on seeing you become a dark wizard, so would you be interested in assuming the role of an elder in the future? I replied, Professor, does this not carry a sense of being chosen? Lewis was reminded of a couplet, yet he refrained from speaking it aloud. Given time, your accomplishments in magic will surely surpass mine, as will your political finesse. Dumbledore then handed Jerry a piece of sizzling honey candy, observing his joyful consumption, and continued, I have grown weary. The intrigues of the social sphere do not suit me. Rather than chase power within the Ministry of Magic or at Wisingamot, I prefer to bask in the sunlight at Hogwarts Castle. Indeed, you are quite the idle one. Lewis genuinely believed his words. Had Dumbledore truly been enamored with power, he likely would not have subdued Grindelwald in Nurmengard. But have you not considered that I, too, might be rather idle? Lewis cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. his demeanor decidedly unrefined. Dumbledore chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "If you are idle, then I fear this world holds no one who dares to claim diligence. I see you nightly entering the room of requirement with Miss Wally, not emerging until dawn. You are indeed a voyeur," Lewis replied, his face darkening. "Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman." Old age, Dumbledore remarked, his complexion remaining neutral. "There is a saying in your mother's land, at 70, one may follow their heart's desire. I have surpassed a century in age. You seem to know my mother?" Lewis seized upon this point. "How can I not know her? She was the finest graduate of Slytherin." The voice of Phineas appeared opportunely from behind. He was then restrained once more by Headmistress Dolores and the other headmasters. "Your mother had a good rapport with Severus in her time." A flicker of nostalgia crossed Dumbledore's eyes, swiftly followed by a look of bewilderment. "To be honest, when I observed your close relationship with Harry, I found it rather peculiar, for Harry's father, James, often faced humiliation at your mother's hands. Frankly, her talent was the most remarkable I have ever witnessed. Even James and his 3 companions could not best her. You certainly inherit her qualities." Lewis nodded, acknowledging that his knowledge of his mother was somewhat limited. "I had anticipated that you would resolve the matters concerning Quirrell or Voldemort by yourself." Dumbledore shook his beard. "It is indeed surprising that you sought my assistance." Lewis chuckled. "Perhaps you do not know me well. I am rather adaptable, always willing to fight when I can win, and to call for help when I cannot. Develop quietly, and do not rush." "Quite clever." Dumbledore laughed. "Yet it lacks a sense of chivalry." "To hell with chivalry. I only know that once life is lost, everything is lost." Lewis shrugged. Dumbledore laughed heartily, his expression reflecting a certain satisfaction as he turned to Lewis. "You have performed admirably with the task I entrusted to you. Gryffindor has already taken action. Now we shall see when Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff will follow suit. I suspect it will be after Professor Snape deducts points," he mused. Lewis scratched his arm, remarking, "People are generally complacent. Their perspectives and thoughts are challenging to alter. Change only occurs when their immediate interests are threatened." "You are quite right, Lewis. As for Professor Quirrell, there is no urgency to address that matter," Dumbledore replied. "Why not?" Lewis inquired, perplexed. "Aren't you no longer considering using Quirrell to grant Harry experience?" "I believe no one understands the true nature of politicians better than you do," Dumbledore stated, his features betraying no emotion. "Regrettably, our current Minister of Magic is precisely that, a politician. Indeed, relying on him to acknowledge Voldemort's return is akin to expecting the Weasley twins to refrain from late-night escapades." Lewis shrugged, oblivious to the irony of his own penchant for nocturnal adventures. He offered a keen observation about Fudge. He prioritizes his position over any substantial work, and the moment trouble brews, he is quick to flee. Dumbledore erupted in laughter at Lewis's comment. After a moment, he asked, "Isn't that an apt description of your Muggle Prime Minister, Mr. Hack?" "Yes, the current Muggle Prime Minister is Jim Hack, who ousted the formidable Margaret Thatcher, steering the nation down a precarious path. The bureaucratic system remains intact, largely thanks to old Lewis's machinations under the influence of young Lewis," he continued. In his previous life, he found amusement in Americans mocking British accents, laughing heartily. However, now that he could empathize fully, each recollection of that scene filled him with indignation. The anger felt akin to a monkey and a foreigner deriding the accent of a Siriusian. Enough of that. Fists have hardened. We must ensure that our American allies march alongside their elder brother. Mustn't we? At least Mr. Hack has nobler intentions. Lewis wore a look of disdain. "Mr. Hack seeks to effect change, whereas what of Fudge? I find it utterly perplexing that he would harbor suspicions of you. Those in power are often blinded, while those on the sidelines can see clearly," Dumbledore remarked with an indifferent demeanor. "I simply wish for the children of Hogwarts to grow up happily. The rest does not concern me." "You are quite philosophical," Lewis thought, pondering how Dumbledore would react when Fudge allied with Lucius to turn against him in the future. "I have surpassed a century of life, Lewis. I have long outgrown the desire to dispute trivial matters." Dumbledore chuckled, plucking Jerry, who was crawling along his beard, and handing him to Lewis. "As for Quirrell, do you not think his continued presence at Hogwarts will provide ample entertainment? I shall not interfere with his lessons, which serves as a small test for you. The charms class is about to commence. If you are late, I suspect Phileas will be quite displeased." Chapter 37, Halloween. In the charms class, Lewis watched as Seamus Finnegan ignited a feather with a levitation spell. Driven by curiosity, he probed into Seamus's innate talent, only to discover that his explosive prowess was off the charts at a staggering 15. However, Harry appeared distinctly unhappy, his face smudged with soot from Seamus's explosion. Ron, too, bore a gloomy countenance, having been the target of Hermione's taunts during class, and now trudged along the corridor to the Great Hall, immersed in despondency. "You know, It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. Ron mimicked Hermione's expressions animatedly, bringing life to his words. No wonder she has no friends. Honestly, with her temper, it's a wonder anyone would want to befriend her. As he spoke, he felt a jostle on his shoulder. Hermione rushed past him, her faint sobs barely audible. Ron shrugged, a pang of regret washing over him for having spoken those words aloud, particularly within earshot of Hermione. I think she might have heard you, Harry quietly reminded him. Yet, people often cling to their pride, unwilling to admit their errors even when they are evident. Ron felt a twinge of unease, but pressed on towards the Great Hall. Lewis scanned the vicinity, but found no sign of Catherine, so he settled into a corner with Draco. Behind them, a group of Gryffindor students, presumably Hermione's roommates, engaged in conversation. Did you know that Hermione, that peculiar girl, is still crying in the bathroom? I tried to comfort her several times, but she just sent me away. One classmate remarked, resembling a yam in appearance, likely one of the Indian sisters. Draco, observing Lewis's demeanor, methodically folded his napkin and laid it across his lap, whispering, "That muggle-born girl seems to be in a rather poor state of mind." Not wanting to call her a muggle, which Lewis would disapprove of, and feeling reluctant to use her name, he settled on her nickname instead. "Since when did you start caring about Granger?" Lewis replied, having neatly arranged his napkin. "Let us eat. Tonight's banquet appears quite lavish." Indeed, it was bountiful, so much so that everyone seemed to have forgotten Hermione. Lewis turned his gaze, witnessing Ron transform into a voracious beast, one hand clutching Yorkshire pudding and the other a roast beef, reveling in his feast. This spectacle ignited Lewis's appetite, and he clapped his hands, retrieving Jerry from his pocket and placing him on the table, while inviting Tom to sit beside him, providing him with a knife and fork, thereby entrusting Tom with the care of Jerry. After all, what could possibly be more important than indulging in a meal? Just as they were enjoying themselves, the great doors swung open with a crash, and Professor Quirrell stumbled in, breathless, exclaiming, "A troll. A troll in the dungeons. I thought you all should know." With that, he rolled his eyes and fainted. "Look at you, completely losing your composure," Lewis scolded, furrowing his brow. "What's the panic? The professors are here. How much trouble can a troll cause?" Only then did Draco quiet down, panting heavily, his eyes darting around the chaotic Great Hall, which resembled a bustling market. Dumbledore had to produce a series of piercing explosions from the tip of his wand before the crowd fell silent. "Head of house," he spoke in a deep tone, "immediately escort your students back to their dormitories." "What's the matter?" Lewis continued to leisurely munch on his fries, a stark contrast to the chaos that enveloped the hall. "For elegance is timeless." Hermione, they both stammered from the basement. "I understand, but this matter should be reported to the professor," Lewis said, wiping his mouth and pointing the two in the right direction. But the professor will deduct points from us," Harry said anxiously. Lewis stifled a laugh behind his napkin. "Do you Gryffindors still care about point deductions?" "That is true," Harry realized, yet he still anxiously added, "It might be too late to find a teacher. Ron and I should go down and take a look." Little did he know, the basement was far more intriguing than he could have imagined. Meanwhile, when the hall descended into chaos, Catherine was not present. She had intended to address a personal issue in the restroom before seeking out Lewis to practice spells. As she stood up, the faint sound of sobbing from a stall caught her attention. Initially dismissive, Catherine felt a twinge of unease. Contrary to her typical aloof and proud demeanor, she harbored a deep-seated fear of ghosts, a vulnerability even her parents were unaware of, let alone her classmates. The students of Hogwarts had but 3 words to describe Catherine, not to be trifled with. Some might wonder, with ghosts present at Hogwarts, did she not fear them? One must understand that Hogwarts ghosts are a different matter altogether. At least they were familiar figures, thus devoid of fear. Consequently, Catherine feigned calmness, mustering her courage to stealthily exit the stall and forcefully pull open the door next to her. She soon recognized the owner of his sobbing voice. Catherine discreetly exhaled, her anxious heart settling, and a teasing expression graced her face. "Oh dear, is that not the little beaver from Gryffindor? Why are you crying here instead of being in the hall? Let me think." At this point, she placed her right hand over her rosy lips, her face a mask of feigned surprise. "Could it be that the little red-haired squirrel has abandoned you?" Chapter 38, The Troll. "It's none of your business." Hermione shouted back, "You're the little beaver. How fragile you are. Look at you." Cowering in the restroom and crying when faced with adversity, Catherine remarked, wrinkling her exquisite nose, "I'm beginning to believe your words. You're not a little beaver." Hermione shot her an exasperated glare. "You must be a skunk," Catherine said, feigning realization before disdainfully adding, "In an environment with such odors, how can you endure?" Hermione was on the verge of breaking down. "Oh!" Hermione screamed. "I am not a skunk." You detestable woman. I have no time to engage in this tedious debate. A flicker of disdain crossed Catherine's eyes as she remarked, "Whether you are a beaver or a skunk, you ought to comprehend that sulking will not resolve any issues. It will only render you more contemptible." Hermione opened her mouth to respond, but was interrupted by a series of dull thuds echoing through the air. She wiped the corner of her eye, rose from the toilet, and peered inquisitively. "Miss Waverley, did you hear that sound?" Catherine nodded and turned to face the source of the noise. A dark figure, elongated by the light, was steadily approaching the washroom door. Both Catherine and Hermione shared the same thought. Who in their right mind designed the washroom door to be so large? A towering troll stood at the entrance, wielding a hefty wooden club and regarding the door with an expression of profound wisdom. A nauseating odor reminiscent of socks that hadn't been washed in months wafted through the air, and Hermione, unable to contain herself, retched violently. She vowed that she would prefer the pungent garlic scent of Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts classroom to endure this inhuman torture. "Is indeed a troll." Hermione's complexion paled, unsure whether it was from her retching, the stench, or sheer fear. The troll's gaze shifted towards her voice, and she felt a pang of dread, exclaiming, "We're in trouble. It has spotted us." Hermione's throat felt parched, and she sensed her strength waning, leaning against the stalled door for support. "I read that trolls possess a high resistance to magic. At our age, it's challenging for any spell to inflict effective harm upon them. No, I cannot allow you to face this alone. Stand behind me." Catherine seized Hermione's wrist and swiftly pulled her to a distance behind her. "Your presence will only hinder me." As she spoke, a thunderous sound erupted once more, heralding the arrival of another troll. "I fear we are doomed." Hermione's words emerged from the depths of her throat, imbued with a sense of disillusionment. "I doubt it will be today," Catherine declared, her wand dancing in the air as a surge of emerald flames erupted forth. In an instant, the first troll was engulfed in the fiery inferno, disappearing before Hermione's astonished gaze. The sheer ferocity of the fiend fire was terrifying. At that moment, Hermione's eyes reflected an inexplicable element she could not fully comprehend. Stupefy. Catherine's wand emitted a pale blue spell that struck the second troll squarely on its forehead. The creature swayed unsteadily, as though intoxicated, before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. "Hermione! Hermione!" Harry and Ron's voices echoed from beyond, their heads peeking into the doorway. Upon seeing Catherine, the two boys paused, their initially joyful expressions fading in an instant. "Miss Waverley," they stuttered in greeting. Hermione, elated to see her friends, rushed over and enveloped Harry in a warm embrace. When it was Ron's turn, she hesitated momentarily before also giving him a hug, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that you two would come looking for me. Oh my goodness." Between children, enmity arises swiftly and dissipates just as quickly. Hermione has already cast aside the incident from this afternoon when Ron spoke ill of her. "Oh, I thought you were going to say something profound," Ron chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "That's what friends are for, right?" Harry wore a foolish grin, while Catherine observed the nascent trio with disdain and remarked, "Well then, Miss Beaver and her squirrel boyfriend, along with their froggy companion. If there is nothing more to discuss, I believe I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, the faces of the three flushed crimson, particularly Ron, whose head seemed to emit steam. He glanced at Harry and then stole a look at Hermione, only to find her blushing and gazing back at him, prompting him to quickly turn his face away. Potter stood there like a simpleton, grinning vacantly, appearing hardly more astute than a troll. A hurried sound of footsteps jolted the trio, interrupting Catherine's attempt to exit. The first to appear was Professor McGonagall, who surveyed the unconscious troll on the ground, one hand pressed to her chest, gasping for breath. "Can someone tell me what on earth has transpired here?" Her stern gaze swept over the group, causing the three youngsters to squirm uncomfortably. Catherine, however, remained unfazed, as it was not her fault. "It is my fault, Professor." Hermione stepped forward first. "I thought I could handle the troll. You know, I read about them in books. It was Miss Waller who saved me." Stunning the troll with a spell, she refrained from mentioning there were two trolls, as discussing such dark magic would not reflect well. She wished to spare Harry and Ron any trouble, as well as avoid implicating Catherine, who had rescued her. "Harry and Ron were only concerned for my safety, which is why they came to my aid," Hermione added. Professor McGonagall fixed her stern gaze upon Harry and Ron, who quickly nodded their heads vigorously, fearing that a delayed response would earn them a reprimand from her. One could tell these two were not particularly sharp. Chapter 39. Miss Waller wants me to confess. Oh, if that is the case, Professor McGonagall turned her attention back to Hermione, pondering aloud, "Miss Granger, you foolish girl. What led you to believe you could confront a troll the size of a mountain all on your own?" Hermione bit her lip and lowered her gaze. Too timid to meet the professor's eyes. Due to your recklessness and arrogance, Gryffindor shall lose 5 points, McGonagall declared, her lips pursed as she issued the penalty. The old which was particularly severe when it came to her own house. I must say, Miss Granger, I am somewhat disappointed in you. Her gaze shifted toward Catherine. I must admit, Miss Waller, for a witch of your age to so effortlessly vanquish a troll is a feat that cannot merely be described as genius. Slytherin shall gain 20 points for your actions. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. It was the first time she acknowledged that Miss Waller's heart might not be as proud and aloof as she had initially perceived. Indeed, ever since Catherine enrolled 2 or 3 years ago, each encounter with her has been marked by her penchant for tormenting classmates, such as the Weasley twins, who were suspended from the ceiling for an hour simply for bestowing upon her the moniker of Poker Face. Alternatively, she often engages in one against many scenarios, leaving her opponents dazed and incapacitated. It is quite unimaginable that she would ever extend a helping hand to her peers. Harry glanced at Professor McGonagall and then at Snape, suddenly noticing a tear in the hem of Snape's robe, revealing a blood-stained leg. Professor Snape, sensing Harry's gaze, frowned and shielded his injured leg. As Harry observed the wound, a fleeting sense of recognition danced at the edge of his consciousness, just beyond his grasp. Well then, we shall take our leave, Professor, the trio politely bid farewell. Catherine performed a ladylike curtsy to the 3 professors and followed them out of the underground washroom. Allow me to handle this troll. It falls squarely within my area of expertise, Professor Quirrell said with a forced smile. No sooner had he spoken than the troll sneezed, startling him. Snape scoffed disdainfully and departed the underground washroom alongside Professor McGonagall. The following morning, Lewis inquired of Catherine at the dining table. I hear you saved Hermione? This revelation came from Harry and Ron, but as Catherine approached, the two slinked away, tailing Draco. Although Draco had never been fond of Harry and Ron, he chose to distance himself from them in favor of avoiding Catherine's wrath. Draco was always shrewd in assessing situations, a trait undoubtedly inherited from his father. It seems you harbor exceptional feelings for Miss Granger. Catherine nearly snapped her fork in half, suppressing her displeasure as she retorted, Look at that affectionate title. It makes me want to vomit. There was a subtle bitterness underlying her words. Ordinarily, Lewis would refer to Hermione as Granger or Miss Granger, as their relationship was limited to mere acquaintances. However, he had previously called her by her first name, a choice made solely to provoke Catherine. Lewis detected the hint of jealousy in her tone, but simply sought to tease her. Indeed, I do possess extraordinary feelings for her. Have you noticed? She is rather charming. Catherine raised her gaze, apathetically surveying Hermione, who was joyfully chatting with Ron, and coldly remarked, You certainly have a talent for unearthing gems from a mire. In an instant, Lewis was reminded of a bottle of aged vinegar he had purchased during a trip to Shanxi. Perhaps you should have Miss Granger accompany you to the room of requirement daily for spell practice. It would save me some time, as I have no inclination to indulge in the games of such childish antics. Catherine asserted with a hint of haughtiness. Are you not aware that Sundra has become obsolete? Dear senior, are you still that haughty blonde? If you tie your hair in twin tails, you'll truly be a lost cause, she remarked, her grip tightening around the fork in her hand, the handle bending under the pressure. Her mind was a tempest. She had no desire to utter such words, yet they slipped out unconsciously. Now, she regretted it deeply. What if she truly drove Lewis into the arms of that beaver? Her throat felt constricted, as if a bone were lodged there, causing her considerable pain. Should I confess my feelings to her? Lewis mused, resting his chin on his hand, fingers idly caressing his middle and ring fingers, as he inquired with an air of nonchalance. Catherine slowly turned her head, her icy gaze fixed on Lewis, and in an unfathomably cold tone, she suggested, Why not have Mr. Mountbatten confess to her right here in front of the entire school? Excellent idea, Lewis exclaimed, slapping his thigh. He then turned to the senior, patting her shoulder with a grin. Since you're here, it would be perfect for you to bear witness. Catherine's pupils dilated sharply before returning to normal. She fought to suppress her tremors, her voice quivering as she replied, All right, I'll watch. She had no intention of accepting this insufferable scoundrel's wand. Wasn't he this akin to a declaration of independence? Her heart felt as though it were being cruelly twisted, the pain overwhelming, as if all her strength had been sapped away. Waves of inexplicable heat and cold surged towards her head, leaving her dizzy. She steadied herself, her gaze fixed intently on the standing Lewis. Should she cast a fierce fire spell, or perhaps a soul-stealing curse? Dangerous glints flickered in Catherine's eyes. Chapter 40. Why are you so proficient? Lewis looked down at Catherine, noticing her discomfort and fury, and catching a strong whiff of lemon. He genuinely wished to confess to Catherine in front of all, but the sudden flash of a task from the system panel interrupted his thoughts. Task: ensure Catherine Vor confesses her feelings before you do. Description: as a favored child of destiny, how could you initiate a confession? Maintain the pride of being a traverser and a son of the realm. Perhaps one day, a falling star will aid you in your triumph. Reward: Crown of the Wind, lightning skill tree. Failure penalty: none. In truth, he was reluctant to undertake this task, yet the rewards were simply too enticing. Who would want to be a dashing and cool lightning mage? Above all, the task brimmed with challenge. The mere thought of the aloof senior bashfully confessing to him made his heart race. Just teasing you. Vor, why are you so anxious? Catherine's breath caught in her throat. To be honest, I harbor no particular feelings for Miss Granger, Lewis replied, adopting a serious expression. You may not know this, but I'm not fond of younger girls. Diana interjected. Yes, precisely. What type do you prefer? Catherine coldly inquired, yet her heart settled, contemplating whether she should cast a few curses on him, perhaps one that would leave him with buck teeth or a fiery burn. At this moment, she no longer dwelled on the fierce flames or the soul-stealing curse, likely having calmed down from her earlier fury. As for me, I find myself drawn to those 3 years my senior. Lewis, leaning sideways with his elbow propped on the table, cradled his chin in his hand while gazing at Catherine. She ought to possess golden locks, a captivating visage, and a statuesque figure. A pair of long legs would be the crowning glory. Indeed, Catherine, standing at 172 centimeters, did have remarkably long legs. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed crimson. She shot Lewis a glance of disdain before turning away in silence. Yet, her heart felt as though it had expanded infinitely. Nevertheless, recalling Lewis's earlier teasing, she couldn't help but extend her long leg and stomp down hard on his foot. Lewis, caught off guard, took the blow silently, perhaps viewing it as a penance for his earlier mischief. After all, she was a senior, and anyone else might have already turned their back on him. Yet, he pondered whether that golden-haired older sister would indeed harbor feelings for him. Lewis grinned mischievously. What do you think, Catherine? May I call you that? Your lips are on your face. Can I really be restrained? Catherine retorted coldly, yet the blush on her cheeks betrayed her true sentiments. Come now, help me guess. Does that girl have feelings for me? Lewis continued to tease Catherine, his heart untroubled, embodying the essence of a charming rogue. Why are you so proficient at this? How many times have you flirted with others? Catherine seethed inwardly, crunching the sugar cube in her mouth. Get lost. After the match concluded, he resolved to surprise Catherine, his mind swirling with anticipation. At the periphery of his vision, a limping Snape approached Harry. Good luck today, Potter. Snape managed a strained smile, meeting Harry's perplexed gaze. Since you possess the courage to confront trolls, a mere Quidditch match against Slytherin should pose no challenge. The moment he uttered those words, regret washed over him. He had genuinely come to check on Potter and felt a flicker of delight upon seeing those eyes. However, the recollection of this boy being a Gryffindor seeker with that infuriating face transformed his words into something sardonic. Even more vexing were the 3 little miscreants before him, one a brilliant muggle witch, another with fiery red hair, and the last sporting green eyes. Was this not a motley assembly reminiscent of Lily? Snape found himself utterly exasperated. He swirled his cloak, conjuring a gust of wind, vanishing like an old bat from the trio's sight. I understand now, Harry whispered to the others, observing Snape's limping silhouette, feeling rather clever. No need to ask. Snape is about to take the fall again. Why does he always wear that black cloak? The 2 little heads leaned in close to Harry, who murmured, Did you notice Professor Snape's leg? He was limping. Earlier, in the underground washroom, I saw the scars on his leg. I think he must have tried to pass by that 3-headed dog. I dare say, he was the one who let that troll in to divert attention. Hermione's beaver-like eyes widened in disbelief as she protested. No, it's impossible. I know he may have issues with us Gryffindors, but he would never betray Dumbledore. In a certain sense, Snape had indeed never betrayed Dumbledore since he began teaching. Hermione, you always idealize the professors, Ron remarked with a shrug. But what is his true motive? What is that great dog-guarding? Let us not dwell on that, Hermione interjected, picking up a piece of bread. Have some toast. You have an hour before your match. You need to eat something to sustain yourself, or you'll regret it later. But I'm really not hungry, Harry replied, his mind consumed by thoughts of Snape. Emotionally, he found it hard to believe that Professor Snape, who seemed to favor him, would act against Professor Dumbledore. Yet his intellect told him that Snape was undoubtedly suspect. He turned to Draco. What is up, Malfoy? Seeking the Seeker is a priority target, you know. Draco feigned indifference, saying, I would want you to be defeated by Slytherin due to hunger. That would be quite disgraceful. Thank you, Malfoy, Harry responded, immediately regretting it. What redeeming words could come from that little scoundrel? Draco, holding a sausage, cheerfully suggested, "How about I treat you to a sausage and 2 fried eggs?" "Shut up, Malfoy," Harry retorted, rolling his eyes. Had it not been for the upcoming Quidditch match, he would have certainly given Malfoy a piece of his mind. Amused, Draco planned to share this jest with Lewis when Catherine was not around. Of course, if Catherine were present, he wouldn't dare to utter a word. Chapter 41. The counterattack begins. Harry was ultimately compelled by Professor McGonagall to consume 2 pieces of chocolate before stepping onto the field. As the professional commentator for Hogwarts Quidditch, Lee Jordan's expertise was beyond question, and his wit was remarkable. Especially when Slytherin tied the score at 20-20, Lee's proclamation, "The counterattack begins now," almost led Lewis to believe he was also from another time. Unfortunately for Slytherin, their counterattack ultimately failed. After all, the Savior Potter's ability to find the snitch was unparalleled. Lee Jordan proclaimed that Gryffindor's Potter swallowed the golden snitch like a frog, securing an additional 150 points for Gryffindor. Match over. The victors are Gryffindor. This exaggerated conclusion marked a new era for Hogwarts, as they subsequently utilized imported golden snitches. Indeed, there were no flaws in the execution. During the match, a minor incident occurred when Harry's broom went out of control, swaying left and right as if it were trying to rattle his brain. Fortunately, it soon returned to normal. Lewis glanced at Snape, and sure enough, Hermione's audacious beaver had splattered the professor's robe. Poor Snape, with only this one black coat, a gift from Lily, could only gasp in dismay. In the immediate aftermath of the competition, the 3 clever ones hastily approached Lewis, glancing at Catherine by his side, wavering between words and silence. "It seems your little animal companions have some personal matters to discuss with you," Catherine remarked, raising an eyebrow. "Perfect timing, as I too have some matters to attend to. I shall see you in the Slytherin common room this evening." "Very well," Lewis replied, pleased by the respect shown by the upperclassmen. He recalled his former life, where his girlfriend had been a quiet and untroubled soul, lacking the understanding and respect he now witnessed. The queen of sarcasm and pride had her own charm. As Catherine walked away, Hermione eagerly peered around, and upon seeing no one, exclaimed, "During the match, Professor Snape placed a curse on Harry's broom." Lewis stifled a laugh, choosing not to expose Snape's misdeeds. Let the trio harbor their misconceptions. After all, Professor Snape already bore enough burdens. As the saying goes, with many debts, there is no worry. With many lice, there is no need for care. Allowing him to remain in obscurity was, in fact, quite commendable. He led the trio to a secluded spot, saying, "Come, let us speak over there." The autumn winds of the Scottish Highlands were brisk, whipping fallen leaves against them. Lewis tightened his coat and wrapped his scarf around his neck several times, attempting to ward off the chill. It was indeed Professor Snape. Hermione continued with rapid-fire clarity akin to a machine gun. "I saw him curse Harry's broom, and when I ignited his clothing, Harry's broom regained control." Despite her impressive articulation, Hermione's chances of winning a Grammy for rap seemed slim. After all, she was a quintessential Englishwoman, not a transgender woman of color. Without the right enhancements, how could one achieve international acclaim? In this era, Big Brother had not yet fallen, and the world had not descended into such depravity. At least for now, the accumulation of enhancements was futile in the West. As Lewis anticipated, after hearing his lengthy and complex explanation, the trio's eyes swirled in confusion, reminiscent of spirals. It was truly unnecessary to have Harry and Ron, who lacked cultural knowledge, attempt to decipher such intricate sentences. This was largely thanks to the excellent matching mechanisms within the British magical community. Although Hermione comprehended each word, she faced a daunting realization. While she recognized every term Lewis uttered, the overall meaning eluded her grasp. "Do you believe Professor Snape truly intends to harm Harry?" Hermione questioned, beginning to doubt her own judgment. Under the expectant gazes of her companions, Lewis slowly nodded, saying yes and no. Lewis shrugged, smiling as he addressed the 3 of them. Sometimes, matters are not as straightforward as one might presume. The so-called villains are not merely those who scowl at you all day. True malefactors may lurk like venomous serpents, waiting patiently in the shadows, poised to strike when you are at your most vulnerable. The trio pondered his words thoughtfully. Lewis continued, "Of course, I do not dismiss your opinions. I encourage you to maintain your perspectives. Do not allow my influence to cloud your judgment, for that is the best advice I can offer you." Goodness, Rory has prattled on for so long, only to render his inquiries futile. "I believe I have discerned the true culprit," Ron exclaimed, his expression akin to that of a brilliant mind. "Oh, and who might that be?" Hermione inquired, intrigued to hear Ron's insights. "It's Dumbledore," Ron declared. But before he could finish, Hermione smacked him on the head with a swift motion. What was that for? He protested, cradling his head and mimicking a chicken's clucking. You revealed your ignorance. She retorted. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall be on my way. Lewis turned to leave, but paused momentarily. Oh, by the way, you must take me to find George and Fred. Today is Catherine's birthday, and I wish to present her with a small surprise. Indeed, the senior's birthday fell on November 2nd, a secret shared by Dumbledore himself, as an additional reward for that check. Lewis mused, if I don't present that check, you would let me miss this opportunity, wouldn't you? After all, I have toiled for Hogwarts. Ultimately, it was a case of misplaced trust. Chapter 42. Your cat prepared 4 dishes and soup overnight. The Weasley twins eagerly acquiesced to Lewis's request. The compensation he offered was simply too generous. 100 galleons for merely setting off fireworks, with the cost covered by Lewis. Such a lavish employer was indeed rare. The twins silently resolved that, even if they were subjected to another hour of the poker-faced queen's antics, they would ensure that 100 galleons were theirs to claim. Lewis spent a considerable amount of time attempting to teach the house elves how to prepare a bowl of longevity noodles. Just as he contemplated switching to a cake instead, Tom, who had been observing for some time, pushed aside house elf Aslo and skillfully took up a rolling pin. With dazzling speed, he mixed the dough and rolled out the noodles, producing a bowl of longevity noodles in the blink of an eye. To savor such authentically prepared noodles was a source of great satisfaction. He was not so bored as to necessitate incorporating elements of Sirius. He merely wished to witness how the senior would consume a bowl of noodles in one go. Watching Tom's industrious silhouette, Lewis was reminded of a classic meme. After seeing what you've cooked, your cat prepared 4 dishes and soup overnight. Of course, excluding dark culinary creations like blue cheese, which remained too avant-garde for human appreciation at this juncture. When Tom successfully prepared the noodle soup, an achievement notification chimed resoundingly. The culinary creation was so unpalatable that even the cats refused to eat it. Achievement reward. Recipe: Pandaren 8 Treasure Noodle Soup. The Pandaren 8 Treasure Noodle Soup enhances energy restoration speed for a duration of 1 day. Lewis decided to entrust this culinary recipe to Tom for him to master, alongside the crispy spider legs. To his surprise, Tom possessed a remarkable culinary talent rated at 20. As for the venue, it was quite straightforward. The auditorium would be devoid of people after 9 o'clock, making it an ideal location. He even borrowed a piano and a saxophone from Professor Flitwick, preparing them for Tom and Jerry, who were undoubtedly musical prodigies deserving of such opportunities. Tom and Jerry were already well-versed in numerous musical scores and did not require his assistance in that regard. Lewis pondered for a moment before distributing invitation letters to the professors, audaciously disregarding school rules. When Professor McGonagall received the letter, she was engaged in a discussion with Dumbledore regarding new ideas in Transfiguration. Upon reading the letter, she was rendered speechless with indignation. The implications were exceedingly detrimental. However, Dumbledore, with his characteristic leniency, quipped that 30 million pounds quelled any inclination McGonagall had to confront Lewis. This dreary institution could certainly benefit from the vivacity that children like Lewis infused into its atmosphere, he mused. Indulge him, he advised. McGonagall's expression bore the weight of her exasperation. With the Weasley twins and Mr. Potter, she felt as though they had collectively robbed her of a decade of her life. The thought of Mr. Mountbatten joining their ranks was almost too much to fathom. At least Lewis is a sensible child, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. I believe he can serve as a positive role model for his classmates. I truly owe him my gratitude. McGonagall recalled overhearing Lewis's policy, reflecting, had I not eavesdropped on his conversation with Miss Waller, I might still be oblivious. I never imagined that Severus would secretly conceal matters within his own house. I'd always thought him to be a man of integrity. It is a pity for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, who remain in ignorance. Dumbledore shrugged. Let us hope that Severus' upcoming assessment prompt a revelation for them. Indeed, McGonagall concluded, Mr. Mountbatten is a commendable young man. On the other hand, things were simple with Filch. Lewis had gifted him a variety of delightful Muggle cat food, along with various feline necessities and toys, which brought Filch immense joy. He promptly assured Lewis that he would turn a blind eye to any mischief, especially with the professors present. May this pet from France provide you with a semblance of familial comfort within the school. Truly, he was the quintessential naval admiral of old London, ever steeped in tradition. Moreover, he was, in essence, a grandparent of purest lineage. However, such traditionalism merely reflected national customs rather than Lewis's personal preferences. If one were to speak of true inclinations, it was arguably the prosperous lives of the Japanese that resonated most with Lewis's affections. The old man harbored a greater animosity towards the Japanese than most of his compatriots. as evidenced by the explicit stipulation in his will forbidding any Japanese from attending his funeral. Lewis did not intend to invite many people from Slytherin. Only Draco and Marcus were summoned, along with the trio from Gryffindor and Neville. The twins were merely tasked with setting off fireworks, thus not counted among the guests. The half-hour early arrival was merely a precaution for the directionally challenged. She did not even need to look up to know it was Lewis who entered. "Ah, Louis," she remarked, glancing at the newspaper in her hands. Curiously, he inquired, "Didn't you despise Rita Skeeter? Why are you reading the Daily Prophet?" "Because waiting for a directionally challenged fawn is dreadfully dull." Catherine set the newspaper aside, her cheeks slightly flushed with irritation. "I hope you have a reasonable explanation for this." "Come on, let's talk as we walk," Lewis said, grasping her wrist and gently lifting her. "Release me, Lewis," Catherine protested, her face reddening further. "I doubt you can even find the 8th floor before dawn." Lewis truly wished to give her a piece of his mind, but today, they were headed to the first-floor auditorium for a specific purpose. "What do you need to go to the auditorium for?" "Just a little something," he replied, keeping his surprise under wraps. "You must be hungry, I suppose. At your age, consuming an entire household's worth of food should be rather commonplace." Catherine pondered for a moment before dismissing her initial thought. "Apologies, I forgot you hail from an exploitative background. It is quite impossible for a child like you to deplete a family's resources." The term exploitative class was one she had learned alongside Lewis. Yet, Catherine remained understanding. In her view, hunger necessitated nourishment, and enduring discomfort was detrimental to one's growth. Thus, despite her verbal jabs, her body faithfully followed Lewis toward the auditorium. Chapter 43. A birthday celebration, what's with that mysterious expression? Catherine inquired as they walked, muttering, "You're not plotting something nefarious, are you, little fawn?" "Of course not." Lewis chuckled, swinging open the grand doors of the auditorium and gesturing with elegance. "Miss Catherine, please enter." She cast a deep gaze at Lewis before striding in with her long legs. Upon her entrance, a burst of confetti erupted, and the twins blew their horns while energetically launching fireworks into the sky. The melodious notes of a piano filled the air as Tom played the birthday song. Simultaneously, everyone in the auditorium rose in unison, singing happy birthday and extending their warm wishes to Catherine. Catherine stood at the threshold, momentarily stunned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She surveyed the faces of those present, surprisingly refraining from her usual sharp tongue, and softly murmured, "Thank you, thank you." For the first time in 14 years, someone had gone to great lengths to celebrate her birthday, and in that moment, a gentle warmth blossomed within her heart. To be candid, she had even forgotten that today was her birthday. "Happy birthday, Catherine." Lewis tiptoed and whispered blessings in her ear. You may wonder why he had a tiptoe. Alas. At just 11 years old, he stood a mere 4 meters tall, while Catherine towered over him by a head or more. How could he possibly reach her ear without standing on tiptoe? It was quite the amusing sight. Catherine, touched by the moment, was interrupted by the rather out-of-place voice of Professor Dumbledore, who exclaimed, "When do we eat? I can barely contain my drool." Professor McGonagall discreetly nudged him under the table, shooting him a disapproving glare. All right. Lewis chuckled as he linked his arm with Catherine's and made his way to the center of the hall, softly announcing, "Aslo, we may commence the feast." Before the expectant gazes of everyone present, bowls of vibrantly colored noodle soup appeared before each guest. "What is this?" Dumbledore wondered aloud, lifting a strand of noodle with his fork, perplexed about how to begin. "This is a delicacy from another world, the 8-treasure noodle soup, a specialty of the Pandaren," Lewis explained. Of course, Catherine's bowl is unique. It contains only one long strand of noodle, according to the custom from my mother's homeland. The birthday celebrant must consume the noodle in one breath without breaking it. Indeed, he reveled in a bit of mischief, hoping to tease Catherine along the way. The peculiar antics of a boy in the throes of adolescence. For some inexplicable reason, he felt compelled to playfully torment the girl who captured his heart. Catherine, seated on her stool, felt somewhat uncomfortable under the collective gaze of her peers. Although she was often the center of attention, as the Queen of Slytherin, she usually remained indifferent to other stares. Today, however, was different. It was her first experience being watched while attempting to eat noodles, and the challenge of consuming the long noodle in one go seemed daunting. Thankfully, Lewis had not been entirely cruel, ensuring that Tom did not roll the noodle out too long. As the music shifted, Lewis sensed a hint of familiarity in the melody. The sound of the saxophone filled the air, and he finally recognized it. Wasn't this the theme from White Album? "Go on, Catherine," he coaxed, his tone reminiscent of Gul'dan, fearing he might inadvertently declare, "This is the fate of Slytherin. You shall all be kings." Catherine was aware of his mischief, casting him a playful glare. She elegantly slurped the noodle into her mouth, swiftly yet gracefully finishing the longevity noodle. Lewis was the first to applaud, prompting others to join in, while the Weasley twins once again set off their firecrackers, filling the atmosphere with a delightful cacophony. I must admit, this noodle soup from another world was quite delectable. Professor Dumbledore concluded as he slurped his noodles, adding, if only it had a touch more sweetness. As for Harry and his friends, particularly Ron, he held a bowl larger than his own head, consuming it with the gusto of a conqueror. The twins simultaneously turned their heads away, signaling that they were not related to such an embarrassing display. Draco, too, was not much better, his fork moving at a rapid pace. Lewis lifted a strand of noodles and delicately savored a bite. As expected, the culinary prowess of the Pandaren was indeed legendary. He had never tasted anything so exquisite in either of his lifetimes. No wonder even Snape immersed himself in the pleasure of slurping noodles. It seemed that this marvelous dish could aid in the swift recovery of our energy. Truly, the esteemed headmaster was quick to recognize the magical properties of the noodles. Indeed, Professor, Lewis replied with a gentle smile. However, this culinary delight only possesses such wondrous effects when prepared by Tom. I propose that the top student from each year across all houses should be granted a serving of this exquisite dish daily to assist them in their academic pursuits. Naturally, tomorrow I shall have Tom prepare a bowl of Pandaren 8 treasure noodle soup for every faculty and student. For how can one cultivate interest without first experiencing the flavor? Tom quipped, the emotional toll is not yours alone. Even in the midst of celebrating Catherine's birthday with noodles, he remained ever diligent. Lewis was evidently unwavering in his principles. An excellent suggestion, Professor Dumbledore remarked, winking in approval. Meanwhile, Sprout and Flitwick exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the cryptic exchange unfolding before them. They were aware of the upcoming examinations, orchestrated by Snape, and had assumed that his talk of deductions and bonuses was mere rhetoric. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, it appeared that Dumbledore was also in the know. The two heads of houses began to regard the matter with increasing seriousness. They could not allow Slytherin to seize the House Cup once more. A fiery determination ignited in the eyes of the two heads and Professor McGonagall as they exchanged glances. Naturally, it was not feasible for all the professors to partake in noodles. After the main course, the delightful desserts prepared by the house elves were served to everyone as plates. Thank you. Catherine beamed at Lewis, her smile warm as spring blossoms. To be honest, I feel somewhat melancholic, Lewis said, still lounging against the table, lifting a piece of cake toward Catherine's lips. After she took a bite, he shrugged and chuckled. I thought you might be so moved as to pledge your devotion. Catherine, who had been somewhat touched, suddenly contemplated dumping the plate of cake atop Lewis's head. Chapter 44. The High Walls of Roserick. As a senior 3 years his elder, Catherine had always felt it necessary to show some leniency towards Lewis. Despite her occasionally sharp tongue, she was quite indulgent toward the boy. However, she was taken aback by his audacity, pushing boundaries with such impudence. Very well, young man, you have successfully provoked my ire. A fierce determination ignited in Catherine's gaze as she looked at Lewis. At this moment, her expression faltered slightly, and she compelled herself to overcome the blush of embarrassment, forcing a look of mild surprise onto her face. You harbor such thoughts about me, but are too shy to voice them? Lewis's handsome features flushed slightly, not from shyness, but from urgency. Can we not complete our tasks with some semblance of decorum? Very well, you have successfully provoked my ire. In the depths of Lewis's eyes, an electric spark flickered as he cast a glance at Catherine. What had begun as business had now morphed into a personal vendetta. This was merely a token of appreciation for Catherine, who had accompanied him in practicing magic since the start of the semester, so there was no need for excessive fuss. Lewis's mind raced. I will not slip away easily. I shall infuriate you. Tom's musical score had also changed. This time, it was the classic masterpiece Love Unreachable. A slight pang of discomfort arose among the onlookers and the two protagonists alike. After all, what are friends for? Lewis added. This round of their clash ultimately concluded in a stalemate. The following day, Headmaster Dumbledore personally deducted 50 points from Slytherin House, as Lewis had schemed, plotted, and organized a team night excursion. At that moment, Snape's long face suggested that one might mistake him for the resurrection of James Potter. Within the room of requirement, Lewis and the senior discussed Dumbledore. That old rascal is truly wicked. I even treated him to a bowl of 8 treasure noodle soup. You really should not have given him any ammunition, the senior replied with a hint of exasperation, gazing at the foolish boy before her, lazily stretching her limbs. Today, the senior wore rather thin clothing, Although the outside air was frigid, the warmth of the room of requirement was palpable, and she donned only a delicate white blouse. This stretch was innocuous, yet the snug shirt could hardly conceal her exquisite figure. Her slender waist, reminiscent of an A4 sheet, would undoubtedly incite envy and anxiety in future generations. Lewis even caught a glimpse of her faint waist indentations. It was truly mesmerizing. Under the moonlight, her porcelain skin appeared even more luminous and translucent, causing Lewis to momentarily lose his focus. Well, it's all right, Lewis shrugged nonchalantly, stating, I haven't reviewed either. Who knows what I might score? His thoughts were consumed by the image of the senior's waist. Regret washed over him. Had he known, perhaps he would have forsaken his electric skills in the Eye of Grywend. Could anything compare to the allure of the senior's waist? Alas, he found himself entrenched in an inescapable situation, left only to lament. The task at hand was to cleanse the threats of the Lothric high walls, targeting the elite knight, Bordeaux of the Cold Valley. The rewards promised included the AMN rune, one dark sword, the spell, Kalia's Swiftblade, and one resilient sphere. Astonished, Lewis marveled at the existence of an option with no rewards. However, this task was restricted to him alone, rendering it rather awkward. Even Tom and Jerry could not accompany him. This time, there was no senior to back him up. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lewis noticed Draco still deep in slumber. Thus he accepted the teleportation. The departure was somewhat grand, as a sudden burst of blinding light jolted Draco from his dreams. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he beheld nothing. Who am I? Where am I? What am I here to do? Flashed through Draco's mind before he turned over and resumed his deep sleep. Cold and damp. This was Lewis's immediate impression. He pushed open the small door atop the castle gate, and a wave of sunlight mixed with the stench of decaying mud assaulted his nostrils. Before my eyes lay a desolate and dilapidated city, long stripped of its former glory. Since the turmoil in Lothric was settled, this place had become a wasteland. Along the edges of the crumbling walls stood numerous, towering, tree-like beings. Their arms twisted into nearly complete branches, their heads reaching skyward as if yearning for something. Lewis unsheathed his crystalline sword and cautiously advanced. Descending the steps, he arrived at a more spacious section of the wall, flanked once again by the tree-like figures, encircled by a ring of kneeling humanoid entities. They appeared to be animated corpses, lacking any aggression. As Lewis approached, he observed their grotesque forms, their grimaces rendering Marcus comparatively handsome. At the foot of the steps, an animated corpse bearing a lantern ascended, and their eyes met. In that fleeting moment, the corpse raised its lantern high and opened its mouth to howl, only to be silenced by Lewis's swift spell, sealing its lips. It futilely attempted to emit a scream, before finally brandishing a broken sword and lunging at Lewis. The crystalline sword proved quite effective, effortlessly dispatching the animated corpse. Continuing forward, Lewis reached the steps and spotted another corpse, its face pressed against the wall in a state of despair. A swift strike of justice followed. Before he could lower his sword, a box in a room was abruptly pushed aside, revealing a figure armed with sword and shield. Expelliarmus, the disarming spell, glowing a vivid red, sent the sword and shield flying from the corpse's grasp. The creature stood there, perplexed, scratching its head as it puzzled over the sudden disappearance of its weapons. Lewis would not grant it the luxury of contemplation. With a decisive motion, he swiftly dispatched it. Finding no treasure within the room, he groped around for a time before descending the stairs. Exiting the small chamber, he faced a choice of two paths, one leading upward along the steps, the other continuing forward. Lewis recalled that according to the map, the upper path was guarded by a great dragon perched atop the castle. Yet after searching extensively, he had found no sign of the beast. To err on the side of caution, Lewis resolved to avoid courting misfortune. Chapter 45, Above the High Walls. The animated corpses upon Lothric's high walls possessed a notable fragility. A mere bump could elicit the resounding crack of brittle bones. Yet, one should not underestimate them due to their frailty. In truth, countless ashes lay in testament to those who had perished by their hands. Traversing the narrow path littered with shattered remains of corpses, Lewis arrived at the entrance of a chamber. A dull thud resonated, and tracing the sound's origin, he beheld a fully armored knight, clad in heavy armor, wielding a sharp straight sword, and striding with resolute steps. Every aspect of this knight conveyed the formidable nature of his presence. He was a knight of Lothric, fully equipped for battle. Upon encountering Lewis, the knight visibly paused, lowering his head to scrutinize Lewis for a prolonged moment. He even scratched his head with the hand that held the shield, seemingly intrigued by the presence of such a diminutive figure among the ashes. Lewis felt a twinge of offense, for a child barely exceeding 140 centimeters. The imposing figure of the knight, towering at over 190 centimeters, was undeniably daunting. In Lewis's line of sight, the knight, akin to a mountain, swirled his crimson cloak and approached him with measured strides. Expelliarmus. The disarming spell struck the knight, causing him to momentarily halt, yet he continued his advance towards Lewis, without even raising his shield in defense. You have gained 50 points in disarming spell proficiency. Impedimenta. You have gained 50 points in the impediment jinx proficiency. As the spell impacted the knight, his movements gradually slowed, as if an invisible force were tugging at him. Lewis had no inclination to employ the more potent stupefy, even sheathing his crystal sword. After all, this formidable wall could still be repurposed for his classmates, and he wished to test its resilience. He sought to discover if any conventional, non-dark spells could penetrate this formidable foe. Thus far, at least, this wall had not summoned any excessively formidable creatures. For a young wizard, even the most mundane adversaries could be vanquished with a shattering spell, provided one could land a hit. Stupefy. You have gained 150 points in stupor spell proficiency. The incantation struck the knight's helmet with a resounding clang, only causing his head to tilt slightly, inflicting no significant damage. Perhaps it was due to the knight's low level that the spell's effectiveness was diminished, yet his proficiency escalated rapidly. After casting several spells in succession, the stupor spell finally reached level 2, but still failed to deliver any substantial harm, merely causing a slight indentation in the area of impact on his armor. Thus, Lewis continued his practice, alternating between the impediment jinx and the stupor spell, executing a strategy akin to flying a kite. He had honed this technique through years of experience playing as a mage in games. Ultimately, as the stupor spell ascended to level 3, he finally managed to stagger the knight back a few steps. Notably, a considerable number of fifth-year students at the school had also found success with the stupor spell. It must be said, this knight was far more manageable than the upperclassmen, Lewis mused selfishly. At least he did not need to exercise caution or restraint. He could unleash any spell without fear of overexerting himself. In truth, the upperclassmen might have shared similar thoughts, as Lewis irresponsibly speculated about her mindset, seeking to absolve himself. Meanwhile, far away at Hogwarts, Catherine sneezed twice in her slumber, utilizing the same method to elevate the shatter spell to level 3, the Lothric Knight, unwilling to endure further humiliation, knelt and ended his frail existence with a straight sword. Lewis was momentarily taken aback, pondering why, with such high intelligence, he did not simply stab him with the sword. Opposite the chamber from which the knight emerged lay a rather concealed room. Lewis cleared the room entirely, and in its center he discovered a treasure chest. Extending from the chest was a long, chain-like object dragging along the ground. With a cold smirk, Lewis cast a barrier spell, quickly followed by a shatter spell. Foul beast, will you deceive me again? He mused inwardly. The chest emitted a guttural sound, rising before Lewis's calm gaze. With elongated arms and legs, a gaunt physique, and a head resembling that of a treasure chest adorned with serrated teeth, a slimy tongue dangled grotesquely, presenting a terrifying and repulsive sight. The barrier spell had little effect on the mimic, which whipped up a whirlwind, charging towards Lewis with a clumsy, windmill-like dance. Whirlwind charge. Lewis swiftly unleashed a shatter spell. You have gained 100 points in shatter spell proficiency. It seemed the mimic was significantly stronger than the Lothric Knight. The mimic, not lacking in reflexes, hesitated only momentarily before lunging at Lewis with open arms. Attempting to embrace him, Lewis deftly dodged, the mimic stumbling amusingly, nearly collapsing had it not been for its quick support against the ground. Observing its awkward form, a sudden thought struck Lewis. Levi Corpus. As he anticipated, upon being struck by the spell, the mimic became top-heavy and was inverted in midair. It thrashed helplessly, its large tongue flailing about, spewing foul saliva everywhere, a truly nauseating sight. It emitted a strange, eerie laugh, seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of its predicament. Yet this optimism was indeed commendable. It appeared that the creatures here possessed certain weaknesses. There was no need to inquire. The living corpse with its brittle bones was undoubtedly susceptible to being shattered. An inverted mimic allowed him to practice both the shatter spell and the stun spell up to level 5. Lewis watched it, contemplating what the adventures of his Hogwarts classmates would resemble within these high walls. Would Miss Know-It-All eagerly open a treasure chest only to be devoured, her little legs kicking helplessly? The thought ignited a peculiar sense of dark amusement within him. He truly wished to witness his classmates' suffering. After vanquishing the mimic, the items that fell to the ground captured his attention. One was a small stone rune, and the other an enigmatic grayish-blue battle axe. Rune of Uniqueness, Ort. When embedded in an item, it will produce unexpected effects. The Abyssal Battle Axe, the battle axe transformed by the depths, bears the essence of darkness, rendering it unexpectedly effective against certain foes. Although the initial yield seems modest, the axe currently serves little purpose, yet the runes possess a thirst that is truly profound. Securing his belongings, Lewis resumed his journey toward the frigid valley of Bordeaux. Chapter 46. An unexpected turn of events awaits. Upon exiting the room, he beheld, in the distance atop a roof, a congregation of animated corpses venerating a tree-like entity, an obstruction on Lewis's path. If memory served him correctly, one among them was a particularly vile creature. Indeed, as Lewis approached, the most conspicuous of the animated corpses staggered to its feet, lurching toward him. After a mere 2 steps, an inhuman roar erupted from the creature, followed by an eruption of massive black matter from its back. This dark substance swelled ominously, ultimately coalescing into a colossal, coiled serpent, shrouded in mystery, with blood-red eyes fixated upon Lewis and a gaping maw that roared ferociously, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Its enormous form writhed, and with a display of brute force, it shattered stones into fragments, inadvertently harming the surrounding corpses, which were obliterated beyond recognition. As for the vile creature, Lewis remained unfazed, calmly aiming his wand at it. Incendio. Your fire spell has gained 1,000 proficiency points. Skill level increased. The creature, akin to oil igniting in flames, erupted into a violent blaze, thrashing and shrieking, only to succumb to the inevitable transformation into ashes. Indeed, this seemingly powerful entity proved exceedingly vulnerable to fire. Beneath the dwelling where the abominable creature resided, a vast bonfire blazed, guarded by a rotund knight clad in cumbersome armor. It appeared that a fierce battle had transpired here, with countless knightly corpses haphazardly strewn about, swords, shields, and severed heads scattered in a grotesque display. Now, as a mage, Lewis possessed the advantage of terrain manipulation. From his elevated vantage point, he cast a spell to draw the knight's attention. The armored guardian glanced upward, leaping to a nearby balcony below him. Foolish, for I can soar. Lewis, not daring to linger, swiftly erected barriers to impede the knight's advance. At that moment, as the knight leapt once more, he unleashed a shattering spell that struck the knight squarely in the chest. You have gained 200 proficiency points in the shatter spell. Skill level increased. The rotund knight proved a formidable adversary, yet the spell sent him crashing to the ground, allowing Lewis to exhale in relief. The knight has met his demise. Quite unexpected indeed. Could he be as feeble as certain demon hunters? Lewis shrugged and descended the ladder. Beside the fallen knight lay a small orb of light. Lewis, not daring to be careless, cast 2 consecutive shatter spells without gaining any proficiency before he cautiously approached the corpse. Runes of the Unis, Thul. When embedded in an item, it elicits unexpected effects. A pleasant surprise indeed, as this Unis rune was something he could certainly put to good use. He stowed the rune away and departed from the large bonfire where the winged knights gathered. Beyond this cozy fire pit lay a sizable staircase, leading up to an imposing structure reminiscent of a cathedral, and at the far end of the stairs appeared to be an expansive plaza. Below must be the Bordeaux of the Cold Vale, barring any unforeseen circumstances. In his recollection, 5 Lordric knights were scattered before the cathedral, though they were positioned quite apart, allowing him to lure and eliminate them one by one. Lewis set his sights on the nearest knight. Armed with a spear in his right hand and a large shield in his left, and unleashed a shatter spell. The knight staggered from the impact, nearly losing his balance. Glancing at Lewis, he fished a small horn from his pocket. A loud and piercing sound erupted from the horn, sending a shiver down Lewis's spine. In a moment of folly, he quickly retaliated by casting several shatter spells, vanquishing the spear-wielding knight. As anticipated, the other 4 knights rushed toward him, the thunderous sound of iron boots striking the ground, instilling a palpable sense of pressure. Among them was a knight clad in a blue robe and cape, his eyes glowing a fierce red, an unmistakable sign of an elite foe. Lewis recognized that the red eyes symbolized a will corrupted by the abyss. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, swiftly ascending the stairs with the grace of the wind. The knights, displaying a measure of intelligence, remained at a distance, merely observing. Standing atop the rooftop, an inexplicable impulse seized him. He propped his left hand against his right elbow and beckoned the knights with his right index finger, grounding himself in a defiant challenge. Come at me. The leading blue-clad knight responded with a dismissive gesture, a thumbs down indicating Lewis's perceived weakness. Regrettably, he had ventured beyond the range of his spells, and successive incantations failed to inflict any damage upon them. He cautiously descended the stairs, tentatively advancing as the knights showed no urgency to charge, content to watch Lewis's frantic probing. After swiftly dispatching one knight with a few shatter spells, he took flight, climbing the ladder once more, casting 2 barrier spells to ensnare 2 lower-tier knights. Hanging from the ladder, Lewis effortlessly eliminated the 2 lesser knights, but suddenly, a chill washed over him, prompting caution as he hastily unleashed an iron armor spell. With a resonant hum, the incoming longsword was deflected by the protective enchantment. You have gained 200 proficiency points in the iron armor spell. The red-eyed blue knight, displaying cunning, circled the bonfire, scavenging discarded longswords to hurl at Lewis, even retrieving the halberd dropped by the hefty knight moments prior. Unfortunately, due to the blue knight's remarkable agility, ordinary spells were unable to touch him. Sectum Sempra, the cutting spell. Lewis chose to play the fool. You have gained 20 points in the mastery of the shadowless blade. The red-eyed knight fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, the crimson in its eyes gradually fading. Given the high skill level of the shadowless blade, providing 20 points of proficiency was indeed a testament to its strength. Lewis approached and kicked it twice, spitting in disdain. Such a massive knight, yet it dropped nothing? After vehemently cursing the knight, he stood at the center of the grand staircase, contemplating his next move. A visit to the church seemed prudent. After dealing with Bordeaux, he mused, it would be best to stop by now and save himself the trouble later. As he walked, an unsettling feeling crept over him, as if he had forgotten something significant. Upon pushing open the church doors, the dim room transformed into brightness. Rows of neatly arranged pews lined the sides, seemingly for the congregation. At the front, there stood a statue, before which sat a gaunt, hunched old woman. Lewis considered greeting her, dismissing any apprehension, and proceeded forward. To his dismay, the old woman suddenly lifted her head and fixed an unyielding gaze upon him. You, outsider, do not belong here. Her voice emerged from a parched throat, as desiccated as her form, sending chills down Lewis's spine. Despicable foreigner, savor your impending demise, she uttered, her head drooping as if drained of life. A cacophony of alarms surged within Lewis's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted toward the exit. Yet, as he reached the threshold, the doors slammed shut with a resounding thud. Let me out, he cursed vehemently, recalling the nature of this place. This wretched locale was indeed from Dark Souls 3, home to a mid-to-late game boss, the Dancer of the Boreal Valley, who one would typically confront only after traversing 9 maps and defeating over 10 bosses to amass sufficient experience. He leaned helplessly against the door, a tumult of anxiety coursing through him, as dark mist began to coalesce upon the ceiling. From that roiling black fog, a slender arm clad in azure armor emerged. Chapter 47, The Dancer of the Boreal Valley. In his previous life, as the leader of the Dark Souls community, Lewis had often misled newcomers, such as recommending they venture into the high walls to confront the old woman, watching the newcomers wail helplessly before the dancer, while screenshots circulated in the group mocking his mischief always brought him an unsavory delight. After all, witnessing others suffer was a form of enjoyment. You will face retribution, the newcomers would often exclaim. Yet Lewis had never believed in fate. Who truly believes in retribution these days? But now, gazing at the dancer, struggling to break free from her unseen bindings, his eyes grew moist. Perhaps this was indeed retribution. He swallowed hard. Today's events would surely not end well. In his line of sight, the dancer wrestled against the dark mist, finally liberating herself and gracefully descending to the ground. Like the battle-hardened knights dispatched by the Pope, the dancer's form was nearly bestial. Her physique was grotesquely disproportionate, her slender form hunched over, with excessively elongated arms and legs. The mask she wore completely concealed her features, which could be deemed fortunate, as her beastly transformation had undoubtedly marred her beauty, thus preserving a vestige of dignity. In her left hand, she wielded a flaming scimitar, its length nearly matching that of her arm. Sunlight cascaded from the dome above, reflecting off her blade with a chilling gleam that sent a shiver down one's spine. There was a sense of foreboding, for it was time to act. Lewis shook his head, casting aside unwelcome thoughts, and focused intently on the dancer to anticipate any sudden assault. The dancer moved with an ethereal grace, unlike others driven by an insatiable thirst for violence. Since emerging from the inky shadows of the dome, she had been pacing around the cathedral, seemingly relishing the long-lost taste of unrestrained freedom. The cathedral was enveloped in a deathly silence, broken only by the crisp sound of her footsteps echoing through the vast space. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the cathedral, and in tandem, the dancer's form shifted, Her scimitar was raised high, and with her elongated legs, she lunged towards Lewis. Aiming a decisive strike, Lewis dared not be careless. He quickly recited a protective incantation. Protego. The force of her strike reverberated through his arm, causing a dull ache, a sensation he had never experienced before. He understood that he could withstand only a couple of such blows before his defenses would shatter. You have gained 2,000 points in shielding proficiency. In a swift motion, he rolled away, feeling the icy breeze slice through him like a blade. With a thunderous crash, the dancer's scimitar struck the ground, producing a resonant thud. Truly, she embodied the title of the dancer of the Frosty Vale. Twisting her body with an astonishing grace and extending her unarmed right hand in an attempt to seize Lewis. Once again, Lewis executed a roll to evade her grasp. Recognizing that while retreat may be ignoble, it proved remarkably effective. If captured, the next move would undoubtedly pierce his heart with her scimitar, a fate he had encountered dozens of times in the realm of gaming. Sectum Sempra. The sharp incantation glimmered ominously as it sliced towards the dancer's head. You have gained 1,000 points in the Severing Charm. This was the real world, devoid of health bars. Lewis had no way of knowing what damage his spell inflicted upon her. The dancer flinched as the blade grazed her mask, leaving a delicate cut. In response to the pain, her scimitar swept horizontally, yet Lewis dodged swiftly, her weapon crashing into a column and shattering it with a resounding impact. Gazing at the splintered column, Lewis felt a wave of dread. Had that blow landed upon him, he would have faced an immediate restart. Resolute, he decided to hold nothing back, distancing himself as he unleashed a flurry of 7 or 8 spells towards the dancer's head, devoid of any sentimentality. The dancer, burdened by a curse, struck the chair where Lewis had once stood. Lewis was fleeing, while the dancer pursued him relentlessly, delivering 7 swift blows, each one as haunting and perilous as a specter, barely skimming past him, leaving no room for the release of his enchantment, the pressure mounting to an unbearable degree. Never before had he yearned so desperately to master the art of teleportation. What good was his magic if he couldn't even evade? His robe tattered, he discarded it aside, deeming it a nuisance. As the dancer sprinted alongside him, shedding her garments, she knelt partially on the ground, her right hand delicately twisting, summoning a ball of orange-red flame from the earth, clenching it tightly. The ensuing explosion sent Lewis tumbling, and seizing the opportunity, the dancer plunged her curved sword downward with force. Lewis recoiled, the blade slicing through the air, embedding itself in the ground between his legs. Damn it, just 10 centimeters. His senior sister would be left alone to mourn. Do you realize the harm a thrust could inflict on an 11-year-old child? No longer pursuing him, the dancer sank to her knees once more, dark mist swirling around her, devouring the curses directed at her. Pressing her right hand to the ground, she slowly extracted a blade nearly identical to her original from the inky fog. The veil at the back of her head danced like a specter, her arms raised. Her body contorting into a grotesque arc. Lewis summoned every ounce of strength he possessed, convinced that even Bolt could not outrun him now. After all, Bolt had no vengeful maiden wielding twin swords at his back. The gust of wind from the dancer's blades shattered every chair and pillar in her path, leaving Lewis with no choice but to flee for his life. At that moment, his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, refusing to obey him, a coarse, iron-tasting sensation rising in his throat. Unlike the ashes in the game, he had no health bar to rely upon. Without ample rest, his stamina could not be replenished. The dancer appeared to be dizzy from her exertions, her movements slowing as she lowered her head. Seizing the moment, Lewis unleashed several swift strikes upon her veiled helm, severing strands of her headpiece. In an instant, the struck dancer shot her gaze upward, leaping at a distorted angle, her curved sword aimed directly at Lewis's throat. At this juncture, escape was impossible for Lewis. The dancer's speed was overwhelming, leaving him with no room to evade as he leaned against the last remaining pillar. He could only watch as her twin blades glimmered with cold light, aimed menacingly at his throat. A fleeting regret flickered in the icy heart that had long been sealed by the Pope. What a pity. Chapter 48, Bountiful Harvest. In the final moment of her life, a brilliant green light flashed before the danceress' eyes. Avada Kedavra! Lewis had never been so resolute. At this moment, he was utterly focused, completely indifferent to life and death, his gaze fixed intently upon the dancer rushing towards him, in the gravest peril of his existence. A surging intent to kill erupted within him. The dancer's strength rapidly drained away, and her curved swords clattered to the ground. Weakly, she knelt, her body swaying before collapsing with a thud. In her final moments, a sense of liberation filled her heart. You have gained 20,000 proficiency points in the Killing Curse. Due to your affinity for dark magic, the spell has upgraded to level 8. As this is your first successful use of the spell against a formidable foe, it has been further enhanced by 2 levels, bringing it to level 10. Avada Kedavra, current level 10, max. Required sanity points, 25. Casting range, 100 yards. Casting time, 0.01 seconds. Skill description, unleashes an intense killing intent that dispels the target's life force. Note, due to your young age, repeated use of this skill may cause irreversible damage to your psyche. Current sanity points, 4950. Yet, in that moment, Lewis was entirely oblivious to the system's notifications. The overwhelming killing intent, potent enough to almost solidify, was tearing at his sanity. Deep within him, a voice akin to that of a beast roared madly, urging him to unleash his wrath. Lewis screamed in agony, desperately attempting to dispel the piercing, bone-chilling intent. Before his eyes lay a sea of crimson, and had anyone been present, they would have noticed the scarlet light radiating from his eyes. Embrace our whispers that arise from the depths of your soul. Accept us, and you shall gain unfathomable power. The whispers were enticing, akin to the murmurs of 1,000 voices, or perhaps a single entity, incessantly speaking in his ear. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Thousands of purple-black eyes opened from the darkness of his thoughts, and Lewis could distinctly feel their vengeful stares. Hey, friend, what troubles you? Lewis was drenched in sweat, his black hair soaked, droplets cascading down. A knight clad in peculiar armor, resembling an onion, squatted beside him. Though his face was obscured, Lewis could sense a genuine concern emanating from him. Friend, you do not appear well, the onion-headed knight said, pulling a small wooden barrel from his cloak. Oh, drink this. It will make you feel better. Lewis nodded, lacking the strength to speak. The moment it touched his lips, he sensed something amiss. Was this not alcohol? Yet, a warm sensation flowed from his mouth into his stomach, gradually spreading through his limbs, banishing the cold, creeping dread that had plagued him. It seemed the abyss had retreated. Lewis gulped down the contents of the barrel, wiped his mouth, and patted the onion-headed knight's armored belly. Thank you, friend. I still do not know your name. And I am Jack Bardo hailing from Catalina. The onion knight imitated Lewis's actions, patting his own carapace. And you, my friend? Lewis Mountbatten. Lewis had no intention of concealing his name. Well, my friend, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Jack Bardo pondered for a moment. Do you know the way to the Undying Settlement? Alas, I have wandered for quite a while without finding the path out of here. What business do you have in the Undying Settlement? Lewis, being a speedrunner rather than a narrative enthusiast, had only a cursory understanding of the Onion Knight storyline. There dwells a demon whom I must vanquish. Jack Bardo's voice was endearingly simple, making it hard not to warm to him. Lewis then recalled the spoils from the dancer. He felt 2 runes, a small banner, a transparent, glowing figurine, and an oddly shaped mask. He did not rush to identify them, but instead held up the small banner and said, "Go to the cliff on the other side, raise this banner high, and someone will come to escort you to the Undying Settlement." And what will you do? Jack Bardo inquired in return. Lewis thought for a moment. The system did not require him to possess the small ring banner, so surely there was another way. Moreover, Jack Bardo had saved him for peril, so it was unreasonable to withhold a mere banner. Thus, he cheerfully replied, "Rest assured, we shall meet again one day." Excellent. Jack Bardo readily accepted the banner. Furthermore, Lewis added, "There's a beastified ice knight in the square over there. He must be dealt with before you can proceed to the Undying Settlement." The Bordeaux of the Frozen Vale fell easily at the feet of the two, drawn in by the formidable presence of the Onion Knight. Bordeaux dropped a blue transparent object and a rune of the unknown. "Take care, my friend." Jack Bardo did not underestimate Lewis due to his age. He bid farewell to Lewis with great respect. "Take care, friend." Under Lewis's watchful gaze, Jack Bardo was escorted by the porters towards the Undying Settlement. Shortly thereafter, a notification of task completion and achievement rang out. Lothric's High Wall, 25. The Dancer of the Frozen Vale, 20. Alternate dimension. Lothric's High Wall has been unlocked for repeated challenges. Task completed. Rewards are being distributed. You have obtained the Rune of the Unknown. Amen. You have acquired the weapon, Dark Sword. You have received the item, Resilient Sphere. You have gained the spell, Carrying Quickblade. Rune of the Unknown. Amen. Embedding it into an item will yield unexpected effects. Dark Sword. A one-handed weapon with a swift attack speed. Damage 1245. Durability 50 out of 50. Resilience Sphere. Enhances stamina recovery speed and mana recovery speed. Carrion Quickblade. One of the magics of the Carrion royal family. Capable of forming a magical sword, executing a rapid sweep that can be seamlessly followed by other actions. It is renowned for its practicality in combat among sword magics of Carrion. He examined the dropped items once more. First, there was Bordeaux's. Bordeaux's soul. Function unknown. Uniform. Co. When embedded in an item, it elicits unforeseen effects. Upon encountering the dancer, Lewis was nearly blinded by the dazzling display, leaping with exhilaration. Chapter 49. I did not review either. Uniform. Pool. When embedded in an item, it elicits unforeseen effects. Uniform. Mal. When embedded in an item, it elicits unforeseen effects. Wunang de Linghuan. Effect unknown. The final golden mask truly astonished him. The Death Mask. Transformation skill level 2. Steel stamina upon impact. Steel mana upon impact. Iron armor spell grants immunity to 20 elemental damage. Iron armor spell increases defense strength by 30. 15 maximum mana. Significantly enhances stamina. Gazing at this golden mask, his head buzzed with thoughts. Its attributes were splendid, yet wearing it would be excessively ostentatious. Indeed, it was his fault to attract the attention of royal courts. But one ought not to emulate the king of Zazwang by donning a mask. As though hearing Lewis's inner thoughts, the mask melted in his grasp, transforming into a delicate golden headband. How splendid, he murmured to himself while admiring the headband. The headband emitted a hum, seemingly pleased by his praise. Observing the final ensemble of the mage, Lewis felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Unlike the shabby tower heads in Diablo 2, the attributes of the tower head in his possession were truly commendable. Particularly, the 2-to transformation skill was a timely boon. Thus, Professor Mag should no longer sigh with discontent. In contrast, the other 2 runes appeared somewhat inferior. Lewis retrieved his crystal sword and, after extracting the runes, embedded them in the order of Tau, Thul, Ort, Mn. A radiant glow enveloped the sword, making it seem as though something flowed within. He examined the attributes of the sword. Spirit, Talthalord Mn. 2 to all skills. 35 faster spell casting. Inflicts lightning, cold, and poison damage. Provides 10 magic absorption for armor. Grants 55 increased casting speed after breaking armor. Increases armor defense by 40. Significantly enhances stamina. Seratus dua belas mana. Can substitute for a wand as a casting medium. The rune word. Spirit, an everlasting artifact for newcomers, also shone brightly in the real world. However, due to casting the killing curse, the core of his unicorn hair wand had completely withered. The wand, made from unicorn tail hair, was extremely resistant to dark magic, particularly unforgivable curses. Thus, the final attribute was what Lewis desperately needed. Reflecting on the consequences of using the killing curse, Lewis felt a chill of dread. For the sensation of having one's soul torn apart and being gazed upon by the abyss was an experience he wished never to endure again in his lifetime. It is time to contemplate the creation of a new wand. He pondered meticulously in his mind. However, prior to that, the spiritual sword could serve as a substitute for the wand in casting spells. Upon returning to the dormitory, the sky remained as unchanged as when he had departed the previous day. Lewis speculated that perhaps the flow of time differed between the 2 worlds. After a lengthy battle, he felt exhausted and promptly turned over, succumbing to deep slumber. He slept soundly until well past 11 in the morning, fortunate that it was Saturday. He intended to visit the Great Hall, for after such a prolonged rest, his stomach was quite ravenous. As he approached the common room door, the 2 classmates stationed there immediately straightened their postures and called out loudly, "Loyalty, integrity." Lewis was nearly startled, gazing at the 2 spirited seniors. He contemplated patting their shoulders, but found it awkward to rise on his toes. Instead, he settled for a light pat on their arms, smiling as he praised, "Well done. Very spirited. Loyalty, integrity." The 2 seniors continued to look ahead, brimming with energy. Lewis nodded in satisfaction and stepped away from the Slytherin common room. In the Great Hall, Harry was anxiously poring over the potions textbook with Hermione, while Ron fiddled with a chocolate frog car beside them. Lewis scanned the room and soon spotted the trio. "Good morning," he greeted them. "Good morning. My goodness, you don't look well," they exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Lewis's pale complexion. "It's nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night." Lewis waved dismissively as he plopped down next to Ron. "Ronald," Hermione whispered, "if you don't start studying, your exam results will be dreadful. What is there to fear?" Ron replied nonchalantly, but Professor Snape said he would send the report cards to our parents. Hermione kindly reminded him, "You wouldn't want to receive a letter filled with their scolding, would you?" Suddenly, Ron felt a chill at the base of his spine and hastily retorted, "It's fine. George and Fred certainly won't do well either. I have them to keep me company." "I think you should take a look over there," Lewis said, patting Ron's shoulder and indicating the twins, who were engrossed in their studies. It seems George and Fred have no intention of joining you in your plight. And you? Ron cast a pleading glance toward Lewis, genuinely seeking some psychological comfort. I haven't reviewed either. Don't worry, Lewis chuckled, completely disregarding the fact that he had been diligently studying potions with a senior in the room of requirement just days prior. This method of study was indeed effective. You haven't studied? Goodness, Hermione exclaimed, smacking her forehead. How could you also succumb to this decline, Lewis? She felt a sense of despair towards this world. How could even her esteemed peer neglect their studies? Good brothers must escape the burdens of revision together. Lewis laughed as he high-fived Ron. Hearing this, Harry, too, decided not to study, casually tossing his book to Hermione and joining Ron and Lewis in a foolish grin. Infectiously influenced by Potter, the first-year Gryffindors, who had been diligently studying with furrowed brows, abandoned their books one by one, calling upon friends to engage in various games, their faces brightening with long-lost joy. With a click of his tongue, Lewis shook his head, expressing pity. Look at what Professor McGonagall has done to the children. The laxity in Gryffindor was of little concern, almost as if it were contagious. In an instant, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had descended into chaos. The Slytherin snakes stirred restlessly, yet under the benevolent gaze of the learning monitors from each year, they remained seated upright, their heads bowed in deference as they diligently memorized the key points from their textbooks. Indeed, you heard correctly, Snape had provided them with highlights. Such treatment was exclusive to Slytherin. How remarkably generous of Snape. Lewis was well aware of this fact, and as he observed the annotations in the Slytherin students' books, he couldn't help but reflect. Yes, quite generous indeed. Had Snape been any less so, he would have assigned the Slytherins actual exam questions. This level of generosity was something Professor McGonagall could never manage. Chapter 50, Underperformance. That evening, in the room of requirement, Lewis was dragged into an all-night study session by an upperclassman. Catherine was concerned that he might perform poorly on the exam, thus losing face before his peers. Unaware of her reasoning and reluctant to refuse her, Lewis pinched his nose and persevered, reviewing the material he had already mastered, following her lead with earnest dedication. The next day, during the potions exam, Lewis was the first to submit his paper, prompting Ron, who had been anxious for what felt like an eternity, to finally hand in his as well. Upon seeing Lewis's paper, Snape nodded in satisfaction. When Ron finally turned in his, Snape's penetrating gaze lingered on him for what felt like an eternity before he waved him away, dismissing him as if he were a bothersome fly. Ron stumbled out of the examination room like a marionette, only to spot Lewis leaning against the windowsill, gazing out. I flunked the exam, Ron lamented dejectedly. I didn't do particularly well either, Lewis sighed in sympathy. Ron's face lit up as if he had found savior. Really, Lewis? You are truly my good friend. If my mother knew I had done poorly, she would surely scold me. But with you here, it's different. My mother considers you an exceptional person. She always tells me to learn from you. Lewis struggled to maintain his composure. Should he laugh? It seemed a bit unkind not to. Yet, withholding laughter felt equally uncomfortable. Thus, he listened with a peculiar expression as Ron rambled on, until Harry and Hermione emerged from the room. Harry wore a goofy grin, appearing blissfully unaware, his eyes unfocused as he stared ahead, chuckling mindlessly. He evidently believed he had performed exceptionally well. In contrast, Hermione wore a furrowed brow, relentlessly tugging at her hair. Her once voluminous locks now appeared even more disheveled after her frantic grasping. Damn it, I actually forgot the specific steps for brewing the forgetfulness potion during the exam. I should have chosen B. Hermione berated herself, pulling at her hair. But now that I remember, what good does it do? It's all right, I didn't know either. I'm here to keep you company. Ron attempted to console Hermione with his own misfortunes. Who asked for your company? Hermione exclaimed, delivering a forceful thump to Ron's chest with her hefty copy of 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, producing a dull thud. You're so rude. Ron exaggeratedly rubbed his chest, the sound more pronounced than the pain itself. I truly wonder who will marry you in the future. I must mourn for him in advance. If looks could kill, Hermione's gaze would undoubtedly rival even the most powerful spells. Lewis nearly burst into laughter. Was Ron really contemplating a eulogy for himself? TCH anyway. Neither Lewis nor I performed particularly well. Ron pouted, muttering, unlike you two traitors, lacking in loyalty to us. Potter. Draco's voice rang out from behind. What have you consumed to be so utterly foolish? Strangely, it was only when Draco called Potter that he produced such a sharp tone. Shut up, Malfoy. Harry's previously cheerful mood was instantly soured by Draco's meddling. I bet you didn't even brush your teeth this morning, you wretched creature. Haha, getting anxious, are we? Draco chuckled, first greeting Lewis, then circling Harry with his hands in his pockets, like a mischievous rascal. Let me see. Oh, are you blushing, Potter? You really ought to consult a psychologist. Malfoy, Hermione interjected, shaking her head in disapproval. Harry, in his first year, was not yet the sharp-tongued warrior he would become. Lacking experience in quarrels, his chest puffed up indignantly as he glared at Draco. Lewis, unable to bear it any longer, decided to intervene. Generally, when a boy is faced with someone he adores, he can't help but want to tease them, can he? Lewis animatedly mimicked Catherine's exaggerated expressions, one hand covering his mouth while the other pointed at Draco in astonishment. Do you fancy, Potter? This caused Draco's smug face to flush a deep crimson, akin to a boiled lobster, unsure if he was embarrassed, anxious, or furious. After stammering for a while, he finally blurted out, "Only a fool would like Potter." With that, he fled, face still flushed. Lewis turned to Harry, who, along with Ron and Hermione, stared at him as if witnessing a new world. After all, Draco's behavior was quite misleading. Ron said nothing, merely patted Harry on the shoulder. Hermione, after much contemplation, finally raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, we're not in the past anymore. You want to suffer a touring-like fate, but, don't concern yourself with others' opinions. I will always support you." After saying this, she enveloped Harry in a heartfelt hug. Hermione's tone had a hint of awkwardness. "Enough already," Harry exclaimed in exasperation. "Lewis, how could you?" "This is a good thing," Lewis shrugged. "At least you can look on the bright side. Draco won't be bothering you for no reason anymore." Harry pondered this, and the silly mindset allowed him to feel instantly relieved. "Thank you, Lewis. I didn't expect your kind intentions." Hermione and Ron slapped their foreheads in disbelief. Harry seemed beyond saving. The next day, rumors of Slytherin's Malfoy secretly harboring feelings for Gryffindor's savior, Mr. Potter, spread throughout the school like wildfire. During dinner, Ron conveyed the news to Percy, who, in turn, was pestered by the twins, eager to turn this matter into sensational gossip for the sake of annoying others. Once the twins were aware, it was as if the entire world had been informed. Several Gryffindor girls, akin to explorers who had stumbled upon a new continent, fixated their gazes upon Harry in the common room, continuing their scrutiny during mealtime. Harry felt exceedingly uncomfortable, squirming on his seat to the point of nearly creating a dent. The Slytherins were no different. Numerous upper-class women approached Draco, expressing their unwavering support with a facade of camaraderie, while their eyes gleamed with insatiable curiosity. Draco was on the verge of madness. He yearned to confront the instigator, Lewis, yet hesitated to offend him, which left him in a state of distress. Ultimately, unable to contain himself any longer, he abruptly rose in front of everyone, marched over to Harry's table in Gryffindor, and exclaimed, "Potter, come with me." The hall fell into a hush, only to erupt into a cacophony of applause and whistles, creating a lively atmosphere. Both boys momentarily froze before bolting out, their cheeks flushed, each inwardly cursing the other. "Ah, the joys of youth," mused Professor Dumbledore, his half-moon spectacles glinting with nostalgia. Chapter 51. The Release of Results. However, the fervor of the fangirls for fanfiction remained unabated, with notebooks flying open, and Professor Snape even confiscated a risque piece during potions class, authored by a Ravenclaw upper-class woman, to whom he unapologetically deducted 50 points. One must be grateful that the wizarding world lacks political correctness. At long last, Friday's potions class arrived, marking the official day for results to be announced. Professor Snape, as per usual, slammed the door open with a bang, a routine that had long ceased to astonish the students. Indeed, it felt rather unsettling if he didn't make such an entrance. Recently, two individuals had emerged as focal points of interest. Snape's greasy voice lingered as he drawled, "Let us see. Ah, the audacious Mr. Malfoy, who openly professed his affection for Mr. Potter in public. Your father must surely take pride in your bravery." Draco wished to retort, but found himself momentarily silenced by Snape's remarks. Moreover, he lacked the courage to challenge Snape's authority. "I truly wish you would apply the same zeal for uncovering other scandals to your studies, but it appears you resemble mosquitoes drawn to the scent of blood," Snape remarked, his hooked nose wrinkling in disdain as he scrutinized the report cards. "At times, I cannot help but question whether I am teaching a group of ogres. Louis Mountbatten," he suddenly called out. Upon seeing Lewis rise, a rare smile flickered across Snape's grim visage. "Students whose names are called need not stand. Take a seat, Mr. Mountbatten." 100 points. Lewis's mind raced with disbelief. "Professor Snape, you are undoubtedly doing this on purpose." Ron, who had been seated in anticipation of amusement, found his mental defenses shattered by the proclamation of a perfect score. Huh? Were we not supposed to agree to avoid studying? Did we not promise you would perform poorly? How did you manage to secretly achieve a perfect score? Our savior, Mr. Harry Potter, recently garnered a commendable 99, albeit due to a minor spelling error in his short answer. Hermione Granger. The smile that once adorned Snape's visage faded, replaced by an ominous expression. Ah, Miss Know-It-All, 98. Draco Malfoy, 98. Daphne Greengrass, 98. Millicent Bulstrode, 98. Pansy Parkinson, 96. Blaise Zabini, 95. Lavender Brown, 95. Theodore Knott, 94. Eloise Midgen, 93. Vincent Crabbe, 90. Gregory Goyle, 88. Now, let us proceed to the formidable trio from Gryffindor. Ronald Weasley. Snape's icy gaze bored down upon Ron's face, and after a moment, he slowly articulated, 62. A pass. At least. Ron exhaled in relief. Not being last was a small victory, and he was determined to settle the score with that insufferable Lewis later. Seamus Finnegan. Snape's eyes flickered up and down. 54. I hope you can channel your erratic talent into potions class in the future, Mr. Finnegan. Well. Snape elongated his tone, and amid Neville's fearful gaze, he drawled, the great genius of Gryffindor, Neville Longbottom, a mere 5. Everyone, including the Gryffindors, regarded Neville with a mixture of respect and astonishment. To be fair, Snape showed some leniency towards the first-year students. 40 multiple-choice questions, totaling 80 points. The remaining 4 short-answer questions, each worth 5. I must admit, while grading, I pondered whether you were aware of the correct options for all answers. Snape's eyes brimmed with disdain. 40 multiple-choice questions, and not a single one answered correctly. Pray tell, are you Merlin's appointed tormentor professors? Neville sat on his stool, the world spinning around him, his mind buzzing. He could scarcely comprehend Snape's words, as his thoughts were consumed by the impending wrath of his grandmother's letter. This is it, I'm done for. As Neville spiraled deeper into panic, he fainted, inciting a wave of laughter from his classmates. Silence. Snape huffed, imposing order as he surveyed the classroom, slowly stating, Mr. Longbottom, Slytherin earns 10 points. Furthermore, Mr. Potter and Miss Know-It-All each earned 5 points for Gryffindor. At this juncture, Snape's face twitched noticeably. Bestowing points upon Gryffindor was among his least favored tasks. For the 2 underperforming giants, Gryffindor shall lose 5 points each due to your scores. Ah, points added here, swiftly deducted there, truly the Snape style? Gryffindor breathed a sigh of relief. This was more than satisfactory, far better than losing points. Additionally, in the first year, Slytherin secured first place with an average score of 92, receiving an additional 10 points. Unfortunately, Gryffindor ranked only 3rd, thus receiving no bonus. Snape shrugged, feigning regret. Will you deduct our points, Professor? The one who posed this question was the astute Simon. If you wish, I could deduct 5 points from Gryffindor solely because of your desires. Snape narrowed his eyes into slits. Percy could not protect him. The Gryffindor students in Snape's class were no longer hoping for extra points. Merely avoiding deductions was a victory in itself. Should there be no disputes regarding the grades, the report cards will be distributed to each parent tomorrow morning. Snape elongated his tone. I wish you a pleasant weekend. After class, Lewis encountered an irate Ron waiting for him outside. Truth be told, Lewis thought the senior was correct. Ron did indeed resemble a red-haired squirrel. Lewis, did you not say you hadn't studied? How could you deceive me? Ron questioned Lewis with a hint of grievance. We agreed to enjoy ourselves together. Yet you secretly studied behind my back. How disloyal. Squirrel in a huff. About that, Lewis scratched his head. I truly didn't read the books. You can ask Catherine. I've been practicing spells with her every night. In fact, it had been nearly half a month since he last practiced spells with Ron and the others. Ultimately, he had misplaced his trust. Ron, hesitant to inquire with Catherine, asked, You're not lying to me, are you? Oh, surely you wouldn't. At this point, he even began to exonerate Lewis. After all, we are good friends. How could you deceive me? He then reflected, I should probably study diligently as well. Sigh, Mother will surely be upset when she sees the report card. Chapter 52, Serpent Spirit. Eventually, Ron, after much contemplation, joined Harry and Hermione in their study of the enigmatic Professor Snape. Indeed, their suspicions of Snape had not waned. Rather, they intensified. Following Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall boldly announced that there would be a preliminary examination in Transfiguration at the end of January. The reason for not holding it in December was to allow the students to enjoy a pleasant holiday season. Snape must have been a panda in a past life, having devoured all the bamboo shoots within a 10-mile radius of Hogwarts. With the addition of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, study sessions transitioned from the common rooms of the various houses to the Great Hall. Supervised by teachers, Monday was overseen by Professor Sprout, Tuesday by Professor McGonagall, Wednesday by Professor Flitwick, Thursday by Professor Snape, and Friday saw all 4 professors jointly supervising. At Lewis's suggestion, Hogwarts adopted a silent study model, which was met with approval from Professor McGonagall. When Lewis proposed this idea, Professor Sprout's chubby face displayed a mixture of reluctance and hesitation. She contemplated intervening to halt Lewis's ambitious plans, but refrained from disturbing Professor McGonagall's enjoyment. Professor McGonagall found herself increasingly fond of Lewis and began to ponder whether she might one day discuss with Snape the possibility of replacing the ever-charming Mr. Longbottom with the trio of Mr. Potter. Additionally, nearly headless Nick volunteered to oversee the students, floating above the Great Hall like a watchful camera. Papigi desired to join the fray, but was firmly rebuffed by Professor McGonagall, who specifically entrusted the security of the auditorium to the Bloodman, Barrow, to prevent Papigi from disturbing the young wizard's studies. Infuriated, Papigi resorted to tormenting the young wizards for a few days, though his fervor soon waned, and he forgot about the matter entirely. In a lounge, Lewis was engrossed in a book while awaiting Catherine when he caught sight of Draco approaching him. A piece of paper in hand. "Lewis," he greeted, extending the paper towards him. Upon receiving it, Lewis discovered it was a list adorned at the top with 2 coiled serpents, fierce and imposing. "What is this?" he inquired with keen interest. Draco, with a complex expression that mingled apprehension and a hint of pride, replied, "Recently, I, along with upperclassmen Lestrange and Flint, have formed a small team within Slytherin, with you as its leader, of course." Lewis mused, glancing over the list. With a hint of satisfaction, he remarked, "This serpent is quite well drawn. Your little team must have a code name. What will it be?" "The abbreviation for your organization is rather ominous," Lewis quipped, leaving Draco puzzled. Although he couldn't shake the feeling that the name sounded oddly familiar. An epiphany struck him. "Wait, translated into Chinese, doesn't that mean serpent spirit?" You two have seen the detective series featuring Deryngia?" Draco responded, belatedly catching on. Upperclassman Lestrange suggested we use code names. His is Demon Spirit, abbreviated as Demon. Demon? Lewis mused. Given Samir's rugged exterior, calling him a demon spirit is quite apartment. "And what should I be called then?" "Presuming all goes as expected, you should be Spirit of Death." "And you?" Lewis inquired further. "I haven't decided yet." Draco scratched his head. "I'm uncertain what cool code name would truly reflect my essence." "How about Viper?" Lewis suggested with a smile. The Underworld Wyvern, indeed. All I need now is a venomous sorcerer to complete the ensemble." Draco joyfully accepted the suggestion. "What are you two up to so mysteriously?" Catherine's voice interjected, her expression tinged with disdain. "Is this not the silly weasel? Aren't you supposed to be seeking your frog prince instead of entangling yourself with my fawn?" Lewis, bewildered, replied, "Your fawn? When did I become yours? I belong to all beautiful girls." "Humph," Catherine scoffed, casting a glance at Draco's retreating figure before turning back to Lewis. "So, is this a love letter from the weasel?" Lewis handed over the list. "Quite juvenile, this serpent spirit," Catherine declared, her exquisite face etched with disdain. "It seems they even consider me their leader. Are you also indulging in this childish game?" Catherine settled beside him. Every towering tree has its origins in an unassuming sapling. Lewis instinctively patted Catherine's soft thigh, remarking, "You know, Casey, this could be considered a form of investment." Casey is a diminutive of the name Catherine, akin to Ron for Ronald and Charlie for Charles. Such nicknames are reserved for those with whom one shares a close bond, and Lewis had unwittingly fostered a connection that felt both intimate and intangible. Catherine's frosty gaze fixed on Lewis, her lips parting slightly as she spoke, her words laced with an icy chill. "Do you no longer desire your antlers?" She continued, "So, do you have any interest in walking alongside me?" Lewis did not withdraw his hand, but instead regarded Catherine with earnest eyes. Generally, the skin of Caucasian girls is prone to scrutiny, often revealing numerous imperfections. Yet Catherine was an exception. Even under close observation, her luminous skin remained immaculate. Under Lewis's gaze, a suspicious flush crept onto Catherine's alabaster cheeks. "Is he confessing to me?" Her mind became a tumult of confusion, and her previously composed demeanor began to falter. Lewis, despite being merely 11 years old, possessed a maturity that often obscured his youth. Similarly, Catherine, at 14, did not perceive their age difference as significant. Moreover, she had always regarded him as an equal, never belittling him due to his youth. The proud beauty sat on the sofa, maintaining her usual composure while her thoughts were in disarray. "Casey?" Lewis waved his hand before her eyes, attempting to pull her from her turbulent reverie. Chapter 53. The sea embraces all. What can it not accommodate? Lewis shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "You may interpret it however you wish." The path to the mountain summit is invariably solitary. As one ascends, the company diminishes. Lewis shifted into a more comfortable position, reclining on the sofa with his elbow resting on the armrest, casting a glance at Catherine. I do not wish to reach the summit alone, devoid of friends. Due to the chill of autumn, Catherine wore knee-high cotton socks today. Seated, a portion of her thigh peeked out from between her skirt and the socks, her skin appearing even more radiant against the backdrop of the black hosiery. Friends? Catherine's voice rose an octave, as her chaotic thoughts miraculously vanished, replaced by a surge of inexplicable anger. Indeed, are we not friends now? Lewis was at a loss as to what he had said to provoke her ire. Suddenly, Catherine rose abruptly, stomping on Lewis's foot in a fit of fury before storming out of the lounge, leaving Lewis to sit there, bewildered and perplexed. Women are far too complicated, he muttered to himself, pondering where he might have gone awry. On the way to the wish-granting house that evening, Catherine remained silent. Even during her magical practice, her incantations were delivered with a rapidity rivaling that of an MG-42, her eyes gleaming with a cold light, as if poised to unleash a frost strike upon Lewis. It would be a shame to waste those sharp eyes on practicing Ice Death Night magic. You have gained 50 proficiency points in the Iron Armor spell, and your skill level has risen to level 102. When the senior finally paused, the Iron Armor spell had reached its maximum level. With the enhancement from the spiritual sword, it had surpassed the maximum, advancing to level 12. An achievement sound resonated, pinnacle of mastery, 10. Practice a spell to its maximum level. Lewis surmised that the Avada Kedavra curse did not trigger an achievement because it did not count as practice. It directly enhanced to level 10. The system is quite meticulous in its definitions. The achievement rewarded him with a wand, not the usual chopstick-like length, but a true staff, approximately 1 meter long. It could extend, resembling a civilized staff, with a dark golden lion's head at the tip. It could produce an 11-inch wand doppelganger, akin to Lucius Malfoy's serpent-headed staff in the movies. This must surely be intended for a Gryffindor student, Lewis mused, gazing at the lion's head on the wand, feeling a strange sense of whether the sorting hat had mistakenly placed him in the wrong house. Lion's head wand common. Indestructible. Damage, 2145. 30 casting speed. 3 transfiguration talents. Has grooves 4. Considering the 3 points in transfiguration talent, Lewis reluctantly overlooked its appearance. However, what runic expressions could those 4 grooves accommodate? The wand seemed incapable of hosting mental enhancements, right? Your wand is rather unique. Catherine finally spoke, eyeing the wand in Lewis's hand. I've sensed you were no good from the start. Do you think Slytherin is too small to contain you, yearning to embrace Miss Beaver instead? What do you bring Hermione into this for? Did she do something to you? Hermione, far away in the Gryffindor dormitory, sneezed 7 times in succession. How'd I get entangled with Granger? Lewis quietly tucked away the wand, clearing his throat. What business do I have with Gryffindor? Gryffindor has no Catherine Waller. Take a break, then continue, Catherine said with a stern expression, though the glint of amusement in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. She was quite pleased. Lewis took a moment to check his Iron Armor spell. Armor Protection, current level 102, max. Mana cost, varies based on the strength of the attacks or spells resisted. Lower spell levels consume less. Casting time, 0.01 seconds. Skill description, summons magical energy to form a shield that deflects spells or physical attacks. Damage immunity, immune to 20 elemental damage. Magic absorption, absorbs 10 spell strength, converting it to the strength of the magical shield. When he first encountered his senior, his protective armor could withstand only 2 or 3 spells before shattering. But now, a single layer of that armor can endure a minute of her magical onslaught. If she refrains from employing the Fierce Fire spell, defeating her should pose no challenge. After all, he now possesses a level 12 armor against a seemingly delicate senior. What could this be called? The advantage lies with me, Lewis mused, only to find himself suspended in midair by Senior S spell. Indeed, a frail girl endowed with dual S-rank strength and speed is formidable. Strength and speed refer to magical power and casting velocity. He found himself perplexed, wondering who truly was at a disadvantage here. Yet, it appeared that the one with the upper hand was his senior. He suddenly recalled that leaf spell. Her level 16 thunder explosion had effortlessly breached his defenses. Could you possibly let me down? Lewis remarked with a hint of exasperation. Do you enjoy dangling me like this? It's merely a small punishment for you, his senior replied, bending down to align her head with his. A mischievous little dear deserves to be reprimanded by me. As the room warmed slightly due to the magical request, she unbuttoned the top of her shirt. In that moment, a stunning view presented itself before Lewis's eyes. He vowed to Melina that he had not intended to look. The truth dawned upon him. His senior was undoubtedly the type to notice more than just the ground beneath her feet. If he were to bestow upon her a fitting name from mythology, he thought, Seraphina would be most appropriate. Catherine, you've exposed yourself, he kindly pointed out, gesturing towards her collar. Catherine swiftly buttoned her shirt, lowering her wand to set Lewis down, her expression fierce as she inquired now. Tell me, what did you see? Something I shouldn't have, Lewis replied candidly, offering a reasonable suggestion. If you wish for me to take responsibility, I wouldn't mind. Indeed, he felt he was in the wrong, and as an honest man, Lewis thought it prudent to retreat in order to disrupt her composure, ideally leading her to forget the incident. Most importantly, if she acquiesced, his task would be complete. If she diverted the conversation, the matter of having seen what he shouldn't would fade away. It was a win-win scenario. Sure enough, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she turned her face away, indignantly stating, Who said you need to take responsibility? You shameless little dear, I truly misjudged you. I thought you were an honest child. Chapter 54. Her strikes must be painful. You accuse me of being dishonest, and yet you don't want me to take responsibility. That puts me in quite a predicament. Lewis raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Catherine, in frustration, turned away, unwilling to engage with him. What a vexing situation. Had it been someone else, she would have already unleashed a fierce fire spell. Now, she understood that Lewis was her kryptonite. She hesitated to strike him and found herself at a loss for words, as if her wit had diminished in his presence. He always managed to corner her with just a few words. Are you angry? Lewis chuckled, leaning closer to inquire. Catherine ignored him, resolutely choosing not to respond. She regarded him as a mere puppy, her mind lingering on this thought as she silently gazed at the ceiling. Suddenly, she felt her body tilt backward, enveloped in a remarkably slender embrace, two delicate arms encircling her slender waist. Lewis held Catherine close, resting his chin upon her shoulder. He was standing on a makeshift stool conjured by his transmutation magic. After all, without it, one might mistakenly believe he was merely a child cuddling with his mother from behind. What are you doing? Catherine sensed something amiss and, disregarding her shyness, inquired. How have you grown taller? I'm standing on a stool, Lewis replied somewhat bashfully, whispering in her ear. Her translucent ears sparkled, a delightful sight to behold. Catherine removed Lewis's arms from around her waist, turned to face his flustered expression, and burst into laughter. Ha ha. She covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Laugh as much as you wish. It was Lewis's turn to be flustered. Standing atop the stool, he retorted, You may disdain me, but who asked me to be younger? Just wait a couple of years, and I shall ensure you will no longer find it amusing. Dear little dear, Catherine observed him for a moment, finding him endearingly adorable. As she watched his anxious and vexed demeanor, a thought bubbled up within her. Did this little dear dislike being perceived as a child? To test her hypothesis, Catherine hesitated, ultimately suppressing her embarrassment and extended her arms to embrace Lewis. It was a fair exchange indeed. Lewis's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that he had successfully wooed his senior? However, Catherine's subsequent actions and words made him acutely aware of his youthful naivety. She gently set him down on the ground, her gaze condescending yet filled with compassion, at least for now. You are more suited to serve beside Snow White rather than to awaken her with a kiss. Lewis felt utterly defeated. So, in essence, she was calling him a dwarf. Good little dear. Catherine reached out to ruffle Lewis's hair, confirming her suspicions. Truth be told, the smooth and soft texture of his head was rather addictive. Now, it was Lewis who found himself at a disadvantage. Never had he yearned to grow up more than at this very moment. Sooner or later, he would make Catherine realize he was a true gentleman. Catherine had discovered the most effective way to deal with Lewis, treating him as a child. When they walked together, the scene resembled that of an older sister taking her younger brother out for a stroll. Lewis was filled with indignation. Catherine had indeed cracked the code. The following morning, while having breakfast, Lewis sat there, his expression devoid of emotion as he chewed away in frustration. Not even Tom's delightful panda-themed 8-treasure noodle soup could soothe his melancholic heart. He set himself a small goal, to swiftly enhance his abilities, aiming to easily subdue his senior before the end of his second year. I will spank her into 4 pieces, he thought fiercely, slurping up his noodles. Just then, the Weasley twins, who had originally been seated beside him, stood up dejectedly, intending to leave, but were halted by Lewis's call. This is your family matter, Lewis. It may not be appropriate for us to intervene. George awkwardly glanced at Catherine. No, I mean, to walk with you. Lewis discreetly placed a sticky note in his hand and patted Catherine on the back. George, Fred, and I have some matters to attend to. We shall take our leave for now. We can discuss anything else in the common room later. Catherine replied with a subtle smile. Right. Lewis looked at the foolish note stuck to her back, satisfied, and slipped away with the red-haired brothers. Catherine chuckled lightly and beckoned with her finger. The sticky note flew into her hand. Looking at the foolish note she held, she resolved to give him a taste of his own medicine later. I am quite curious, given your fearless demeanor, why do you act like mice in the presence of Catherine? Lewis inquired of the brothers during their walk. Actually, that's not the most frightening part, George added. There was a classmate who confessed to her, only to be turned into a dog. That classmate has since transferred to Mountbatten, Fred chimed in. And there's that story, Lewis chuckled. Yes, he seemed to say something like. George began, and Fred swiftly interjected. Miss Worrell, I wish to be your dog. Unfortunately, Catherine does not fancy dogs, does she? Indeed. The Weasley twins draped their arms around Lewis's shoulders. We are rather envious of you for being able to conquer a queen like Worrell. It seemed he had forgotten that he was the one at a disadvantage, still in the early stages of his pursuits. Actually, I believe the girls from Slytherin are quite exceptional, even stronger than those from Gryffindor. The Weasley twins began their banter again. Why do you say that? Lewis asked, puzzled by their reasoning. Look, Slytherin girls possess an inexplicable allure, and they show off their legs. Fred pointed to a Slytherin senior walking by. The three of them quickly made their escape. You must be out of your mind, George, Fred whispered. That S. Tonks, for heaven's sake. You're truly brave. Lewis observed the twins retreat with a thoughtful expression, contemplating the adjectives. It must hurt to be hit by her. Indeed, women from Gryffindor hit quite hard. I'm not exaggerating. Tonks has the fists of doom. George was interrupted mid-sentence by a sudden blow to his shoulder. Standing behind them was Tonks, with her short hair and a friendly demeanor. Who is your brother talking about? Chapter 55, Christmas, Part 1. George and the Weasleys faced a bruising encounter and had to make an unplanned trip to the hospital wing to seek Madame Pomfrey's treatment. You could run like the wind with those uppercuts, utterly terrifying. Lewis swallowed hard, acknowledging the prowess of the pure-blood family women, Aunt Molly's ferocity and Hestia's formidable fists. With those fists of doom, she could tame a giant with ease. Hestia cast a deep glance at Lewis, but due to their differing houses and her youth, she refrained from unleashing her wrath upon him. The primary reason lies in the undeniable charm of Lewis. Hestia, akin to a fierce lioness, feels hesitant to impose harm upon such a delicate flower. Poor Gemini Lewis silently mourns for his red-haired brethren, wishing them well. Be a good child, and do not let this pair of redheads lead you astray. Hestia remarks before gracefully turning away, departing without a trace. It appears that the girls of Gryffindor possess a formidable strength. Hermione has mastered the art of silencing Malfoy with a swift jab. It seems that Angelina, known for her prowess in sports, is not to be underestimated either. Diana is absent as well. According to her letter, she has ventured to Africa for some charitable endeavor, embarking on a trek through a minefield to advocate against landmines. Quite audacious indeed. However, the Hogwarts Express has already departed, leaving Lewis to regretfully acknowledge that he must wait until summer to pay a visit. Seated at the table, Lewis absently nibbles on gingerbread. His thoughts a tumultuous whirl as he worries about Diana's safety. It is rather disconcerting. At 30 years old, what business does she have wandering through a minefield? Lewis! Lewis! Ron's voice calls from behind him. Turning around, he sees the two imbeciles, Harry and Ron, one clad in a blue sweater emblazoned with an H, the other in a dark red one marked with an R. Plans have changed. Mom and Dad are off to Romania to visit Charlie. Ron shrugs, plopping down beside Lewis. My brother Charlie raises dragons in Romania. Pretty cool, right? Indeed, quite impressive. Lewis nods in agreement. Oh, Mom asked me to give this to you, Ron says somewhat sheepishly, producing a parcel. Lewis takes it, swiftly unwrapping it to reveal a navy blue sweater. This reflects a cultural difference. In his homeland, unwrapping a gift in front of the giver is deemed impolite, whereas in Britain, it is a joyous act that delights the gift giver. Adapting to local customs, Lewis thinks. He shakes out the sweater and notices the law on the front. Thank you. Thank you. Annie Molly, I adore it. Lewis genuinely expresses his appreciation. He has always envied Harry's receipt of a sweater in the films. Tears glisten in Ron's eyes. He never anticipated that someone from such a privileged background as Lewis would cherish his mother's gift, even donning it with immediate delight. It's so warm, haha. Do I look handsome? Lewis twirls around like a fool. Just then, a voice from behind him interrupts. The senior today is clad in a heavy robe, draped in a standard Slytherin scarf of gray and green. Tall and poised, she stands there, her expression devoid of the usual coldness. Instead, radiating an approachable warmth akin to that of a friendly neighbor. Of course, this is merely Lewis's perspective. From Harry and Ron's viewpoint, Catherine's smile resembles that of the most terrifying fallen angel from the depths of hell, invoking a primal fear. Lewis is momentarily taken aback. Harry and Ron stand in solemn respect, leaning back slightly, gazing at Lewis with reverence. Fueled by a surge of anger, Lewis, with a fierce determination, lunged towards Catherine, enveloping her slender waist in a tight embrace, rubbing against her affectionately. Sister, his voice was imbued with longing and emotion. How convincingly he feigned it. Surely, this act was much more endearing than that of Sister Diana. Diana interjected, "So love can indeed fade away?" Catherine pressed down on his head, which was still nuzzling against her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She found it utterly perplexing why the ever-gentle Lewis always exhibited such unruly behavior in her presence. If this continued, the persona of the sister she had just established would surely falter. Lewis, too, felt somewhat trapped in his own antics. At that critical moment, it was Ron who came to his rescue. "By the way, Lewis," Harry mentioned, he encountered a peculiar mirror. "I can't shake the feeling that something is off about it." Yet Harry seems utterly captivated. "Could you accompany me to take a look and perhaps persuade him?" Ron's face was etched with concern. He genuinely feared for his dear friend's well-being, worried that Harry might become ensnared by that strange mirror. "Huh? Oh." Lewis withdrew his head from the soft embrace of his senior, only then realizing he had missed the details of the conversation, having caught only the mention of a mirror. "You see," Harry stumbled upon a mirror in the corridor, where he could see his parents. "What I saw was myself as the student council president and a Quidditch champion." "It's utterly absurd, isn't it?" Ron remarked, clicking his tongue. "I believe that mirror must present an illusion. We cannot allow Harry to become obsessed with it." Lewis comprehended that Ron was likely referring to the Mirror of Arist, which Dumbledore had used in the original narrative to test Harry. Do you think Dumbledore was simply bored and indulging in sweets? At least, that was Lewis's perspective. He turned to Ron and the reluctant Harry, saying, "Let's go and investigate together." Chapter 56, Christmas, Part 2. "So, you beheld your parents?" Standing before the Mirror of Arist, Lewis inquired of Harry. The strange floor-length mirror was framed in an unidentifiable material, perhaps bronze, adorned with enigmatic inscriptions. The inscription read, "Eristra eru oit ube kafir oit onwosi." When read backwards and punctuated, it revealed, "I show not your face but your heart's desire. I reveal not your visage, but the deepest yearning of your heart." Harry's emerald eyes shimmered with sorrow. He slowly traced the edge of the mirror with his right hand, his gaze filled with longing. While Lewis could not perceive what Harry saw, he empathized with Harry's desire. He gently wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders, offering a reassuring pat. "What do you see?" Harry turned to ask. "Me?" Lewis gazed into the mirror. After a moment of silence, Harry inquired with concern, "What's wrong, Lewis? Did you see your parents too?" "No." Lewis wiped away his tears, choosing not to gaze into the mirror any longer. "What did you actually see?" Catherine, standing nearby, asked with keen interest. "You're wiping your tears like a girl. How endearing." Lewis sighed internally, locking the image reflected in the mirror deep within his memory. Let this dream fade away with the wind. "It's nothing," he replied, shaking his head. "Just a few musings." "Catherine, wouldn't you like to take a look?" Catherine nodded and approached the mirror. Before her stood an adult Lewis, clad in a formal, pure, white military uniform, a flower pinned to his chest, smiling warmly as he linked his arm with hers. The words in this mirror must be read backward. Lewis's voice interjected at the opportune moment. "What I reveal is not your visage, but the desires that dwell deep within your heart." Catherine's pale cheeks were tinged with a suspicious blush. Only a fool would desire this silly little dear, but he has grown remarkably handsome. She thought, captivated. So handsome, just one more glance. Her eyes sparkled with rosy stars. "Truly, he is my little dear," she murmured aloud. "Oh dear, could this be my erased mirror?" Lewis nearly choked on his audacious thought. How could it be? A woman like her should aspire to stand at the pinnacle of success, not be ensnared by romantic folly. Before I met you, that was indeed the case. Now I'm nearly akin to Kagaya, Shinomiya, shifting from an ice princess to a sand sculpture. Of course, he had no intention of revealing Catherine's erased mirror. As for Harry and Ron, they were certainly not bold enough to dare such a thing. They were practically my grandfathers in this regard. Along with his letter, he received a record from his grandfather, who mentioned it belonged to his mother. For his uncle and aunt, Lewis straightforwardly gifted a shock absorber from the magical realm to his uncle, who had a penchant for speed. His aunt received a beauty potion of the same kind, which was quite useful for women. Next year, he hoped to persuade Ron's father to procure a flying car for his uncle. As for his cousin Charlie, he specially sent him a pair of gloves that could be controlled by thought, usable even by muggles, so he wouldn't need to call a servant from the 4th floor to draw the curtains. His cousin was exceedingly lazy, a complete mama's boy and a cad. Yet he treated Lewis well. His cousin and 2 aunts received similar beauty potions. Lewis mused that indeed, Women were the easiest to please. The gifts for the trio were also simple to prepare. Harry received a pair of black-frame glasses and a set of racing goggles. Ron was gifted a brand-new outfit, ordered from Madame Alkins for 30 galleons. Hermione received a rather plump cat named Crookshanks. Draco's gift was a platinum signet ring, intricately entwined with a serpent. Unmistakably Slytherin in nature. Having prepared an array of items, he felt somewhat fatigued, settling down in the Slytherin common room to listen to his mother's record while contemplating gifts for the professors. In Hogwarts, the use of electronic devices was prohibited, yet a gramophone remained permissible. He reclined on the sofa, brewed himself a cup of black tea, and nestled comfortably into a relaxed position before starting the gramophone. The sound of a Saint-Cyr reverberated through the room, discordant in its essence. He mused that perhaps he should have opted for a cup of tea brewed by the house elves, as that would have been a more authentic accompaniment to this music. Upon listening closely, he recognized the tune. Wasn't tea this exploring the clear water river? To his surprise, his mother possessed such talent. As the Saint-Cyr prelude concluded, a voice akin to a yellow aureole emanated from the gramophone, soft and reminiscent of the Jiangnan waterways. Yet the lyrics were undeniably in the Beijing dialect. The tip of the wand was sharp, and the broom soared high in the vast sky. To the wizards in their positions, listen to my words. This tale unfolds in the Godric's Hollow of England, featuring Albus Dumbledore, a dashing young man. Reflecting on Dumbledore, who was often melancholic, he recalled how his parents had long since passed, leaving him and his siblings to navigate the burdens of family life, leading to much sorrow. Gellert, the charming young lad suddenly. Lewis began to grasp why Dumbledore wore such a complex expression upon mention of his mother. It dawned on him that the tormenting of professors was a hereditary trait, a root he had now discovered. Truly, like mother, like son, while he might indulge in teasing Professor Snape, did Dumbledore not overstep by frequently pricking at others' hearts. As the clock struck midnight, the goblin stirred with noise, and Gellert, the one he yearned for, arrived at his doorstep, arranging a clandestine meeting at this hour. Albus, bashful and silent, bowed his head. Was this a performance I could enjoy without cost? How bewildering. To avoid hearing melodies inappropriate for his age at the witching hour, Lewis hastily switched off the gramophone. Extracting the record, he decided it would serve as a Christmas gift for Professor Dumbledore, knowing he would understand the serious language. To avert any trouble, Lewis also prepared 2 pairs of thick, plush wool socks, stuffed with an assortment of the latest candies from Honeydukes. Chapter 57, Christmas, Part 2. The gifts for Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall were crafted with utmost care. For Professor Snape, he had fashioned a music box, not the whimsical kind that plays high, 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 but rather a version reworked by Tom, featuring a loop of answer. This was the legendary execution song from the tale, perfectly suited for Snape, as they were both, in essence, the underdogs. In that famous love triangle game, this background music appeared 4 times, each time during the protagonist's confessions or when he expressed his affections for another, leading to the demise of the character Snowkai. Surely, if Snape had encountered this story, he would resonate deeply with it. As Lewis played the music box, a sly smile crept across his face, reveling in the torment he inflicted upon his friend. If his mother were aware from beyond, she would undoubtedly commend him, saying, "That's my boy." Professor McGonagall's gift was a meticulously organized and magically modified version of the legendary management system from the Ministry, which he was certain she would appreciate. Perhaps he should start with the dolls? He wished for the Gryffindor cubs to be joyful as he chuckled, stuffing gifts into their hands. Catherine, initially in good spirits, instantly soured upon seeing Lewis. This was due to the extravagant gift he had prepared for her. Who on earth gives dozens of stockings as Christmas gifts? The note read, "Wear them often. I love to see." Thus, upon encountering Lewis, she glared at him with gritted teeth, contemplating which part of him to gnaw on. "Hey, Casey," Lewis greeted. Catherine, with no roommate, occupied her dormitory alone. She sat in her chair, observing Lewis with a frosty demeanor, silent as ever. "This place is quite spacious. Don't you feel lonely?" Lewis inquired, taking a seat beside her bed. He then flopped on her mattress, rolling about a few times. "I must admit, your bed is quite inviting. Rolling around is rather pleasant." "Mind your own business," Catherine snapped, her irritation levels rising. "Perhaps I should move in with you?" "Draco snores so loudly that I can't sleep," Lewis continued, weaving a lie with ease, showing no concern for Draco's feelings. Draco interjected, "So love will fade, right?" Lewis retorted, "Aren't you the one pining for Potter?" Catherine stood up, approached, and firmly placed Lewis back on the edge of her bed. "Sit still. No fidetin. You've already messed up the blankets. Honestly, you might want to consider my suggestion," Lewis shrugged. "Speak quickly. I have matters to attend to," Catherine stated, her face suddenly flushing for no apparent reason. "Where are you off to?" It wouldn't be to find the mirror of Ariste, would it? Lewis swore he was merely jesting, yet upon hearing his words, Catherine's neck and ears turned a deep shade of pink, a mix of embarrassment and anger washing over her as she glared at him. Catherine snatched a pillow and knocked him onto the bed, exclaiming in frustration, "Shut up! Shut up! You annoying pest! All right, I'm annoying. I shall take my leave," Lewis replied, rising to depart. Catherine hurled the pillow towards him, nearly causing him to stumble. "No, you cannot call me annoying and then leave. You are putting me in quite the predicament, Casey." His expressions, words, and tone were infuriating beyond measure. "Why do you insist on denying it?" Catherine thought to herself, cursing him inwardly as she pushed him back onto the bed, unleashing a flurry of playful slaps. However, her punches lacked force, merely serving as an outlet for her emotions. Lewis, unwilling to back down, began to tickle her at her waist, and after a prolonged standoff, the ticklish Catherine ultimately conceded. "Ha ha ha, stop it, you little dear. It tickles to death. Ha ha ha, Lewis. Please cease." She laughed so hard that she struggled to catch her breath. "Now do you yield?" Lewis did not cease his actions, determined to compel his senior to relent. However, she remained obstinate. Intensifying his efforts, he playfully insisted, "Ah, all right, I concede. Just let go, please." Only then did Lewis release her slender waist. Secretly elated to have discovered the key to her heart, Catherine leaned on her arm, propped against the bed, her enchanting eyes shimmering with an ethereal allure, embodying the deepest dreams nestled within a young man's heart. "So what brings you here?" she inquired, still slightly dazed. With a graceful motion, she reached out, teasingly playing with the collar of Lewis's sweater, occasionally brushing her delicate fingers against his neck. "I've received a plethora of gifts and am somewhat overwhelmed. Hoping you could lend a hand," Lewis replied candidly. Though her playful gestures stirred a delightful yearning within him, he suppressed it, mindful of his own inadequacies. "I wish I could grow up faster. Merlin, grant me strength." "Are you trying to provoke me?" Catherine narrowed her eyes, her tone sharp. "If you desire, I could share half with you." Lewis shrugged nonchalantly, adding, "Is there any need for formality between us? Those gifts are meant for you. How could you possibly pass them on to someone else? You scoundrel." Catherine stood, huffing. "Let us go sort through your gifts, you scoundrel. I must remind you, it snowed yesterday, and today is quite chilly," Lewis remarked, producing a pair of approximately 80D velvet tights and offering them to Catherine. "Put these on. We wouldn't want you to catch cold." Thanks to the house elves diligently warming the castle throughout the day, the temperature within Hogwarts was relatively mild, hovering around 20 degrees, making the 80D thickness just right. "You want to see me, don't you, you shameless creature?" Catherine replied, her cheeks flushed as she accepted the tights. "I see you are not some innocent deer. Rather, you are a lecherous dragon cloaked in deer-esque skin." "You are correct. I indeed wish to see." Lewis admitted without a hint of shame, questioning the wrongness of a man's desires. "You should step outside," Catherine insisted, pulling him towards the door. "Am I an outsider?" Lewis retorted earnestly. "Do gentlemen require such defenses?" Realizing she could not win this round, Catherine released him with a sigh, sitting at the edge of the bed to roll up the tights. As she slid her delicate, pearly foot into one leg, gradually pulling the fabric up to her knee, she mirrored the action with her other foot, engaging in a delicate dance of preparation. Lewis perched on the chair, arms crossed over the backrest, absorbed in the sight of Catherine's graceful movements. "Is it time to turn around, oh, shameless dragon?" Catherine queried, her other leg now adorned to the knee. Chapter 58, The Gentleman. Lewis gestured an okay, reluctantly turning away, his mind now filled with visions of his senior's elongated legs and her exquisite feet. "All right, I must not push my luck," he reminded himself, vowing to proceed with caution, step by step, ensuring he did not provoke her ire, lest it lead to unforeseen consequences. The old rascal has resorted to his cunning tactics. How does one express that? Since ancient times, deep affection has proven fleeting. Only strategies can truly win hearts. Lewis remarked that he was merely trying to enliven the atmosphere. "Enough, you little rascal." The senior's voice bore a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. "If you want to give it, then so be it. No need to be so fierce." Lewis mumbled, feeling quite aggrieved. "Let us hurry along. Stop overthinking," Catherine said sternly. "Aren't we still waiting to sort through your gifts?" "Oh, let's go then." Lewis felt a twinge of regret. "Never mind, there is always a next time." Upon arriving at Lewis's dormitory, Catherine was taken aback by the abundance of gifts filling the room. So many. Her tone was tinged with envy. Despite her indifference to such trinkets. "What can I say? Everyone seems to adore me," Lewis shrugged, adding that sometimes being excessively liked can be quite a burden. "You are rather self-absorbed," Catherine remarked disdainfully. "Oh, don't you like me?" Lewis retorted. "I do like you, indeed," Catherine replied, scrunching her nose with sarcasm. Lewis glanced at the task, still marked as incomplete. "Really now, do you ever indulge in fried dough sticks, dear system? Would it kill you to give me a bug?" "System, it would drive me mad. Do not disturb." Sorting gifts from morning until noon, Lewis felt a sense of accomplishment as he surveyed the presents. Everyone loves Lewis. Season 2, Illustrious Deeds. Task Reward, Advanced Divine Magic, Mass Dispel. Mass Dispel. One of the most profound arcane secrets of the Holy Light Society of Azeroth. Rumored to be wielded only by the most devout followers of the light. This spell is highly praised by warriors when combating the Scourge, the Burning Legion, and the minions of the old gods, dispelling all curses, hexes, poisons, and diseases within a 30-yard radius. The majority of the over 100 gifts were contributed by Slytherins. After all, Lewis had become the most amiable figure among them. As the saying goes, local officials are not as effective as those who are hands-on. Lewis was indeed someone they could easily reach out to. So how could he not give his utmost effort? The gift from his senior was a necklace, appearing quite luxurious, adorned with a dazzling array of colorful gems set in a golden pendant, exuding opulence without appearing ostentatious. Admittedly, it was somewhat tacky. Lewis, in a moment of whimsy, decided to use an identification spell on it. Catherine S. Kaleidoscope. Required age, 18. All skills. Provides 30 immunity to all damage for armor. All talents. The splendid attributes left Lewis utterly astonished. He never anticipated such extravagance from his senior. This gift was indeed beyond his means. It even bore her name. However, the required age truly left him dumbfounded. Calculating in his mind, he realized it would take him a full 6 years to don this artifact. 6 years. Do you know how many 6-year spans one encounters in life? Do you have any idea how I must navigate these years? Well, it's certainly one T involved playing greed, play Blue Moon. Furthermore, your addition of 5 talents holds little significance to me, especially after I turn 18, you rogue. Do you fancy it? Catherine's eyes sparkled with a hint of concern, fearing that Lewis might not appreciate it. This, is a treasured heirloom of the War family. I believe it would suit you splendidly. So, you casually present your ancestral necklace as a gift? I adore it, Lewis remarked, gently patting the necklace. However, considering it is a cherished heirloom of your family, isn't it rather? Catherine, feeling vexed, seized the gift box intending to strike Lewis, but just before making contact, inexplicably softened her blow. The most precious treasures of the War family. At this point, she suddenly fell silent, turning her face away. Huh? I have taken nothing of your esteemed family, Lewis replied, appearing rather foolish. Catherine merely gazed out the door in frustration, much like Su Shu, who found himself in enemy territory, remaining silent. Do not be angry. Lewis chuckled awkwardly, aware that he had misspoken, attempting to placate her. Such a precious item. When you gifted me the leaves, I didn't have so much to say. No, that's not it. Lewis chuckled, leaning closer to Catherine's ear to whisper. Is that a token of our affection? Embarrassed, Catherine pushed Lewis onto the bed. Help! Lewis cried out. Catherine, straddling him, held his wrist down with her right hand while pressing against his chest with her left, smirking coldly. Go ahead and call for help, poor little dear. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to your rescue. Just as she was about to teach him a lesson, the door suddenly swung open. The impact was utterly disastrous. It was Professor McGonagall, her lips quivering in fury, clearly incensed to find a boy and a girl engaged in such impropriety in broad daylight, especially bullying such a young child. Look at poor young Mountbatten, frightened enough to call for help. The usually stern Professor McGonagall was on the verge of igniting a conflagration throughout Hogwarts Castle. For some reason, Catherine felt a twinge of guilt rising within her. Mr. Mountbatten, what are you doing? Professor McGonagall's glasses nearly fell off her nose, her mind solely occupied with the antics of these two students. I suppose you would believe we were merely playing, Professor? Lewis replied awkwardly, while Catherine nodded fervently, attempting to convince Professor McGonagall. Headmaster Dumbledore requests your presence in his office. Mr. Mountbatten. Professor McGonagall paused, her gaze shifting to Catherine. But it seems, Miss Were, you ought to accompany him as well. Good heavens. I cannot believe you would treat such a young child. Is that so? Professor McGonagall inquired sternly. Indeed, Professor. Catherine regained her composure. I believe you understand. If I were to do anything untoward, would we still be wearing our clothes? Chapter 59, Secrets, Part 1. Very well. Professor McGonagall still preferred to believe in the two students before her, primarily because they bore no significant blemish on their records. Had it been the Weasley twins, her faith would have been utterly unfounded, regardless of their words. It was akin to the leniency shown by teachers towards diligent students who occasionally erred. A gentle nudge would suffice. Conversely, the same could not be said for those of dubious character, who might face far graver repercussions. For instance, during high school, both Lewis and his desk mate had committed the same transgression, yet when summoned by the teacher, he received merely a light pat on the shoulder, while his companion was met with the teacher's wrath, akin to a tempest unleashed, an unrelenting barrage of reprimands that left him utterly astonished. Such was the mastery of the martial arts that the teacher exhibited, reminiscent of a skilled monk wielding his techniques with ferocity. Naturally, Professor McGonagall would only resort to her own version of a reprimand, perhaps a gentle swat, rather than resorting to the tempestuous display of fury. One could only hope such incidents would not recur. With a stern admonition, she declared that while Hogwarts did not prohibit early romantic entanglements, certain behaviors were unequivocally unacceptable. Understood, Professor, Lewis replied, his head bowed in contrition, his attitude exceedingly respectful. He tugged at Catherine's sleeve, urging her to join him in acknowledging their error. While sorting gifts could have been entrusted to Tom and Jerry, Lewis was reluctant to forego the opportunity for private interaction with his senior, thus sending the pair off to the Great Hall to procure some refreshments. Meanwhile, he intended to tease the mischievous creature, not minding the antics directed at it. He had issued a strict command to Tom. They could play, but under no circumstances should they allow the creature to escape. Tom's capabilities were indeed reliable, as numerous instances had demonstrated that if he set his mind to capturing Jerry, the latter would be ensnared without fail. His decision to retain Jerry was also motivated by a fear of being dismissed by their master should Jerry cease to be of use. With Jerry's assistance, it would indeed be a marvel if the creature managed to evade capture. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, Professor McGonagall's ire dissipated. She turned to Lewis, a smile gracing her face. "Mr. Mountbatten, I have received your Christmas gift, and I must say, I am quite fond of it." Their shared interests flourished, one brimming with a plethora of inventive ideas, the other renowned for her strictness. Professor McGonagall found herself increasingly fond of Lewis, lamenting how such a fine young man had ended up in Slytherin. Her frustrations mounted at the thought of Hogwarts' declining international ranking, a matter that weighed heavily on her mind, especially regarding the students' lackadaisical approach to their studies, which incited her profound disappointment. How could one expect such indolent creatures to excel academically? Fortunately, a sudden call from an owl heralded the arrival of Mr. Mountbatten. "I'm glad you like it. It was merely a modest contribution, hardly worth mentioning," Lewis humbly replied. "If you enjoyed it, I have many more ideas to share." "Is that so?" Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with interest. "Indeed, however, considering the current state of the students, I believe a gradual approach would be prudent to avoid overwhelming them and provoking a rebellious response," Lewis proposed. "Indeed, you make an excellent point." Professor McGonagall nodded thoughtfully for a moment and said, "Very well, Mr. Mountbatten, we shall converse again at another opportunity. For now, you should proceed to the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore is likely awaiting you with impatience." "All right, Professor. The password is Cockroach Cluster. I truly wonder why Professor Dumbledore has an affinity for such a peculiar item," McGonagall remarked, her face displaying evident disdain. As Lewis entered the headmaster's office, he was greeted by Phineas, who exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Ah, the genius of Slytherin has arrived. Good day." "Headmaster Black," Lewis said, inclining his body slightly while flashing a straight-back smile. "Hello, young man. I would prefer you to call me Phineas," the headmaster began. But before he could finish, he was once again bound to his chair by Headmistress Daliris and her accomplices, with a cloth stuffed in his mouth. Lewis took a deep breath. "Do you think you are Onyxia? One should not provoke a woman," he mused, bowing his head in a moment of silent sympathy for Phineas. Lewis, Professor Dumbledore, raised his head from behind the desk, his face bearing the creases of slumber. "Ah, I hope you won't be upset. I may have dozed off a bit." "Not at all, Headmaster," Lewis replied. "Please have a seat." Dumbledore gestured with his hand, pulling over a chair for Lewis. "Thank you," Lewis said, seating himself comfortably. "Lemonade? Low sugar, please." "You are always so disciplined. Much like your mother," Dumbledore chuckled as he prepared a glass of lemonade for Lewis. "I greatly appreciate your gift," he continued, a glimmer of nostalgia and regret flickering in his eyes. "Your mother was an extraordinary student during her time at Hogwarts. She was the most outstanding student Slytherin has ever seen." "Shouldn't the most distinguished be Voldemort?" Lewis interjected, somewhat incredulous. No, Dumbledore shook his head dismissively. "Voldemort pales in comparison to your mother." "Please, spare me the flattery," Lewis retorted, clearly skeptical. "If my mother were truly as remarkable as you claim, how could she have met such an untimely demise?" "The perpetrator was Voldemort, was it not?" "Why do you say was it not?" Dumbledore inquired. No, at that time, the world faced a far greater menace, he replied, noticing Lewis's lemonade was empty and refilling his glass. Did your grandfather never speak of these matters with you? My grandfather, Lewis hesitated, has never mentioned anything about the magical world. Ah, it seems he wished to shield you from harm. You know, I too chose a time when he was not present to have Professor McGonagall discreetly visit you. Dumbledore winked. Had he been home, he likely would have opposed your attendance at Hogwarts altogether. Why is that? Lewis asked, perplexed. However, since he sent you that record, it indicates he now desires for you to step out from under his protection. A fledgling accustomed to the shelter of its elders will never soar as an eagle. Dumbledore explained. But I am not a Ravenclaw, Lewis interrupted, causing Dumbledore to falter momentarily. I am a Slytherin. Logically, I should be a serpent. Dumbledore gazed at him, momentarily at a loss for words. This young man was as infuriating as his mother had been. As he looked at Lewis, memories of the past came flooding back. Once upon a time, Emma found herself in Lewis's position, teasing herself with half-hearted remarks and frequently jesting about Gaylord. To be honest, when he first heard that record, he did not feel the anger that Lewis anticipated. Instead, a sense of discomfort washed over him. Chapter 60, Secrets, Part 2. Wait a moment. Didn't T. Ollivander mention that my mother was a Chi master? How did she end up as a student of Slytherin? Lewis, like a perceptive blind man, astutely noticed the inconsistency. Dumbledore suddenly appeared somewhat awkward. After a brief pause, he explained to Lewis, your mother was rather, eccentric. She delighted in declaring herself a Chi master, claiming it sounded more sophisticated and elegant. Frankly, I still do not comprehend what constitutes sophistication, elegance, or high status. Eccentric indeed. Has the case been cracked? Is my mother Huang Rome? Speaking of which, your mother has always had a keen eye for people. After a considerable pause, Dumbledore remarked to Lewis. However, there was one instance that baffled me. She once told Lily to never trust little Peter Pettigrew. But as you know, James and your mother never quite got along, and he was quite upset at the time. Did they argue? Lewis raised an eyebrow and inquired. Not exactly. Dumbledore's face suddenly bore a hint of embarrassment. James was suspended upside down by her, and subsequently, his mouth was magically sealed. Lewis found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, subsequent events revealed that this was the only time your mother misjudged someone. She always believed that Sirius was the most dependable. Dumbledore shrugged. Then why didn't she intervene to stop Sirius? Lewis pondered, concluding that it was you lot who had misjudged, not my mother. Unfortunately, Dumbledore sighed. A month before the tragic demise of the Potters, your mother underwent the trials of the Hellstone, sealing the gates of hell at the cost of her own life. Lewis suddenly felt as though the situation had taken a surreal turn. Why was hell being mentioned again? Why not heaven? The stone recorded 3 trials, slaying a hellhound and bathing in its blood, rescuing an innocent soul from hell, and ultimately, purifying a malevolent demon. In the presence of wizards from various magical realms, your mother accomplished the final and most arduous trial of purifying a wicked demon. This purification was not a mere physical cleansing, but rather a restoration of humanity. The ultimate cost of the trial was the life of the participant. Your mother was well aware of this heavy price, yet she pressed on without hesitation. It could be said that the entire world owes her a great deal. Dumbledore narrated with a weighty tone. And what of my father? Lewis inquired further. During the final trial, demons from hell ambushed the location where the ceremony was taking place. Your father sacrificed himself in a valiant effort to protect your mother while covering the wizard's retreat, perishing in the battle to hold the line. Goodness, the Mountbatten family is indeed steeped in loyalty and valor. When one reflects upon it, my grandfather was also an exceptional warrior in his youth, having faced the Japanese in Southeast Asia, though not as fiercely as one might imagine, for he commanded from the rear. When discussing the formidable figures within the realm of sushi, one cannot overlook Li Mei, who possesses numerous acquaintances in Tokyo. The malevolent leader of your still wanders the world, biding his time for a resurgence. Dumbledore's crescent-shaped spectacles glimmered as he addressed Lewis, stating, as the progeny of the one responsible for sealing the gates of hell, you are undoubtedly their primary target for retribution. Lewis shivered inexplicably. Although I am unaware of the true name of that demon, it is clear that he is no mere presence. Observing the child's trepidation, Dumbledore kindly offered him a chocolate bar, continuing, generally, lower-tier demons possess entirely black eyes, while those of slightly higher rank may exhibit hues of blood red or dark gold. However, I encountered a demon with strikingly bright blue eyes for the first time. Demons typically evoke an impression of malevolence and cunning. Yet, this particular demon elicits a contradictory first impression, appearing almost virtuous at first glance. though a closer inspection reveals underlying issues, akin to a wolf clad in sheep's clothing. Why have you suddenly chosen to share this with me? Lewis inquired, voicing the question that had lingered in his mind. This world is vast and intricate, Lewis, Dumbledore replied, swiftly consuming the chocolate bar and licking his fingers with satisfaction. You may believe that a modicum of foresight grants you immunity in this world, but many matters do not unfold as you superficially perceive or desire. A chill surged through Lewis, reaching the crown of his head as he looked warily at Dumbledore. You lack decorum, Professor. I am but a child. And yet you employ legilimency against me. You wretched old man. Do you not spare even a charming child like me? Fear not, Lewis, Dumbledore assured him with a smile, providing a calming presence. I have not descended to such depths, and you ought to reflect on how questionable your actions appear. Which new student would hastily seek out the room of requirement on their very first day? He reminisced fondly about a sentiment expressed by your mother to James, that an untroubled youth often leads to misfortunes later in life. It seems her son has not inherited her prudence. Lewis found himself momentarily speechless, wishing to defend himself, yet he could not counter Dumbledore's assertions. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he considered the implications. Had Voldemort truly employed the soul-severing curse against him, he might have lacked the capacity to resist and could have already fallen victim. Patrick is dead. Dumbledore's keen eyes sparkled with wisdom behind his crescent lenses. Ah, Professor, this was not my doing, it was Voldemort. Dumbledore chuckled lightly. After using Patrick to test you, he confirmed your alarming aptitude for dark magic, and in his desire to silence him, he struck with lethal intent. Did you merely observe? Lewis retorted, the words carrying additional weight. The first layer questioned Dumbledore's inaction as a headmaster. Furthermore, regarding my action of silencing your negative review, I hope you reflect on your own words. Despite the multitude of disparaging comments I have allowed to remain, why was it that yours resulted in deletion and a permanent ban? You seem to have taken offense at my decision, yet I am merely returning the sentiment you expressed. Chapter 61, Absorbing Life's Wisdom. When Lewis first engaged with Dumbledore, he held a dismissive view towards the conspiracy theories surrounding him. After all, the headmaster was merely an amusing old man in his eyes. It was quite surprising for Lewis to discover that old Dumbledore had such depth. Today, as an elder, I wish to share some life experiences with you. Dumbledore reassured the somewhat irritable Lewis, uttering a particularly profound remark. I am not Dumbledore. The Dumbledore you perceive is not the same Dumbledore as seen by everyone else in this world. Lewis nodded, partially comprehending. It seems you have a keen interest in prophecy. Do you? Emma possesses remarkable divination skills. Perhaps your prophetic talent is inherited from her. You might consider studying divination systematically with Professor Trelawney, should you desire it. I can make special arrangements for you, Dumbledore said, stroking his beard. If he were don a Christmas hat, he would resemble Santa Claus. Lewis pondered his own meager divination ability, realizing it did not seem to carry over from his mother. I am fond of a saying by a philosopher. Lewis justified to himself, the unknown nature of the future is our driving force. The underlying message being, I have no interest in charlatanry. Ah, a rather philosophical sentiment. Whose words are those? A philosopher from Emma's hometown, perhaps? Dumbledore inquired, intrigued. In a sense, yes, Lewis chuckled. His name is Richard. Ah, a naturally gifted soul singer named Richard Shock-Loo, Dumbledore added, and his subsequent words struck a chord with Lewis. In truth, my intention in sharing this with you is merely to provide you with some occupation, lest you, like your mother, come to pierce my heart daily. At my age, relying on heart medication is quite burdensome. As he spoke, an expression of annoyance crossed Dumbledore's face, recalling the time when Lewis's mother was a student at Hogwarts, and the plethora of fanfiction surrounding GGAD that persisted in the school, despite numerous attempts to suppress it. She even sent many fan art and stories to Grindelwald, far away in Nurmengard. How does Dumbledore know this, you ask? That's a jest. How could he not inspect what Grindelwald sent out? After all, one must be wary of any dark magic that could accompany such correspondence. Yet, it became evident that Grindelwald genuinely cared for Emma, as demonstrated by his diligent guidance and casual conversations. She was indeed his favored one. Of course, Severus is still young, and I believe he will not be overly harsh with you, considering Emma's influence. Lewis left the headmaster's office with a puzzled expression, realizing that Dumbledore was merely concerned about his own heart being pricked. So love truly does fade away, does it not, Headmaster Dumbledore? As for the demons, he could only sneer inwardly. How fortuitous. Frostmourne is hungry. Apologies for the interruption. Even if they did not come, Lewis intended to confront them proactively. However, first, he should investigate what kind of blue-eyed demon this was, and where it originated, lest he remain ignorant of his target. Why the solemn expression? Did Professor Dumbledore reprimand you? Catherine inquired with concern. Nothing of the sort. Merely a warning against early romantic entanglements. Lewis feigned a look of profound sorrow. And then he received a kick from Catherine. Stop your nonsense, you mischievous little dear. Catherine shot him a playful glare. Were you genuinely concerned for me, just now? Lewis chuckled as he settled beside Catherine. You are quite confident, Catherine observed, as though she had discovered a new land, standing tall to look down at Lewis. Were you simply yearning for my concern? The coy little dear, Catherine, narrowed her emerald eyes slightly, a teasing smile playing at her lips. How delightful. Lewis was taken aback. I must correct your misstatement. A man cannot be described as adorable. Lewis's protest sounded feeble. Little boy, Catherine relentlessly pressed her advantage. You should realize that your tiny frame does not qualify you as a man. It seems someone has yet to surpass my height. Just wait. There will come a day when you will regret this, Lewis declared through clenched teeth, issuing a challenge. I fear you may be ineffectual, my little darling, Catherine teased. Her slender fingers playfully brushing against Lewis's cheek, her tone infuriatingly light-hearted. Lewis yearned to prove himself, but felt utterly powerless. He wished to weep, yet no tears would come. Why? Catherine's tone suddenly turned icy. Lewis understood that if he did not provide a reasonable explanation, Catherine would undoubtedly demonstrate what a magical firearm could do. If we're due to some girl, those two shameless souls would pay dearly. Catherine silently vowed, her teeth clenched. Meanwhile, Miss Beaver in London sneezed 4 times in succession. I need to investigate a blue-eyed demon, Lewis confessed candidly. A blue-eyed demon? Yes. Lewis recounted the details he had heard from Dumbledore to Catherine. Catherine abruptly sat up, her beautiful eyes gleaming with determination. Let us head to the library. Not so fast, Lewis held her back. Even ordinary demons possess power comparable to that of the professors. Consider whether you could defeat the professors. Catherine hesitated and shook her head. Exactly, and that is a high-level demon. Even if we could uncover its true identity, we would not be able to locate it. Even if we found it, we could not defeat it, Lewis stated pragmatically, raising his hands. Let us take our time to search each day. It is more crucial to focus on self-improvement for now. Chapter 62. The End of the Holiday. Lewis spent the entire day in a gloomy disposition, sitting in the great hall, sighing wistfully. However, this matter has little to do with him, as he is the sole individual in this life who has compelled others to work tirelessly. Last Christmas, merely a year prior to his reincarnation, various groups were buzzing about the meme involving the televised address by the map's head. Now he can indeed turn on the television to watch it. Remarkably, it is a live broadcast. Feeling disheartened, Lewis unusually ordered a caloric bomb of butterbeer, sipping it intermittently in the auditorium. It is noteworthy that butterbeer contains no alcohol. It is merely a beverage reminiscent of a beer-flavored drink akin to cream soda. In the original narrative, Harry was able to enjoy it at a pub during his 3rd year, which sufficiently indicates its non-alcoholic nature. The drink possesses a sweet, buttery aroma reminiscent of cinema popcorn, a delightful scent that Lewis relished, pondering whether he should indulge in another cup. Oh, you are here, Catherine remarked as she settled beside Lewis. Observing that the castle had acquired a sorrowful little dear, Lewis glanced at her, thinking, oh, women, they claim to abhor it, yet they still choose to dress in a manner that attracts attention. He had to admit, his senior's legs were indeed captivating, worth more than a mountain of gold. Jerry, sitting cross-legged on the table, was cheerfully munching on cheese. He had not played with the speckled creature for 3 days. Catherine regarded him with disdain, exclaiming, ugh, could it be that you are actually a girl? Well, considering your age, it is certainly plausible. Lewis was at a loss for how to respond to her remark, gazing ahead with a profound expression, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Catherine shook her head, placing a stack of books on the table, choosing not to disturb Lewis further, and instead began to peruse her reading material. The scent of butterbeer rekindled her appetite, prompting her to scribble a note on a card requesting butterbeer and gently tap the table. Before long, the house elves presented her with a cup of the beverage. Noticing Lewis's melancholic demeanor elicited a twinge of sympathy within her. Resolutely, she bit her lip and pressed her leg against his. However, Lewis remained oblivious to her subtle gestures, causing her frustration to mount as she ground her teeth in vexation, feeling utterly helpless. Unsure of how to cheer him up, she recalled his yearning question from the previous day. May I touch? Surely, if it could bring him joy, a mere touch would not be a grave matter. Yet, Lewis remained unaware of Catherine's attempts. His thoughts were consumed by the crumbling structure of a significant era. The most illustrious age in human history had come to an end. Although the tale of the catfish effect is fictitious, there is no doubt that Big Brother is the most formidable catfish in history. Did you think the high welfare in the Nordic countries emerged from the goodwill of others? Child, how naive you are. Thus, we have entered an era of decline. It is time to send the eagle down to accompany the bear. What's wrong? Why are you flailing about like a sturgeon shedding roe? Lewis's sharp tongue rivaled that of Catherine. Why the sudden interest in reading? He inquired, rapping the table for the house elf to refill his cup while casting a glance at Catherine. A lazy little deer was taking a break, leaving me to forlornly search for information about the blue-eyed demon all by myself, Catherine remarked as she flipped through the pages of the book before her. Any progress? Lewis leaned in, inquiring. Catherine shot him a pair of large, disdainful looks. How could it be so swift? Do you think I am KGB? Oh, you even know about the KGB? Lewis expressed surprise, intrigued that this native of the magical realm was aware of the infamous Lubyanka Hotel. I'm also aware that the Kremlin usually obtains intelligence faster than Downing Street, Catherine retorted mercilessly. Just look at them. The muggles are truly inept. Lewis found himself at a loss for words. The Worrell family is not isolated either. My father used to be your aunt's chief court wizard, Catherine continued, still engrossed in her book, not lifting her head. And what of him now? Lewis foolishly asked. He died, Catherine replied flatly, as if discussing someone entirely unrelated. When I was 2 years old. I apologize. I did not mean to pry, Lewis stammered. It's fine. I don't blame you. Catherine continued perusing her book. I have my doubts about whether what Headmaster Dumbledore said was merely a diversion. Every account in the restricted section regarding demons states that they possess only 3 eye colors: black, red, and dark gold. She produced a small notebook, its elegant script documenting her findings. It is said that Beelzebub, the Lord of Gluttony, has dark golden eyes. Catherine indicated the book titled A Journey Through Hell. He is one of the 6 demon lords under Satan, and the author of this account also mentions Abaddon, the hellish knight created by Satan, whose eyes are pitch black. As for the demons with red eyes, the book also notes that they are responsible for transactions in hell. Catherine's fingers lightly tapped the table. This series of demons, due to their unique rank, were specially designed by Satan to have crimson eyes, distinguishing them from ordinary demons. So, no mention of blue-eyed demons? Lewis queried, puzzled. No, there is no demon with blue eyes, Catherine asserted confidently. Not only this book mentions it, even the manuscripts left by Merlin address this issue. Could it be Satan himself? Lewis posed the crucial question. Do not forget, Satan is sealed in the infernal prison by archangels Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael. Catherine's gaze softened with compassion. Many legends suggest that Satan is Lucifer, but the reason I find this belief credible is... She produced Merlin's manuscript. Look, compared to countless speculations. I am more inclined to trust Merlin's account. Let us not dispute or flaunt knowledge gleaned from dubious sources. This setting conforms to my own. Chapter 63. I fear Lewis may misunderstand. Lewis accepted Catherine's perspective, for she had diligently researched numerous books on the subject, far surpassing his random conjectures in accuracy. The mystery has been solved. Lewis has finally come to realize that the house elf's favorable treatment towards him is not due to his personal charm, but rather because of his mother. How misguided he has been in his assumptions. The endeavors of the Room of Requirement must continue. Catherine has resolved to spend an hour each evening after dinner with him in the library, though she professes pity for the little deer, who is left to forlornly browse the books alone. Her true intent is to ensure that Lewis does not practice magic in solitude within the Room of Requirement. What a contradiction of sentiment. Over the past fortnight, the tomes in the restricted section have been thoroughly explored by the two of them, yet alas, they remain at a loss. Lewis. Following the voice, Lewis beheld Miss Beaver, cradling a large ginger cat with a round face, waving at him. It was indeed the hefty orange feline. Lewis feared that the cat might topple her over. As Miss Beaver approached, the weighty cat caused her petite frame to sway. Thank you, Lewis. I really adore Crookshanks, she chirped, playfully toying with the cat's front paws. I'm glad you like him, Lewis replied warmly. I was just about to head to the Great Hall for dinner. Would you care to join me? Absolutely, Miss Beaver replied with enthusiasm. As they dined, a beautiful Ravenclaw upperclassman with long, flowing chestnut curls hurried over, glancing at Lewis shyly as she fumbled in her pocket to retrieve a pink envelope. Miss Montague, the upperclassman, struggled to utter a complete sentence. Take your time, Lewis said, his demeanor as gentle as the spring sunshine. I still did not know your name. I am Penelope Clearwater, she managed, suppressing her shyness to introduce herself confidently. Please, call me Lewis, Miss Clearwater. Lewis prepared to open the letter. As you wish, my lady, he said with a smile, tucking the letter away. Penelope hastily exited, only to be intercepted by Percy, the Gryffindor prefect, at the entrance. What were you doing just now? Penelope? Percy inquired, his gaze darting between her and Lewis, who was engaged in conversation with Hermione, his tone laced with scrutiny. Penelope raised her delicate hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, her lips curving into a serene smile, yet her words froze Percy in his tracks. From now on, please do not seek me out. You may call me Miss Clearwater, Mr. Weasley, she added, a statement that would plunge Percy into despair. I fear Lewis might misunderstand with that. She hurriedly departed. Percy stood there, momentarily paralyzed, before collapsing into the swirling snow. He howled in anguish, drawing the attention of the entire student body. Goodness, Yuan where? Although situated in the western Hogwarts, Lewis felt as though he faintly heard the strains of Zhongming means, a cut plum blossom. Snowflakes danced down, and the northern wind whispered. Lewis rubbed his ears and sighed with a smile. Perhaps he has indeed been too busy lately, to the point of hallucination. Upon returning to the dormitory, he had yet to open the letter when he encountered Catherine, her expression as frosty as the winter air. Tom and Jerry sat at the desk, gossiping curiously about the couple before them. Draco entered behind them, and upon noticing Catherine's slowly shifting gaze, he promptly declared, "My apologies, I must have taken a wrong turn." With that, he elegantly turned on his heel and dashed away. What the hell? It's your own dorm. How could you go wrong? Lewis thought frantically, feeling abandoned. Catherine sat on his bed, an icy demeanor enveloping her, arms crossed tightly, her long, elegant legs crossed at the ankles, exuding an air of interrogation. Lewis's careless remark had evidently irked Catherine. "You're jealous," he asserted with reckless certainty, only to find himself suspended in midair. "Put me down, you wicked woman," Lewis exclaimed, bewildered by her sudden display of silent, wandless magic. Was it appropriate for her to toy with him, a mere 12-year-old, having just aged a year during the new year? Absolutely not. Whereas the trust? Catherine's thin lips pressed tightly together. Lewis raised his hands in exasperation. "Could you please respect my privacy?" Catherine gazed at him, her heart feeling as if it were being pounded mercilessly. "There you go. That's better," she mused, fearing he might misinterpret her intentions. In a flurry, she produced the letter, declaring, "For matters like this, I want to give it to you. You cannot take it." The old emperor's scheming had been revealed. Catherine's mood brightened considerably as she recognized the impropriety of her earlier actions. Rather than snatching the letter, she released Lewis, who stared at her in astonishment. In an unprecedented move, she apologized. "I'm sorry, little dear. I don't even know why I was so angry. I hope you can forgive me." Lewis lounged on the bed, a teasing grin overtaking his features. After a moment, he queried, "Have you taken the wrong medicine?" Catherine, instantly infuriated, hesitated briefly before slipping off her little shoes, her small feet landing at the edge of Lewis's bed. She lunged at him, pinning him down in a manner reminiscent of a wall slam. "How do you wish to perish?" Catherine's eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint. "If possible, I would choose to serve you devotedly until my last breath," Lewis replied with a hint of mischief in his gaze. Catherine, upon hearing this, felt her head boil over with embarrassment. Straddling Lewis, she began to vigorously thump his shoulders and chest, shouting, "How could you be so shameless? You scoundrel! Oh my, I truly misjudged you. Who asked you to?" Catherine, at her core, remained an innocent girl, unlike Lewis, whose audacity was unparalleled. Such shameful words could never escape her lips, and tears brimmed in her eyes in a moment of frustration. Meanwhile, Tom, with an eager expression, munched on chips, naturally shielding Jerry with his hand. Chapter 64. Frenzied Thursday. Jerry discreetly pried a gap between Tom's fingers, his little eyes intently fixed on the couple. The unfortunate duo, Tom and Jerry, were mercilessly hurled out one after another by the senior with her spells. When Tom was ejected, he landed squarely on Jerry, producing a comical squelch as Tom quickly scrambled to check on his friend, only to discover that Jerry had been squished into a mere mouse pancake. He tugged at Jerry's tail, shaking him back to his senses. Two small heads leaned towards the door, peering through the crack to see what might unfold inside. Below them, the atmosphere was decidedly inappropriate for children, with dire implications. Professor McGonagall caught the two of them again. The elderly lady's left cheek bore the mark of feudalism, while her right was inscribed with the notion of arranged marriages. Like a lioness, her gaze was seething with anger, utterly displeased with the two who had dared to make such private vows. "What do you have to say for yourselves now, Miss Worrell?" For young lovers like them, experiencing such forbidden fruit was somewhat understandable. After all, at least they had managed to chase Malfoy and his pet away. Hadn't they? Snape's demeanor was ominous, his tone equally so. On the surface, it seemed as though he was defending them, but Lewis couldn't shake the feeling that Snape was merely adding insult to injury. "I am the head of Slytherin. After all, it would be prudent to inquire of Mr. Mountbatten, to hear how he would justify this matter. Surely, He would provide a reasonable explanation for his seduction of a senior. Snape uttered this in one breath, making it sound as if Lewis had been the initiator in this affair, hinting at personal grievances. "You must believe that we are innocent," Lewis asserted. Yet his defense sounded feeble, especially given that Catherine still maintained her position astride him. As McGonagall opened her mouth to speak, Snape quickly interjected. "I believe this is merely a playful exchange between the young couple. After all, Mr. Mountbatten is quite young, and his tools have yet to fully develop. Wouldn't you agree?" A small furrow appeared on Lewis's forehead as he suppressed his frustration. What else could he do? Why didn't he dare confront the colonel or the professor? "You two ought to be mindful of your influence." McGonagall finally set the tone, feeling somewhat reluctant to reprimand the charming and well-behaved Mountbatten. "Very well, Professor," Lewis replied with feigned innocence, subtly patting Catherine's thigh while quietly urging her, "You should get up." "Oh," Catherine, finally aware, blushed as she climbed off Lewis. "So, what is the situation between you two?" Lewis cautiously inquired, perplexed as to why the professors had intruded upon their Slytherin common room. Professor Quirrell colluded with the Dark Lord and trespassed into forbidden territory, but our savior has dealt with him. Snape responded with a hint of displeasure, knowing full well that Dumbledore would undoubtedly grant Potter preferential treatment. How many points should be deducted from Gryffindor for the monthly exam? Snape pondered, calculating how many points would suffice to counteract Dumbledore's bias. Perhaps all of them, he decided with satisfaction. Professor McGonagall spoke of your exceptional performance in defense against the dark arts, suggesting that you could serve as a teaching assistant for the course, aiding me in its instruction. After all, as you know, I am still the potions master and do not have ample time to dedicate to this subject. After finishing his statement, Snape, with a rather greasy demeanor, added, by the way, I shall temporarily assume the role of the defense against the dark arts professor. There was a hint of smugness and ostentation in his tone. All right, we know you've realized your dream, Lewis thought with a tinge of disdain. The situation unfolded as follows. Mr. Mountbatten, will you assist your headmaster as his teaching assistant? Professor McGonagall inquired. Of course, no problem at all, Lewis responded cheerfully. We must provide ample activities for the students at Hogwarts. That's good to hear. Snape forced a smile that was more grimace than grin. Then you shall prepare the monthly examination for defense against the dark arts. And remember, it encompasses all 7 years. Understood, Professor. No problem at all, Lewis replied confidently. Thinking it unnecessary to craft exam questions, he could simply switch to practical assessments instead, a delightful excursion to the towering heights of Rosier. With a chime, the system issued a quest. After the two professors left, Lewis opened the task. Provide a reasonable rationale for making the alternate dimension a formal trial ground for Hogwarts students. Task reward: 25 control over Hogwarts. Ownership of the Wish-Granter room, Rune, Thul. It appeared to be quite promising. Yet, what was this Hogwarts control progress? Did it entail snatching sweets from the old Dumbledore? It was not entirely out of the question. However, Professor Quirrell, or rather Voldemort's swift exit, felt rather abrupt. Lewis had scarcely had a chance to glean further advantage from Voldemort before he was unexpectedly vanquished by Potter. Truly, it was quite unexpected. Nevertheless, it was for the best. He must ensure that Voldemort remained oblivious to the monthly defense against the dark arts examination, as he ought to be dealt with during the Hogwarts battle. Perhaps with a swift jab from a crescent blade. With wide eyes, Dumbledore explained that once he learned that Lily's spell still affected Voldemort, there was no need for him to linger at Hogwarts and cause further trouble. Goodness, Lewis exclaimed. Thus, you and Miss Worrell must exercise caution regarding your influence while in the dormitory, Dumbledore added with a final note. Who said that? Lewis retorted, his temper flaring. He steadied himself and stated solemnly, Professor, you know me well. If I truly intended to act, Catherine would have been showing. At your age, Dumbledore hesitated, uncertain about Lewis' extraordinary nature. As long as I have the house elf prepare a feast, I needn't worry about her not being with child, Lewis declared confidently. After all, today is Thursday. What does that have to do with anything? Dumbledore inquired, puzzled by Lewis' meaning. What I mean, Professor, is that we could initiate a Thursday event, providing unlimited fried chicken meals to reward students for their diligence in studies, as well as to honor Potter's courageous spirit against evil. After all, one cannot remain tense indefinitely. Can they, Professor? A splendid idea. Let us call it Mad Thursday, Dumbledore approved. Indeed, Headmaster. Chapter 65. Merely an assistant in the defense against the dark arts class, Lewis resolutely declined the headmaster's suggestion to include a mound of cockroaches in the crazy Thursday fried chicken meal, asserting that this was not a reward but rather a fright. Which sane individual would relish such grotesque offerings? Headmaster, you truly need to reflect upon this, perhaps with a touch of humility. The primary motive behind his absurd proposition was, of course, to hinder Dumbledore from awarding Harry any additional points. A rather cunning ploy indeed. Moreover, Lewis proposed to Dumbledore that each wizarding family could order a portion of fried chicken from Hogwarts' kitchen for merely 50 nuts. This initiative would not only generate revenue for Hogwarts, but also extend a modicum of compassion to less fortunate families. Dumbledore, naturally, accepted this with pleasure, declaring it to be Lewis's idea, thus enhancing his reputation among the students. Inevitably, within 3 days, Rita's Skeeter took notice, boldly proclaiming on the front page of the Daily Prophet that Lewis Mountbatten might be the illegitimate grandchild of Dumbledore. Had the elder Lewis caught wind of this, he would undoubtedly have unleashed his beloved pink cannon in a fit of rage. Young Lewis was aware of this, yet considering Rita's penchant for sensationalism, he decided to bide his time, awaiting the opportune moment to furnish her with an irrefutable reason to extol herself. Soon Thursday arrived, marking the occasion of Lewis's inaugural class in defense against the dark arts. He had meticulously communicated with the system to grant him the authority to summon creatures from alternate dimensions. After considerable contemplation, he finally remembered the erased mirror. When he approached Dumbledore for a loan, the headmaster, intrigued, requested a demonstration. Lewis, not one to shy away from the opportunity, brought Dumbledore to the Quidditch pitch and summoned the dancers from the Coldgale Valley. It was imperative to give the venerable Dumbledore a grand spectacle. Thus, Dumbledore illustrated what it meant to be a master of transfiguration. While Lewis struggled with the dancer, Dumbledore effortlessly transformed weeds into entwined vines, a metal hammer, and a puppet, forcefully driving the dancer into the ground. As Lewis watched the dancer gradually disintegrate into ashes and vanish into the erased mirror, his understanding of Dumbledore's prowess deepened significantly. Initially, he believed that, with his enhancements, surpassing Dumbledore within a few years would pose no challenge. However, given the current circumstances, he realized that his aspirations were rather naive. Stealthily, he utilized a spell to assess Dumbledore's abilities. Albus Dumbledore. Level: Wizard. Talents: Charms 15, Potions 8, Transfiguration 20, Dark Arts 10, Defense against the Dark Arts 17. Flying 10, Herbology 5, Divination 4. Upon reviewing this, he succumbed to a wave of despondency. As Lewis contemplated the pendant that Catherine had gifted him, his resolve was reignited. Consequently, Snape, reminiscent of a fly swatter, hastily ushered him to commence his lesson. Lewis felt a surge of discontent, a profound discontent, and in his vexation, he implored the house elves to craft him a cloak akin to Snape's. He also persuaded Emelise to procure a black wig for him. Indeed, he was engaged in a whimsical cosplay of Snape. Standing at the threshold of the classroom, he inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly before dramatically flinging open the door. Amidst the astonished and incredulous gazes of his classmates, interspersed with a hint of amusement, he waved his wand with a flourish, swiftly sealing all the windows of the classroom. Like a diminutive bat, he strode confidently to the podium, executing a crisp, Snape-like turn, his greasy hair cascading into a side parting. Adopting Snape's oily tone, he began, "But there must be one stipulation. You are not to be the kind of imbeciles I frequently encounter." At this juncture, the students, who had been stifling their laughter, erupted into raucous applause. Quieting down, Lewis squinted his eyes, his tone elongated, vividly emulating Snape. The laughter from his peers grew even more boisterous, particularly from Harry, Ron, and Neville, whose guffaws resonated the loudest. Hermione, however, gazed at Lewis with a furrowed brow, pondering the potential repercussions should Snape decide to confront him. "Cough, cough, quiet," he insisted, re-establishing order in the classroom. This time, the students obliged, suppressing their smiles, curious to see what antics he would conjure next. In a whirlwind, Lewis flitted before Harry, exclaiming, "Potter, if I were to disarm a wizard, what incantation should I employ?" "Disarming charm, Professor," Harry replied, stifling laughter. "The spell is Expelliarmus." Well, Potter," Lewis continued, "if I wish to incapacitate a dark wizard, what spell would I choose?" "The stunning spell, Professor," Harry answered fluidly, relishing the exchange. "The incantation is Stupefy." "Let's try once more, Potter. If I wish to obliterate the obstacle before me, which spell would I require?" "The blasting curse, Professor." "The incantation is Reducto." Harry smiled at the young professor before him. Sometimes, notoriety is not without merit. Lewis chuckled, turning around, answered, "Gryffindor," but no points awarded. The room erupted in astonished chatter. The Slytherins, who had grimaced at the mention of Gryffindor, suddenly beamed with delight, filling the classroom with an air of merriment. "Why, Professor?" inquired the explosive genius, Seamus Finnegan, his tone and sardonic flair mirroring Snape's. After a brief bout of laughter, Lewis removed the wig and bat-like cloak, setting them aside. He clapped his hands, and Tom and Jerry dashed over to assist him in disposing of his attire. Naturally, just as British civil servants have secretaries. As the bearer of the Union flag, Lewis, now serving as a teaching assistant, couldn't possibly neglect to appoint 2 aides for himself. However, Tom and Jerry's assistants were more akin to caddies, merely serving tea and water. Chapter 66, The First Lesson. Today, we shall delve into the spell known as the Reductor Curse. Lewis reverted to his original tone. He found Snape's manner of speaking rather intolerable, slimy, and drawn out. It was quite taxing on the vocal cords. "Everyone, repeat after me," Lewis commanded, resembling a former English teacher in a past life. "Reducto. Reducto." The students echoed him. Lewis was suddenly struck by a sense of nostalgia akin to being back in an elementary English class. The students before him resembling those of a similar grade, albeit with different skin tones. However, he also noted a small incident. "Mr. Finnegan," he called upon the explosive genius. "Please repeat the spell." Hidwa. The pronunciation of the explosive genius was evidently flawed, heavily tinged with a London accent, swallowing an extra K sound. "Perhaps your accent requires some correction. In the early stages of spellcasting, a slight deviation can lead to a significant misfire," Lewis remarked with a hint of regret. "I believe I understand why you consistently miscast the Reductor Curse. Now, repeat after me once more. Reducto." Lewis endeavored to guide the explosive genius back on course. "Good. Excellent progress, Mr. Finnegan." Lewis diligently corrected him. "You need to pay attention to the shape and manner of your pronunciation. Both explosive sounds must be articulated clearly. Reducto. Reducto." Although it still sounded somewhat awkward, Seamus had successfully articulated the consonant he had previously swallowed. Very well, Mr. Finnegan," Lewis praised, clapping his hands. "Keep it up. Now, practice a few more times at your seat. The most thrilling part of our defense against the dark arts class is about to commence." This ignited a sense of anticipation among the students, particularly Harry and Ron, who leaned back in excitement, nearly colliding with those behind them. To his surprise, even the typically composed Draco gazed at him with eager eyes. Lewis clapped his hands, and Tom and Jerry entered, carrying a peculiar and ancient floor mirror. "The Mirror of Erist. It is the Mirror of Erist," Harry exclaimed. "No wonder I couldn't find it. You had taken it." Lewis waved his wand, elegantly akin to a conductor. "Well then, you shall now face the creatures from the abyss." The students gasped in astonishment. "The abyss? Who had ever heard of such a thing? Professor, what is the abyss?" Hermione, true to her namesake, exhibited her keen and studious nature. "You may understand it as hell or purgatory," Lewis shrugged. "Such places are best left unmentioned. Given that you were the first to pose a question, Miss Granger, you shall be the first to undergo the trial." This bore a hint of personal vendetta. Such is the price of verbosity. "Everyone, line up, with Miss Granger at the front." That's right. Under Lewis's guidance, the students formed a lengthy queue within the classroom. He approached Hermione, lifting his chin to gaze at the Mirror of Erist. "Do you remember the incantation, Miss Granger?" "I do," Hermione replied, swallowing hard, feeling a twinge of guilt, having yet to endure Gilderoy Lockhart's rigorous training. How could her classmates fathom what sort of challenges their teaching assistant might conjure? 3, 2, 1, Lewis waved his wand towards the mirror. Subsequently, he elegantly covered his ears with both hands, much to the bewilderment of his peers. Strange occurrences began to unfold. Ripples emerged upon the mirror's surface, and gradually, a gaunt arm reached out, clinging to the frame. Soon after, the owner of that arm, a desiccated, grotesque head, emerged from the Mirror of Erist. Hermione let out a piercing scream, nearly rivaling that of a prima donna. The creature that materialized was a living corpse from the walls of Losric. As the name suggests, it was far from aesthetically pleasing, resembling a truly ghastly human in a state of decay, appearing more skeletal than anything else. "Ah, Miss Granger, I believe you may be better suited for a soprano selection competition. Perhaps you ought to pursue studies at an opera academy rather than Hogwarts?" Lewis remarked with a sly tone. "If you would pay attention, this living corpse is about to emerge." Hermione's face flushed crimson, and instinctively, she felt the urge to flee. It was no wonder. For a 13-year-old witch, such a sight was indeed terrifying. Hermione's birthday being in September meant she entered school at 12. Thus, the second semester of her first year coincided with her 13th birthday. The same applied to Catherine, who was also in the same year, yet age 14. Imagine encountering such a creature at the onset of your first year. What would your reaction be? "Hurry, it's coming out," Lewis continued to remind Hermione in a teasing manner. Trembling, she raised her wand, stuttering, "Professor, he fear not. I shall handle everything." Lewis reassured her, gently patting Hermione on the shoulder. Encouraged, Hermione felt a wave of calm wash over her, akin to receiving a comforting charm. Taking a deep breath, she awaited the living corpse to stabilize itself, then raised her wand and declared resolutely, Reducto. The spell erupted from the tip of her wand, striking the living corpse, which crumbled under the force, disintegrating into ashes that flew back into the mirror. To spare the young witches and wizards any psychological distress, Lewis had ensured that this low-strict living corpse was environmentally friendly. The Gryffindor students erupted in cheers, although Hermione was not typically the most popular among them. She had set a commendable example. Professor, will you not award us points? Ron asked foolishly. Look how splendid Hermione is. Surely we deserve a point. Lewis chuckled. I lack the authority to grant points, but I can certainly deduct them. What say you, Mr. Weasley? Would you care to experience the taste of point deductions? A paper crane fluttered past him. A paper crane fluttered into Harry's hand. Following the direction indicated by the crane, Harry spotted Draco, making exaggerated facial expressions at him. He unfolded the crane to reveal a magical animated illustration in GIF format, depicting a bespectacled little figure unmistakably resembling him. Alongside, it was a lethifold, affectionately kissing the face of a startled little man. Chapter 67. The Slytherin Crane Only Flies to the Beloved. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Potter, what are you two up to? Lewis also noticed their clandestine exchange and approached, confiscating the small note from Harry's hand. You. Both boys' faces flushed crimson, and Harry, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, No, that's not it. Without uttering a word, Lewis waved his wand, restoring the note to its crane form. Shaking his head, he teasingly remarked, I recall a phrase, the Slytherin crane only flies to the beloved. How romantic. You. The entire class erupted in laughter, echoing Lewis's playful you in unison. Even Hermione joined in, her prominent front teeth gleaming in the light, somewhat blinding. A few girls, particularly Pansy, gazed with wide eyes, seemingly crafting thousands of words of Draco and Harry fanfiction in their minds. One could only hope their drafts were less saccharine than blackcurrant jam. It appeared that Mr. Malfoy longed to become the lethifold in front of Potter. Perhaps you two should duel? The two shook their heads vigorously, cheeks puffing as they did so. What an enviable affection. It seemed neither was willing to inflict harm upon the other. Lewis grinned wickedly. Well, expressing love is hardly a daunting task. He returned the paper crane to Harry with a smile, patting his shoulder. Do not betray Mr. Malfoy's earnest feelings for you. Now, class, let us continue. As the teasing subsided, Lewis waved his hand, indicating that the next student should proceed. The lethifold was certainly a diligent worker. Poor lethifolds could scarcely endure a single spell at the hands of the young wizards, which was precisely why Lewis had chosen them. Their frail frames were indeed most suitable for first-year students. Outside, Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction, deeming Lewis a trustworthy child. He mused that the impersonation of Severus was quite convincing. A sly smile crept across his face as he discreetly extracted a fragment of memory with his wand, placing it into a crystal vial, intending to let Snape examine it later. He wished to see how his prized pupil, the cherished son of his most esteemed senior, the top seed of Slytherin, would be astonished. Unbeknownst to Lewis, Dumbledore had slyly played a trick on him. Otherwise, he would have surely sent Jerry to the headmaster's office to pilfer all of Dumbledore's sweets. One should not underestimate Jerry's capabilities. He had a small hole in the headmaster's office. One can only imagine the expression on Snape's face if he were to learn of today's events in class, alas. Dumbledore sighed, shaking his head and humming a whimsical tune learned from an unknown source, as he walked away with an air of contentment. Overall, the students performed commendably. Aside from Hermione, the first to take the stage, who was unprepared and startled, the rest managed rather well. Of course, one cannot blame Hermione. At her tender age, it is entirely natural to have a lower threshold for fear, particularly when confronted by the grotesque sight of a living corpse. It must be said that Lewis's teaching methods proved quite effective as he tailored his instructional techniques to suit each individual. For example, he stood beside Neville, attentively correcting his gestures, accent, and intonation. Don't be nervous, Neville, Lewis reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder and waving his wand. See? Just a simple flick of the wand while focusing on shattering your target. There you go. He snapped his fingers. Just like Bob is your uncle. The phrase Bob's your uncle is a well-known British idiom that traces back to the turn of the 20th century, referring to the Prime Minister Robert Cecil, who frequently appointed his nephew Arthur to significant government positions. After his resignation, he passed on his political legacy to Arthur, who ultimately lived up to expectations and became the next prime minister. The idiom emerged to suggest that something is easily accomplished, echoing a sense of nepotism. The use of Bob comes from Robert's nickname. It is simply a linguistic quirk of British culture. In essence, magic is quite subjective. After numerous attempts, Neville finally earned Lewis's approval. With newfound confidence, he aimed at the living corpse bound by Lewis's spell and successfully cast the shattering charm with a swift motion. Following this assessment, Lewis recognized the importance of proper guidance. Had Snape been in charge, it would have been questionable whether Neville could even raise his wand, let alone perform the shattering spell. Pondering this, Lewis could only shake his head in frustration. If only he could maintain a balanced approach. He would indeed be an excellent teacher. However, given that he was not a public educator, the expectations regarding their pedagogical qualities could not be excessively high. Notably, Seamus's shattering spell seemed to possess explosive elements, sending a cloud of dust throughout the classroom. Lewis was compelled to conjure a gust of wind to clear away the remnants, whether ash or dust, filling the air. Seamus, brimming with pride, looked at Lewis with a face that seemed to implore praise. At that moment, Lewis wished to see him perform the Tarantella dance, but as a role model, he suppressed his own inclination. Well then, 10 points deducted from Gryffindor, Lewis uttered, delivering words that left the young lions disheartened, particularly Harry and Ron, whose faces instantly fell. Truly, a testament to Snape's tutelage. See how adeptly he wields authority with mere feathers. Next time, remember to control the spell's power. After all, inhaling those ashes is detrimental to everyone's health. Lewis spoke these words with an air of nonchalance, completely devoid of any embarrassment. At that moment, a paper crane floated gracefully in through the door, landing delicately in his hand. Chapter 68. How to Handle it Sundra. Under the expectant gazes of his classmates, Lewis unfolded the paper crane, revealing a message signed by a senior. It conveyed that she was waiting for him at the classroom entrance and had something to discuss after class. He tucked the crane away, only to be met with the inquisitive stares of his peers. "Professor, who is it?" Draco, whose face had recently been flushed from Lewis's teasing, instantly donned a curious and mocking expression. "Let me guess, it must be Miss Waller, right? What does it say? Is she asking her beloved Mr. Fawn to wait for her after school?" Draco, oblivious to the precariousness of his situation, turned to his fellow Slytherin classmates. "Is it true that Slytherin's paper cranes only fly to their beloved? I think, Professor, you should stand tall and boldly express your affections like a man, rather than." "Slytherin loses 5 points for your indiscretion." Lewis interrupted him with an impassive expression, issuing a stern directive. "Furthermore, report to Professor Snape's office every night for a month of detention. Lastly, I must remind you that Miss Waller is just outside." Instantly, a chill ran down Draco's spine, and he slowly turned to glance at the door, where he found Catherine's expressionless face awaiting him. He sentenced himself to doom in his mind. Even his father couldn't save him now. Sitting at his desk, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat to escape the turmoil of his own making. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently from the start. Upon seeing Catherine at the entrance, his classmates began to hunch over in their seats, not daring to show even the slightest extraneous expression for fear of her scrutiny. They would rather endure detention with Snape than incur the wrath of Catherine, whose punishment of being hung upside down was a fate best avoided. Such an experience was truly unbearable. However, to everyone's astonishment, after class, Catherine did not seek to confront Draco. Instead, he inadvertently voiced what she had longed to say. Perhaps this foolish weasel had moments of clarity after all, Catherine thought, secretly commending him. Regrettably, if only the 3 little creatures of the red-haired squirrel could be as sensible as this weasel. It was a pity that little fawn devoted so much effort to their upbringing. The mere thought of Harry and his friends made her grit her teeth. And that beaver, with its fluffy hair, must be kept at bay. She could not allow it to steal little Fawn's heart. As for Lewis, he harbored no thoughts of Hermione. He was neither a wolf nor a bear, so how could he feel any inclination toward the beaver? Thus, after class, Lewis found himself being pulled away by Catherine, much to the spectacle of onlookers. "Hey, I haven't assigned any homework yet," Lewis protested, albeit reluctantly. However, he had already been dragged to the auditorium by a senior, and it was too late to arrange for the assignment. Catherine fixed her gaze upon him, hesitating for a moment before inquiring. "This afternoon is the third-year defense against the dark arts class. Have you contemplated how to conduct this inaugural lesson?" At this juncture, she sensed a misstep. How could she express such thoughts in front of this scoundrel? What if he misconstrued her concern as genuine affection? "Do not misunderstand me. I am not concerned for you. Merely apprehensive about your teaching abilities leading the students astray." As she uttered these words, a hint of guilt was palpable in her tone. How could the little rogue, Lewis, fail to grasp her true meaning? In his mind, he had already translated her words. Do not misinterpret. You must understand. I'm not concerned for you. Yet I am indeed concerned for you. I merely worry about your teaching prowess. Everything else is of no consequence. His mental translation was nearly as precise as that of a high-tech reading device. Dealing with someone prideful merely required a gentle touch. But was Lewis the type to follow the conventional script? Clearly not. So, I'm so insignificant in Keisha's eyes. In an instant, Lewis shifted to a visage of surprise, which quickly darkened, his voice falling to a whisper. I never anticipated that even you would doubt me. I've always been this way, no matter how well-prepared I am. Even my grandfather. At this point, out of Catherine's sight, Lewis pinched himself sharply, pain flooding his eyes with tears. His grandfather, do not cue me. I have merely allowed you to roam free, you know? Regardless of whether this tactic worked on others, at least Catherine's maternal instincts were aroused. Suddenly, a wave of guilt surged within Catherine as she gazed at Lewis, whose eyes were now red-rimmed, and she reached out to grasp his hand. I am sorry, Lewis, she said, her concern evident. Of course, I believe in you. In my heart, you will always be the best. She suppressed her embarrassment, uttering those tender words solely to alleviate his sorrow. Really? Lewis's eyes shimmered like a puppy's, brimming with unshed tears. Is that truly how you feel? Absolutely. Catherine affirmed with fervor. Then do you harbor feelings for me? Lewis began to weave his trap. Realizing his intent, she angrily kicked him, exclaiming, I truly misjudged you. You scoundrel. Shameless. Despicable little rogue. With that, she stormed out of the auditorium, leaving Lewis forlorn in his seat. Ah, so close, he lamented, muttering words incomprehensible to his companions, pondering if he had only managed to contain himself, would the task be complete by now? Just as he was engulfed in regret, a chilling voice echoed from behind. It seems Mr. Mountbatten is quite pleased. Turning around, he found Snape glaring at him, his countenance dark, the prominent hook of his nose amplifying his merciless demeanor. As Harry, who was whispering with the other two, caught sight of Snape, his mind was filled with Quirrell's ominous words. If it weren't for Snape constantly reciting a counter-curse by your side to preserve your life, I would have long since thrown you to your demise. Why do you think he was appointed as the referee for your second match? He aims to ensure that I no longer harm you. Chapter 69. I have long wished to do this. If you intend to punish me, Lewis swallowed hard. Please be direct. Do not keep me in suspense. It is truly terrifying, you know? Ha. Snape's smile was perpetually sinister as he stepped aside, revealing the serious visage of Professor McGonagall. His lips curled upwards, resembling a smug dragon king. I've been rather preoccupied lately. Thus, I have entrusted Professor McGonagall to address your disrespectful behavior towards her. I hope you enjoy your day. Farewell. With that, he whisked away in a gust of wind. Lewis gazed at Professor McGonagall, fearfully inquiring, Professor. The cat was agitated. Lewis, Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood there, petrified, staring at Professor McGonagall, questioning whether someone had consumed Polyjuice Potion to assume her form. Amidst their bewildered looks, Professor McGonagall joyfully exited their line of sight. Is that really Professor McGonagall? Ron asked uncertainly, my goodness, is that truly McGonagall? I've heard of a potion called Polyjuice Potion that can temporarily transform one into another's likeness, Hermione hesitantly suggested. Do you think someone is transformed into Professor McGonagall? I actually have a question. Lewis began to ponder. We all know that Professor McGonagall is an animagus. Thus, if someone were to attempt to transform into her by taking her fur in her feline form, what would they become? Good heavens. Snape has his own clever means of dealing with you. What a peculiar and convoluted inquiry. Hermione, deep in thought, resolved to inquire with Professor Snape the following day. To seek knowledge is the commendable virtue of Miss Know-It-All, even when faced with an old bat like Snape. In the Great Hall, the young wizards who had just attended Lewis's class were animatedly discussing the recent defense against the dark arts lesson, enthusiastically recounting how entertaining Professor Mountbatten was. The girls formed a circle, and in this moment, a feat accomplished by countless Hogwarts headmasters, professors, and even the four founders over the centuries was achieved by Draco and Harry. They gathered together, for the first time setting aside their house rivalries, fervently discussing how well-matched Draco and Harry appeared. Thus, afternoon arrived. This time, he donned a more conventional outfit, a sharply tailored suit, albeit it seemed a tad disproportionate. Even his charisma could not compensate for his height disadvantage. He is growing. He consumes plenty of meat, eggs, and dairy daily, completely indifferent to the Brazilian rainforest. The third-year defense against the dark arts class included both Slytherin and Gryffindor. This class, comprised of two houses, had quite a few familiar faces. The Weasley twins from Gryffindor and Catherine from Slytherin were all well-known acquaintances. The senior students, well aware of Professor Mountbatten's innovative teaching methods, gazed at Lewis with eager anticipation, except for Catherine. Her expression resembled a pie chart. 3 parts embarrassment, 3 parts concern, 3 parts attachment, and 1 part indulgence. Human emotions are intricate, and our attitudes towards others are in constant flux, spiraling upward. As he approached the podium, Lewis displayed no signs of trepidation. Turning around, he confidently stated, "All right, let us commence the lesson." The students elongated their tones in unison, responding with a melodious, "Good afternoon, Professor," as if echoing a lesson from Sirius's English class. It is professor, not merely teacher, for even a teaching assistant is considered professor. Much like one cannot mistakenly address a deputy director as a director. This is the nature of social etiquette, not a matter for pedantry. I believe you may have heard from your peers about some slight modifications to the defense against the dark arts curriculum, he continued, clapping his hands to summon Tom and Jerry to bring in the erased mirror. Indeed, this course has been cursed, and I have consulted with other professors regarding your progress. To be candid, I am not entirely satisfied. Lewis boldly criticized Headmaster Dumbledore, stating, "Forgive me for saying this, but the magical world is perilous. Do not think I'm being alarmist. Just look around. Dark wizards abound. The Death Eaters are stirring, and Voldemort may rise again. Do you genuinely believe you are safe? Do you truly think that the year-by-year professors of Hogwarts defense against the dark arts can impart anything of real value to you? No, you're gravely mistaken. They have not even fully grasped each of your learning paces before unforeseen circumstances arise. Tell me, how can you master this art of survival?" With fists clenched and fervor in his voice, Lewis declared, "Students, more than anyone, I yearn for the day when you no longer need to study this course on combating dark wizards. As fellow students, do you think I relish the idea of studying? No, let me assure you, I do not wish to study. Yet, why must I toil diligently to master this subject? Because this world is fraught with danger, and I wish to survive. That is all." He patted his chest and surveyed the room. "I sincerely hope you never have to learn this cursed course. For this wizarding world is rife with betrayal, murder, suffering, and torment. I aspire to establish genuine order in this realm, one that can completely deter dark wizards from preying upon the innocent and law-abiding sorcerers. I know some of you might say, 'Mr. Mountbatten, you are merely daydreaming.' Yes, indeed, you are correct. I am, at this moment, indulging in fantasies." With that, he chuckled, prompting laughter from the young wizards below. However, his demeanor abruptly shifted to one of grave seriousness. "But what if we were to take action? Some may argue that we are still too young, that dark wizards would not even deign to acknowledge our existence. Yet in my mother's homeland, an immortal sage once uttered a profound truth. A mere spark can ignite an entire prairie. Though we may be youthful, we embody that very spark, destined to one day eradicate the poisonous weeds of dark wizards that infest the vast expanse known as the magical realm." Chapter 70. Just indulge him. The audience erupted in a thunderous applause, a cacophony that seemed unending. The young wizards had never witnessed a speech of such fervor as Lewis's impassioned address, clapping fervently until their hands turned crimson and stung with pain, yet they could not bring themselves to cease. Lewis raised his hand in a gesture of humility, beckoning for silence. "Perhaps some of you may contend that I possess no grand vision to transform the magical world or establish a new order. I understand you. Each individual has their own way of life. However, I must convey that your pursuit of dark arts defense extends far beyond mere academic interest." Lewis recognized that merely speaking of lofty ideals was insufficient. They must also comprehend the fragility of their current existence, as tenuous as reeds swaying in the wind. Consider this. When your parents, your siblings, your loved ones succumb to the curses of dark wizards due to your lack of diligence in your studies, will you not regret not having devoted an extra effort in your dark magic defense class? Expressions of contemplation adorned the faces of the students, with several clenching their fists in resolve. Even those who had previously remained unmoved by Lewis's grand aspirations found their emotions stirred. After all, who among them did not have family or friends? In the wizarding world, orphans are indeed a rarity. Of course, no insinuation was intended towards the scarred individual. Lewis understood that the moment to seize the opportunity had arrived. Clenching his fists, he called out with fervor, "For the sake of our family and friends, we must dedicate ourselves to our studies. Study, study, study." The atmosphere among the students transformed entirely. Outside, Dumbledore remained unfazed. Even if Lewis had drawn him out for a public critique, he wore a smile while savoring a lemon sherbet. In truth, Lewis had misjudged him. One could only remark that the situation at Hogwarts was intricate, with the Ministry of Magic, former Death Eaters, the Order of the Phoenix, and 4 neutral factions entangled in a complex web. Some may inquire why Dumbledore, possessing such formidable power, does not assert his authority unilaterally. Such an approach would shatter the very persona he has cultivated. Setting that aside, just as Lewis intended to commence his instruction, he was interrupted by the twins shouting in unison, "Professor Mountbatten, can you defeat Miss Waller?" "I dare say you cannot." Lewis glanced at Catherine, realizing he had no confidence in his ability to prevail. Even with the enhancement of runic equipment, victory seemed elusive. "Why not have a duel? Let us witness the prowess of our new professor," the Weasley twins suggested, their propensity for mischief evident. Lewis noticed the eager anticipation in his classmates' gazes and, with a sense of resignation, turned to Catherine, inquiring, "What say you, Miss Waller?" Catherine gracefully rose to her feet, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replied, "It is my honor, Professor." The students formed 2 lines by their respective houses, leaving a broad path in the center. No one wished to be caught in the crossfire of a duel between wizards, nor suffer from an unknown area of effect. Only the Slytherins were aware of Lewis's true prowess, yet everyone had witnessed Catherine's spells. No one desired an unwelcome trip to the infirmary. As the 2 approached each other, they elegantly raised their wands to their chests, performing the customary duel salute before swiftly turning to create distance between them. After a mutual bow, Lewis graciously gestured ladies first. "Miss Ray, a true gentleman of Old England." Catherine, not one to stand on ceremony, flicked her wand and unleashed a series of spells. It was evident she was not holding back. Even third-year students had never witnessed such a fierce display of magical combat. Their understanding of dueling had been limited to mere flashes of wand movements and fiery exchanges. Even the formidable Weasley twins, the most powerful students aside from Catherine, had only engaged in minor jinxes. This duel was a visual feast, with both combatants exhibiting skills rivaling those of adult wizards, their spells flying back and forth in exhilarating fashion. Occasionally, spells ricocheted off the armor, creating craters in the ground and eliciting screams from the surrounding younger wizards. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait for Dumbledore to send someone to repair the damage, a rather costly affair, one might say. Dumbledore, casually enjoying a lollipop, might muse, "I'm not concerned. I have no funds. Don't look to me." A polite trifecta indeed. After 4 or 5 minutes of intense engagement, Lewis seized an opportunity, casting a spell that struck Catherine's wrist with a burst of crimson light. Her wand flew from her grasp, spinning through the air into Lewis's outstretched hand. The entire assembly of students gasped in unison, their expressions frozen in disbelief. No one dared to cheer. Who would wish to be the first to stick their neck out? Everyone understood that Lewis's happiness might not guarantee their safety, and none could predict whether Catherine would take her humiliation out on them. Thus they stood there, captivated like geese in a daze. "I concede, Professor." Catherine puffed her cheeks, adorably defiant. "You may indulge him. It was sheer luck, Miss Ray." Lewis replied as he returned her wand. He discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at his classmates, feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, no one had discerned that he had been prepared for a public humiliation. He had never anticipated that Catherine would grant him such leniency. The spells studied in the 3rd year were still of the shattering variety, and the creatures they faced were but animated corpses. In terms of defensive spells against dark magic, their knowledge was hardly superior to that of 1st years. In Lewis's strategic assessment, the only distinction between 3rd and 1st years was a slight acceleration in their pace. That evening, within the room of requirement, Lewis found himself suspended by Catherine a total of 5 times. All right, Kaishi, thank you for today." Before he could finish his sentence, he was once again suspended in midair. Facing him was Catherine's icy gaze. "No need for thanks," Lewis remarked with a click of his tongue. "Given the nature of our relationship, expressing gratitude feels rather distant." Only then did Catherine's gaze soften slightly. "You see, you've calmed down now. It's time to let me down, isn't it?" Lewis spread his hands. Finally, Catherine lowered him. She recalled her mother's advice, always give your man face in public. It seemed the effect was rather commendable. Catherine had always possessed a strong desire to win. Silly little dear. Catherine's eyes, like a crystal-clear spring, gently washed over Lewis's heart. Attending someone else's wedding and tidying up the wedding house was exhausting, coupled with a myriad of tasks. Perhaps I could manage to drink enough by the 2nd or 3rd round, but then I'd likely be finished. Chapter 71. The Ravenclaw Crown. Lewis's defense against the dark arts class was exceedingly popular. Who could resist a course filled with the allure of dark creatures? As a result, numerous upperclassmen attended as auditors, prompting Snape to bestow a deathly glare upon Lewis for an extended period. Nevertheless, he ultimately conceded to hand the course over to Lewis. For the majority of classes did not conflict with his own. Snape continued to teach the 6th and 7th year students, as he was reluctant to part with the course. Thus, he could only torment those 2 academic years. Consequently, the students rejoiced, for no one relished the torturous theory lessons delivered in Snape's monotonous style. Except for the 6th and 7th year students, who still had to endure Snape's torment. They could be seen in the Great Hall and their own common rooms, animatedly discussing the new content of Professor Mountbatten's course, their faces marred with resentment and suffering. Indeed, Lewis had now become an associate professor, a title personally conferred by Dumbledore. The reasoning was that Mr. Mountbatten had proven his capabilities, with the support and covert machinations of Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy. This matter passed through the Board of Governors with overwhelming consensus. No one questioned why a 12-year-old child was appointed as a professor. In the eyes of the board, the distinction between an associate professor and a full professor was negligible. They were far more concerned with their own interests. The curriculum for defense against the dark arts prior to the 4th year was nearly identical, but after that, the content expanded significantly, especially in preparation for the OWL's examination. Hence, Lewis contemplated whether he could consolidate the 5 grades into one class in the Great Hall, selecting a specific time. In truth, the practical abilities of the 5th year students were rather lacking, aside from a select few who excelled. Through an assessment of students across various grades, Lewis discovered that there were indeed many students with high potential. However, few dedicated themselves to rigorous practice. The primary reason was the absence of suitable guidance to steer them onto the right path. Furthermore, do not overestimate the prowess of the 5th year students. Prior to the formation of Dumbledore's army in the original narrative, they might have been on par with a large goose, if not less. Of course, this is an exaggerated statement, but exaggeration does not obscure the fact that they are rather ineffectual. Individuals who, akin to Ginny, can master the art of shattering bones are not merely unique. They are indeed a rarity in this world. Dumbledore, though not opposed to the plan, faced the dilemma of scheduling a suitable time that accommodates all 5 grades. The overlapping nature of everyone's classes and free periods made it exceedingly challenging to find a moment when all could convene without distraction. Not to mention the weekends, which were utterly chaotic. While Lewis was diligent, he certainly wished to avoid being the subject of clandestine machinations. He had his principles after all, and thus refrained from encroaching upon the weekends of the studious. Meanwhile, Lewis had accomplished his own task and claimed ownership of the room of requirement. He now stood before a resplendent and ornate crown, the diadem of Ravenclaw, tainted yet enticing. This crown was specifically designated for females, boasting 2 innate talents and 1 skill, alongside an impressive casting speed of 30, enhancing cognitive agility. After a moment of contemplation, Lewis chanted for 2 seconds, casting a mass dispel upon the crown. The spell, as anticipated, summoned a thick plume of black smoke, accompanied by faint wails, as the corruption inscribed upon the crown dissipated completely. Lewis understood that this Horcrux of Voldemort had been thoroughly purified. "What are you doing?" Catherine inquired with keen interest. "A gift for you," Lewis replied with a light chuckle, extending the crown towards her. "It's beautiful," Catherine exclaimed, unable to conceal her admiration. Even a formidable woman like her was not immune to the allure of exquisite adornments. "Try it on," Lewis suggested. Catherine examined the crown for a moment before returning it to Lewis. "What, you don't like it?" He raised an eyebrow. Catherine turned her head away, pouting. When giving a gift, one should wear it for the recipient. It's only polite. Her implication was clear. He should place it upon her head for the sake of ceremony. Lewis, of course, acquiesced, taking the crown once more. Catherine knelt to allow him to reach her head. He gently placed the crown atop her, daringly lifting her delicate chin with his finger. Catherine's gaze became dreamy. It was undeniable that this splendid ornament, adorning such a beauty, created a harmonious effect. With her already exquisite features enhanced by the magnificent diadem, her aura radiated nobility, imbued with a touch of Ravenclaw's intellectual elegance. "Truly lovely," Lewis praised, promptly withdrawing his hand before Catherine could fully react. "What?" she asked. "Everything is beautiful. You are beautiful. The crown is beautiful," he chuckled, "but you are the most beautiful." Catherine's cheeks flushed. "Where did you acquire such a magnificent piece?" she asked, belatedly realizing its splendor. "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure," was inscribed upon the Ravenclaw diadem, though Lewis chose not to provide a direct answer. The crest of Ravenclaw initially left Catherine in a state of surprise, her hand instinctively covering her mouth as she carefully examined the crown. Once she discerned the inscription upon it, she gasped in astonishment. "Is this the crown of Ravenclaw?" Indeed, This artifact once belonged to the esteemed Rowena Ravenclaw. Lewis replied with a light chuckle. However, it now belongs to Miss Catherine Worrell. Catherine gazed intently at the crown, waves of joy swelling within her. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, biting her lip as she embraced Lewis tightly. I shall become a nemesis of Ravenclaw, my dear fawn. Catherine whispered gently into his ear, her warm breath tickling him, igniting a fluttering in his heart and a warmth in his ears. Lewis held her soft form, feeling a stir of desires he could hardly comprehend, treasure more precious than mere intellect pressing against him comfortably. Yet, at his age, he felt somewhat powerless. No, the most precious treasure I already possess, Catherine declared sweetly, tightening her embrace. All right, dear senior, your affection is rather overwhelming, Lewis protested softly, lightly tapping her back. I'm nearly breathless. Oh, it was only then that Catherine, oblivious until now, released her grip. Lewis gasped for fresh air, nearly succumbing to her affectionate onslaught. The things even the Icy Valley's dancers and the blue-eyed demons could not achieve, she was on the verge of accomplishing. So, you do acknowledge me as your beloved, do you not? Chapter 72. Does this thing bite? After a harrowing night, Lewis awoke in his dormitory from a rather peculiar dream. The following morning, to his astonishment, he discovered he was indeed functioning well. At his age, if he were not, a visit to the doctor would be imperative. With this thought, his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. The usually composed Lewis performed an unexpected somersault in bed, startling Draco immensely. Adhering to the principle of not asking what shouldn't be asked, Draco wisely chose to remain silent. Even as he sat in the great hall sipping afternoon tea, Lewis wore a cheerful demeanor. As he was enjoying his time, a concerned Harry and Ron approached him. Lewis, they called out. What is the matter? You both seem rather downcast, Lewis remarked jovially, picking up a scone. Hermione, flustered and uncertain, could hardly find her words, prompting Ron to interject anxiously. Hermione, she's gone mad. What? The scone in Lewis's hand dropped to the table with a thud. The notion of Hermione being mad was unfathomable. A vision of Miss Watson's bewildered face flashed before his eyes. In that moment, the explanation for such a transformation was beyond the realm of mere intoxication. You must come with us and see, they urged. In the Gryffindor common room, the typically pleasant atmosphere felt decidedly eerie, sending shivers down one's spine even in the afternoon. It was unclear where everyone had vanished to. Suddenly, an ominous laughter echoed from one of the rooms, startling the three. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Hermione lying on her bed, cradling Crookshanks and showering him with affection and kisses. Crookshanks, clearly overwhelmed by such weighty adoration, wore an expression of helpless resignation, as if he had seen through the vanity of the world. With a little kitty like you, what else can you do? Can you escape my grasp? You cannot. As she lavished her distorted love upon him, one couldn't help but think it a pity she was not performing as the stone monkey. Hee, with a kitty like you, you're destined to be devoured by your mother. Resistance is futile, mwahaha. Crookshanks appeared thoroughly disillusioned by the display of affection. Does this creature bite? Lewis asked hesitantly, pointing at Hermione, but quickly amended, not the cat. Well, beavers do bite when cornered. Crookshanks mused. So love can vanish, can it? Harry, Ron, Lewis, what do you think? She asked, her face flushed with embarrassment, wishing to find a crevice to hide in. Although I have always believed that human behavior is free, Lewis said, hesitantly, I still recommend you consult a psychologist. Feeding Crookshanks your cat food can indeed be quite the challenge, Ron quipped, delivering a sharp retort. Lewis could no longer contain his laughter in front of Hermione. And as he laughed, none of the trio could hold their composure. Even Hermione was shaking with mirth. After all, what had just transpired was rather amusing. So, Hermione, how many children can you devour in one meal? Lewis jested. One, Hermione replied, feigning a fierce demeanor, her prominent incisors gleaming. Upon saying this, she too burst into laughter, while Ron and Harry were already in fits of giggles. After a moment, Hermione inquired, what brings you all here? Ron was quite concerned about your well-being, so he enlisted Lewis to come check on you, Harry explained. Ron's expression suddenly became awkward as he fidgeted, saying, well, I actually wanted to come myself, but I was afraid you might bite. Goodness, you really are single by sheer merit. Ron received a good-natured reprimand. Consequently, he found himself on the receiving end of a playful scolding, while Lewis and Harry, sensing the impending trouble, unceremoniously slipped away. Yet, it soon became evident that reckless folly was not the sole domain of Ron. Weekends are always quite leisurely, especially at the end of the term. Apart from Hermione, the little academic overachiever, few engage in self-directed study. It seems the competition isn't fierce enough. Professor McGonagall, upon encountering Lewis's exam paper, was instantly astounded. Not for any other reason, but for the neatness and elegance of his handwriting, which starkly contrasted with Ron and Harry's scrawls, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. The following day, she launched an extensive handwriting initiative within the school. After consulting with Professor McGonagall, Lewis discovered the remarkable invention of calligraphy practice sheets, which incidentally left him feeling quite embarrassed. The calligraphy sheets created by Professor McGonagall were modeled after his own handwriting. He inadvertently mentioned this to Ron, and, as a result, he was now regarded as one of the least popular individuals in Gryffindor, a source of amusement for many. It has become a common sight at Hogwarts to see students in the Great Hall diligently practicing their penmanship, striving to emulate the most exquisite handwriting. In the room of requirement, the two concluded their practice early, as final exams loomed the following day. Reflecting on the plight of their fellow Gryffindors, Catherine, seated in a chair, asked with a peculiar expression, "So, this calligraphy practice thing was your doing?" Moonlight poured through the window, casting a soft glow that enhanced Catherine's already luminous complexion. "It has nothing to do with me," Lewis replied, knowing well that he could never admit to his involvement. Truth be told, he was not the original instigator. Seeing Catherine's lingering skepticism, he elaborated, "This truly has no connection to me. It was merely that Professor McGonagall noticed my handwriting while grading papers, which led to this situation. You only played a minuscule role in this, didn't you?" Catherine, perceptive as ever, anticipated Lewis's next words. "You have indeed caught me," he admitted shyly, a smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, he caught a delightful scent wafting through the air, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was the aroma of his favorite blueberry flavor. "You smell like blueberries," Lewis remarked, leaning closer to Catherine. "It's my lip gloss. I chose a blueberry flavor today. Do you like it?" She replied, "Ah, quite lovely," Lewis mused and asked, "Does it taste as good as it smells? Would you like a try?" She offered playfully. "May I?" Lewis hesitated momentarily. Catherine slightly closed her eyes, tilting her head, her glossy lips looking undeniably tempting. Lewis extended his finger, grazing it against her lips before bringing it to his mouth. Indeed, it was the taste of blueberries. "It truly is," he chuckled. Chapter 73. The End of Term. Catherine's lips felt delightful, reminiscent of jelly and pudding, and, in that instant, Lewis realized the gravity of what he had just done. What a missed opportunity. It was clear that Catherine's invitation was genuine. When he looked back at her, he found she had already risen, furiously stepped on his foot, and marched away. If only the Weasley twins sold regret potions, Lewis would have gladly squandered everything for one. Unfortunately, such potions do not exist in this world. In the days that followed, Catherine ignored him completely. Indeed, anyone in her position would find it intolerable. She had made her feelings clear, yet he had failed to grasp the subtlety, his obliviousness bordering on willful ignorance. The plight of a dense male was truly exasperating. The final exams proceeded smoothly. For a natural academic prodigy like Lewis, they posed no challenge whatsoever. Fortunately, there was no examination for flying class. Otherwise, Lewis would surely have failed. The defense against the dark arts had only a written test, crafted by Professor Snape himself, who did not trust Lewis enough to allow him a practical examination. One must certainly deal a blow to Snape. Unsurprisingly, this examination saw Slytherin dominate the top 10 across all grades, with the exception of the first and fifth years, where the second place in the first year belonged to Miss Granger, and the first place in the fifth year to Percy Weasley. It seems Percy has transformed his grief into a formidable learning force. However, there was a twist to the tale. Penelope was suspended upside down by Catherine for a full 2 hours and spent 2 to 3 days recovering in the infirmary under Madame Pomfrey's care. She could only engage in a silent rivalry within her heart, waiting for a more opportune moment, one when Catherine was absent, to seize the tower. In the Great Hall, students from all years gathered to celebrate the impending holiday, at least according to their own sentiments. The hall was adorned in the green and silver emblematic of Slytherin, commemorating their 7th consecutive victory in the House Cup. A massive banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung on the wall behind the main guest table. The atmosphere was lively as everyone engaged in cheerful conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes. Professor Sprout sat at the main table, observing the joyful students below, reflecting that as long as the children were happy, slightly poorer grades were of little consequence. Soon, Dumbledore entered the hall, and the cacophony gradually subsided as he approached the main table. "Another year has passed," Dumbledore exclaimed with exuberance, before indulging in these delightful dishes. "I must trouble you all to listen to an old man's cliches. What a splendid year it has been. Surely, your young minds have grown richer than before, and a whole joyful summer awaits you, allowing you to digest all that you have learned before the next term begins. making room in your minds. From the Gryffindor table, Ron quietly murmured to Harry, "Learning? What a load of nonsense." He was promptly met with a slap from Hermione. "Shut up, Ronald, and pay attention to the headmaster." She glared at him, fierce as a lion. A smattering of applause arose from the audience, but no one genuinely felt that Snape had performed commendably. Only Snape himself was enthusiastically clapping, his hands moving rapidly. Of course, this was not without the contribution of Mr. Lewis Mountbatten. Dumbledore called out Lewis's name, prompting the Slytherins to clap even more vigorously, fearful of appearing lackluster or out of sync. If you feel compelled, just blink. Now, as far as I know, we must first proceed with the awarding of the House Cup. The scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, 334 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, 368 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, 437 points. 1st place, Slytherin, 689 points. As soon as Dumbledore's words fell, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by applause, the sound of hands striking tables, and stomping feet. Lewis, however, sat there with Catherine, unruffled, quietly applauding. Dumbledore did indeed award points to the trio from Gryffindor, but even those points could not outweigh Slytherin's triumph. After all, a disparity of over 300 points is not easily bridged. In this light, one could argue that Snape is rather unprincipled. However, Lewis does not harbor any animosity towards him for being a Slytherin. Does the partiality of the head of Slytherin truly affect him? I ask you, what impact could it possibly have? Moreover, due to Mr. Mountbatten's generous sponsorship of Hogwarts, the top 10 students of each academic year will receive a scholarship. 50 galleons for the 1st place, 40 for the 2nd, 30 for the 3rd, and 10 for those ranking from 4th to 10th. The Great Hall fell into a profound silence, only to erupt into a fervent cheer shortly thereafter. Particularly, the Weasley brothers, with their fiery red hair, were more ecstatic than anyone else. For them, 50 galleons is truly a considerable sum, meaning that next year, little Ginny 1T need to use her brother's old textbooks. Ron was also elated, contemplating that his new wand might soon be within reach. Professor Sprout, seated at the head table, appeared somewhat astonished, as she was unaware that Lewis possessed such a remarkable means. It seemed rather sudden. Dumbledore continued, "The house with the highest average score in each year will receive a research grant of 5,000 galleons, also courtesy of Mr. Mountbatten's generous sponsorship. Let us all pay tribute to his benevolence." The 4 houses erupted into enthusiastic cheers. After all, such magnanimous benefactors are indeed rare. Professor Sprout's eyes glistened with emotion. As the herbology professor, she had numerous financial needs. Unlike Snape, who could earn a fortune selling potions, herbology requires a lengthy cultivation period and various stringent conditions, particularly since her greenhouse had not been maintained for quite some time. Her gaze towards the Hufflepuff table shifted significantly. Happiness? How can one attain joy without excelling in studies? She thought fiercely. The house elves moved swiftly, assisting the young wizards in tidying up their rooms and luggage. Lewis's belongings were managed by Tom and Jerry, and he felt reassured by their efficiency. Warnings against casting spells during the holidays were distributed to each student. Lewis glanced at the notice and crumpled it into a ball, tossing it into the trash bin. At platform 943, Ron invited everyone to visit his home during the holidays, promising to write to each of them. "Don't forget to write to me," he said. Catherine smoothed out the creases in Lewis's collar. "I will," Lewis replied promptly. Chapter 74. Harry's Little Troubles. Lewis. Lewis. A sweet, gentle voice called from outside the door. "Get up quickly, or I shall come in." Lewis opened his sleepy eyes and glanced sideways. The morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, indicating it was around 7 or 8 o'clock. Murmuring that it was still early, he turned over, preparing to continue his slumber when the sound of the door opening startled him, and he felt a chill. Turning around, he found an unexpected visitor casually regarding him as she pulled the covers away. "Ah, Sister Diana, please let me rest a little longer. Young ones need their sleep for growth, and insufficient rest could hinder development." Diana remained unmoved, placing the quilt aside as she gently urged Lewis to rise from his slumber. "Come on, get up. At your tender age, you ought not to emulate your grandfather's laziness. What shall we have for breakfast?" Lewis, clutching his pillow with an adorable expression, inquired. "Sausages, toast, baked beans, grilled tomatoes, and scrambled eggs," Diana replied, swiftly tidying Lewis's bed, clearly hastening him to get out of bed. "Sausage? Salami or bratwurst?" Lewis persisted with curiosity. "British sausages," she clarified. "Oh no." Lewis felt a wave of nausea surge from his stomach to his throat. He buried his head in the pillow, wearily groaning, "I do not wish to consume emulsified high-fat, awful tubes." As his words faded, A procession of maids entered, ushering Lewis to wash up, and then, as usual, assisting him with his attire. After this elaborate routine, Lewis felt utterly drained. Sitting at the dining table, he faced a traditional English breakfast, which he found quite unappetizing. In truth, the breakfast was not distasteful. Rather, it was the emulsified high-fat, awful tube that particularly repulsed him. Lewis had been fortunate enough to taste a morsel before, and even the most authentic Cumberland sausage failed to pique his interest. British cuisine, as those in the know would attest. The other fried and sautéed dishes were palatable enough. Yet the Mountbatten family's tradition against waste compelled him to approach the sausage with a do-or-die mentality. Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because my love for the emulsified high-fat, awful tube runs deep, Lewis lamented quietly, prompting one of the maids to promptly slice the sausage and place it before him. He closed his eyes, spearing a piece of sausage and shoving it into his mouth. One must admit, it carried a hint of an unpleasant odor. As long as it was clean and sanitary, that sufficed. Years of conditioning had imbued him with a certain sophistication. Even the act of consuming food he detested could be executed with impeccable grace. Coupled with his strikingly handsome appearance, it exuded an air of elegance. Suddenly, a flapping sound drew Lewis's attention. An owl was persistently colliding with the window. The Scottish round-faced creature appeared rather dim-witted. How could there be an owl? Diana mused, setting aside her newspaper, her gaze towards the owl filled with compassion. Previously, Lewis's letters had been collected and sent out by the household staff. Thus Diana remained unaware of the owl's postal capabilities. Lewis called out to Susan, "Miss Susan, please hold on a moment. Do not go just yet." "Yes, Mr. Bill. Might I trouble you to open the window? I believe this little creature has come to find me." Though Diana frowned slightly, she did not oppose her brother's request. As she too felt a desire to draw near to the little being, the butler Bill bowed slightly to acknowledge the message, then stepped onto a stool to open the window above. An owl flapped its wings and swooped in, landing on the table, casually dropping a letter in front of Lewis. He did not rush to open the envelope. Instead, he picked up a fork and pushed a portion of emulsified high-fat delicacies towards the owl. The owl, not discerning in its preferences, hooted appreciatively and began to indulge in the rare treat. Diana, having set aside her newspaper, gazed at the little creature feasting before her. She approached and extended her hand to stroke its feathers, then turned her attention to the letter on the table, remarking with interest, "This little fellow isn't afraid of humans. Is it here to deliver a message?" Lewis nodded and opened the letter. It read, "Dear Lewis, I have learned that Harry has encountered a minor issue at his uncle's house, and, as his good friend, I trust you will not remain indifferent. Additionally, please convey my regards to old Lewis. Yours faithfully, Albus Dumbledore." He set the letter down, and Diana inquired with concern, "What has happened, Lewis?" "It's from my headmaster." "But it's not a grave matter," Lewis replied, passing the letter to Bill for safekeeping. "The letter mentions that a classmate of mine is facing a small predicament and requires my assistance." However, Lewis hesitated. It seems he did not provide me with his classmate's address. As if responding to his thoughts, another owl landed outside the window. "Dear Lewis O., I apologize for neglecting to inform you of Harry's address. I hope you won't hold an elderly man's forgetfulness against me. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Yours faithfully, Albus Dumbledore." A stream of punctuation marks raced through Lewis's mind. "Very well. I need to make a trip to Surrey, Mr. Bill. Please notify Mr. Askin to prepare a carriage for me." He handed the letter to Bill with instructions. "I shall accompany you, Lewis," Diana said, a hint of worry creasing her brow. "It is too dangerous for you to go alone." "There's no need to fret," Lewis chuckled. "My classmate's family situation is rather complicated. His parents passed away when he was very young, and he currently resides with his aunt and uncle, both of whom are muggles, ordinary people without magic, and they do not treat him kindly." "Oh, how unfortunate," Diana exclaimed, her heart swelling with sympathy for the unseen child. "Then I must accompany you. We must bring him home. Poor thing." As she spoke, she clasped her hands to her chest, her large eyes filled with compassion and sorrow. "All right, if you don't mind the trouble," Lewis shrugged, indifferent to the inconvenience. As for dealing with Harry's Uncle Vernon, Lewis had his own ways. Chapter 75, The Dursleys. The Dursley residence was indeed quite spacious, befitting Vernon's status as a company director. In these times, the middle class, untouched by the iron-willed economics of certain figures, still possessed a modicum of wealth. The houses of the neighbors bear a striking resemblance to that of the Dursleys, arranged neatly in a row along the side of Privet Drive. On the second floor of the Dursley residence, heavy iron bars graced the windows, a clear indication to Lewis that Dobby had already caused some mischief. Perhaps the timeline was slightly askew, for today happened to be Harry's birthday. As Diana could not locate her right-hand glove, she decided to remain in the car to search for it, allowing Lewis to proceed and knock on the door first. Lewis knocked politely, and before long, the door swung open to reveal a tall, burly man, so rotund that his neck seemed almost non-existent. His head was adorned with thick, dark hair, and his large face was flushed with a bushy mustache that could rival that of a benevolent patriarch. This must be Harry's uncle, Vernon Dursley. Mr. Dursley's small, beady eyes darted around before settling on Lewis. Could this be Dudley's classmate? He pondered, finding the young lad's attire and demeanor distinctly out of place for someone of their social standing. "Good day. Is this the residence of Vernon Dursley?" Lewis inquired politely, inclining his head. "I apologize for interrupting at this hour." Oh, it's quite all right." Mr. Dursley waved his plump hand dismissively. The boy's decorous language and elegant demeanor made him feel surprisingly at ease. "Are you here to see Dudley, then? This young gentleman?" he asked. I beg your pardon. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a classmate of Harry Potter." Just as Lewis was about to disclose his identity, he noticed Mr. Dursley's face, already flushed, turn a deep shade of purple upon hearing Harry's name. He flailed his robust arms, his anger palpable. In his fury, he completely disregarded his earlier judgment of Lewis. "How could you be a classmate of that freak? You must be another one of those circus performers, am I right?" Mr. Dursley spat, his beady eyes narrowing in contempt, resembling an enraged hippopotamus bitten by an alligator. "I will not permit any little freak to step foot in this house or engage with that wretched child. Never. Even if you were to summon that madcap principal of yours, I would not allow that little beast to set foot in this room. Let alone you. I will not allow you to see him. Absolutely not. You would do well to leave this place at once, or I shall be forced to call the authorities." With that, Mr. Dursley slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Inside, Aunt Petunia inquired, "What is it, Vernon? Who is outside?" "That little freak's classmate," Mr. Dursley panted, resembling an enraged bull. "Dad, I told you keeping him at home would be a problem. You see, freaks are always drawn to one another," Dudley chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "That little beast has ruined my important order. Mrs. Mason will never allow her husband to tend to my business after such an affront. It's all his fault." Mr. Dursley, still seething with anger, declared that no matter what peculiarities his odd little classmate might utter, he would never lay eyes on that wretched creature. "I mean it." A knock echoed once more. "Ignore it." Mr. Dursley waved dismissively, continuing to savor the grapefruit Aunt Petunia had sliced. "I shall see who it is." Aunt Petunia, filled with unease, was well aware that young wizards were forbidden from casting spells recklessly outside. Yet, what if the visitor were to take a risk? Rising from her seat, she approached the door and swung it open. To her astonishment, it was not the bizarre little boy Mr. Dursley had mentioned, but a tall, elegant woman. In an instant, she recognized her. How could she not? She saw her on television daily. "Your Highness, what an unexpected surprise." Aunt Petunia stammered, utterly taken aback. Who would have imagined that such a prominent figure would stand at their doorstep? In contemporary Britain, indeed a constitutional monarchy, but even without that status, imagine if one day Michael Jackson or Messi or Ronaldo appeared at your door. What would your reaction be? Moreover, in terms of prominence, these three paled in comparison to the late Princess Diana, particularly in the eyes of the British. "Good day, Mrs. Dursley." Diana extended her hand gracefully. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Diana Spencer. I apologize for my brother's rudeness, which has angered your husband. I hope you will not hold it against him." Aunt Petunia trembled with excitement, awkwardly wiping her hands on her apron before grasping Diana's offered hand. "Oh, Your Highness, it is truly an honor for you to visit our humble abode." At that moment, Mr. Dursley emerged from the kitchen, bellowing, "Petunia, Petunia, what on earth is happening? Is that little freak performing his tricks again? Blast it, he should be expelled from that circus of a school." As he rambled on, he looked up to see Petunia's face, a mixture of embarrassment and terror, and then glanced sideways to behold Diana's gentle visage. He gulped, nearly choking on his own breath. Truly, the royal family felt like kin. It seemed he stuttered just as Petunia did. "This must be Mr. Dursley," Diana remarked, her smile soft yet laced with an edge. "I trust that the freak you mentioned is not my beloved brother." "Ah, you misunderstand." Mr. Dursley wiped the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve. "Please come in. I was referring to my wife's inept nephew." At that moment, Lewis entered Mr. Dursley's view. "You appeared rather flustered just now, Mr. Dursley," he said elegantly with a slight bow. "I had yet to introduce myself. I am Lewis Mountbatten, Harry's classmate." Mr. Dursley's heart skipped a beat. That name was renowned from Ireland to the far reaches of the earth, and its bearer had passed his name to his dearest grandson. It must be that esteemed gentleman. Indeed, the content on cue cannot be viewed, so I will share it here. Group 7669872240. Chapter 76. The shift from arrogance to deference is amusing. Mr. Dudley is presently consumed with the thought of old Lewis commanding a battleship, cannon firing away. Apologies, Your Highness, I was rather flustered just now, Mr. Dudley confessed, uncertain where to place his hands. Even a man of Mr. Dudley's middle class standing finds himself hardly better than a mule before true Roman nobility. Should you disagree? Pen an account titled My Martial Grandfather. Observing Mr. Dudley's nervous stance at the door, Lewis couldn't help but chuckle. The juxtaposition of arrogance and humility indeed provokes amusement. He did not intend to make Mr. Dudley uncomfortable and simply remarked, "Now, Mr. Dudley, may I visit Harry?" "Yes, yes." Mr. Dudley stammered, his plump head nodding vigorously, the flesh beneath his chin jiggling. He had entirely forgotten his earlier vow. Mr. Dudley was indifferent to Dumbledore, for he understood that Dumbledore could not harm him. On the other hand, he held no concept of Dumbledore's true identity. Lewis, however, was different. Should Lewis be slighted today, he could ensure Mr. Dudley faced disgrace tomorrow, in a very real sense. Mr. Dudley exchanged a knowing glance with Aunt Petunia, who promptly ascended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, she descended with Harry in tow. Lewis. Oh, my dear friend. Upon seeing Lewis, Harry was overwhelmed with emotion, tears cascading down his cheeks. He flung himself into Lewis's embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. Lewis awkwardly patted his shoulder. All right, I'm here now. You mustn't act this way, or Draco might misinterpret things. Harry quickly released Lewis, well aware that such comments were not likely to be favorable. This jest alleviated Harry's earlier sorrow. Harry attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Lewis. "I am aware, no need to rush." Lewis reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder, then turned to Mr. Dudley and said, "I apologize for what transpired with Harry, Mr. Dudley." Mr. Dudley waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. "I regret the situation, but I assure you, Harry was not at fault." Lewis patted Harry's head, explaining, "However, he does bear some responsibility. Let us arrange matters regarding Mr. Mason's order. You need not worry. I shall ensure someone liaises with him to meet your needs." How's that sound? There has been much debate regarding the Dudleys' treatment of Harry, yet Lewis remains indifferent to such opinions. Others' attitudes are their own affairs, and the world lacks abundant empathy. Lewis refrains from passing judgment on the matter. Nonetheless, it is indeed true that Harry bears some responsibility, and Lewis wishes to assist him. After all, before Sirius emerges, Harry must continue to reside here. Much like the enforced 996 work culture, under pressure, employees often seek respite, resulting in surprisingly low efficiency. However, it is evident that most capitalists are primarily inclined to acquire luxury vehicles. Yet employees are not mere beasts of burden. They are humans. As the saying goes, with a monthly income of $28,000, the company feels like home. With a mere $1,800, the boss can take a hike. This realization has indeed proven beneficial to him. Moreover, the once despised Harry now appears quite endearing. Such is the nature of humanity, assisting him in fulfilling Mr. Mason's order for drilling equipment is a way to repay Harry for the years of nurturing he has received. Moving forward, it is essential to deliberate on the matter of the Dudleys' mistreatment, but the approach towards the Dudley family will depend on Harry's sentiments, as it is a matter of respect for a friend. He chuckled softly at Mr. Dudley and said, "I hope Harry's future will be filled with joy." "Of course, Mr. Dudley smiled so broadly that his eyes nearly disappeared, pulling Harry into an embrace. "From now on, Harry will be like our own son. That eases my mind." Lewis replied with a non-committal smile, gently extracting the reluctant Harry from under his arm. "I would like to invite Harry to stay with me for a while. You wouldn't mind, would you, Mr. Dudley?" "Not at all. Not at all." The Dudley couple chimed in unison. After all, the Dudleys still held guardianship over Harry, so their consent was necessary for him to depart. Harry had quite a bit of luggage, and Lewis assisted him with Hedwig, while the driver helped carry his bags down to the second floor, all under the envious gaze of the Dudley family as they drove off into the distance. After all, Bill and the others could not accompany him to Hogwarts. The two gentlemen, impeccably dressed in tailcoats, certainly exuded an air of sophistication. After bidding farewell to the two, Harry gazed in awe at the luxurious interior of the car, something he had never experienced before. Lewis sat opposite Harry, with Diana beside him. Initially, Harry felt somewhat anxious, but Diana's gentle words quickly dispelled his nerves, leaving them in the confines of Hogwarts. "Would you like some orange juice?" Lewis inquired. "Sure," Harry replied, uncertain of what to choose, yet acquiescing to the suggestion. Tom elegantly dusted off his sleeves and retrieved a canister of freshly squeezed orange juice from the cabinet, pouring a glass for each of the three. As Lewis was still underage, consuming alcohol was not advisable for his health. So the cabinet was stocked with various freshly squeezed juices prepared by the servants before each outing. Harry accepted the juice and began recounting his experiences to Lewis. I thought you all had ceased writing to me, Lewis. Now enlightened to the truth, Harry appeared considerably more cheerful, his former naive grin returning as he handed his empty glass to Tom for a refill. I was nearly beside myself with worry. I even feared that you all were no longer my friends. Thankfully, that house elf Dobby mentioned that he intercepted all the letters sent to me. You wrote to me too, didn't you? Harry turned his gaze towards Lewis. Lewis chuckled softly, taking the orange juice from Tom, and replied, Silly child, why would I bother writing that? Not even Miss Worley? Harry inquired, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. Upon hearing the name Miss Worrell, Diana's gaze transformed into one of playful amusement. The glass containing orange juice slipped from Lewis's hand, shattering upon the carpet with a soft thud. Chapter 77. How to Resist the Fiendfire Curse, urgently awaiting attention. Since the commencement of the holiday, Lewis had been plagued by a nagging sensation that he had forgotten something vital, yet the specifics eluded him. At last, the realization dawned upon him. He had forgotten his promise to write to Catherine. Nearly a month had elapsed. This was dire. It was not a matter easily resolved with a simple charm. He yearned for a platform like Quora to inquire what he should do. How does one effectively resist the Fiendfire Curse? Time was of the essence. Lewis could vividly envision Catherine's fury. This predicament was beyond the scope of a mere Fiendfire Curse to rectify. Scourgify. Oh, Harry belatedly grasped the gravity of the situation. However, unbeknownst to them, the Weasley twins had already set off. Why have you never mentioned Miss Worrell? Diana inquired, her smile radiating warmth. Lewis, feeling a tad embarrassed, replied, I actually forgot. Indeed, he had spent the past few days at home indulging in slumber, neglecting even his spell practice. Yet, to forget about Catherine was undeniably excessive. My suggestion is that you should promptly apologize to her, Diana offered, her advice strikingly sound. It would be best to do so in person. Perhaps you could invite her over to your home. What do you think? That is not impossible, Lewis responded dryly. But I fear she might incinerate me in a fit of rage. How could that be? Diana said with a gentle smile, offering comforting words. Perhaps look on the brighter side. She might grant you a swift resolution, allowing you to become the French king who shares your name before the 300. As she spoke, Diana noticed a flock of owls soaring toward the estate outside the car window. It seemed they would spare the expense of a coffin. A smirk of schadenfreude crept upon her lips. The mystery was unraveled. Lewis discerned that Diana was a hidden black-hearted enthusiast. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dismay wash over him. What is amiss? Diana inquired, observing him rise with concern. Diana could hardly suppress a chuckle. The last time she had seen Lewis in such a state was when he had inadvertently angered their grandfather at the age of 7. That day, the 87-year-old Lewis had chased his young grandson around the estate with a golf club for over 10 minutes, exhibiting remarkable vigor. Ultimately, he had managed to capture his swift-footed grandson, rewarding him with a hearty serving of meat stewed with a golf club. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by the sight of a legion of owls departing from his family's estate, an extravaganza more formidable than the aerial displays during Li Mei's barbecues in Tokyo. It appears your little girlfriend is genuinely upset, Diana teased, leaning against the awning, her tone lighthearted. Lewis felt the sting of tears welling in his eyes. He instructed Mr. Askin, the butler, to arrange for Harry to stay in the guest room on the second floor, while he accompanied Tom and Jerry to the study upstairs to ascertain just how many letters Catherine had sent him. Judging by the scale of the owls, he was convinced that the entire postal service of the British wizarding world would be depleted. He opened the topmost letter and, upon unsealing it, discovered it contained but a single word: Lewis. Runt. Lewis smacked his forehead. The most daunting predicament had arrived. Each of the several hundred letters bore a solitary word, compelling him to arrange them in the correct order by himself. Even from a distance, Lewis could sense Catherine's fury. No, it was more akin to a blazing wrath. Yet, reflecting on how he had forgotten to write to Catherine for so long, Lewis resigned himself to the predicament. What a cad. Sister. He turned, casting a pitiful glance toward Diana. Leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, Diana watched Lewis with a gleeful malice, shaking her head in silence. She understood her brother all too well. Unless taught a lesson, he would never learn the sting of consequence. Tom, Jerry. After a brief pause, she exclaimed, Do not assist this scoundrel, do you hear me? You two little rascals, come join me for a feast. Upon hearing the word feast, Jerry's eyes sparkled, and he dashed away like the wind, disappearing in an instant. Tom glanced at Lewis, then at Diana, pointed at the letters, then at Lewis, shaking his head fervently. With just 4 words, Diana had swayed Tom to abandon Lewis's side. There are chicken legs. Lewis toiled from noon until after 7 in the evening, during which Harry attempted to offer assistance, only to be stopped by Diana. She was determined to teach this cat a lesson for daring to disappoint a young lady. Lewis discerned the message Catherine wished to convey. Essentially, Lewis Mountbatten, you little rascal. Not only have you neglected to write to me for nearly a month, but you also thought of Harry Potter before me. I truly misjudged your character. I never expected you to be such a bounder. Now, I'm beginning to question your inclinations. Alongside a plethora of expletives rich with slang, many of which he had to consult a dictionary to comprehend fully. He quickly composed a letter expressing sincere contrition and dispatched it hastily with a Morris to deliver to Catherine. He also mentioned that he would set off for the Worrell residence to visit her the following day. Just as a Morris took flight, a knock echoed at the door. It was Bill, here to inform him that the birthday banquet was ready. Oh, he had just remembered that today was Harry's birthday. Thankfully, he had mentioned it to Diana before leaving. Otherwise, he would have completely forgotten. In truth, he had been contemplating it throughout his journey. But the multitude of letters from Catherine had diverted his attention. Upon exiting the elevator, he was greeted by the familiar sounds of laughter and merriment. When Lewis arrived at the dining room, he was surprised to find Ron and his twin brothers present. The trio, already somewhat socially adept, had shed any initial awkwardness. Now fully at ease, seated and engaged in lively conversation, filled with laughter. He could hardly fathom how Diana managed to converse so joyously with a group of adolescents. Chapter 78. Even the Japanese. Oh, is that not our Lewis? George was the first to spot Lewis's silhouette. We have all heard of your illustrious deeds, so fret not. Fred swiftly seized upon George's words. The Queen of Slytherin should not pose any threat to you. After all, you are her cherished fawn. Upon finishing his sentence, the two exchanged knowing glances and chimed in unison. She will merely leave you half dead. Enough of that, Lewis said with a scowl as he settled beside Harry. Today is Harry's birthday. It is best to refrain from discussing such gory topics. Ron interjected. Let Lewis indulge in his self-deception for one last night. Lewis was at a loss for words when the dining hall door swung open once more, revealing his grandfather striding in with an imposing presence. The Weasley brothers and Harry tensed. Though they were uncertain of the significance of old Lewis, the elder's air of authority, forged by years of leadership, was undeniably palpable. In an instant, the grandfather transformed from a long-established figure into a genial, kindly neighbor. Why are you all so tense? You must be the Weasley brothers. He greeted them warmly. I am friends with the grandfather. The last time I saw your father, he was not much bigger than this little freckle. The little freckle referred to Ron. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he took his seat at the head of the table, glancing at Lewis and then at Diana. I heard from Mr. Bill that today is a birthday celebration. I trust there will be more than just these 2 dishes? As he spoke, the grandfather lifted the plate and knife. Surely this is not the hospitality of the Mountbatten family. Fred could not contain himself and laughed heartily, while George discreetly kicked him under the table. You are nearly crushing my shoes, George. The grandfather noticed George's subtle gesture. What is wrong with the youth of today? When I was your age, I dared to flirt with noble ladies in front of the king. Indeed, one must consider one's own station. It is surprising to be nervous when your lineage intertwines with the entire European royal family. Yet, this did not hinder him from playfully engaging with the children. So, did she agree to your advances? Harry, unlike the others, was quite at ease. The grandfather laughed heartily. Before I could utter a word, I was stealthily kicked by her escort. But it was worth it in the booth upstairs. Diana suddenly coughed a couple of times. The grandfather realized that Harry and Ron were still too young for such adult matters and should not be divulged. What is it? Please do tell, Ron asked, somewhat bewildered. You are still too young, Ronald. George and Fred chimed in unison, both astute enough to have already guessed what had transpired. They regarded their grandfather with newfound respect. Initially, their reverence stemmed from an instinctive respect for authority. Now, it was rooted in admiration for a seasoned veteran of romance. The grandfather noticed their respect and was greatly pleased, praising them as good boys and promising to teach them the art of courting. What about Lewis? Ron foolishly inquired. The grandfather cast a disdainful sidelong glance at his dear grandson, his tone dripping with scorn. I have no grandson who is so easily manipulated by women. The implication is that one is utterly incompetent, unworthy of being my grandson. Lewis felt an immediate heaviness in his heart. Upon reflection, it is understandable. His grandfather, having navigated the intricate web of romantic entanglements for many years, suddenly found his grandson ensnared by a woman. This sensation was akin to Zhu Di gazing upon his nephew, evoking a sense of a mighty tiger with a feeble pup. How disappointing! Lewis, with a furrowed brow, tapped his cup, and the servants entered in succession. presenting an array of dishes. Diana, mindful of Ron and Harry's unfamiliarity with dining etiquette, had previously instructed Mr. Askin that today was merely a customary family gathering, requiring only a simple spread of dozens of dishes to suffice, devoid of any complexity. The dining area was not attended by servants, as having them present could become a nuisance for those unaccustomed to dining protocols. As for the Weasley family, it goes without saying, Harry too. The grandfather was indifferent. He was accustomed to providing for himself. After all, he was a man who had once faced crocodiles in the Southeast Asian war zone, quite unlike his cousin Charlie, who had grown accustomed to a life of ease. In his youth, he had spent many years living hygienically and comfortably under the care of his brother. After a few bites, he set down his knife and fork, proposing, "Let's sing a birthday song, for this bespectacled young Harry is celebrating his birthday. It feels rather lacking in atmosphere." This suggestion garnered unanimous agreement, particularly from Tom and Jerry. The two lively souls dashed to the piano area, with Jerry even balancing a diminutive violin upon his shoulder, presumably unearthed from some obscure corner. Mr. Bill, accompanied by the servants, presented a customized cake adorned with 12 candles, signifying Harry's 12th year. Thank you, Harry exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes, as it was the first time someone had celebrated his birthday since his birth. "Make a wish," his grandfather encouraged, patting his shoulder. Harry nodded earnestly, inhaled deeply, and extinguished all the candles in one breath. The grandfather picked up the knife, cutting a generous slice for Harry, then another for Lewis, glancing at him as he handed it over. Lewis asked, "So, love can indeed fade away, correct?" The grandfather clearly disapproved of him, ultimately reserving the last piece for Lewis. "So, love can indeed fade away, correct?" Lewis grimaced as he spoke. "Oomph." His grandfather scooped some cream into his mouth, grimacing. "I can find no reason to like you at present." Lewis began to quibble. "This is an era of healing. We should seek common ground rather than nitpick. We ought to uncover the admirable qualities in others instead of fixating on faults, for everyone has their strengths, grandfather. If only you would earnestly seek them." The three Weasley brothers and Harry looked on with respect. No wonder Lewis had managed to court the Queen of Slytherin while they remained bachelors. Just look at that eloquence. He could revive the dead with his words. The grandfather laughed heartily, and after a moment, raised an eyebrow and pointed at Lewis. All right, but certainly not the Japanese. Goodness. He never misses a chance to include a jab at the Japanese, does he? Even the Japanese. Diana was sharpening her knife nearby, utterly oblivious to the fact that this particular weapon was far more lethal than others. Chapter 79, A Contrarian Tune. The following day, the three red-haired brothers departed the manor with Harry. After much contemplation, Lewis decided to accompany the trio, now standing before Catherine's home. His mind was filled with the twins' recent words. "If Catherine hangs you up and suspends you high, remember not to cradle your head when she lowers you," George suggested. Fred chimed in, "That way, you might suffer less." Indeed, a swift demise would certainly spare one from pain. He took a deep breath, recalling certain experiences shared between his grandfather and Ron. "Honestly, I sometimes find Hermione unbearable," Ron remarked, gnawing on a chicken leg. "Grandfather, since you seem adept at dealing with women, could you offer me some advice?" "Oh dear, Hermione always flies into a rage for no reason at all. I can imagine you, my lad, are not particularly skilled in winning a woman's favor," his grandfather retorted sharply, adding, "Flying into a rage for no reason? Really?" Ron attempted to elaborate on his statement, but was promptly interrupted by his grandfather. "I know precisely what that means, you little fool. No woman ever gets angry without cause. Do you understand?" His grandfather extended a finger, his expression grave. "But that is beside the point. What you ought to do is apologize." "But I don't even know what I did wrong, nor do I feel I should apologize. After all, it was I who was being provoked." Ron furrowed his brow and took a hefty bite of chicken. "Oh, my boy, you needn't know where you went astray, nor feel obligated to apologize. Just utter the words, and look into those big, watery eyes of hers with a sincere expression, gazing at, well, Hermione." His grandfather felt no remorse for imparting dubious teachings. Rather, he earnestly shared life lessons with Ron. "But that is deceit," Ron protested, perplexed. "This is the perfect moment for a little white lie, you foolish donkey. Who told you to upset her?" His grandfather chastised him with disappointment. Ron remained confused, muttering, "I was merely speaking the truth." "Perhaps you do not fully grasp your situation. Consider this. Do you wish to endure Hermione's nagging for an entire afternoon?" His grandfather queried without lifting his eyelids. "Oh," Ron suddenly had an epiphany. Reflecting on his grandfather's sagacious counsel, Lewis felt his eyes moisten. How wonderful it would be to be a carefree scoundrel. He mused as he knocked on Catherine's door. "Who is it?" Catherine inquired from behind the door. Contrarian tune, delivering magazines. Lewis lowered his voice. He was uncertain whether the Worrell family had indeed subscribed to Contrarian tune, but it certainly seemed more reliable than the Daily Prophet. Claiming to be from the Daily Prophet might lead to a few hexes. The door swung open, and Lewis beheld Catherine's initially impassive countenance, which swiftly transformed into an expression of sheer fury upon his arrival. In a fit of rage, she slammed the door shut. However, to her astonishment, Lewis deftly maneuvered past her and slipped inside. The flames of indignation blazed in Catherine's eyes, scorching Lewis's conscience, tinged with a hint of guilt. Her bosom heaved with the intensity of her anger, unmistakably on the verge of eruption. As Lewis observed her hand, reaching for her wand tucked away in her pocket, he hastily embraced Catherine, gazing into her eyes with sincerity and imploringly uttering, "I am truly sorry, Casey, I apologize," aware that he had a chance. Lewis was determined not to falter now. He lunged at her once more, only to be promptly pushed away. This back and forth occurred several times until at last, Catherine ceased her resistance and turned her body away from him. No way would she allow this scoundrel to be forgiven, she resolutely thought. It was summer, and the heat was palpable, causing Catherine to wear only a thin white shirt. Lewis's warm breath wafted through the fabric, brushing against her skin and causing her a degree of disquiet. Several times her hand grazed her wand, yet her heart hesitated, even though this little dear had neglected to write to her for almost a month. In his absence, Catherine had vowed that upon their reunion, she would not merely scorch him with fiery words, but would hang him upside down for at least an entire day. However, she now found herself lamentably unable to summon the resolve to chastise the dear who clung to her, murmuring contrition, despite knowing the insincerity of his words. "I'm sorry, Casey, truly apologetic," Lewis murmured, striving to imbue his voice with sincerity. "Do you think I would believe you? If any part of your words were genuine, you wouldn't have waited until the owls arrived to come to my home. If only you would forgive me, I would do anything," he earnestly professed. Regret washed over him as he pondered how he had forgotten to write to Catherine during the holidays. The wizarding world was indeed peculiar, unlike Harry, who could easily engage in telephone conversations with his muggle family. Those from pure magical households, like Catherine, were relegated to owl post for communication. Catherine remained unmoved, merely responding with a dismissive huff. "In truth, I am uncertain how to confront you. Each recollection of you leaves my heart in turmoil," Lewis continued, speaking to himself. "I have been evading my true feelings." At this point, he was so moved by his own words that he almost believed them. After all, how could one touch the hearts of others without first stirring their own? He sensed the tremor in Catherine's body as he held her close. "Nevertheless, during my journey, I resolved to no longer be a coward. I must confront my heart with the dignity of a man." Lewis, now entirely disregarding the frantic warnings of the system, found himself indifferent to notions of lightning skill trees and the Eye of Grelly. What occupied his mind was a singular desire to prevent his senior from distancing herself from him, to avoid her becoming a mere passerby in his world. Perhaps this was penance, he mused, as he prepared to utter those fateful words. Chapter 80. Turning the Tables. As Lewis was about to speak, he was abruptly shoved aside by Catherine. "Refrain from your foolish notions. In this context, your words would only serve to humiliate either me or yourself," she retorted coldly, her gaze indifferent as it fell upon him. "Draw your wand," she commanded with a chilling tone. "Catherine," Lewis attempted to make one last stand. "Draw your wand," she shouted, resembling a wounded lioness. With a resigned sigh, Lewis withdrew his wand. He understood that no matter what he said, it would only further aggravate Catherine. In their usual duels, Catherine's opening spell was invariably the stunning spell. A blinding flash of red light erupted, sending Lewis hurtling across the room, crashing violently against the corner of a table. The impact shattered the furniture and propelled his body against the wall with relentless force. He felt a searing warmth surge from his ribs, and with a slight movement came a wave of excruciating pain. A singular thought crossed his mind. His rib was broken. In comparison, the long gash on his arm seemed trivial. Catherine approached swiftly, her fists clenched, concern flickering in her eyes. Just as she was about to voice her caring sentiments, she forced her expression to adopt a frigid demeanor. "Do you truly believe that such actions will earn my forgiveness? Trying to elicit my sympathy in this manner?" Once the words escaped her lips, regret washed over her. It was clear that this was not what she had intended to say. Enduring the pain, Lewis gently squinted, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "If you know me so well, then you should understand that a person like me only seeks to be true to oneself." He wobbled as he stood, avoiding Catherine's gaze, and murmured, "At least for now, I believe I have fulfilled my penance. We are even now. Can I take my leave?" As he spoke, a metallic taste filled his mouth, and despite his efforts to suppress it, he coughed violently, splattering blood onto the floor beneath him. Catherine recognized his distress and wished to soften her tone, yet her proud nature hindered her. The initial fury had long since dissipated, leaving her merely striving to maintain her composure. Observing Lewis stumble forward, she reached out to grasp him, awkwardly expressing concern. "Why are you leaving in such a state? You should stay and have some bone elixir." Lewis spoke the truth. He had his own pride, with others already having voiced their opinions. What need was there for further self-deprecation? Catherine remained silent, casting a petrification spell upon him before contemplating using a levitation charm to carry him to bed. However, she reconsidered, finding it inappropriate. Instead, Catherine took a vial of bone elixir from the cabinet and poured it hastily into Lewis's mouth. "Finite," she declared. As soon as the effects of the petrification curse faded, Lewis found himself unable to contain a violent coughing fit, which exacerbated the injury to his ribs. For a brief moment, the pain was so intense that he contemplated casting an Avada Kedavra upon himself. Gritting his teeth, Lewis endured the agony that tugged at his wound and cast a cold glance at Catherine. "You might consider using the Fiendfire curse. That way, I could alleviate some of my suffering. Or do you prefer to find delight in humiliating me?" In his moral vacuum, Lewis appeared emotionally distant, a stark contrast to his earlier self. With no debts between them, what did it matter if they became strangers? Catherine felt as though her heart was being tightly grasped. Lewis's indifferent gaze sent chills through her. She realized that if she continued to cling to her pride, she would inevitably lose her beloved dear forever. Desperate to say or do something, she found herself at a loss. "I have 3 suggestions for you. The first is the Fiendfire curse," Lewis stated calmly, as if discussing matters unrelated to himself. "The second is Obliviate. With a simple swish of your wand, our unpleasantness would vanish." He snapped his fingers. "But personally, I would recommend the third option, the Soul Departing Charm. How about it? Once you cast this spell, you can vent your frustrations as you wish. By the way, if you are unaware, the incantation is Imperio." "Enough, Lewis." Catherine's eyes brimmed with tears. "Do you truly wish to ruin our relationship?" Lewis chuckled at her words, retorting, "Is it truly I who desires this?" Catherine was momentarily taken aback. "For so long, we have been friends," Lewis continued, and, just as he finished speaking, the effects of the bone-breaking potion began to take hold. He suppressed the sensations of soreness and swelling, maintaining a calm demeanor. "In my mother's homeland, there is a saying, the friendship among gentlemen should be as pure and clear as water, while the bonds among petty individuals are as sweet as honey. This is my motto. Even my meeting with Harry was merely at Professor Dumbledore's request. I would rather bask in the sun at the estate than endure a long journey to address matters that do not concern me." Catherine interjected, "But you promised to write to me. Doesn't that make you a liar? Why should I feel obligated to write to you before Dumbledore tasks me with handling Harry's affairs?" Lewis countered, "There are 30 days left of vacation. Provide me with evidence that I won't write to you in the next 30 days. The moment I saw your owl, I intended to come to you personally, which demonstrates my regard for you. What about you? To this day, I cannot fathom what I have done to deserve such treatment from you, to the point where you refuse to even call me Lewis." Catherine opened her mouth to speak, but Lewis pressed his index finger to her lips. "There is another saying, if the mountain will not come to Muhammad, then Muhammad must go to the mountain. Although I have not written to you in recent days, have you ever considered writing to me? Since you have not, why do you have to criticize me?" Lewis stood atop the high ground, utterly exhausted, gazing at Catherine as he continued. "I believe I have fulfilled my duties as a friend and upheld the responsibilities of a gentleman. I have never treated anyone else in such a manner. I would humbly seek her forgiveness for the sake of my dearest friend as spirits, yet it appears, alas, that my closest companion does not regard me as a friend." However, it was evident that young Lewis was not one to succumb easily. Yesterday, while immersed in his writing, he had been in such commendable spirits that he almost inadvertently altered the essence of their relationship. After some revisions, he realized that with his current abilities, this was all he could manage. After much contemplation, he found himself compelled to apologize for his inadequacies. A good brother had approached him in the group, seeking a confrontation, and in order to avoid widespread misunderstandings, he had to address the matter. Chapter 81. The Harassment of the Horsefly. One must not overlook the undeniable potency of potions in the magical realm. Currently, Lewis's ribs were no longer causing him significant pain. However, the scars left behind from the wounds on his arm remained glaringly evident. Perhaps it was also due to the remarkable resilience of his own recovery. Catherine looked intently at Lewis, who now seemed like a stranger to her, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. No, it was not just Lewis. She too felt somewhat amiss. Many words that were not her own seemed to escape her lips, morphing into something entirely different. This thought was fleeting, as another notion seized control of her mind uncontrollably. Given this, Mountbatten, she paused momentarily, quickly regaining her composure, and without courtesy, issued her decree. The Waller family does not welcome you. Please depart. Lewis was momentarily taken aback, saying nothing as he rose from the bed. The ribs that had felt better earlier suddenly throbbed, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He endured the pain, clenching his jaw, realizing that the words spoken by Catherine pierced deeper than any physical suffering. "Farewell, Catherine Waller," he uttered, leaving her home in solitude. At the instant Lewis stepped out of the door, Catherine could no longer maintain her composure. Her mind was overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions, sadness, anger, and calmness, each vying for dominance. As if her mind were on the verge of fracturing, she knelt on the ground, feeling as though 1,000 needles were piercing her, nearly driving her to madness. In her mind, a voice seemed to tempt her to pursue him, to confront that scoundrel. Just as darkness began to envelop her vision, a flash of light from her Ravenclaw diadem illuminated her thoughts, restoring clarity in an instant. "What I just said," Catherine muttered in disbelief to herself, unable to comprehend that she had uttered such hurtful words. The voice that had intruded upon her thoughts now alerted her to a troubling realization. Could it be that Lewis was experiencing a similar turmoil? The more she pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. Given Lewis's injuries, this situation was indeed perilous. It was impossible for me to refrain. I had to follow and observe her as she hastily concealed her wand, disregarding the lingering dizziness in her head, and rushed outside in a fervent hurry. Lewis departed from Catherine's abode, overwhelmed by feelings of despondency, regret, and an inexplicable fury that constricted his chest, causing his temples to throb and his vision to darken. After a few steps, the pain in his ribs tugged at his frail nerves until he could no longer persevere. He unceremoniously sank onto a tree stump by the roadside, inhaling deeply in an attempt to alleviate his discomfort. As he sat there, the sensation of vertigo surged back into his mind. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed before he perceived a melodious female voice nearby, the speaker appearing to be quite youthful, her intonation reminiscent of a song. "You have numerous tormenting flies upon you," the voice remarked. "Is the clamor of the tormenting flies so overwhelming that you cannot hear my words?" Struggling to focus, Lewis finally discerned the face of a girl adorned with peculiar glasses. Her expression filled with concern as she gazed at his head. "What are you looking at?" Lewis inquired with effort. "Your head," she replied. "You have many tormenting flies, enveloping you like a scarf. It truly surprises me that you can hear me at all." As she spoke, her small head bobbed, causing the carrot-shaped earrings on her ears to sway. "Tormenting flies? Where are those?" Lewis asked, momentarily bewildered. "They are invisible, drifting into your ears and muddling your thoughts," she explained. "I can see them swarming around your head. Some are even buzzing about." With that, she extended her hand, mimicking a gesture of shooing away invisible flies. "Can you really see these tormenting flies?" Lewis questioned uncertainly, as he seemed to indeed hear a buzzing around his head, a sensation that stirred a sense of unease within him. It was a feeling difficult to articulate, as though something must be destroyed. "Luna Lovegood, a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Tormented by Flies," she declared, extending her hand. Lewis took it, introducing himself in return. "Lewis Mountbatten, a pleasure to meet you." "I know you. I have seen you in the Daily Prophet," Luna said, her eyes widening as if she had discovered a new world. "If they are not mistaken, you must be a person of considerable strength, integrity, and bravery." Her words flowed like a melody, her gentle voice seeming to alleviate the bothersome buzzing in his mind. "Is that so? My father once told me that one should interpret the Daily Prophet in reverse," she continued with a tender smile. Just as she was about to say more, she suddenly became alert. "Oh no, the tormenting flies are multiplying. Little dear." It was Catherine, who had searched for quite some time before finally locating Lewis seated by the roadside. "Is he your friend? He appears to be in a rather poor state." Luna did not abandon Lewis due to his distressed demeanor. Instead, she remained by his side, endeavoring to fend off the unseen tormenting flies. "What are you doing?" Catherine asked, perplexed, as she regarded the young girl who seemed, well, somewhat eccentric. "Ah, indeed, given the age. This must be the mad girl Luna from the Lovegood family that my classmates have spoken of. I am attempting to fend off these pesky insects. Oh no, there are simply too many of them." Pesky insects? Catherine felt a strange familiarity with the term, though she could not recall where she had encountered it. He was on the brink of losing control. Upon finishing her statement, Luna swiftly rose and dashed to Catherine's side. Catherine gazed at Lewis's expressionless face. reaching into her pocket for her wand. I advise you not to use your wand. It seems that the source of these pesky insects lies within your wands. Luna stated earnestly. I believe the bond between you two is quite strong. Otherwise, the mutual influence would not be so profound. Not use my wand. Catherine looked at Lewis, who was preparing to cast a spell, feeling overwhelmed. In this situation, you tell me not to use my wand? Who knows? Luna offered her own wand. My wand's core is made from unicorn tail hair. The implication being, do not resort to dark magic. My wand cannot withstand your malevolence. Pesky insects cannot be driven away. Even if you defeat Mountbatten, he will remain ensnared by their torment, and your presence may exacerbate the situation. Luna added, however, I am certain that your wands are not the true source of these pests. There must be a puppeteer behind the scenes releasing them. Understanding dawned on her, and she nodded in realization. I recall a book at home mentioning who cultivates these pesky insects. If memory serves, it should be a demon. In truth, when I was consulted in the group, I hesitated to speak plainly as it involved spoilers. I apologize to everyone here and hope for your forgiveness. I vow to never again be a purveyor of riddles. Chapter 82, Redemption. Lewis was unsure of what was happening to him upon Catherine's arrival. He felt a surge of malice battering against his rationality, tempting him to act against her. This animosity had an unclear origin, perhaps stemming from his home or from his encounters with Catherine. He could not recall. Now he was nearly wholly governed by this inexplicable negative emotion, which rendered even Catherine's lovely visage repugnant. He slowly raised his wand, intending to cast a spell that could taint the soul. Come, embrace your fate, Lewis. A voice whispered in his ear, akin to the sweet nothing shared between lovers, seducing the malice within his heart. Catherine, wielding Luna's wand, felt a tumult of uncertainty. She found herself in a predicament, fearing Lewis might spiral out of control while worrying that her spell could harm him. Regret weighed heavily upon her. Had she detected the oddity upon Lewis's entrance and offered a few gentle words, perhaps their situation would not have devolved to this state. A pang of sorrow pierced Catherine's heart. No amount of speculation would alter the outcome. The matter was already settled. The immediate priority was to find a way to restrain Lewis and prevent him from spiraling out of control. There would be time later to address the complexities between the two of them. What course of action should be taken? Luna seemed to have discerned Catherine's innermost thoughts and softly murmured from the side. I can ensure Mr. Mountbatten's safety, but this method is exceedingly perilous. She hesitated, uncertain whether to voice her thoughts. Do not keep me in suspense, Catherine pressed anxiously. Do you trust him? Luna's tone was ethereal, as if she were recounting an improbable tale. Anyone could perceive the absurdity of the question. Had it been posed to another, they might have questioned Luna's sanity. Yet, Catherine nodded without hesitation. The tormentor flies were the pets of the demon Shuzpath, serving as the vanguard to sow discord among others, influencing victims' minds from an unfathomable dimension through their rifts. This knowledge was derived from the Wally family's library, specifically a tome entitled the Kane Manuscript, which chronicled countless details about demons. Regrettably, even after poring over this compendium, which could be likened to an encyclopedia of demons, not a single mention of the blue-eyed demon could be found. Not only was there an absence of information regarding the blue-eyed demon, but none of the entities described were of that ilk. In that moment, Catherine recalled the nature of the tormentor flies as described in the text. She returned the wand to Luna and, meeting Lewis's gaze, resolutely and slowly approached him. Catherine's eyes shone with a pure and fervent light, akin to the gentle warmth of spring sunlight. Her heart held no other thought, not even the slightest trace of suspicion or wariness. She shed all defenses, casting aside her so-called pride and restraint. This was the fawn she cherished, and she intended to embrace Lewis with her untainted heart. A heart filled with faith was the finest magic, Luna mused softly. Lewis stood momentarily stunned. Now acutely sensitive to negative emotions, he found none emanating from Catherine, not even the faintest hint. The once unyielding desire for destruction began to wane, gradually softening. Catherine's visage transformed from one of loathsome distortion to a reflection of the cherished image she once held. Lewis, grasping his wand, felt no inclination to act further, remaining as still as a statue as he observed her advance. Internally, he battled conflicting thoughts, each vying for dominance until one ultimately prevailed. As Catherine reached out, her hand enveloped his, and she embraced him wholly. "Fawn, I am deeply sorry," she murmured, her head bowed, her whispers brushing against his ear. Lewis's expression fluctuated, the cacophony in his mind intensifying, relentlessly urging him to submit to a grand design. Yet, it seemed to recoil in fear from the fervent and pure whispers emanating from her. Slowly, the tumultuous voices diminished, until they could no longer sway his emotions. Thus, the two embraced for an extended moment. Finally, amidst the anguished roar of the voice's master, Lewis spoke. "It is I who should apologize, Casey." He clasped Catherine's waist tightly. The world around them had faded into obscurity. In their eyes, only each other remained. "No, do not blame yourself. It is the demon that sows discord." Catherine attempted to assuage Lewis's guilt, striving to absolve him of responsibility with a few words. Recognizing the issue is the most effective means of resolution. Evasion will never truly solve the problem. Although avoidance may provide temporary relief, it does not eradicate the issue. However, an untimely voice soon broke the silence. "I must remind you both, the sky seems awry." It was Luna, tugging at their sleeves. Only then did they realize that the woodland surrounding them had been tainted by blood. It felt as though they were enveloped in a crimson shroud. The once distant Worrell estate was now obscured, replaced by a curtain of bloody light. The situation appeared dire. Just as Catherine drew her wand, she heard Luna's warning. "Are you truly going to proceed with this? The biting flies will be drawn to you." With her misunderstanding with Lewis resolved, Catherine's spirits lifted, and she regained the proud demeanor of a Slytherin queen. She huffed, and, with a disdainful twist of her lips, declared, "I can cast spells without a wand." "I think it would be prudent to refrain," Lewis interjected. "Such matters may not be tethered to the wands we wield." "What do you mean?" The astute Catherine quickly grasped Lewis's implication, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How can this be?" She struggled to accept the notion. "This could very well be a grand conspiracy, not solely targeting me. I do not believe I possess any value worthy of hell's attention." Lewis remarked with a profound gaze. "Have you forgotten what your mother has done?" Catherine reminded him. "Hell harbors a deep-seated hatred for your mother. I do not think you lack significance as a target." At that moment, Lewis recalled, nearly forgetting about his mother. Is there truly such a mother who would ensnare her own son? He lamented, raising his eyes to the heavens. He now wished to assert to the demons that the law does not impose the obligation of children bearing the debts of their parents. Chapter 83. The Invisible Sword. Indeed, those negative emotions had long lurked in the threads of their connection. The so-called threads are charms implanted by the Ministry of Magic within young wizards. Designed to detect magical activity in those under 17, they automatically dissipate upon reaching adulthood. Of course, these charms are unstable and not particularly precise. For instance, when Dobby caused a commotion at Harry's home a few days prior, the Ministry could only approximate the location. They could not ascertain who had cast the spell. Unfortunately, as it turned out, Harry was the only one in that house capable of wielding magic. Thus he naturally bore the blame, much like misplacing a mobile phone in life. Where the majority of devices possess tracking functionalities, one often finds it challenging to ascertain the precise location within a building, let alone enlist others to assist in a door-to-door search unless the item lost is of significant importance. Such an endeavor hardly justifies the expense incurred. Why does Catherine dare to wield magic at home? It is because her mother is a witch, and the Ministry of Magic itself cannot definitively determine whether it is her mother or she who is casting spells. Thus, in wizarding households, such matters are often overlooked. After all, it is not as though one is invoking the killing curse, is it? As for the necessity of embedding a trace, it is likely due to the secrecy laws governing wizards. Children, after all, struggle to contain their impulses to boast. Should they engage in games reminiscent of the Return of the Dragon King or flaunt their magical prowess, it could lead to significant repercussions. Consequently, despite both possessing the ability to perform wandless magic, they are restrained from doing so due to the potential emotional influences residing within the trace. "We ought to devise a plan." Luna's voice resonated with an air of calm. Lewis brandished his crystal sword, expertly twirling it in a flourish. "My swordsmanship is rather commendable as well." From a distance, an eerie wail, uncharacteristic of a human, echoed through the air. It was a wraith. Catherine recognized the shambling creature in the distance. How peculiar that such malevolent beings would exist here. This wicked, undead monstrosity harbors a profound fear of fire and sunlight. She remarked, glancing skyward, "It seems we cannot rely on sunlight at this moment. Do you know the fire spell?" This inquiry was directed at Luna. Luna stared blankly at Catherine for a moment before her face broke into a bright smile, devoid of any mockery, yet it left Catherine feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lewis, observing Luna's radiant expression, couldn't help but chuckle as well, deciphering the underlying question of whether it was he or she who was the mad one. No laughing. Catherine's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and in her urgency, she momentarily forgot that Luna was merely a young witch yet to start her schooling. Suddenly, she felt a tug on her arm. Turning to look, she saw Lewis, who appeared to be gripping something. It seemed as though he was clutching an object, yet she could discern nothing. "What are you doing?" Catherine inquired, perplexed. "Taking the sword." Why are you just standing there? Lewis, equally bewildered, wondered how she could not see the magnificent weapon in his grasp. You can't see it? This is not the time for jesting, dear doe. Lewis, puzzled, found it strange that he could clearly see the sword he held. Just as he was at a loss for words, Luna interjected, I can see it. It is a black broad-bladed sword. Yes, that is indeed the dark sword. You can see it? Lewis, elated to find a kindred spirit, extended the dark sword towards Luna. As Luna contemplated declining the offer, she initially believed that as a young girl, she could hardly wield the seemingly weighty sword. However, upon grasping the dark sword, she realized her assumptions were misguided. It was not as burdensome as she had imagined, but rather as light as a feather. I must remind you, classmate Mountbatten, she mused melodiously, as our fellow student Worrell just mentioned, only flames can harm the wraiths. Ah, indeed, Lewis replied, retrieving a substance akin to turpentine from his pocket, which was actually drawn from the dimensional space granted by the system, and applied it to the blade of Luna's dark sword. This was the famed charcoal resin from the walls of Lord Rick. The moment he released his hold, the dark sword ignited in a fierce blaze. It was then that Catherine discerned the truth. There indeed existed a sword, its transparent outline visible amidst the enveloping flames. How extraordinary, she exclaimed. Luna gazed entranced at the burning dark sword in her grasp and remarked with excitement, This is so cool. I've always wished to possess a sword, but my father would not allow it. Consider it a gift, Lewis generously offered, adding, provided that the three of us can escape from here. As they spoke, the trio found themselves surrounded by wraiths. Lewis, mimicking his earlier actions, coated the spirit's sword with resin and handed it to Catherine. And what about you? Catherine inquired with concern, not accepting the sword. Lewis lifted his lion-headed staff, smiling as he replied, Fear not, I have my own means. No, you mustn't. Catherine urgently interjected. You cannot cast spells now. Do not worry. Lewis chuckled, and under Catherine's watchful gaze, the tip of the staff gradually extended into a transparent sword radiating a blue aura. Secret technique, Galia Swift. This magic, hailing from the borderlands, can also inflict damage upon dark creatures. It does not belong to this realm, thus it evades detection. Trust me, Kaisher, Lewis said, his gaze tender as he looked at Catherine. She said nothing further and silently accepted the crystal sword, having shed her reservations and now bestowing upon Lewis her unwavering trust. The wraiths, in their appearance, bore a striking resemblance to ordinary humans, albeit with slightly paler skin. Their most distinguishing feature was their murky white eyes. In the sixth installment of the original text, Harry and Dumbledore encountered wraiths in the middle of a lake, most of whom had been homeless muggle vagabonds in life, alongside a few wizards who had mysteriously vanished. However, the wraiths they now faced appeared to be from a bygone era, their attire reminiscent of the medieval period. They howled and roared at the trio, yet were held at bay by the fierce flames engulfing Catherine and Luna's swords, too fearful to advance. Chapter 84. This is an illusion. What are you concealing? Indeed, the flames were a true nemesis to the wraiths. The two swords, exhaling orange flames, sliced through the bodies of the wraiths with the ease of a hot knife gliding through butter, cleaving them in two. Their forms ignited in a blazing inferno, ultimately reducing them to mere ashes. The undead seemed to be inexhaustible, surging towards them in a relentless tide. The three continued to fight tirelessly, oblivious to the anomaly surrounding Luna, the young sorceress who, despite her age and lack of training, should have felt fatigued by now. Yet even Luna, with her keen senses, failed to perceive the oddity of the moment. Eventually, Lewis discerned something amiss. Wait, something feels off. Have you noticed anything peculiar? Just as Catherine's words hung in the air, the horde of undead that had been advancing vanished in an instant. It was an illusion. Lewis finally grasped the crux of the issue. As he spoke, the undead reappeared once more, shambling towards them from all directions. Lewis, wary, applied some resin for his companions before plunging back into battle. After a while, the apparition of the undead dissipated once again. This is absurd, Lewis grumbled. If they keep sending this many undead, they'll wear us out to death. I suspect it may not be that simple, Catherine replied, her expression grave. For some reason, I have a persistent sense of unease. What is it? Lewis inquired with concern. Be careful, Catherine said tersely, as the seemingly endless illusion of the undead materialized once more. This cycle repeated 5 times, and the trio began to feel mentally drained. As the undead reemerged, they had to muster their spirits for yet another confrontation. But upon making contact, they realized something was wrong. Luna's sword was knocked aside by an undead, nearly causing her to stumble. This is bad. This time it's real, Catherine exclaimed, quickly steadying Luna, striving to alleviate the pressure on her. Lewis regretted not bringing Tom and Jerry along. Even he was starting to feel fatigued, let alone Luna and Catherine, who were still mere children. I'm sorry, I'm starting to struggle, Luna said, a hint of frustration in her voice. Don't lose heart, Luna, Catherine whispered, though she herself harbored no optimism about their predicament. She drew her wand with her left hand, intending to cast a fire spell, only to be shocked to find that she could no longer connect with her magic, as if an invisible web had severed her link to it. Why can't I cast spells? Catherine asked incredulously. It must be the thread of fate, Lewis surmised. The puppeteer behind this illusion has severed our connection to magic through these threads. He attempted to cast a spell, only to discover that aside from a few basic incantations, he was powerless. Just as he pondered a solution, he heard Catherine quietly say, Lewis, there is something I need to tell you. Can it wait? I fear if we don't speak now, we may never have the chance again. Catherine gazed at the dense mass of undead in the distance, a wave of despair rising within her. A sorcerer stripped of their magic is akin to a bird deprived of its wings. Catherine shielded Luna from a ghastly creature's ferocious lunge, instinctively exclaiming, if only we could eliminate that bothersome strand. I cannot discern whether this is a confinement imposed by the Ministry of Magic or a curse from a demon. What did you say? Lewis suddenly realized. I said it would be splendid to rid ourselves of the strand. Be cautious. As Catherine spoke, her long sword pierced the chest of a ghoul. No, the next line. Is this strand a confinement from the Ministry or a curse from a demon? Lewis comprehended the gravity of the situation and quickly responded, Kathy, buy me 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds, can you? All right. The pressure on Catherine intensified abruptly. She clenched her teeth, positioning herself alongside Luna to sandwich Lewis between them. The moment of urgency had arrived. At that instant, the flames adorning their swords vanished. The fire extinguished. Luna's ethereal voice resonated with despair. A ghoul's claw grasped her sword, threatening to wrest it from her grip. In that perilous moment, Catherine thrust her sword through the ghoul's chest. The creature released its hold on the dark blade, staggering back 2 steps as arcs of electricity began to flicker from its wound. Soon, the blue-white arcs enveloped its entire form, reducing it to a pile of ashes. The spirit blade carried the potency of lightning, a force far mightier than mere flames when vanquishing evil. Yet, 3 more ghouls staggered towards the trio. Catherine dealt with the one lunging at Luna, but the claws of the remaining 2 were already extending towards her. No, Luna cried out, expending her last ounce of strength to swing her dark sword at one of the ghouls, but it merely caused it to falter. A pang of regret surged within Catherine. She realized she could not raise her sword in time and could only watch as the ghoul's claws reached for her. In that critical moment, a divine light surged forth, enveloping the 3 of them and the 2 ghouls within its radiance. The ghouls were rendered silent, unable to emit a cry, as they disintegrated in the sanctity of the light. Visible tendrils of black mist emerged from Catherine and Lewis, gradually dissolving in the holy luminescence. Catherine drew her wand, unleashing a torrent of flames that swept away the ghouls in her line of sight, turning them to ash. You know, Kathy, you look incredibly impressive right now, Lewis remarked, his gaze slightly dazed. It is high time to learn some AoE spells. Single target attacks are simply insufficient, he mused internally, determined not to tarnish his son's reputation. Is that so? Catherine smiled, reveling in the delightful surge of magical energy. The fire serpents coiled and soared through the air, howling in delight, reflecting their master's exhilaration. Simultaneously, the bowl-like crimson barrier shattered completely. Gazing at the clear blue sky and basking in the warm sunlight, the 3 survivors exhaled a collective sigh of relief. What an extraordinary adventure, Luna suggested, her tone laden with meaning. Indeed, Lewis echoed, reflecting on the experience. Such a spirited young lady. Catherine harbored a fondness for Luna, gazing at her silhouette as she spoke. None of the 3 pondered the origins of this illusion, its purpose, or why it had abruptly concluded. Perhaps such a barren behavior was a result of someone conspiring behind the scenes. Upon returning home, Catherine resolved to ascend the stairs in search of the Kane diary. Lewis glanced around, curiosity prompting him to ask, Kathy, wasn't that table damaged by my sturdy rib? When did you manage to repair it? You're still as stubborn as ever, Catherine murmured softly, her brow furrowed. I don't recall tidying up. I was preoccupied with your affairs just now. A jolt of unease struck Lewis. He exclaimed, this is bad. We are still within the illusion. Luna is in danger. Chapter 85. My lord, Lewis has a message for you. As he dashed to the door, he found it firmly shut, as if someone outside had locked it tight. Peering out the window, he noticed that the world beyond had turned a ghastly crimson, and the oppressive negativity surged forth once more. Since this was an illusion, surely there existed a means to unravel it. Lewis contemplated a potential breakthrough. Think Is there anything unusual in your home? Unusual? Catherine was taken aback. For instance, this table should logically be in a state of disrepair. As Lewis spoke, he struck the table with his sword. An odd occurrence unfolded. The table did not shatter, but gradually faded from their sight. It seems not, Lewis muttered in frustration, though soon his vexation was eclipsed. Catherine was enveloped in fierce flames, her golden hair dancing amidst the surging fire. Vivid green serpents of flame coiled behind her, providing the sole illumination in the dim space, accentuating the allure of her proud and striking visage. As the flames engulfed the entire house, the illusion could no longer withstand the onslaught, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Catherine's gown rustled fiercely in the fiery currents, a smile gracing her lips, her aura as the Queen of Slytherin unmistakable. Indeed, the magnificence of the flames was awe-inspiring. Unexpectedly, she possessed the attributes of a playful spirit. Lewis's expression was somewhat complicated. The efficiency with which this woman dismantled their surroundings was truly remarkable. The fiery serpent, which had just wreaked havoc, now coiled obediently around Catherine, its tail entwined about her long, slender legs, its body encircling her waist, leaving her ample bosom prominently displayed. The massive serpent's head nudged against her cheeks, prompting Catherine to reward it with a gentle pat. Lewis stood dumbfounded, unsure where to direct his gaze, inwardly envying the fiery creature, his eyes darting this way and that, ultimately settling on the flames. "Cathy, please dismiss the fire," he urged, sensing a hint of danger in the flame's gaze directed at him. Realizing that further observation might lead to peril, he quickly called out to Catherine. Upon hearing his words, Catherine let out a soft huff before dispersing the two fire serpents. Not far from them, Luna lay quietly beneath a tree. Gradually, a chilling breath began to spread. Creatures clad in black robes floated down from the heavens, gliding towards Luna. It was a Dementor. Lewis immediately recognized the nature of this creature. What should I do? I have not learned the Patronus charm. Lewis felt a sense of dread. Meanwhile, Luna, lying beneath the tree, slowly awakened. Upon seeing Lewis and Catherine approach, she gently raised her head. "Lewis, Catherine, what brings you here?" Luna's voice was somewhat dazed, as if she had just emerged from slumber. "I don't know either. I just woke up here," she said, gazing intently into Lewis's eyes. "Aren't you going to sell me that so-called Prophets Daily?" Lewis suddenly inquired, injured yet tranquil. Luna looked at Lewis with a mysterious gaze, curiously asking, "Could you enlighten me on how you discern my ruse?" Lewis chuckled softly, his tone laced with mockery and regret. "If it weren't for your eyes, I might have almost believed you. You ought to practice more. Foolishness is not easily overcome." "Polite, Luna," she retorted. "You should say that you inherited your mother's intellect." The demon appeared unperturbed, gazing up at Lewis with a calm demeanor. "I suspect your mother never advised you that while intelligence is commendable, overly relying on one's cleverness can lead to misfortune." With that, she straightened her posture. Regrettably, nothing transpired. "I believe intelligence is indeed a virtue. After all, I am not like you, a parasite, devoid of a noble brother who specializes in collecting useless beings." Lewis unleashed his sarcasm with fervor. "What have you done to me? How about this? I prepared for you for half a year." Lewis squatted down, casting a gaze of pity mixed with derision at her. "Surprised? Did you expect this?" Since Dumbledore had spoken to him, Lewis had kept an eye on relevant tomes. He was familiar with a spell, specifically designed to counter demons, rendering them extremely weak and unable to hide. He inscribed this spell onto the crystal sword, anticipating this very day. Although Lewis's mother's commotion had prevented her true form from escaping hell, the fact that she could not perish was indeed a cause for celebration. You ought to grasp a simple truth. One cannot use their rear as a substitute for their eyes. Lewis spoke these crude words with a straight face, in English. The two terms share the same pronunciation. Though you may take pleasure in your words, little one. The demon remained unruffled. "I forgot to remind you that the fierce fire of your companion behind you cannot harm me." Catherine scoffed, but offered no rebuttal. "Playing with fire can lead to dire consequences. I would not wish for you to one day cross the ocean to confront me." Before she could finish, Catherine delivered a kick. "Now, reveal your true name," Lewis said, patting the demon on the shoulder. "You don't actually believe I would divulge that, do you?" The demon's sardonic expression was exasperating, especially with Luna's face adorning it. That blend of innocence and purity intertwined with sarcasm was truly disarming. "I have yet to settle the score for the discord you sowed today." Lewis cracked his knuckles. "Would you mind delivering a sound beating for some relief? I would advise against using me as a mere outlet for your frustrations, Mr. Mountbatten." The demon provocatively remarked, "You know, if there exists no dissatisfaction between the two of you, my attempts to sow discord would be futile." Perhaps, even now, your companion is speaking ill of you in her heart. Of course, this is merely a conjecture, not necessarily accurate, the demon added with a particularly irritating tone. If you refuse to acknowledge the truth of your foolishness, do you truly believe others would stumble in the same place twice? One must always take a chance. What if it succeeds? Lewis replied with a chilling laugh. Pray tell, what is the true nature of the blue-eyed demon? Do you honestly believe I would divulge that? One must always take a chance. What if it succeeds? Lewis shrugged, returning her words unchanged. Given your reluctance to speak, you have forfeited your last vestige of value. Do not be so hasty. We were enjoying a delightful conversation. From the moment Chilo met his demise, I have perceived the potential in both of you. Have you considered aligning yourselves with the great Lord Satan? Lewis retorted coldly. I have no interest in exchanging pleasantries with maggots like you. The path to hell is fraught with peril. Kindly convey a message to your master. I care not what wretched creature bears those blue eyes, but let him understand that he should best avoid my presence. Or I shall break him into 5 pieces and immerse him in a cesspool. Do you comprehend? With that, Lewis' palm struck the freshly drawn exorcism sigil. The demon, having its true name revealed, howled in agony under the sigil's influence, ultimately dissipating into shimmering starlight. There must be some overarching narrative. Your sudden outcry is rather disconcerting. What has transformed this light-hearted tale into something so tense? In truth, I do not feel overly anxious. The familiar plot lines of the past 2 years are unlikely to resurface. This merely serves as a lubricant for the relationship between the 2 protagonists. If you wish to see and learn about the senior sister, press 1. Chapter 86. Let me touch your leg. The illusion shattered once more with the demon's expulsion to hell. This time, it was indeed final, for the instigator had been banished. Lewis observed Luna standing beneath a tree, gazing upwards. Luna, what brings you here? Lewis inquired. Oh, nothing much, just pondering what to have for dinner. Dinner? Why mention honey? Lewis looked up to find a beehive hanging from the tree. Luna's forehead was swollen, having been stung. What do you suppose is the purpose of bees tirelessly gathering honey? Her voice was ethereal, like a spring. I cannot discern the intentions of bees, but no one understands seagulls better than I, Lewis lamented, recalling a painful chapter of his life. Oh, Luna's interest was clearly piqued. Can you enlighten me as to why seagulls flit about? To procure some fries at the dock later, Lewis asserted confidently, memories of last year as seagulls stealing his fries causing his eyes to moisten. Is this their fate? Luna mused, somewhat whimsically. Have you considered studying divination under Sybil Trelawney? Catherine interjected, her high emotional intelligence shining through. In a less emotionally refined expression, one might say that your whimsical demeanor bears a striking resemblance to Trelawney. Luna, with an adorable hum, skipped away like a little rabbit. As the trio strolled along, the scene conveyed an unmistakable image of parents accompanying their child on an outing, albeit with a father who appeared slightly youthful. Upon entering, the remnants of the table in the living room were particularly conspicuous. The pain had long subsided, and one could not deny the severity of the blows dealt. Lewis shrugged and struck a muscular pose to indicate he felt no discomfort. I'm sorry, little dear, Catherine murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It's not your fault. The enemy was simply too cunning. Lewis huffed and took Catherine's hand, guiding her to the sofa, where he gently consoled her. You need not dwell on Schutzbov's final words. In any relationship, it is natural to encounter some friction. However, there are no buts, Casey. Lewis held Catherine's delicate hand, softly explaining. Being influenced by a demon only signifies our lack of strength. Thus, if we wish to prevent such occurrences in the future, we must not only enhance our power, but also cultivate a robust inner strength. Catherine nodded, gazing intently at Lewis for a moment before suddenly leaping into his embrace, enveloping him in warmth. The fragrance of her hair wafted to Lewis, who found little room for romantic notions in his heart. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Catherine, cherishing this rare tranquility. Little dear, I am truly, truly afraid of losing you. Catherine's voice trembled as she whispered into his ear. The once proud Slytherin queen now resembled an ordinary girl of her age, expressing her insecurities through a tender display of affection. All is well now. It is all in the past. Lewis gently stroked her back, offering soothing words. Catherine, her voice caught her throat. All right, Casey. Lewis attempted to lighten the mood to help Catherine overcome her internal struggle. If you truly feel guilty, perhaps you might let me touch your thigh? The words were brief, yet Lewis discerned the hint of shyness in her response. Taken aback for a moment, he quickly regained his composure. No, I merely wished to lighten the atmosphere. I truly intended to ease the mood. Why did you agree? Shouldn't you be glaring at me in anger and telling me to leave while giving me a kick? Where's your pride? Your modesty? Lewis felt a twinge of panic. Meanwhile, Catherine straightened herself, turning to rest her long legs on the armrest of the sofa. Come on then. Wait, I'm really going to touch it. Please don't hit me. Lewis trembled as he extended his hand, but felt a bead of sweat forming in his palm before he could even reach her. Perhaps you should put on some socks first? My palms are all sweaty. Catherine, non-committally humming in response, was unusually agreeable at that moment. She stood up and went upstairs, retrieving a pair of white knee-high socks. Just as she was about to put them on before descending, a sudden thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. She promptly grasped the socks and headed back downstairs. Oh well, let this be a little treat for him. Catherine, with a hint of pride, pondered to herself. Indeed, it was merely an illusion, thought Lewis. Before he could finish his sentence, Catherine interrupted him. Ahem, if you wish to touch my leg, I shall grant you that privilege. However, the condition is that you must adhere to my every command from now on. Now, sit obediently on the sofa without moving or speaking. Very well, please commence your display, Lewis thought, his mouth agape in astonishment at the scene before him. Catherine stood before him, raising a delicate foot to rest upon the leather sofa cushion, her well-formed toes creating charming indentations in the high-quality leather. Her hands, which had been hidden behind her back, finally moved to the front, placing her socks aside. With deliberate grace, Catherine began to don one of the socks. The white silk fabric stretching to reveal a semi-translucent quality, the edges constricting her thigh in a manner that accentuated her curves. The pleated skirt obscured any further views, yet it only ignited the imagination. Is this truly something I can behold at my age? Lewis felt a warmth rise to his nose, his head spinning slightly. He hastily inhaled deeply a couple of times to steady himself. Meanwhile, Catherine had finished putting on both socks. She chose not to wear shoes, instead sitting directly on the sofa with her legs resting atop Lewis's thigh. Let us begin, she declared, arms crossed and left leg playfully pressing against Lewis's arm. Clearing her throat, her expression remained stoic, though the ears hidden beneath her golden locks were already flushed crimson. Chapter 87. Into the kitchen. Lewis, startled, raised his hands in disbelief, his eyebrows twitching like caterpillars. Taking a deep breath, he tentatively inquired, So I really can touch? Indeed, Catherine affirmed with a nod. At that moment, Lewis attempted to adopt a demeanor of seriousness, sitting upright on the sofa, eyes fixed on the blank wall as though he were a participant in a Death Eater meeting. Catherine saw through Lewis's nervousness and perplexity. A playful smirk danced upon her lips as she leaned closer, deliberately infusing her voice with a hint of seduction. We agreed earlier. Why do you hesitate now? This woman was truly skilled, and Lewis felt a tingling sensation in his ears as her alluring presence stirred a tumult within him. To conceal his slight trepidation, he summoned his courage, clenched his right fist, and pointed his thumb at himself, feigning confidence. I'm just joking. I'm incredibly brave, you know. As he spoke, he placed his hands on Catherine's thighs, first feeling the smooth fabric, then the warmth of her body. Though it was merely the comforting temperature of a human, it felt like a burning sensation against his palms. Lewis was undeniably at a disadvantage. However, he evidently did not grasp the underlying implications. Maintaining a composed upper body while carelessly responding, anything is fine to eat. Caught off guard by Catherine's interruption, Lewis adjusted his mindset. He thought to touch the fabric, only to realize he had underestimated its supple texture. His hand slipped, losing precision. In a moment of panic, he inadvertently pressed down firmly on Catherine's thigh. The soft flesh conformed closely to his fingers, the delightful sensation compelling him to instinctively grasp it again. Catherine's body stiffened slightly, where Lewis's palm rested. A tingling sensation surged through her, radiating to her limbs. She bit her lower lip, struggling to contain herself, tightening her thighs, her toes enveloped in delicate silk, instinctively brushing against Lewis's leg. Lewis glanced up at Catherine, only to find her reclining on the sofa, engrossed in an Italian culinary tome. She appeared oblivious to his subtle movements. Reassured, he nonetheless dared not be too bold, fearing to provoke her, so he shifted from mere touching to a gentle massage, working his way down her exquisitely shaped legs. It became evident that Catherine effortlessly commanded the allure of silk. While such fabric typically accentuates imperfections, on her, it served only to enhance the beauty of her already flawless legs. I crave pudding, Kay, Lewis blurted out without forethought. After a moment of daydreaming, he contemplated assisting Catherine in the kitchen, only to be shooed away by her waving a cooking spoon with a flare of comedic urgency. The anticipation was nerve-wracking, especially since he had only nibbled on a couple of croissants that morning before departing with the red-haired companions. Sitting on the sofa, Lewis idly watched Catherine bustling about in the kitchen, his stomach growling in protest. The recent stimulation had only intensified his hunger. Even if Catherine's culinary skills rivaled those of the renowned Shizun, at his current level of hunger, he would likely eat anything that came his way. Hope she's all right, he mused, feeling lightheaded from hunger when, at last, Catherine's melodious voice called him to dinner. Lewis sprang from the sofa like a startled fish, dashing into the kitchen with the speed of a thief. As he beheld the lavish dinner spread before him, he realized he had misjudged. Catherine's cooking was not only exquisite, but visually stunning, the tantalizing aroma nearly making his mouth water. He was certain now, Catherine was not the sort of woman who could turn even a simple fried egg into something akin to dark matter. Do not cue, he thought, having already marked off a check on Catherine's list of skills after witnessing her prowess in the kitchen. Given his own modestly comfortable circumstances, he hardly required her culinary contributions. Yet he appreciated them nonetheless. Plopping down on a chair, he was promptly admonished by Catherine. Go wash your hands, she instructed. Try it. I may not be the best cook, so bear with me, she replied, her tone tinged with pride. Yet her expectant gaze betrayed her nervousness as she clasped her hands tightly behind her back. Lewis lifted a piece of red braised tripe to his lips, savoring its tender, stewed texture. With each chew, a symphony of flavors erupted in his mouth. It was truly delectable. The last time he had tasted such exquisite tripe was during his last visit to his aunt's house. Catherine's culinary skills were undeniably masterful. He marveled at how this woman possessed such remarkable prowess, excelling in every endeavor as if she were the beloved daughter of the heavens, gathering the essence of the world's finest offerings. In his heart, Lewis praised himself for his fortune. He raised his thumb in approval toward Catherine, exclaiming, "Delicious, Casey. You surpass even the royal chefs." His heartfelt compliment resonated deeply within her. To the one who prepares the meals, the recognition from a beloved is more precious than anything else. After indulging to his heart's content, Lewis leaned back in his chair and, with a weary tone, remarked, "Casey, you must refrain from cooking in the future." "Why?" Catherine's voice turned icy, her demeanor shifting with remarkable swiftness. Was this a woman's innate skill? No, it was a natural talent. Lewis, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Your cooking is simply too delightful, and I fear that I might indulge excessively and become unable to find a girlfriend." In truth, this was a frivolous concern. Given Lewis's modest wealth and the slight connections he had, such worries seemed unwarranted, although it is said that a single excess can ruin everything. Even those of average appearance can appear handsome with wealth. Catherine huffed, "Then I shall cook for you every day, until you are utterly fat. What shall I do if I truly become undesirable?" Lewis joked. "Even then, there will be those who cherish you unwaveringly," Catherine said, her face flushing crimson. "Who?" Lewis asked, oblivious to her implication. "I'm going to wash the dishes." "You foolish little dear." Catherine, puffed up with indignation, shooed Lewis into the living room. Chapter 88. "My dear, I adore you. What a person," Lewis muttered, "so capricious. Who would be unfortunate enough to marry you?" Unbeknownst to him, this statement contained two grave errors. Firstly, it was he who was truly unfortunate. Given the current trajectory, should he dare to stray, Catherine might very well incinerate all of London in her wrath. While others might celebrate with fireworks, she would unleash a fierce blaze. Secondly, he had just deemed marrying her a stroke of luck, only to now consider it a misfortune, an inherent contradiction. How little time had passed, not even 10 minutes, and, compared to him, Hong Shirxian was the epitome of a devoted man. "I am indeed such a man," Lewis declared, having eaten his fill and now feeling drowsy on the sofa, when suddenly a knock echoed from the door. "Little dear, go see who it is." Catherine's voice called from the kitchen. "I'm preparing pudding for you. Hurry and check." "All right," Lewis replied, rising to open the door. He was nearly startled into retreat. Outside the door stood a woman clad in a black cloak, her features obscured by the hood, yet Lewis breathed a sigh of relief. It was a person. In her hand, she wielded a long-handled scythe, an all-too-familiar sight. "Hello, mother," came Catherine's voice, echoing from the kitchen. Lewis mused. "So, in your eyes, your mother's akin to the Grim Reaper? I suppose you could tell without even looking, right? I must remind you not to leave that scythe casually at the doorstep." Catherine's mother set the scythe aside and removed her hood, revealing an exquisitely beautiful visage. If Catherine was a budding flower, the woman before him was undoubtedly a fully bloomed peony, radiant and resplendent. She shed her cloak, unveiling a figure both voluptuous and graceful before Lewis. "Is this your way of testing the young ones? Not seeing what should not be seen, not remembering what should not be remembered. You must be the little dear that Casey often speaks of." Catherine's mother squinted her eyes, seemingly perceiving a delightful toy. Indeed, he resembled an innocent fawn. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Catherine's mother, Solon Lien Wolii, and it is a pleasure to meet you, young dear. Good day, Mrs. Wolii, Lewis replied politely, bowing slightly and taking the cloak from her hands to hang it on the coat rack. Just call me Lien, Solon Lien said, gathering her golden hair and sniffing. At that moment, Catherine emerged from the kitchen. It seems this little dear is truly significant to you. You have even gone so far as to cook for him. With that, Solon Lien adopted a feigned melancholic expression, lamenting, my daughter has truly grown. With a man, she forgets her mother. Whenever I wish to taste your cooking, you always find an excuse, but now that your little dear has arrived. Mother, Catherine exclaimed, stamping her foot in indignation, blushing with embarrassment. You mustn't speak such nonsense. Little dear, quickly cover your ears. Do not listen to this woman's ramblings. Lewis found himself momentarily at a loss. Such a scene was, to be honest, something he had never even witnessed on television. We should have much in common, Mr. Little dear. Lewis sensed that Solon Lien had perhaps spared her daughter, but soon her words made him acutely aware of his grave error. After all, only the two of them could withstand her temper. Look, she even bullies her own mother. Catherine was clearly on the verge of breaking down. Lewis finally comprehended why Catherine viewed her mother as a harbinger of death. In this instance, the adage of like begets like seemed insufficient to explain their dynamic. It was more akin to that of arch-nemeses. However, Solon Lien's demeanor swiftly shifted. She inhaled sharply, her expression turning icy. The scent of sulfur indicates a demon. Catherine recounted the events that had transpired. This matter, I shall seek an explanation from the Ministry of Magic. Solon Lien's eyes darkened. To dare reach into the Wolii household. They possess quite the audacity. Lewis pondered for a moment before speaking. Aunt Lien, even if they were responsible, wouldn't they deny it? Or do you possess sufficient evidence to compel them to confess? Upon hearing Lewis's words, Solon Lien erupted into laughter. She extended her delicate hands, playfully pinching Lewis's handsome face, and gently tugged at it. You are truly adorable, my dear. Lewis was utterly bewildered, while Catherine stood by, hesitating several times before ultimately choosing to remain silent. She had no desire to tarnish her mother's image in Lewis's eyes. A delay would serve her purpose better, revealing the truth only once he was ensnared. Her mother, after all, was not one to concern herself with evidence. All she could hope for was that her mood would be favorable that day, so that the Ministry of Magic would only need to erect a new building. Furthermore, I am not your aunt. Call me Sister Lien. Do you understand? Her words carried a heavy undertone of threat. Mother, you are over 30. How can you be his sister? Lewis protested. If I were you, I would quickly check the kitchen. Solon Lien remarked leisurely. It seems you ought to be preparing dessert. Oh no, Catherine exclaimed, hastily rising and dashing toward the kitchen. Such a forgetful nature. I truly wonder how you could have fallen for her. Solon Lien shook her head, pityingly ruffling Lewis's hair. The case is cracked. She is undoubtedly your biological mother. Emma, so astute throughout her life. How could she have a son as muddled as you? You know my mother, right, Lien? Lewis inquired. In an instant, Solon Lien's gaze turned ominous, and Lewis felt as though he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. Sister Lien, he quickly added, recognizing the precariousness of the moment. A wise person knows when to yield. There is no shame in that. Those are matters of the past. There is little to discuss. Solon Lien replied, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing her bright eyes. Lewis wished to inquire further, but the senior student had already emerged with pudding in hand. He feared Catherine might exclaim, Hey, pudding's here. As Catherine placed the pudding on the table and prepared to speak, Lewis swiftly reached for it. Hot, very hot, he exclaimed, blowing gently on his hand before placing it against his earlobe. You're such a worrywart. Catherine shot him a playful eye roll, her charm evident. Solon Lien observed her daughter's subtle actions, a smile of amusement gracing her face. It was indeed the first time she had seen her daughter so concerned for another. Yet, upon realizing that this individual was not herself, a sense of discomfort arose within her. However, reflecting on the fact that it was Lewis, a slight sense of balance returned to her heart. Who would have thought your precious son would also fall into my hands? Solon Lien's lips curled into a triumphant smile, reminiscent of vengeance fulfilled. Chapter 89. A mother's friend. Catherine's skills in dessert making were commendable, particularly with the caramel pudding, which left Lewis thoroughly satisfied. And pudding he savored, his gaze lingering on Catherine's legs, pondering whether the two would share a similar texture. Catherine's face flushed from her cheeks to the nape of her neck. Noticing that her mother was oblivious to her, she slyly nudged Lewis's foot beneath the table. Yet, Solon Lien, keenly perceptive, noticed her daughter's little antics. Her primary focus was to relish the pudding before addressing anything else. Oh, by the way, unlike Catherine, I am a Hufflepuff. While enjoying dessert, Solanlian recounted tales of her time at school with Lewis's mother. It is said that during the sorting ceremony, she threatened the sorting hat to place her in Hufflepuff, citing her grandmother's claim that women from the royal family were always sorted into Slytherin, and she used the threat of being disowned to emphasize her point. The two sisters, during their days at Hogwarts, found amusement in dealing with the marauders from Gryffindor or in confronting members of the Death Eater families, occasionally putting Severus Snape through a rigorous training session. At least while Lewis's mother was alive, Snape was never a Death Eater, nor even in the reserves. Perhaps that was when Lewis silently mused about the last time Professor Snape had washed his hair. This also elucidated why, despite Lewis's relentless torment of Snape, the latter never slipped any peculiar potions into his meals. Apart from Lily, Emma and Solanlian were his only two friends. It was unfortunate that Sirius, whom his mother trusted so deeply, ultimately betrayed his friends. When Solanlian spoke of the marauders, Sirius was inescapably a part of the conversation. It was a hefty burden, rivaling the one Snape had shouldered the previous year. One could argue that it was simply destiny. I too believe that Sirius was not the one who betrayed the Potters. There are numerous ambiguities surrounding the case. Lewis dared not speak the truth, merely hinting at it. He had tacitly accepted the situation. What more was there to say? At this juncture, Solanlian, through gritted teeth, remarked, "He has betrayed Emma's trust." "Then why are you so angry?" Lewis foolishly inquired. He felt as though he could see lilies blooming and catch a whiff of oranges in the air. Solanlian was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing the first hint of defeat on her mother's face exhilarated Catherine. "Well done, little dear. That's it. Strike while the iron is hot." No, this decisive blow was one I must deliver. With that thought, Catherine felt a surge of confidence, gaining the upper hand before her mother had been her dream since childhood. "You wouldn't be fond of Aunt Emma, would you, mother?" Catherine mimicked the classic gesture of covering her mouth in disbelief. But she soon learned the adage. Old ginger is spicier than young ginger. "And what about you? Do you like Mr. Deer?" Catherine's previously confident demeanor faltered, her psychological defenses crumbling under the weight of the question. "You." Catherine, her face flushed, pointed at her mother, struggling to articulate her thoughts before ultimately retreating in a flurry. "TSK, give you an opportunity and you still falter," Solanlian remarked disdainfully at her daughter's hasty retreat. Lewis found himself uncertain. Solanlian chuckled softly, shaking her head. "What are you thinking? Consider how it would feel if your best friend betrayed you." "That is true," Lewis shrugged. "So, Mr. Deer." Solanlian set down her pudding and sat beside Lewis. The distinctive fragrance of a mature woman wafted towards Lewis, an intoxicating aroma that teased his senses. Solanlian leaned in close to Lewis's ear, her warm breath brushing against him, creating an itch that was both delightful and comforting. "Do you like the little moon?" "The little moon?" Lewis was taken aback. "You mean Kaisi? That's a nickname only I would use." Solanlian felt no sense of impropriety in her actions. Lewis, however, was somewhat flustered. He had never expressed affection for a girl, especially not in front of her mother. It was an entirely new experience for him, leaving him at a loss. She certainly did not wish to frighten this charming young boy. "Well, I suppose," Lewis exhaled, relieved, as Solanlian's imposing presence was indeed overwhelming. It was not fear that gripped him. Although he had been a naive young man in his past life, he harbored grand ideals akin to those of a prime minister. Even without the surname Chow, he embodied the spirit of a Chow family member. Thus, facing Solanlian was quite a daunting task for him. "That silly girl is angry." Solanlian's remark earned her an eye roll from Catherine, her daughter. With her daughter's disdain weighing on her, Solanlian shrugged at Lewis, implying that Auntie could only assist him to this extent. Further assistance would mean they both would go without dinner the next day. "By the way, Kaisi, why don't you come sleep in your mother's room tonight?" Solanlian suddenly suggested. "Why?" Catherine asked, puzzled. Solanlian raised an eyebrow, countering. "Do you wish to share a bed with Mr. Deer?" "That one-tea do. I certainly don't want to become a grandmother so soon." Catherine disregarded her mother's strange comments and keenly focused on the crux of the matter. "What about the guest room?" "I accidentally made a mess of the guest room," Solanlian stated, maintaining her composure despite telling a white lie, for she had been the one to create the disorder. In her efforts to assist these two children, she had truly exerted herself. At times, she pondered whether Catherine was really her biological daughter, for aside from their resemblance, there was little else that aligned between them. Catherine glanced at her mother, but ultimately suppressed her doubts. "I certainly do not want him sleeping in my bed." "Understood," Solanlian nodded, her delicate hands again ruffling Lewis's hair. "Then, Mr. Deer, tonight your sister will hold you while you sleep." It was not out of the question. Lewis relished the affectionate touches from the beautiful older sister. feeling so comfortable that his eyes began to flutter shut. Chapter 90. He is still just a child. In the end, Catherine agreed to let Lewis sleep in her bed, while she herself would join her mother. "Are you really not considering sleeping with me, Mr. Dear?" So Lanlian teased, her voice sultry, her pink tongue licking her lips, resembling a predatory older sister. Lewis swore that this woman-esque guardian spirit must surely be a fox. No, no. Despite his thoughts, he could not voice them in front of Catherine. Could he? Catherine's bed was incredibly inviting, exuding a youthful essence. Unlike the mature, independent decor of her dormitory, her room was adorned entirely in shades of pink, and Lewis even discovered a Hello Kitty plush toy nestled among her bedding. Alas, the image of a proud, aloof mistress had been completely shattered. "This was arranged by my mother." Catherine was arguing there, and no matter how one looked at it, she seemed lacking in confidence. Lewis sat at the head of the bed, nodding along. Catherine wished to replace his bedding with a new set, but Lewis persuaded her otherwise, stating that they were all family and there was no need for such formalities. Lying in bed, Lewis tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. His mind consumed with recent events, how Harry was faring at the Weasleys, and what Draco might be doing at home. He pondered how best to guide his classmates back on track once school resumed, and eventually, he drifted into slumber. Lewis had a peculiar habit when sleeping. He always preferred to ride on something. Whether at home or in the dormitory, he would wrap himself in the blanket or use a pillow as a mount. Upon waking the next morning, he sensed something was amiss. His face felt itchy, and there was a warm softness in his embrace, accompanied by a fragrant aroma that filled his nostrils. The sensation on his legs was also unlike any he had experienced upon waking. The blanket felt unusually pleasant and warm. Opening his eyes, a cold sweat broke out. This was it. He was in trouble. It was Catherine. He sighed in relief that it wasn't Solanlian. What was I thinking? I certainly do not share the same surname as Chow, though I do admire the poetry of the old master. Catherine, in her slumber, exuded a different charm. Her beautiful eyes, which held an array of emotions, pride, confidence, joy, and sorrow, were now gently closed. Her soft hair cascaded around her, partially obscuring her rosy face, with some strands playfully resting on Lewis, while others were pinned beneath him. Her sleeping posture was endearing. Her moist lips were slightly puckered, and her delicate nostrils flared rhythmically with each breath, prompting Lewis to consider reaching out to pinch her cheek. Propping himself up on his elbows, he stealthily extended a hand, ready to enact his playful intent, only to forget that he was still entangled in her hair. The tugging at her scalp jolted Catherine awake. She mumbled something softly while opening her eyes. She was met with Lewis's mischievous grin and his hand poised for mischief. Startled, Catherine reacted instinctively, pinning Lewis to the pillow before her brain could fully process the situation. At that moment, the tightly shut bedroom door was flung open with force. Standing at the threshold was Solanlian, her expression as frigid as ice. Both felt a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks, yet neither noted the playful glint in Solanlian's eyes, akin to a cat toying with its prey. "You both owe me an explanation," Solanlian demanded, having secretly reveled in the sight for quite some time before adopting a facade of fury as she entered, her voice icy as she questioned them. "I'm so sorry, Sister Lien. I truly apologize," Lewis said from the bed, attempting to shoulder the blame. In that moment, he recalled his grandfather's words and gazed at Solanlian with puppy-dog eyes, filled with a pleading innocence. For the young Lewis, this was his most formidable weapon. It is not an exaggeration to say that he now possesses an irresistible charm, particularly when it comes to captivating older women. Presently, he lies in bed, not out of reluctance to rise, but rather because Catherine has momentarily forgotten to get up, rendering him immobile beneath her. Solanlian has genuinely softened. She clears her throat, forcing herself to maintain a serious demeanor as she states, "This is not your concern, Mr. Fawn. It is a matter between my daughter and myself." Lewis is taken aback. They share a bed without being a couple, and one would think he should be acutely aware of how undignified his posture appears. Mr. Fawn is still a child. "Catherine, you have truly disappointed me." Solanlian's expression is quite nuanced, at least to Lewis, who senses something amiss. He is still a child. He must not be let off the hook. A sudden spark of inspiration strikes him. He is not alone in this battle. In this moment, the spirits of D. Rengia, Sherlock Holmes, and Conan have possessed him. This awkward predicament is undoubtedly the work of the mischievous lady before him. Yet, Catherine, in an unexpected turn of events, exhibits neither shame nor anger. Her delicate face is lifted, her long, fair neck particularly alluring. Lewis swallows hard, suddenly nostalgic for delectable duck necks. "This is my own affair, mother," Catherine boldly asserts. It seems she is unwilling to concede defeat to her mother. Lewis, feeling somewhat awkward, gently pats her arm and whispers, "Kathy, could you please get up? I'm feeling a bit numb." Only then does Catherine belatedly clamber off Lewis, disregarding any sense of embarrassment, her defiant gaze still fixed upon her mother. It is worth noting that the two of them are not even a couple. Engaging in such behavior is simply unacceptable. At this point, Solanian finds herself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate the gravity of the situation. The implications are exceedingly detrimental. Lewis quietly reminds her, temporarily borrowing Professor Mag's words. Can matters of scholarly pursuit be deemed theft? Rather, they should be considered a subtle appropriation. Indeed, the repercussions are profoundly adverse. Solanian crosses her arms, her lofty alps accentuated by her posture. Catherine, infuriated, delivers a light punch to Lewis's arm. She never expected her boy to side with her mother. Chapter 91. She must take responsibility for you. Lewis theatrically rubs his arm. Catherine's blow lacked force, but that does not prevent him from exaggerating. Why are you hitting him? This is clearly your own issue. Solanian admonishes sternly, entirely oblivious to the fact that the instigator is, in truth, her own predicament. No harm done. No harm done. Lewis chuckles, sensing that life ahead appears stable, at least with his mother-in-law on his side. Yet, does this not imply a certain expectation, an implicit endorsement of Catherine? After all, she has not yet expressed her stance. Has she? What do you mean by that? Solanian responds, her expression turning severe. Given the nature of this situation, she must take responsibility for you. Lewis is immediately rendered speechless. What does it equate to now? If we were to liken romance to dining, it would be as if Solanian had bound him and was force-feeding him with a duck press. Catherine was taken aback. She had initially believed her mother was merely using this as a pretext to reprimand her, yet she did not anticipate this turn of events. She stared blankly at Solanian, unsure of what to say. "So Little Moon," Solanian called Catherine by her nickname. "Do you fancy Mr. Dear?" Catherine lowered her head, obscuring her expression. "Look into my eyes," Solanian exclaimed, prompting Catherine to involuntarily lift her gaze to her mother. After a prolonged hesitation, Catherine's countenance transformed from uncertainty to shyness, and finally to resolve. With unwavering conviction, she addressed Lewis. "Indeed, that is correct. I like him, mother. Task complete. Rewards being distributed. You have obtained the crown. I have Greyrwind. You have acquired the lightning skill tree." Lewis paid no heed to these matters. His heart was not in it, and he was entirely oblivious. At this moment, he felt a sense of serendipity, as if he had stumbled upon treasure without effort. "You shall henceforth be my dear sister," Lewis mused. "We will each pursue our own paths. You shall call me son-in-law, and I shall call you sister." Solanian narrowed her eyes, turning her attention to Lewis. "And you, Mr. Dear?" Catherine's heart raced. Solanian noted her daughter's expression and, with a teasing smile, warned, to disregard a girl's feelings is not the conduct of a gentleman. "Mr. Dear, how much do you like her?" Solanian inquired playfully. Many would profess to love someone for a lifetime, a century, a millennium, or even 10 millennia. Lewis replied earnestly, "But I wish to say that 10 millennia is too long, and a lifetime is also excessive. I simply wish to cherish every moment spent with Catherine." In an instant, Catherine's gaze softened like flowing water. It must be said that his poetic expressions were of a higher caliber, soaring far above the lines of Stephen Chow's films. Solanian was similarly taken aback, after a moment of stunned silence. She bit her lip and declared, "I shall not intrude upon your newfound coupledom any longer. Dinner is still being prepared." With that, she turned on her heel and stormed off, clearly irked, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment. Just a moment ago, all was well. How could the mood shift so drastically? "Is your mother going through menopause?" Lewis asked uncertainly, only to receive a gentle tap on the forehead from Catherine. She began to understand. Her mother had been displeased since Lewis uttered that phrase. Observing her mother's expression, which bore hints of nostalgia and sorrow, it became evident that she had likely heard that line before. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Catherine's mind. She quickly shook her head, dismissing it. No, it was impossible. How could Aunt Emma? Dear heavens! "Darling, what is it?" Lewis inquired, noticing his new girlfriend's hesitation. "It's nothing, really. What did you just call me?" She belatedly recognized something amiss. "Darling, do you not like it?" Lewis countered. Catherine neither contradicted nor expressed agreement. She merely responded ambiguously. Lewis, unable to discern her stance, felt emboldened enough to grasp Catherine's hand. She reassured herself that it would be unwise to hurt the little scoundrel's feelings. "You should step outside," Catherine urged, pushing Lewis toward the door. "What for?" he inquired. "I'm changing," she retorted. "Do you wish to see? After all this time as an old couple, a glance won't cost you anything," Lewis replied, only to be pinched firmly at the waist by Catherine. All right, I'll go, he grumbled, rubbing his sore side as he exited. Once they had changed, the two held hands as they descended the stairs. Catherine felt no particular discomfort, while Lewis's cheeks flushed slightly. He found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the intimacy. Despite his earlier bravado, it was undeniable that this was his first experience with romance in 2 lifetimes, and it was only natural for him to feel nervous. Unlike Haruki Kitayama, who had practiced countless times with Yakaina, Lewis seemed to have picked it up instinctively. Perhaps, indeed, some men are born to be scoundrels. This trait cannot be cultivated. Just as a devoted admirer remains a devoted admirer, so too does Severus Snape embody a deep sincerity. No matter how much assistance Lewis's mother provided, it could not alter Snape's fated depth of feeling. Perhaps, as they say, some things are immutable. Upon reaching the ground floor, Catherine suddenly realized that she must not let her mother see them holding hands, lest she be subjected to her mother's teasing. She quickly released Lewis's hand and concocted an excuse to escape. Bambi, I'm going to help Mom in the kitchen. You sit here for a moment, she said hurriedly as she dashed toward the kitchen, leaving Lewis bewildered. As Catherine entered the kitchen, she found her mother leaning against the counter, gazing at the dishes. Recognizing her mother's penchant for mischief, Catherine felt increasingly resolute. She then asked, Mom, was that intentional? Not at all, Solania replied, hands on her hips, her right finger drawing tiny circles. In an instant, the kitchenware in the sink sparkled clean. Meeting Catherine's incredulous gaze, she mischievously smiled. I did it on purpose. Mom, Catherine exclaimed, flustered. How can you bully me like this? I truly worry about you. Yet you show no gratitude, and even complain. Solania feigned a sorrowful expression, hand over her heart, her voice dripping with mock sadness. Mom is so heartbroken. Woe is me. Chapter 92, A Kiss Seals the Deal. It is worth noting that Catherine has never called her mother Mom or Mother, but rather Mama. Generally, only particularly adorable children use such a term. Lewis had noticed this peculiarity, but dare not speak of it. In the kitchen, Catherine found herself momentarily choked up by her mother's pitiful act. She knew her mother all too well. In her own words, a woman should adeptly wield her strengths as weapons. And it is evident that Solanian is currently embodying this philosophy. Men like classmate Xiaolu are surrounded by women. One cannot perpetually rely on a clumsy display of temper to frighten others away. This might work once or twice, but over time, Xiaolu might begin to ponder deeper implications. Solanian patiently advised Catherine, establishing your relationship early on is not just for your benefit. Dear daughter, should another woman appear in his life, you risk becoming akin to Severus Snape, the ultimate failure. Consider, what would it be like if you were to share Snape's fate? At her words, Catherine shuddered involuntarily, struck by a sense of dread. At this juncture, Solanian leaned closer, whispering in her ear, if you do not cherish the little moonlight, dear, I can certainly take matters into my own hands. Catherine exploded in indignation, exclaiming, how could you even think of such a thing? In matters of this nature, she was acutely aware that she was no match for her mother. Meanwhile, Lewis, idly passing the time outside, was perusing the rewards just granted by the system. The lightning skill tree encompassed several abilities: lightning bolt, chain lightning, electrostatic field, telekinesis, teleportation, energy shield, thunderstorm, and lightning specialization. The first two were fairly straightforward, but Lewis meticulously examined the latter skills. Electrostatic field. Utilize the ambient electrostatic field to weaken the target's vitality. Telekinesis. Harness your mental power to retrieve objects, manipulate items, and repel foes. Teleportation. Instantly relocate to any designated point within your line of sight. Energy shield. Enhance your iron armor spell to create a continuously active magical shield that automatically resists damage until it shatters upon reaching a critical threshold. Thunderstorm. Summon a deadly lightning storm that envelopes the energy shield, unleashing continuous lightning strikes upon all hostile entities within range. Remaining skill points, 1. Note, the maximum level for lightning skills is 20. Upon seeing that he had only one available skill point, Lewis's mood soured. The Eye of Gruend. When equipped, it increases the defense strength of the iron armor spell by 30. All skills, 1. All talents, 1. Casting speed, 20. Reduces target's lightning skill resistance by 25. Enhances lightning skill spell power by 20. Contained a socket, 1. Unlike the crown he had envisioned, the Eye of Gruend resembled a beautiful gem. He delicately placed the gem over his left eye, and it almost instantaneously adhered, merging seamlessly and smoothly with his eye. There was no sensation of discomfort. It was clear that the system's rewards were indeed of exquisite quality. Lewis approached the mirror to inspect his left eye. It was extraordinarily striking. Strands of silver lightning danced within his gaze, imbuing him with an air of mystery and authority. Truly, it deserved its reputation as the foremost of the 4 artifacts. The effects were nothing short of spectacular. At that moment, Catherine emerged from the kitchen, having concluded her conversation with her mother. Upon seeing Lewis gazing into the mirror, she approached him, intending to tease him lightly. However, she caught sight of the tempestuous gleam in his left eye reflected back at her. With a dreamy expression, Catherine wrapped her arms around Lewis from behind and gently pressed her lips to his cheek. "Be my boyfriend, Lewis," she whispered softly. "Are we not already?" Lewis queried, puzzled. "If not now, then what was that?" "Oh," he suddenly realized, recalling a phrase he had come across in a past life. "How did it go?" "Ah, yes. Women often cherish a sense of ritual. Perhaps this was indeed a form of ritual. Turn around." Lewis complied, and before he could utter a word, he felt a warm sensation on his lips. His eyes widened as he pressed against the cold surface of the mirror, unable to quell the fiery heat igniting within him. As their breaths grew increasingly erratic, they finally parted, foreheads touching, noses brushing, lost in their intimate moment. At that moment, Lady Solanlian, who had been observing them for an indeterminate time, suddenly spoke. "It seems I underestimated you, my little Moan." Catherine glanced up at her mother, remnants of emotion glimmering in her eyes, radiating an ethereal beauty. Her luscious lips curled into a gentle smile. "I won, yo, Mom." Lewis, utterly bewildered, looked back and forth between them. "What do you mean won or lost? What riddle are you two playing? Riddles have no place in the magical realm, you scoundrel." Meanwhile, Solanlian wore a triumphant smile. All right, I acknowledge your victory. Now hurry and bring the food. I've been waiting for ages." Breakfast was simple yet exquisite, consisting of a few homemade dishes that were remarkably delicious, much to Lewis's delight, far surpassing the high-fat concoctions he had previously encountered. An English breakfast typically revolves around bacon. But in terms of culinary skill, Lewis believed Solanlian could confidently claim second place, with no one daring to contest her superiority. It appeared that Catherine's culinary talents were indeed inherited, a legacy of their family. As they enjoyed their meal, his owl, Amory's, fluttered into the room, landing on the empty spot at the table. "I apologize. Amory's has been spoiled by my grandfather," Lewis quickly explained. "Her name is Amory's, right?" Solanlian inquired, intrigued by the owl. "You and Emma certainly share a knack for naming. I recall her owl was called something like Yinsendray." At that moment, Lewis became increasingly convinced that his mother was indeed a time traveler. How could someone from this era possibly know the name of the Dreaming Dragon? It seemed she was a devoted player of Yamaka Mountain. Habitually, Lewis sliced 2 pieces of Italian salami for Amory's, who chirped happily in response, making cooing sounds reminiscent of dove. He marveled at how an owl could produce such sounds. Perhaps it was due to his grandfather's training? It was said that his grandfather once possessed the grace of a dove. Amory's had brought 2 letters delivered from the Malfoy family. He opened the letter. The first was from Draco, essentially expressing that his father wished to invite him to Malfoy Manor for a modest meal, to thank him for his care at school. The other was a formal invitation issued by Lucius, inviting him as a guest at Malfoy Manor. To be frank, I harbor no fondness for the Malfoy family. Solanlian elegantly sliced the bacon on her plate and, in a leisurely manner, remarked, "Take Lucius, for instance. He is perpetually rather slick. I even doubt his sincerity towards Voldemort. This fellow is quicker to seize opportunities than anyone else, and when danger arises, he is always the first to flee." "What do you mean?" Lewis seemed to grasp Solanlian's implication. "I am not suggesting that you should eschew their company. On the contrary, if you aspire to achieve something significant, their assistance is undoubtedly indispensable." Solanlian, having reached this point, paused and glanced at her daughter, who was engrossed in her meal. Noticing her distraction, she speared a sausage with her fork, bringing it to her lips, delicately licking the other end with her rosy tongue. Lewis witnessed Solanlian's action and struggled to swallow. How could he withstand such a trial? What young boy could endure such a test? As her daughter shifted her attention back to her, Solanlian, seemingly unfazed, took a bite of the sausage, savoring it before continuing to elucidate for Lewis. "Your mother once told me that to accomplish great things, one must unite all possible allies. I truly wonder where she learned such notions. I am convinced that had she been Grindelwald, she would have outperformed the actual Dark Lord." Lewis keenly discerned the deeper meaning in Solanlian's words. "Are you suggesting that Voldemort does not qualify as a Dark Lord?" At this remark, Solanlian, still consuming her sausage, couldn't help but chuckle, delightfully exclaiming him. "He is at most a mere tyrant. Without a nose? Is that polite?" How amusing it is that every mention of Grindelwald inevitably evokes a reference to a noseless figure, much like how every video featuring Overachiever is accompanied by a bullied Bella. What I wish to convey is that if you genuinely have such intentions, the Malfoy family will be an essential support for you. So Lanlian gently advised the fledgling Lewis. The Malfoys can be of use, but not to a great extent. At the very least, matters concerning your life and livelihood must not be entrusted to their family. Do you understand? I understand, Sister Lien. Lewis nodded in acknowledgement. While writing, Lewis glanced at Catherine. I am departing the day after tomorrow. Why not accompany me? The invitation is for you from the Malfoys. What does that have to do with me? Catherine retorted, somewhat irked, sharing her mother's disdain for the Malfoy family. However, for Lewis's sake, Catherine believed she could endure her annoyance. At least, the foolish weasel that appeared before her daily, no matter how disagreeable, had not compelled her to act in a manner that would embarrass Lewis. Catherine paused for a moment. All right then. After Emolise took the letter away, Lewis reclined in his chair and stretched languidly. Catherine, noticing Lewis's weariness, kindly suggested, if you're tired, you might as well take a short nap. You can practice spells with me after you wake up. It's no trouble. Just go now, and we can discuss sleeping later. So Lanlian had left home early, presumably to visit the Ministry of Magic, likely to confront Fudge regarding the matter of the trace. Catherine could only hope her mother wouldn't completely dismantle the ministry. Standing in the expansive garden, Catherine suddenly inquired, by the way, what was that spell you used earlier? How did it evade the trace? Lewis drew his wand and infused it with magic, causing a shimmering azure short sword to extend from its tip. Is this what you were referring to? He asked. Yes. Catherine replied, her curiosity piqued. This is a different type of magic. Would you like to learn it? I can teach you, Lewis chuckled lightly. Really? Can you? Catherine hesitated, questioning how such unique magic could be so easily shared, as it was often a closely guarded secret among families. Why not? Lewis gently caressed her smooth, delicate shoulder. As long as you wish to learn, I have a plethora of spells for you to explore. Is that true? There are many more? Catherine's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lewis glanced at the lightning skill tree, which had 3 branches. The leftmost required learning the static field before one could acquire the energy shield, and following that, one could enhance the thunderstorm skill. The middle branch connected lightning spells with chain lightning, necessitating a minimum level of 5 in the lightning spell to learn chain lightning. The rightmost branch, involving telekinesis and teleportation, was even more demanding, requiring telekinesis to reach level 15 before one could learn teleportation. In contrast, the leftmost branch was the most moderate, allowing a new skill to be learned every 10 levels. At the bottom lay lightning mastery, which could only be accessed after all skills have been learned, requiring the cumulative levels of all lightning skills to exceed 50. Lewis contemplated and allocated his skill points to the lightning spell. While fire magic was formidable, relying solely on one type of magic felt overly simplistic. As he spoke, he flipped his hand, conjuring a bolt of lightning in his palm, crackling and sparking with energy, appearing both frightening and magnificent. Have you ever heard of lightning? Lewis's tone suggested he was promoting something. I once heard of someone who could perform such spells, but unfortunately, I've never witnessed anyone wielding lightning magic, Catherine said. Her emerald eyes filled with longing and ambition as she fixated on the lightning in Lewis's hand. With a gentle fist, Lewis made the electric light dissipate. He snapped his fingers, and a bolt of lightning suddenly struck, accompanied by a thunderous roar as it hit the scarecrow, standing in the garden. The scarecrow could not withstand the power of the lightning, exploding into pieces, leaving only the charred stick that had supported its form. I want to learn this, Catherine declared resolutely. Chapter 93, Solanlian, my dearest mother. Naturally, Lewis could not refuse his girlfriend's request and readily acquiesced. Lightning spells have always been renowned for their dazzling effects and formidable damage, particularly in that game where the most explosive and costly damage is invariably attributed to the lightning mage. Unlike certain ultimate skills that boast striking effects, flamboyant names, and impressive immunities with delightful damage, lightning spells have consistently resided at the pinnacle of the magical hierarchy. Indeed, when we speak of cataclysmic power, it is you we refer to. Ward, please refrain from prompting. The individual is already quite darkened. Lewis's teaching methods were commendable, or perhaps one could attribute it to Catherine's exceptional talent. In less than a morning, Catherine had mastered the spell and wielded it with considerable finesse, effortlessly electrifying a scarecrow with a mere flick of her fingers. Lewis even discerned with keen observation that Catherine had adeptly learned to control the flow of electricity, manipulating its potency to suit her needs. Truly, he mused, he had stumbled upon a rare gem, coming to realize the extent of his girlfriend's terrifying prowess. Lightning affinity, 20, higher than dark magic defense. Catherine, akin to a child discovering a new toy, found an extraordinary synergy with lightning magic, swiftly relegating the concept of fire to the recesses of her mind. Fire, so love will dissipate, will it? Both of them forgot about the matter of the Kalia Swift Sword until after lunch. However, while this spell appeared deceptively simple, its mastery proved to be quite challenging. Catherine struggled for quite some time before ultimately requiring Lewis to guide her hand. After much effort, she could only somewhat clumsily utilize the magic in their fencing practice. Indeed, it was genuine fencing, not the other kind, so do not misconstrue. Moreover, they were neither Dumbledore nor Grindelwald, so it would be more appropriate to refer to it as sheathing their swords. "What is the matter, mother?" Catherine inquired with concern as she approached her mother, who wore a countenance dark enough to drip. "Nothing. Have you prepared dinner?" Upon seeing Catherine and Lewis, Solanlian's expression softened. "Ah, Catherine Boulatedli réalised." Having been so engrossed in practicing magic with Lewis that she had entirely forgotten about cooking. "I'll attend to it immediately." She hurried into the house. Solanlian huffed, casting a sidelong glance at Lewis, muttering, "You two are truly incorrigible, consumed by your romantic entanglements while neglecting to prepare a meal." The acidity of her words was palpable, and Lewis's countenance darkened in response. What manner of speech is this? At dinner, Solanlian uncorked a bottle of Romani Conti, carefully pouring it into a decanter. Noticing that Catherine was about to pour juice for herself and Lewis, Solanlian gently restrained Catherine's glass. "Today marks a significant day for the two of you. Should we not celebrate with a touch of wine?" Solanlian winked at Catherine. "Mother, surely you haven't forgotten that we are still minors?" Catherine replied with a hint of exasperation, gazing at her mother's whimsical demeanor. "Of course not," Solanlian replied, releasing her grip and shrugging, indicating that she was merely jesting, though no one noticed the glimmer of mischief that danced in her eyes. In the evening, Lewis lay in bed, listlessly browsing the system panel in search of any new quests. To his surprise, several had indeed appeared. Dark forces had taken residence in the undead settlement, eroding the stability of the remaining world. Quest rewards included Rune of Soul, Spell, Residue of the Womb, Extreme Spell Sphere, X1, Unlocking the Soul, Smelting Function, and the Otherworldly Realm, Undead Settlement. Another task, titled The Disturbance of the Borderlands, required the elimination of the threat posed by Nymphug and the defeat of the ominous demon market in the storm level. Rewards for this quest included Rune of Dole, Spell, Greatsword Array, Blueprint, Black Emperor's Scepter, Progress in Unlocking the Borderlands. 1. Hogwarts' new friend entailed the shadow of Voldemort looming over the entire British wizarding world, his nefarious deeds becoming an inescapable nightmare for many sorcerers. The task called for the use of Tom Riddle's diary to purify and control his lingering soul. Quest rewards consisted of a fire element skill tree. Elionaris, the Guardian's Staff. As the chosen successor of the White Wizards in this realm, it seemed unreasonable to lack a staff that was both fitting and emblematic of authority. Elionaris, once an arcane entity from another world, was infused into the staff by the Guardian Aegwyn of Azeroth through ancient magic, symbolizing her power. To gain recognition from the staff, one must undergo Elionaris' trial. Quest rewards: Elionaris, Guardian Staff X1, Arcane Skill Tree. You truly need to discover your learning direction. It has become evident that not all students are suited for spellcasting. Sometimes, without diligent effort, one may remain oblivious to their lack of talent. Therefore, consider a different path, for it may be that none are suitable. You are to uncover the potential of at least 3 classmates and tailor a research direction that suits them. Quest reward: Fireproof Girl X1. Upon seeing Fireproof Girl, Lewis was instantly invigorated. "She is my wife," he exclaimed. "Quick, let us set off and explore the mysteries of Fireproof Girl." Exiting the system panel, he glanced down to find Catherine in his arms. "You've entered the wrong room, Casey," he remarked, poking her cheek. Before he could savor the softness of her skin, Catherine seized his finger and pressed it onto the pillow. "Stop it, sleep," she murmured, her face buried in the pillow, her voice muffled and slightly dazed. She appeared utterly unaware of the current situation. Lewis was somewhat perplexed. How had she inadvertently presented herself like this? Did she not fear he might engage in mischief? He was indeed capable. Just as he was about to call out to Catherine again, he realized she had already fallen asleep. Lewis tossed and turned in bed, clearly wide awake. At some point, he drifted back into a hazy slumber, only to awaken to the bright light of day. "What is wrong, darling?" Lewis inquired, still half in a stupor. "Why do you still have your wand while sleeping?" Catherine said, reaching out to tug at it. "No." Lewis immediately regained his senses, drenched in a cold sweat, and hurriedly attempted to move backward with both hands and feet, only to fall off the bed due to his excessive force. This is certainly not a matter to be taken lightly. Catherine stared in bewilderment as Lewis tumbled onto the floor, perplexed by his exaggerated reaction. yet she still concernedly descended from the bed to assist him. Lewis, however, stubbornly remained on the ground, unwilling to budge. The thought of Catherine witnessing such an embarrassing scene was unbearable. He buried his face in his hands, contemplating how his future mother-in-law had never provided Catherine with a proper education on such matters. What a bold oversight. While Catherine pondered how to coax Lewis into standing, their playful tug-of-war was interrupted by an exaggerated burst of laughter from outside the door. It was Solania. Catherine went to open the door, and there stood her mother, hands covering her face, cheeks flushed, shoulders trembling with mirth, and glistening eyes that suggested she might have been crying, although Catherine knew it was laughter. "Mother, was so amusing?" Catherine inquired, baffled by what had struck her mother as funny bone. Yet, she quickly realized her mother was waiting at the entrance to her bedroom, which stirred her suspicion. Solania, still stifling her laughter, approached Lewis, leaned down, and whispered something in Catherine's ear. In no time, Catherine's cheeks visibly flushed with embarrassment. Solania, observing the bewildered Lewis and her blushing daughter, squinted her eyes and mimicked Catherine's tone. "Oh my, Mr. Fawn, why do you sleep with a wand?" "Mother!" Catherine exclaimed in exasperation, rushing to pin Solania onto the bed. Flustered and irritated, she was at a loss for how to respond. "Tickle her." Lewis, reveling in the unfolding drama, suggested with a grin, proving that indeed, not all family members are alike. Catherine, caught off guard, naturally seized this reasonable suggestion and reached for her mother's ribs, beginning to tickle her. Solania, much like her daughter, was highly sensitive to tickling, and soon they were both in fits of laughter, gasping for breath. Not one to concede defeat easily, Solania retaliated by tickling Catherine in return, their hair flying and arms flailing, while Lewis found himself witnessing far more than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a tickle in his nose prompted Lewis to hastily turn away. He couldn't bear to look any longer. One more glance, and he would surely be in trouble. He silently recited a calming mantra, striving to keep his mind clear and unfazed. Yet, visions of the snow-laden Alps kept swirling in his thoughts. After a while, the mother-daughter duo had their fill of merriment. Solania, slightly breathless, turned to the wall facing Lewis and teased, "Mr. Fawn, why have you turned away? Is it your wand?" "Mother!" Catherine quickly intervened, eager to halt her mother's teasing before it spiraled out of control. "All right, turn around, Mr. Fawn. It's time for us to dine," Solania said, straightening her appearance, her eyes glinting with mischief as she regarded the still wall-facing Lewis, her desire to tease him only growing stronger. "Mr. Dear is simply adorable." She stepped out of the room, leaving the space for the two of them. Only then did Lewis turn around, his cheeks flushed, resembling someone who has indulged in too much drink. Catherine waved him over, and as Lewis approached, she pulled him down slightly, whispering in his ear, "Little dear, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. What could possibly be wrong?" Lewis recalled the earlier conversation. "Don't ponder too much about your alpine mountain." "What do you mean?" Lewis's curiosity was piqued. "I suspect it's something orchestrated by Mother. I've never had the habit of waking up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, let alone remember distinctly exiting from Mother's room during those two instances, only to lose all recollection thereafter. Are you implying it was Sister Lien?"
Lewis's interest was instantly ignited. If this were true, his mother-in-law would indeed be an unparalleled one, devoid of pretense. At this thought, Lewis felt his eyes welling up.
It is often said that mothers-in-law grow fonder of their sons-in-law with time, and it seemed that Solon Lien was no exception. Quite possible. Catherine knew her mother all too well. When it came to cunningness, none surpassed her expertise. No doubt about it. Oh, how careless I was. I should have been more alert. Who would have imagined Solon Lien would resort to such tricks? And who would ever think she would play such a prank on her own daughter? Truly, she is a mother in every sense. When we go out later, you must act as if you are unaware, Catherine instructed. Do not let on that we've discovered her mischief. Understood? Lewis signaled with an okay gesture. The two adept performers maintained an air of normalcy at the breakfast table, particularly Catherine, who exuded a demeanor of filial piety and maternal warmth, assisting Solon Lien in cooking and swiftly clearing the dishes. Lewis, privy to the unfolding drama, nearly doubled over with laughter, stifling his mirth within. Solon Lien, somewhat perplexed, felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if she had perhaps been too cruel to her daughter of late. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. It was rare for her daughter to be home, and with the charming Mr. Dear present, the two little ones were soon to depart. Such joy is a fleeting treasure. Since Solon Lien left home, the two had ceased their magical practices, instead deliberating on how to spend the evening. Thus began the plan. Chapter 94, Drowsy Pasta. Solon Lien delicately held a cup between her thumb and pinky, partially obscuring the rim, as she offered a glass filled with juice to Catherine. Have some juice, little moon. Lewis, observing Solon Lien's inscrutable smile, felt an unsettling sensation. He couldn't help but discreetly activate his discerning eye on the juice. Blueberry juice, a rather ordinary blueberry juice. Purely natural, rich in vitamins. Lewis pondered. Isn't this perfectly normal? Yet, Solon Lien's mischievous glint left Lewis with an undeniable sense of unease. Something was indeed amiss, but he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Catherine accepted the juice with an impassive demeanor and placed it aside with great nonchalance. Why not drink? Solon Lien inquired, her gaze flickering, seemingly casual. Internally, Catherine scoffed, thinking, you think you can deceive me, daughter? Not a chance. Do you really believe I would fall for the same trick twice? Meanwhile, Solon Lien's sharp eyes were secretly fixed on her daughter. A fleeting smile of satisfaction crossed her face as she observed Catherine consuming her noodles. Lewis noticed Solon Lien's expression, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He quickly employed a discerning eye on Catherine's noodles. The creamy mushroom and bacon pasta, enhanced version, was personally prepared by Solon Lien. Exquisite in flavor, but laced with her special potion, which could induce slumber hours after consumption. Oh no, it's the sleeping pasta, Lewis lamented, slapping a hand to his forehead. He had underestimated the situation, believing he and Catherine were on the 3rd level, only to find Solon Lien on the 5th. Indeed, the juice was merely a ruse. Solon Lien lifted her glass of red wine with a seemingly gentle smile, swirling it gracefully before gesturing invitingly towards Lewis. It was evident that the badger from Hufflepuff reigned supreme in this household, while the 2 unsuspecting snakes shivered under her cunning. Yet her true intent was to lower Catherine's guard. Everything she did was a facade for the plate of pasta before her. The depth of her machinations left Lewis in awe. He was astounded. After years of navigating the intricacies of life, the longest path he had traversed was the one laid out by Mrs. Worrell's schemes. Watching Catherine delight in her meal, a flicker of sorrow swept through him. Truly, as Zhang Wuji's mother once said, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. Why couldn't he, his own silly girl, grasp this truth? With a resigned sigh, he twirled a strand of noodles and inhaled it with fervor. It was delicious, and he found himself indulging further. With nothing pressing to occupy his mind, he directed his discerning eye towards his own plate. The creamy mushroom and bacon pasta, enhanced version, was again confirmed as Solon Lien's culinary creation, potent with her special potion that could induce slumber hours after consumption. His fork clattered to the table in despair. It was over, truly over. Regret washed over him in waves, an overwhelming sense of remorse for having been drugged. Almost immediately, drowsiness enveloped him like a tide. He exchanged a glance with Catherine, both of their eyes filled with the unspoken understanding of their fate. The last image imprinted in Lewis's mind was Solon Lien's mischievous gaze, one that seemed to mock him for having partaken in her concoction. When he finally awoke, he found himself in Catherine's room, beside her still, slumbering form. However, this time, Solon Lien sat leisurely on the chair by the bed, crossing her legs as she scrutinized him. The sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow within the room, suggesting it was around 7 or 8 in the morning. Before long, Catherine awakened gently, glancing at her mother by the bedside and then at Lewis beside her, letting out a mournful cry. Oh, little dear, we have failed. Catherine's tone was heavy with despair. It's all right, Lewis consoled her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. It's not that we lack strength. It's just that the enemy is too cunning. What was that saying? Old men are crafty, and horses grow slippery. No sooner had he spoken than Solon Lien seized him sharply. Who are you referring to, my dear mister? Dear? She inquired with a cheerful smile, her demeanor radiating warmth. I was talking about Professor Dumbledore, Lewis stammered, swallowing hard, clearly flustered. Solon Lien's presence was undeniably formidable, a testament to her ability to befriend his mother. Even the pressure from the cold valley dancer he had encountered previously paled in comparison. Humph. You two are far too gullible. If I can handle you, how dare you think of confronting those dark wizards? Solon Lien adopted a tone of frustration. Consider this. If I were a dark wizard, what would you two be like now? Catherine replied flatly, dark wizards are not nearly as shrewd as you, mother. At that, Solon Lien silenced her with a spell that sealed her lips. Seeing this, Lewis earnestly declared, Sister, I see my error. I will heed your teachings diligently from now on, exercising utmost caution with anyone or anything, never to be as foolish as that simpleton, Casey. He placed a hand on his chest, striking a Churchillian pose, and proclaimed with heartfelt sincerity, in my heart, there's only one son, Sister Solon Lien. Your teaching shall remain etched in my life. Beside them, Catherine, incensed, kicked him with her little foot, yet Solon Lien nodded with satisfaction, a look of pride evident on her face. She gently patted Lewis on the head, smiling, "Good boy. I shall prepare something delicious for you." With that, she lightly beckoned, lifting the spell on Catherine's tongue, and hummed a tune as she exited the bedroom. "Little dear, I truly misjudged you." Once freed, Catherine's first action was to grab a pillow and strike Lewis fiercely. "How could you oppose me? Which side are you on?" The winning side. Lewis had not finished speaking before Catherine toppled him onto the bed, covering his face with the pillow. Just as she was about to strike, he reversed their positions, pinning her down. "Woman, you are playing with fire." Lewis mimicked the classic line of a domineering CEO, his finger teasingly lifting Catherine's chin. She huffed, turning her face away. "I have always excelled at playing with fire." Indeed, she had a knack for it, and fierce flames were still flames, without question. All right, little moon." Lewis held Catherine's delicate hands and earnestly urged, "What else can I do? Should I resist?" "You are betraying me." Catherine pouted, expressing her indignation. "I am merely mitigating my losses." Lewis initiated his defense, or rather his art of persuasion. "You have already been ensnared by her silencing spell. Do you wish for me to be silenced as well, only to be humiliated alongside you?" He added with a hint of sarcasm, "You are quick to criticize me. If you are so formidable, why do you not dare to confront your mother?" Realizing that stern words must be softened, Lewis observed Catherine's still angered countenance and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. Whispering tenderly in her ear, he said, "Little moon, you should understand Lien's nature. To me, she resembles a child who has yet to mature. In the dynamics of your family, I perceive you as more of a maternal figure. In any shared life, one must show a measure of forbearance. Her immaturity demands affection. If you do not indulge her, who will?" In truth, Catherine had already calmed down. Her stubbornness was merely a guise, as she yearned for Lewis's comforting words. "Ah, the complexities of womanhood. Consider this. You still have me, but what a sister, Lien." Lewis soothed Catherine, cradling her delicate head and gently stroking her hair. "Her mischief might simply be a way to capture your attention. Many children resort to playful antics to attract their parents' notice, and I believe Lien is no different." "All right, I will heed your words," Catherine murmured, nestled in Lewis's embrace. Lewis sighed in relief. Comforting a woman was indeed a laborious task. "Come, let us dine," he said, patting her back. "No, just a moment longer," Catherine playfully insisted. The allure of a charming young lady's whims was formidable, and the impact of a queen-size charm was even more overwhelming. Yet, when Catherine, with her dual persona of a queen and a lady, expressed her playful side, the delightful contrast combined with the satisfaction of conquering a queen was utterly exhilarating. After a tender moment, Catherine reluctantly released herself from Lewis's embrace. "Be good, little moon. Listen to me," Lewis cautioned once more, concern etched on his face. Catherine sniffled, nodding earnestly. Upon exiting the bedroom, she rushed towards Solon Lien, who was still busy in the kitchen, enveloping her in an embrace like a fledgling bird seeking shelter. "What brings this on?" Solon Lien was taken aback. When had she last witnessed such a display from Catherine? It seemed that since her daughter turned 7 or 8, such affection had waned. "I love you, mother," Catherine professed with deep sincerity. Solon Lien was momentarily stunned, her hands hovering uncertainly before she awkwardly patted Catherine's back. Good child, good child." In an instant, an overwhelming admiration for Lewis surged within Catherine's heart. Her little dear was indeed remarkable under his guidance. She managed to resolve matters with her mother so swiftly. She recalled Lewis's words about how children often resort to mischief to attract their parents' attention, and her conviction grew stronger. Her mother must have been attempting to draw her focus in this manner. Reflecting on her fascination with magic since the tender age of 7 or 8, she pondered whether her mother had felt increasingly lonely since that time. A twinge of guilt washed over Catherine. Had she been more attuned to her mother's solitude earlier, perhaps their relationship would not have been marked by such distance. "Come now. The food will get cold." Solania's gentle voice broke her reverie as she softly patted Catherine's shoulder. Reluctantly, Catherine disengaged from her mother's embrace, offering her a radiant and sunny smile. As she turned away, she discreetly gave Lewis a thumbs up. "You are truly magnificent, little dear," she mouthed. Lewis understood her silent expression, as did Solania, who, when Catherine was not looking, also gave Lewis a thumbs up. "You got it, lad. You are indeed someone I have my eye on." During the meal, Solania, still somewhat apprehensive, reminded Lewis, "I must emphasize that today, when you visit Malfoy Manor, you must not show any sign of hesitation." She tapped her finger against her lips, contemplating before continuing. "As for etiquette, you should have no issues, however, regarding Muggle automobiles, regardless of their opulence. The Malfoys have no concept of them. Do you understand this?" Lewis certainly comprehended. Solania's words were exceedingly tactful. Attempting to impress those from the magical realm with Muggle products would yield no effect. They not only lacked interest in Muggle technology, but even held a disdainful attitude towards it. In contrast, Lewis realized that with the pure-blood families of the magical world, his only assets seemed to be his potential in magic and his noble title. Yet, in any setting, mere status was insufficient to earn respect and be regarded as an esteemed guest. I have a knight steed carriage. If you have no better options, I can lend it to you temporarily. Solania's unexpected wealth was a revelation. It wasn't entirely surprising, given that the Worrell family was also a lineage with a millennia-long legacy, though they had maintained a low profile and had not been recorded among the so-called Sacred 28, thus remaining relatively obscure. After much deliberation, Lewis was about to accept her offer when the system notification chimed once more, an invitation from the Malfoy family. As the rightful heir of Old London, a prominent lineage, and the chosen successor of Dumbledore, how could he risk losing face over such trivial matters? A limited-time, free carriage lottery awaited. One merely needed to express their feelings to Solania to participate. Action was better than hesitation. It was time to act, young man. Task reward. Limited-time, free carriage lottery. In the depths of his heart, Lewis was struck by 28 ellipses. Something is amiss, system. Something is truly amiss. Who bears the surname Chow in this room? Yet, Lewis pondered, having been thrust into this situation, what could he possibly do? He resolved to face it head-on. Chapter 95. The Dragon Maid of the Deer Family. Lewis contemplated for a long while, uncertain of what to say. Catherine stood beside him, and he feared that if he misjudged the tone or failed to convey his emotions adequately, he might not only fail his task, but also risk inciting Catherine's ire. After much deliberation, he found himself at a loss. "What's wrong, little dear?" Catherine inquired, shaking his arm gently after noticing his prolonged silence. "Nothing, I'm just thinking," Lewis replied, nearly bending his fork in frustration. The more he deliberated, the more he felt that this was not a viable approach. Just as he struggled to devise a suitable plan, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. Indeed, the system's task merely required him to express his sentiments. It did not stipulate that these sentiments had to be of love. Could he exploit a loophole instead? With newfound determination, Lewis took a deep breath and endeavored to feign a profoundly moved demeanor. "Thank you, Sister Lien. Your generosity has been a tremendous help to me." At this juncture, his face flushed crimson as he managed to stammer out, "I truly adore you." Task completed. Catherine erupted in laughter, food flying from her mouth, and a morsel of bread landed in Solon Lien's hair. Solon Lien stifled her giggles, remarking, "You little rascal, your words are as sweet as honey." Though she spoke lightly, her heart swelled with delight. "It seems you might be in need of my knight steed carriage." "Yes, let us finish our meal first," Lewis mumbled indistinctly. Solon Lien assumed he was merely hungry and did not ponder further. As he dined, Lewis immersed himself in the interface of a limited-time mount lottery. UR Mount, Lifebound Oathkeeper's Servant, SSR Mounts, Ashen of Ode, Pure Blood Fire Eagle, Flame Claw of Alyssa Azor, Shackled User, Neo Rose Awakened, with increased probabilities for a limited-time draw. Before Lewis's eyes, the drawing interface gradually materialized, resembling the infuriating Ving Xking XXX with a striking similarity of 75. However, he found it perplexing that the Lifebound Oathkeeper's Servant was classified as a UR mount. Surely, a phoenix must be far more visually appealing? If this theory held true, the mounts dropped by the Warden, Enzo, and Argus would surely eclipse his cousin's prestige. He mentally visualized the models of the Shackled User and the Neo Rosa Awakened, shaking his head in an attempt to dispel their abstract forms from his mind. They were far too abstract in appearance. Nevertheless, the system's complimentary lottery brought him unexpected joy. Instead of a single draw, it was a tenfold draw, accompanied by a grand and dignified carriage of Gryan, alongside a butler. The essence of the tome was first published here. He rubbed his hands under the puzzled gazes of Catherine and her daughter, silently chanting, "Let the 10 consecutive draws commence. Congratulations, you have obtained an N-level mount, a little donkey." "What on earth do I need a little donkey for?" Lewis thought, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Are you here merely to sully the lottery pool? With my circumstances, I hardly require a little donkey." "Congratulations, you have acquired an N-level mount, the disheartened Highland Warhorse." "Congratulations, you have obtained an R-level mount, the Silver Warhorse." "Congratulations, you have secured an SR-level mount, the Razashire Swift Dragon." Suddenly, a rousing and passionate melody filled the air, accompanied by a classic voice that resonated in Lewis's ears. "Wow, a golden legend. Congratulations, you have obtained an SSR-level mount, the Awakened Neo Rosa." "Wow, a golden legend. Congratulations, you have acquired an SSR-level elemental mount combination." wind element, fiery orange-red element, and purple arcane element. 5 pudgy figures stood in a row, appearing rather foolish and lacking in intelligence. Congratulations, you have obtained an SR level mount, the ice blue primal horn dragon. Congratulations, you have secured an R level mount, the white griffin. Congratulations, you have acquired an N level mount, the white horse. A white horse? Humph, I shall name him. Just like watching a movie in a 3D theater. A green orc clad in a burlap cloak materialized before Lewis. Without needing an introduction, he recognized him as Thrall. The world of Warcraft floated in the air, holding a golden disc aloft, while facing the struggling Deathwing, who writhed in a vortex of despair. The oppressive aura of being face-to-face with Deathwing was undeniable, leaving Lewis feeling somewhat breathless. This is merely an illusion. Suddenly, a golden beam burst forth from the golden disc in Thrall's hand, striking directly at the chest of the mountainous Deathwing. With an unwilling wail, his entire form dissipated into glimmering specks of light. The illusion concluded at that moment, and a dwarven voice echoed once more. Wow, a rainbow legend. Congratulations, you have obtained a UR level mount, the servant of the Oathbinder of Life. Lewis gazed at the red dragon before him, his emotions complex. Judging by its size, it should be an adult dragon. Unlike those in the magical realm, the dragons of Azeroth possessed great wisdom, which was Lewis's only consolation. Well, I suppose this can be considered a consolation prize, he reassured himself. The carriage is ready. Please select your pulling mount. Let it be the 5 elements, Lewis thought, considering the ceremonial precedent of the Emperor's 6 steeds. As a duke, it is only fitting that I command 5, is it not? This cannot be deemed overstepping. Ah, and I shall bring along the servant of the Oathbinder. Let her accompany the carriage to add a touch of grandeur, he instructed himself. Very well, the limited-time free draw event has concluded. May you have a pleasant life. Do take care not to get caught in the door on your way out, the system added. How should I summon my mount to avoid appearing too ostentatious? Lewis hurriedly inquired. Simply call for your mount outside the door, and the carriage will naturally come flying from afar. You need not worry about that. The system replied before slipping away. Lewis nodded with a semblance of understanding, uncertain about the reliability of the system, and could only choose to place his trust in it for the time being. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. He possessed a carriage. Lewis smacked his lips and, without a hint of shame, fabricated a lie. So Lamlian hesitated for a moment, her brow slightly furrowing. Mr. Deer, ordinary horses will not suffice. At the very least, the carriage must be drawn by magical creatures. Rest assured, Lewis chuckled. Although they are not magical beasts, they will certainly provide a spectacle. Is that so? So Lamlian replied, skeptically, doubting that a muggle-born boy could possess anything worthy of a pure-blood wizard's admiration. Even if he hailed from nobility, she did not believe him capable of presenting anything remarkable. Sighing, she decided not to dampen the boy's enthusiasm, thinking that he would learn the hard way once he encountered setbacks. She smiled gently, refraining from further advising Lewis, and quietly continued her meal, demonstrating her thoughtfulness. It was fortunate that Hagrid was willing to assist in caring for the Thestrals. Upon learning that they were needed for Emma's son, Hagrid promptly led 4 Thestrals from the stable, meticulously grooming their bodies and requesting the help of Hogwarts house elves to clean the carriage. As he worked, he grumbled about how Lewis had not come to visit him during his time at Hogwarts. So Lamlian could only surmise that Lewis was unaware of his mother's experiences at school. Even she had only recently revealed to Lewis the close bond she shared with her mother, which brought a tearful reaction from the kind-hearted Hagrid. Oh, poor little Lewis. When he next visits my hut, I shall make him rock cakes, Hagrid said, wiping his tears and mumbling. So Lamlian found herself speechless, momentarily questioning whether Emma bore any grudge against Hagrid, who seemed intent on offering the child his notoriously hard cakes. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lewis and his companion prepared to depart from Malfoy Manor. Standing at the entrance, Lewis glanced around and noticed the mother and daughter gazing at him with tender expressions, which made his heart race as he silently summoned the butler. It appeared they did not believe he could present anything of value. However, he was mistaken. In truth, Catherine had faith in him, especially with the presence of the rune-imbued wand, Leaf. The deep, resonant chime of a bell echoed from the distant horizon, gradually growing louder. Instinctively, so Lamlian turned her gaze toward the source of the sound, momentarily entranced. A blue and white carriage, drawn by 5 rotund figures representing the elements, approached. Above the carriage, a silver bell rang continuously, its sound seemingly cleansing the listener's spirit, imbuing the chaotic world with a sense of tranquility. As the carriage came to a halt, the silver bell ceased its tolling. The driver was a humanoid owl adorned with silver, leaf-like feathers. Small in stature, it stood at about Lewis's waist, appearing quite endearing in its plumpness. She gracefully dismounted from the carriage and bowed to Lewis, addressing him with a charming voice. "Greetings, my dear lord. Asheria is honored to serve you." Lewis surmised that Asheria must be a female owl. "Very well, Asheria." He turned his head to glance at Solanlian, whose astonishment was barely concealed, and at the proud visage of Catherine. With a smile, he instructed Asheria, "Please introduce this carriage to the two ladies." Meanwhile, he pondered, wasn't it mentioned that the servant of the life oathbinder would accompany them? Or was that red dragon? The fire elemental Carl raised his two elemental arms, seemingly spewing fire in rhythmic bursts like a comical gorilla. "Ah, he hails from the earth elemental realm, Cerulean," Asheria pointed out, gesturing towards the earthy-hued elemental beside Carl. Lewis scrutinized this brownish-yellow creature, noting that its head and body were not physically connected, but rather floated above its torso in a manner akin to magnetic levitation. Its arms followed suit, and it appeared to lack legs, where legs would be, for small stones swayed back and forth like a miniature whirlwind, lending it an unexpectedly endearing quality. "This is Count Intugius, a water elemental from Hydacia." Asheria cheerfully bounced over to the portly figure resembling the fire elemental. Intugius, feeling a bit mischievous, observed Carl's antics and, after maneuvering around Cerulean, playfully tapped Carl on the head, causing him to stumble. Asheria promptly delivered a light punch to Intugius, admonishing him, "Behave yourself." Harvis, having been lightly struck, slowly regained his senses and regarded the gathering of onlookers, including 4 of his colleagues. He instinctively reached for the back of his head with his arcane arm. Even without words, Lewis sensed his embarrassment and awkwardness. Asheria, ignoring the drowsy arcane elemental, pointed to the silver bell atop the carriage, declaring, "As for that above, well, that is the ascendant relic from the Shadow Realm, the soothing Twilight Bell, which possesses the power to cleanse the mind and alleviate worries." Lewis smacked his lips, observing Solanlian, whose mouth hung slightly agape in shock, rendered speechless. He felt a surge of satisfaction. At that moment, Solanlian was indeed astounded. She could scarcely fathom that Mr. Deer could produce such a breathtaking artifact. Setting aside the opulent and intricate carriage and the enigmatic Twilight Bell, the 5 powerful elementals before her, any one of which could incite frenzy among all the wizards in the magical realm, were astonishing. Naturally, even the most infatuated wizards knew that such formidable elementals were not to be trifled with. Mr. Deer was becoming increasingly mysterious, she mused, her curiosity about Lewis intensifying. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "Wait a moment," Lewis recalled, feeling as though something was amiss. Asheria momentarily failed to grasp his concern. Just then a melodious voice, as sweet as a nightingale, emerged from the carriage. "Is my master referring to me?" As the carriage door swung open, a pair of elegantly long legs, clad in black thigh-high stockings, stepped forth. Following closely, a strikingly beautiful maid, adorned in a black and white maid outfit, emerged from the vehicle. The maid gracefully approached Lewis, performing a delicate curtsy. "Red Dragon Legion, Christassa, at your service, my lord." Gazing at the petite maid standing before him, Lewis was reminded of her identity. Was she not the unfortunate Red Dragon, driven mad by Mari Goth, the final boss of the Magic Nexus? Each encounter with the Nexus had left him with a twinge of sorrow, lamenting the fate of such a lovely girl ensnared by that old lunatic Mari Goth. Yet, those fleeting moments of sadness were swiftly dispelled by his companion's inquiries about their next destination after vanquishing the Nexus. Christassa seemed to perceive Lewis's thoughts and softly conveyed, through telepathy, "Thank you for rescuing me from the clutches of that madman Mari Goth. Without you, I shudder to think of the fate I would have endured." Lewis shook his head with a sigh, expressing his sympathy. Fortunately, this young red dragon had been saved by the system shortly after her capture, thus sparing her from such a dreadful and tragic fate. Now he understood why the life-bound servant was classified as you are. This was no mere mount. It was a companion of great significance. What does the system take me for? I am a scholar of the spring and autumn annals. As the rightful heir to the spirit of the illustrious Chancellor Chow, how could I stoop to the level of a mere cricket? Nevertheless, Christassa was indeed strikingly beautiful. "Is this your maid, little dear?" Catherine inquired, her interest piqued as she observed Christassa. There was no hint of jealousy in her demeanor. Having experienced past events, she now held great confidence in her relationship with Lewis and felt no need to entertain baseless insecurities. "Yes," Lewis affirmed with a nod. "This must be the Masteress beloved?" Christassa addressed Catherine with a respectful kneel. Catherine's eyes sparkled with delight. "Ah, this maid is indeed worthy of instruction," she thought, feeling quite satisfied. We aren't team married yet, Lewis remarked awkwardly. Catherine, however, was quite pleased, her fondness for Christassa soaring to considerable heights in an instant. With her high emotional intelligence and striking beauty, Christassa had thoroughly impressed Catherine. From now on, you shall accompany Catherine. Lewis assigned Christassa her role. Both the dragon and the maid looked at him, confusion etched on their faces. After all, I reside in the male dormitory. Having a female companion like Christassa with me might not be appropriate. Lewis voiced his concerns. You meant to say a female dragon, didn't you? However, Catherine still harbored some reservations, as she believed that Christassa had been assigned to Lewis by his grandfather. Old Lewis remarked, You overestimate me, my dear. No waities. I have Asheria, and that is sufficient. He said this without regarding Asheria as merely a motherly figure. Nevertheless, the owl caretakers seemed indifferent to such matters. After all, what had they not witnessed during their time in the Ascension Fortress? They had seen their fair share. The Ascension Fortress, particularly its green, was indeed replete with both technology and formidable machinery, but it was better left unspoken, lest it become tiresome. Solarian gazed enviously at the luxurious carriage and the 5 elemental beings pulling it. Had it not belonged to Lewis, she would have stealthily approached to investigate. Lewis, perceiving her yearning, cheerfully invited, Sister Lien, would you care to join us for a ride? I shall pass. Solarian feigned nonchalance, clearing her throat and attempting to appear dignified. Yet her eyes betrayed her uncontainable desire. Oh, how I wish to see it. But I am Mr. Fawn's sister, the mother of Little Moon. I cannot forsake my role as an elder. Yet her longing to explore was undeniable. Upon boarding the carriage, both Lewis and Catherine were genuinely taken aback by the interior. It seemed as though it had been enchanted with a seamless expansion spell. From the outside, the carriage appeared of ordinary size. Yet inside it boasted a space of nearly 30 to 40 square meters. One must concede that the magical realm depicted in Harry Potter was indeed remarkable. If one were to categorize it as a high magic world, its spells primarily favored individual confrontations with little in the way of large-scale devastation. Conversely, if deemed a low magic realm, it still managed to conjure remarkable technology like the seamless expansion spell, which in a high magic world would be considered a profound branch of spatial magic, accessible only to those above the rank of a legal saint. This was technology from the Titans, a dimensional carriage space crafted by the supreme might of Lord Almansol. She sensed something amiss and quickly retracted her previous thought. One must never allow the master to assume that dragons are common thieves. Aside from the bronze dragons, none would stoop to such behavior. While weaving this carpet, the Sun King was still honest Trian, after all. You see, in Azeroth, the luxury items of high elves are always coveted among the elite of various races. Christassa picked up a delicate crystal goblet from the table, stating, Even the dragons cannot resist the allure. Even the dragon kings of the Wormrest Temple are quite keen on acquiring the high elves' luxuries. I should be beneath the carriage, not inside it, she mused. A rare sensation of crisis arose within her, as if a veil had descended between her and Lewis. Master, are you ready? We are about to depart. Asheria's sweet voice rang from outside, followed by an unusual cry, Eek-ha, accompanied by the crack of the whip. The carriage gradually ascended into the sky, heading towards the Malfoy estate. Little Fawn, what exactly is Azeroth? Why is it that I cannot comprehend your words? Catherine finally found herself unable to contain her curiosity and asked, Azeroth is indeed a wondrous realm, and should the opportunity arise, I would be delighted to escort you there. Lewis mischievously winked at her, adding, however, not just yet. We must first grow stronger before we can venture forth. Why? Catherine inquired, puzzled. It is a place of enchantment, mystery, and peril, Lewis thoughtfully articulated, gesturing towards Christassa. Much like Maligos, who torments Christassa, he is the blue dragon king wielding dominion over the world's arcane powers. Even 10 Dumbledores combined would likely falter against that ancient brute. Catherine gently caressed Christassa's back, offering quiet reassurance. Do not fear. You have already escaped from that nightmare. When the day comes that we can travel to Azeroth, I shall ensure you have your vengeance. Christassa wiped her tears, nodding gratefully. Catherine rummaged through a nearby cabinet and retrieved a golden jar containing a violet liquid. Leaning in closer, she inhaled deeply, a sweet fragrance wafting in her nostrils, reminiscent of some delightful fruit. Lewis observed her actions, feeling a stir of his high school chemistry instincts. If Catherine possessed even a modicum of chemical knowledge, she would understand the necessity of wafting strange liquids towards one's nose before inhalation. Clearly, her attentiveness in both chemistry and potion classes had been lacking. A thought crossed his mind. He would devise a set of questions for her, and when she inevitably scored poorly, he would take her to the little black room for extra lessons. But that was neither here nor there. How about some juice? It might lift your spirits, Lewis suggested, unaware of his own musings as Catherine cradled the jar, addressing the two of them. At that moment, she realized that the carriage glided along without the slightest jolt, akin to sitting comfortably at home. Such was the marvel of technology from the Shadow Realm. This carriage seamlessly integrated the wisdom of all Azeroth. Thank you, but I apologize. This should be my task. Christassa quickly dried her tears and rose to accept the jar from Catherine, pouring each of them a glass of juice. This was moonberry juice, a favorite among the High Elves, rich in nutrients. According to mortal lore, regular consumption of this juice could enhance skin luminosity and delay the aging process. Upon hearing of its beautifying and age-defying properties, Catherine's eyes became fixated on the moonberry juice before her gaze lingering on the jar in Christassa's hand, embodying a sense of yearning. Such is the nature of women, one might say. It was only after finishing her glass that Catherine noticed Christassa had not poured herself a serving. "Why aren't you drinking?" she asked with genuine concern. "It is improper for a servant to dine alongside her master," Christassa replied, well versed in the rules of etiquette. The Red Dragonflight was a family steeped in strict hierarchy, and as the personal maid to the once-bound life of Alexstrasza, Christassa was acutely aware of such decorum. "This simply won't do. We are to share in each other's company for a considerable time. I am not accustomed to such formality. It makes me feel as though you are distancing yourself from me." Catherine gently spoke as she took the jar from Christassa's embrace and poured a cup of moonberry juice for her. Suddenly, Christassa appeared somewhat anxious. "May I?" She glanced at Catherine, tilting her head towards Lewis, her large, adorable eyes blinking pitifully at him. Lewis smiled non-committally and drained the moonberry juice in one gulp. "This is a matter between the two of you. I have appointed you to Catherine as a maid, so you need only to obey her commands." With that, Lewis placed the cup down on the table with a thud. "Lewis," Catherine pleaded, unable to bear the situation. Lewis remained silent, discontent with the little tricks Christassa had played on them. He simply wished to remind her of her place, ensuring she would not begin to manipulate others due to Catherine's indulgence. Christassa's essence was firmly within his grasp, her life and death resting on a mere thought, which afforded Lewis little concern about any potential turmoil she might cause. Nonetheless, his primary intent was to convey to Catherine that he held no particular feelings for Christassa. After all, they were still together, and, at times, it was only right to reassure one's partner. "I truly weep," he remarked, with snot and tears. "One might think I am committing some heinous act." Lewis playfully kicked Christassa's thigh, urging her to rise. Timidly, she stood, biting her lip as she gazed at Lewis, her demeanor reminiscent of a drooping pear blossom in the spring rain, evoking a deep sense of pity within him. "There are certain things that Casey will not share with you, but I feel compelled to discuss them." Lewis tapped the cup on the table, prompting Christassa to quickly pour more moonberry juice from the golden jar. "I keep you by Casey's side, not for your abilities. Here, understanding the rules is the greatest skill. Now, having said what needed to be said, if you comprehend, that is well. If not, perhaps you should ponder it slowly in Caldara." Catherine gazed at the unfamiliar Lewis before her, a wave of disorientation washing over her. This version of Lewis was a first for her. She sniffled inside, realizing that regardless of his demeanor, she cherished him deeply, and this more detached version of him stirred within her an even greater affection. Was it possible that she preferred this cold and unfeeling side of him? Cold and unfeeling? Lewis did not perceive himself in that light. To him, fulfilling one's role was paramount. A woman's little cunning could indeed be endearing, but at the core, Christassa was merely his steed. "Ah, master, prepare yourself. The Malfoy family is approaching," came a reminder from Athelia outside.